Sha Palang Chapter 104 to Chapter 134. The barbarian envoy's smile was distorted in Changing's eyes. It had an indescribable sense of mystery. It was exactly the same as Hu Gu'er's expression when he poured the curse into his ear before his death. It had accumulated the hatred of the 18 tribes fighting against the heavens and the earth for thousands of years. Changing stared intently at the silver cup in the third prince's hand. His whole body seemed to be shackled by 1,000 pounds of weight. However, in the eyes of outsiders, he only remained silent for a moment. After a moment, Changing raised his hand in front of everyone's eyes. His thin lips were almost bloodless. He still elegantly and calmly took a wine cup from the hand of a nearby eunuch. Anyone with eyes could see that Yan Wang had just been ill. His hand was as pale as his cheeks. The fingers holding the cup were trembling imperceptibly. He lowered his eyes and lightly touched the third prince's silver cup. He coldly said, "Third prince, please help yourself. I have taken medicine recently and am not strong enough to drink. I can't finish this cup. When the 18 tribes deliver this year's tribute, you and I will have the opportunity to have a good drink." The third prince stared at him through his double pupils. Changing touched his lips with the wine in the cup and threw the silver cup to the side. He walked past the barbarian envoy without looking sideways. In the eyes of others, perhaps His Royal Highness Yan Wang's attitude towards the envoy was cold. However, Gu Yun saw the suppressed irritation on his pale face. There was indeed something strange about the third prince. Gu Yun's heart suddenly sank. He turned to Shen and gave the latter a look. The latter immediately understood and quietly left the hall. Gu Yun got up and pushed away the people blocking the way. As he walked towards Changing, he said loudly, "Your Highness, please go in and rest for a while." Before he could get close, his unusually sharp nose smelled an extremely subtle smell of blood. He associated it with Miss Chen's vague words of qi and blood. His heart was in a mess. At this moment, the barbarian envoy took a step forward as if he didn't care about the situation at all. He said, "Back then, the goddess of my tribe died in a foreign land. I didn't expect that I would be able to see her descendant one day. It must be the blessing of the everlasting heaven." Su Ling replied coldly, "Yan Wang is the rightful heir of Dalyong's royal family. It's not appropriate for you to say that." The barbarian emissary stared at Changing's eyes, as if he wanted to find some clues from his pupils. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The reason why it was so difficult to refine Wu Er's bone was that other than being ruthless, the right time, right place, and right people were also essential. The host had to have a strong temperament to give the evil god's bloodline a long time to ferment. He could not lose control too early, otherwise his mind would not develop fully, and the host's mind would be stuck at the level of a child for life. The third prince was such a failed example. This innocent child had a twin brother, who died together because of his father's hatred. However, he couldn't survive the initial attack of Wu Er's bone and was destroyed. He could only serve as an offering for the evil god. In comparison, Yan Wang in front of him was simply the best. Until now, he still kept his mind clear and could guarantee that there were no flaws in front of an offering. How strong a mind did he need to be? The evil god Wu Er Gu originated from devouring. When he got close to another weak and incomplete Wu Er Gu, his instinct would be aroused and he would lose his mind. Therefore, the latter was also called an offering. At this time, if someone guided Wu Er Gu properly and controlled his mind when he was absent-minded, with the help of drugs in the future, the evil god would be at his beck and call until he completely collapsed. Xianxia probably didn't expect that the evil god she created halfway could be so powerful. Unfortunately, this evil god was taken away by the Central Plains people who didn't know what was going on. Not only did it fail to exert the real power of the evil god, but it also became a weapon to deal with the 18 tribes. "My king once met your highness in Yanhui town, but at that time, he thought that your highness was Hu Gu'er who defiled his own child and was very rude to your highness. My king specially ordered me to bring his apology to this peace talk." The barbarian envoy slightly raised the corner of his mouth and quietly hid the key secret words that triggered Wu Er Gu in his question. "Did Hu Gu'er mention anything about the 18 tribes to your highness?" Hu Gu'er. These 4 words broke away from the conventional greetings and set off a storm in Changing's ears. The burly barbarian envoy in front of him and the gorgeous and strange Hu Gu'er merged into one. The woman's hoarse curses exploded in his ears like thunder. An indescribable special smell came from the third prince and rushed into his lungs. It was a little fishy and bitter, but it spared no effort to provoke Chongging's nerves and aroused his bloodthirsty impulse. The door of memories that he had deliberately closed was suddenly knocked open, and the fragmented memories drowned him. Hu Guo's nightmarish beautiful face, the bandit hill full of corpses, the first big fire in his memory, the overwhelming smell of blood, the endless abuse and beatings. The old scars under his gorgeous clothes came to life and drilled into his flesh like blood-sucking leeches. Chongging's body seemed to be unable to bear the enormous power of the evil god. Chongging's chest, limbs, and bones felt as if they were being cut by knives. The sharp pain was clearly the precursor of Wu Ergu's attack. What was worse was that the barbarian envoy's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It seemed that the speaker did not mean it, but the listeners all meant it. Wang Bao immediately added fuel to the fire. Isn't it inappropriate for you to mention Princess Hu Guo here? Although Princess Xiao did a great job in raising His Royal Highness Yan Wang, it is also true that she tried to sow discord between us and almost caused us to fight on the battlefield 9 years ago. As soon as he said this, the petty people behind Uncle Wang, who did not understand the situation and simply hated the barbarians, immediately jumped out to agree with him. Wang Bao smiled and said shamelessly, "What's more, I heard that Princess Xiao is not very honest. She conspired to frame the Black Iron Battalion first, and after she failed, she secretly urged the pregnant imperial concubine to escape. I don't know who she had an affair with. If I remember correctly, the Imperial Institute of Medicine even spread the rumor that Princess Xiao was pregnant before marriage. Such a person is really not worthy of the princess of our dynasty, the noble goddess." Even the stupidest person could understand the hidden meaning in Wang Bao's words. Seeing that Wang Bao was so daring as to put a hidden knife on Wild Goose King, the people who agreed with Wang Bao just now all became mute. They did not know what was going on, so they waited for what would happen next. Looking at Yan Wang again, he did not know if it was because of his illness or something else. Bean-sized cold sweat rolled down from his forehead, and he seemed to be unable to stand. Fang Qin suddenly frowned and realized the problem on the spot. Wang Bao and the barbarians had colluded without him knowing. At this time, Fang Qin did not have time to gloat over Yan Wang's misfortune. He was already in a bad mood. Internal strife was internal strife. It was normal for people to fight for power in the imperial court. Whether the winner was king or the loser was in the wrong, it was all internal strife. However, at this time when the border had not been closed and the country had fallen, what was the point of involving outsiders? If this matter was exposed, no, it didn't need to be exposed. Even if Wang Bao succeeded in framing Yan Wang and mixing up the royal bloodline, what would other people think when they thought about it later? No one would think that the Fang family was innocent. On the surface, he had always been on the same side as Wang Bao, and the old imperial physician who leaked the secret had always been raised in the Fang family's house. It was impossible for him to clear his relationship with them. Fang Qin's body was covered in cold sweat. Not only did Wang Bao use him, but he also wanted to drag him into being a national traitor who had colluded with a foreign country. He thought that his intelligence was not worse than anyone else's. However, looking at Yan Wang, that young man had Jiang Chong, who could be his right-hand man, Su Ling, who spoke up for justice, most of the Lingshu temple, and Bei Dang, who had fought side by side with him. Even the Marquis of Stability, the commander of the Southwest, and other important people in the army had a close personal relationship with him. What about Fang Qin himself? He was surrounded by people like Lu Cheng and Wang Bao, who were either poisonous snakes or villains. They couldn't accomplish anything, but were good at spoiling things. For a moment, Fang Qin's heart was filled with cold exhaustion. He truly felt what was called fate. Fate was like a tide. Was it really something that could not be resisted by humans? The barbarian envoy heard that Wang Bao was fishing in troubled waters and smiled contemptuously. He saw that the color of Yan Wang's pupils was deepening. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he completely turned into a polychoria. At that time, Yan Wang would fall into an illusion. He wouldn't be able to hear anything from the outside world. Only special secret words and key phrases could enter his ears. That would be the moment when he turned into a real evil god with his blood body. The barbarian envoy stretched out his hands as if he wanted to support Chongging. "What's wrong, Your Highness? Before he could say the word convinced, he heard someone shout, "You dare!" The envoy's pupils shrank. A gust of wind blew past his ears. A biting cold aura almost drilled into his pores. In an instant, the envoy's hair stood on end. Before he could react, he felt a chill on his neck. A steel knife was suddenly placed against his neck. Gu Yun held the saber that he had taken from the waist of the guard with the saber in one hand, while his other hand pulled King Yen into his arms in front of everyone's eyes. Chang Deng let out a muffled groan and leaned on Gu Yun's body as if he was exhausted. However, the double pupils that the barbarian envoy had expected did not appear. Chang Deng's mind was still very clear. He followed Gu Yun's words and said weakly, "Barbarians, witchcraft poison." Su Ling cried out in alarm, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" A line of blood flowed down the sleeves of Chongging's court robes. In just a moment, the sleeves were soaked. The guards in the court all drew their swords and were ready to fight. Wang Bao did not expect this to happen. After a short shock, he still refused to let all his previous efforts go to waste. "Marshal, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why are you using swords and spears? What's wrong with His Royal Highness Yan Wang? Quickly summon the imperial physician." "Where is the imperial physician?" Gu Yun suddenly turned his head and did not say a word. The murderous intent that was like a Xian Tai had already locked onto Wang Wujiao. Wang Bao's legs went soft and he sat on the ground with a cry. When Wang Bao said the word imperial physician, the corner of Fang Qin's eyes twitched fiercely. He could no longer sit still. He knew that he either had to immediately cut ties with Wang Bao and find a way to push all the blame onto that bastard or wait to go down in history and infamy. Fang Qin ordered his attendant at the fastest speed to arrange for the old imperial physician who was bribed by Wang Bao to be killed. At the same time, he stood up calmly and said loudly, "The barbarian is extremely daring. He actually dares to behave atrociously in court. He clearly harbors evil intentions. Take him down." Unfortunately, other than the imperial bodyguards, most of the people on duty were imperial guards and Beidang people. The newly formed imperial guards and Beidang people would not listen to a civil official like him. They stood still and waited for Gu Yun's orders. Fang Qin choked for a moment. However, there was no time for him to lose face. He quickly recovered and went forward to curry favor. "Marshal Gu, I think there is something fishy about today's matter. Think about it. The imperial chamberlain should know that the emperor had withdrawn from the banquet. It is impossible for him to invite Yan Wang into the palace at this time. Even if he was invited, he would directly bring His Highness to see the emperor. It is impossible for him to come to the palace banquet. How about this? Let's first take these bandits to await trial and then report to the emperor. After that, we will send people to investigate carefully. Who knows if there is a barbarian spy among them? Why don't you send His Royal Highness Yan Wang to rest first and summon the imperial physician?" Gu Yun coldly interrupted his guilty chatter. "Don't worry about it." Fang Qin had never encountered such a hard nail since he was born. He forgot what to say for a moment. At this time, a guard dressed in the northern barracks rushed in and said, "Commander, we have surrounded the relay station and captured all the barbarian envoys." Fang Qin was shocked. Was Gu Yun going to start a war? "Quickly report to the emperor," Gu Yun ordered. "In addition, the imperial physician does not understand the barbarians' unscrupulous methods. Invite Xianxia to the palace." With Gu Yun in charge, even if the sky fell, they would be busy but not in chaos. Chen Qingshu and the Emperor Long and respectively received the notice at the fastest speed and rushed over. Li Feng hurriedly came over to take a look at Chongqing. Without waiting for Gu Yun's order, Fang Qin immediately stepped forward and explained the cause and effect of the incident in detail. The Emperor Longan was furious. He immediately detained all the palace servants and eunuchs. He had Chen Qingshu go in to see Yan Wang, leaving behind a medicine boy to identify them one by one. While he was interrogating them, Gu Yun was too lazy to watch them fight each other. He had been guarding Chongqing. His hands were stained with blood just now. Even the string of beads that the previous emperor gave him was soaked red. His face was even uglier than the injured one. "It's okay. This time, I bled myself." Chongqing looked at him and said, "I know what I'm doing." "What the hell do you know what you're doing?" Gu Yun lowered his voice and roared at him, "Do you have to come and see what the barbarians look like?" "I'm really." Chen Qingshu poured salt water for Chongqing without anyone's help and said in a low voice, "Marshal Gu, don't be impatient. Wu Ergu's body is different from ordinary people. A small injury can't do anything to him." "What exactly happened to Xianxia that made him bleed?" Chongqing closed his eyes slightly. His gaze was clearer than usual. If it wasn't for the blood on Gu Yun's hands that had not been cleaned, he would have thought that he was pretending. "I was tricked into coming to the palace." In order to prevent the walls from having ears, Chongqing gestured and said, "Even though the 18 tribes may not have good intentions, I think that no matter if they really want to negotiate or if they're just pretending to stall for time, it's not a good time for them to play tricks when our army is on high alert. I didn't expect that the barbarian envoy would dare to attack me so openly. Moreover, with Fang Qin's cautiousness, he probably won't want to be accused of colluding with the enemy so easily." Gu Yun said angrily, "Probably?" Chen Qingshu hurriedly avoided Gu Yun's anger and asked, "Can your highness elaborate?" Chongqing glanced at Gu Yun cautiously and briefly described the third prince's abnormality and the special smell he smelled. Chen Qingshu quickly stopped the bleeding for him while paying attention to his gestures. He slowly frowned. "The person who led me here may not be Fang Qin," Chongqing analyzed. "He won't be so stupid to be used by the barbarians. His enthusiasm just now is probably to distance himself from them. But the motive of the envoy from the 18 tribes is worth investigating." Gu Yun felt uncomfortable when he saw him. He simply turned his head to look out of the window, out of sight and out of mind. One of his hands inadvertently moved back and forth on the scabbard at his waist. The anger in his eyes didn't dissipate. Chongqing didn't say it, but he also guessed that the person who bribed the eunuch was most likely Wang Bao, who was jumping up and down just now. He had always regarded Wang Bao and the others as the shameless dogs of the former emperor. He was too lazy to lower himself to the same level as that dog. Now it seemed that someone really thought that he had a good temper. Chongqing stretched out a cold hand and pinched the back of his hand. He felt wronged and said, "Zishi, I feel very uncomfortable. Look at me." This time, it was Chen Qingshu who was out of sight. Gu Yun felt a little distressed and a little stuffy in his chest. He had no way to vent it. He wished that he could immediately put on a coat and take Calais Ingho's head off. He didn't say anything for a long time before he reluctantly suppressed his anger and said, "Maybe they wanted to assassinate the emperor at first. After they arrived in the capital, they found that the capital was stricter than they imagined, so they wanted to kill you. Otherwise, they came specifically for Wu Ergu. The barbarians must have a way to control Wu Ergu. When Wu Ergu acts up, he has infinite strength and can exceed his own limits. The guards in the palace are afraid to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If they use you as a shield, the guards may not be able to stop them. I can only think of one reason for this. This envoy group is trying to incite a war. If Calais Ingho wants to fight, he can just send his troops. There's no need to go through so much trouble to incite a war." Chongqing continued, "General Kai's news may not be completely groundless. There must be something wrong with the 18 tribes." "Let's not care about the 18 tribes first," Gu Yun interrupted him. "You also heard what Wang Bao said in the palace. He's like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. We don't know what he will do. You should think about how to deal with it first." Chongqing was silent for a while. His expression was a little gloomy. Intentionally or unintentionally, he rubbed the slightly protruding knuckles on the back of Gu Yun's hand back and forth. Then he sighed, "I can't deal with this. People can't prove their own origins." What's more, he had never acknowledged his own identity since he was young, even when he became the powerful Prince Yin. Chongqing felt that he could hold up the world, but he couldn't tell who his parents were. At this point, he had Gu Yun, so he didn't want to investigate the ins and outs of his origin. Unfortunately, he didn't want to investigate, but it didn't mean that others would let him go. Chen Qingsu helped him stop the bleeding and quickly bandaged Chonggung's wound. She also prescribed him some medicine to calm his nerves and heart. She didn't interrupt, nor did she show any emotion, but her heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable grief and indignation. Because of Wu Ergu, Chen Qingshu opposed giving the Linyuan wooden tablet to Yan Wang. Unfortunately, it was useless for her to oppose it alone. so, for a long time, she could only do her best to look after Chang'e. At the same time, she took in all his deeds. From the restoration of the capital to the present, Yan Wang rebuilt the damaged imperial court bit by bit. He ran around everywhere, even fell into a rebellion and almost died in it. He didn't hesitate to touch the interests that no one dared to touch. For this reason, he shouldered the spears and arrows of the entire imperial court alone. Could it be that these unparalleled achievements of 1,000 years could be written off with just a few vague words of origin? Even if he really wasn't the son of the former emperor, did it mean that the fire beacon ticket, the canal office, and even the hundreds of thousands of refugees living and working in peace and contentment in Jiangbei didn't exist? Xianxia had been in Jianghu for many years, so she wasn't naive. She knew the truth very well. But occasionally, there would be a moment when she would be shocked by the way of the world and the people's hearts. By the way, Miss Chen. Chang'e's voice pulled her attention back. Chen Qingxiu blinked. What? Chang'e, if the emperor asks, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to help me cover it up. Chen Qingxiu quickly calmed himself down and nodded. Guyun pinched the bridge of her nose and stood up. All right, you can discuss it. I was so angry with you just now that I can't stay here for long. I have to go and take a look. Chang'e replied with an "oh" and reluctantly let go of his hand. He looked at Guyun eagerly. Once he caught Guyun's gaze, he immediately seized the opportunity and generously offered a bright and fawning smile. Guyun did not buy it at first. She said expressionlessly, "What are you laughing at?" Chang'e's smile did not fade as he continued to cast it at him. If he had a tail, it would probably have been shaved bald. After a while, Guyun finally could not keep a straight face. She reached out and patted his forehead helplessly. She laughed and scolded, "Bastard." Only then did she leave behind the youthful Yan Wang and the emaciated Miss Chen. Bei Dang, who was temporarily transferred to the capital, caught all the barbarians and separated them into prison to await trial. In the middle of this, there was a stealthy eunuch who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the palace. He was caught by the patrolling imperial guards. Chen Qingxiu's medicine boy effortlessly pointed out that this eunuch was the one who gave a fake imperial edict to lure Yan Wang into the palace banquet. That eunuch was just a small errand boy. Before the trial began, he was already frightened to the point of collapse. He bluntly shouted, "His Majesty. His Majesty is wise. Everyone is wise." This servant did not give a fake imperial edict. This servant did pass on His Majesty's verbal edict in full detail. It was His Royal Highness Yan Wang himself who wanted to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Before he could finish speaking, Jian Chong waved his hand to summon Dr. Chen's medicine boy. Although the medicine boy was not old, he was already very characteristic of the Chen family. Seeing so many important people, he was not flustered at all. He also had the ability to remember everything. He repeated the conversation between the eunuch and Yan Wang without missing a word. How could a group of people not understand the logic? Before Li Feng could get angry, Fang Qin was already unable to restrain his anger. He took the lead and questioned the eunuch, "Who instructed you to say this?" That eunuch was also somewhat quick-witted. He immediately avoided the important and dwell on the trivial. He replied, "It was Imperial Uncle Wang." Imperial Uncle Wang often instructs us servants on how to serve His Majesty. Imperial Uncle Wang said, at this time, since His Majesty asked about His Majesty, it meant that he wanted to summon His Majesty into the palace. He told this servant to be clever and pass on the message too. Li Feng turned the thumb ring on his hand and sneered, "Zhen really doesn't know what he meant." Wang Bao knelt down with a pudong sound. When he couldn't find the old imperial physician, he knew that he had been thrown out by Fang Qin. Fang Qin was a person who looked kind on the outside but was ruthless on the inside. He didn't care about friendship or morality. He would turn hostile as soon as he said so. He should have known earlier that the one surnamed Fang and that Lu Cheng were so close that they could wear a pair of pants. Wasn't he also betraying and stabbing Lu Cheng when he said so? That eunuch cried out for injustice, but before he could say anything, he was pulled to the side. Fang Qin said, "His Majesty, official Wang is the imperial uncle of the current dynasty. This subject absolutely does not believe that he would collude with a foreign country. I ask that His Majesty investigate this matter thoroughly. You must prove the imperial uncle's innocence." Wang Bao, Wang Wuzhou's words of injustice were all blocked back by Fang Qin's words. He originally wanted to shout out his grievances and gamble that the emperor still had feelings for him, his uncle, or that the emperor didn't want to kill this old official and would be lenient and let him go. If this matter was taken seriously, it would be a crime of falsifying an imperial edict and deceiving the Emperor Longin. However, if the emperor didn't want to pursue this matter, then it could be said that Imperial Uncle Wang was old and muddle-headed. He misheard the imperial edict and talked too much, causing a misunderstanding. However, Fang Qin was too vicious. Once he spoke, Li Feng couldn't protect Wang Bao even if he wanted to. That would mean admitting that there was a problem with the imperial uncle. If Wang Bao was indeed innocent, then he would welcome a thorough investigation. The problem was that he wasn't innocent at all. Would the barbarians help him hide it? Would the etiquette ceremony, which didn't have time to transfer, help him hide it? Would the traitorous eunuchs help him hide it? Wang Bao immediately made up his mind. For now, he couldn't think of any other way except to make the water more and more muddy. This old subject deserves 10,000 deaths, Wang Bao said loudly. At that time, I was eager to see Yan Wang and did distort your majesty's meaning. Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't know when Yan Wang became a treasure. Usually, we see each other frequently in the court, and I don't see Imperial Uncle being so warm to him. Why did he ask for leave for 2 days? Is Imperial Uncle still lovesick? It's a long story, but there's an inside story. A few days ago, I visited Fang Daren's courtyard. I was drunk and lost my way in the garden. I accidentally saw a person. At that time, I only felt that he looked familiar. Later, I remembered that I had seen this person in my early years. At that time, even you were still young. He was the most popular imperial physician in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. He had a close relationship with the northern barbarian imperial noble consort. Later, he was implicated because of the disappearance of the northern barbarian imperial consort. Fang Qin sneered in his heart, but pretended to be confused and said, "What does Imperial Uncle Wang mean? Are you saying that this official's courtyard is harboring a criminal? Your Majesty, this is clearly nonsense." Li Feng looked at them coldly. Wang Bao turned a deaf ear and continued, "At that time, this subject was just surprised. After talking with him, I learned that the old imperial physician had asked Master Feng for help because his son was involved in a lawsuit." Fang Qin said, "Nonsense, how could I bend the law for personal gain?" Wang Bao sneered and said, Master Feng was naturally unmoved. However, the old imperial physician used the secret that barbarian Princess Xiao was pregnant when she left the palace as an exchange. Who knows? This subject knows that with Master Feng's quick-wittedness, the old imperial physician and his family must have been dealt with by now. Dead men tell no tales. However, Your Majesty, everyone here knows that Princess Xiao colluded with Calais Ingho to invade our border. Some generals even experienced it personally. I may not be able to tell the truth, but the group of barbarians must know. They will know whether this subject is telling the truth or not after a trial. This was almost directly saying that there was a problem with Yan Wang's bloodline. Li Feng slowly took a breath. Fang Qin said in his heart, "Is this old thing Wang Bao crazy? He would rather sacrifice himself to drag me into the water." He immediately said loudly, "The barbarians are crafty and crafty. They can't wait for Dalian to never have a day of peace. How could Your Majesty believe their nonsense? But you, imperial brother-in-law, actually had an affair with the barbarians in private." Wang Bao also threw caution to the wind. He kowtowed loudly one after another, echoing the firecrackers in the streets of the capital. Presumably, just the momentum alone would be enough to make that beast unable to return. This subject's loyalty can be shown by heaven and earth, but the royal bloodline cannot be mixed up, Wang Bao said loudly. This subject is suspicious and can't bear it for a moment. That's why I came up with this plan to let His Royal Highness Yan Wang enter the palace, in order to seize evidence from the barbarians that His Royal Highness Yan Wang is not the former emperor's biological son. Fang Qin interrupted him, "So, official Wang is still worried about the country. Your Majesty, could it be that His Royal Highness Yan Wang is a spy that the barbarians planted in the palace in order to mix up the royal bloodline? That Marquis of Stability, who was brought back from Yanhui town by the former emperor's order, is also a fake prince? Why don't you summon Marshal Gu and General Shen and ask them what kind of intentions I have towards these two generals? Fang Qin seemed to have calculated it. Before he finished speaking, an eunuch came in from outside to report that the Marquis of Stability had arrived. Li Feng's face was as calm as water. Send him in. Gu Yun happened to hear Fang Qin's words from outside the hall. When he came in, he didn't stand on ceremony. He knelt down and got straight to the point. Your Majesty, this subject was ordered by the former emperor to look for His Royal Highness Yan Wang. His appearance, physical characteristics, age, and keepsakes were all reported to the former emperor. It was only after he approved that we brought him back. He was also personally recognized by the former emperor. Furthermore, this subject remembers that Your Majesty told this subject that His Royal Highness Yan Wang didn't have a good life when he was young. He was abused by his foster mother. It seems that the barbarian girl didn't treat him sincerely. She just couldn't bear to part with her biological sister's bloodline. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. If His Royal Highness Yan Wang really came from her womb, which mother in the world would treat her own flesh and blood like that? Gu Yun could slap a person in the face as soon as he opened his mouth. Fang Qin's mouth twitched as he smiled. After Gu Yun finished speaking in one breath, he turned to Wang Bao and said, this subject has one more thing to ask official Wang. What benefits would it bring to me to confuse the royal bloodline? To put it bluntly, the Black Iron Battalion has been in the Northwest for so many years. If I really had anything to do with the barbarians, the Northwest Gate would have been broken down 100,000 times. On the other hand, Imperial brother-in-law, you've been worrying about others for a while. Have you been cleared of the suspicion of colluding with the barbarian girl to harm a loyal subject more than 20 years ago? Wang Bao was really afraid of Gu Yun. His fear was mixed with a guilty conscience. He had a cowardly temperament. He was completely driven to desperation and risked his life to hold on. At this time, when he saw Gu Yun, he couldn't even speak properly, let alone act arrogantly. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Gu Yun condescendingly said a few words to Wang Bao, as if he had exhausted all of his patience. He didn't look at him anymore and directly went forward and said, Your Majesty, Bei Man has gone too far. This subject has been in the capital for more than half a year. 2 fingers of rust have formed on my blade. There's really no need to hide my blade anymore. This subject requests to go to the northern border. On the way, Gu Yun repeatedly considered this matter. Bei Man's envoy was playing tricks at this time. In addition to the rumors that General Kai had inquired about, it was very likely that Calais Ingho's own family had rebelled. He had to immediately go to the northern border to verify this matter. If Bei Man's political situation changed, it would be a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The northern border didn't have anything else, but it was very rich in purple gold ore. If they could really use war to support war, perhaps it wouldn't be a drain, but a boost. However, Li Feng frowned. In his opinion, Gu Yun's request came too hastily. He was in a dilemma. On the one hand, half of the country had fallen. For the nobles, moving the capital and retreating in a panic and having a piece of land far away from the emperor occupied by barbarians were two different feelings. The latter didn't seem as urgent. After all, the bones of the deserted village that wept into the dust did not grow under their silks and satins. Now, the national treasury was slowly getting some real gold and silver. A large number of refugees had been settled down, and the days were a little more peaceful. Li Feng didn't really want to go to war at this time. On the other hand, although Li Feng's ambition had been worn down recently, his temper was still there. If he found out that the barbarians were really here to humiliate him, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. He didn't immediately answer Gu Yun. He only waved his hand and said, Imperial uncle, please get up first. We can't be rash about mobilizing troops. We'll discuss it after the trial. Men, remove Wang Bao's official robes and temporarily detain him to await trial. Let the Supreme Court handle it. Also, arrest that wicked servant. After he finished speaking, Li Feng didn't give Gu Yun a chance to speak. He immediately stood up and said, Zhen will go and see Min Yan Wang performed normally when dealing with Gu Yun. Chen Qingshu felt that this animal was fine. Just as she was about to leave, she happened to meet Li Feng coming in. She hurriedly bowed her head and saluted somewhat awkwardly. Li Feng had seen her when his leg was broken. He said politely, Divine Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work. How is Yan Wang? Xianxia casually made up a story. The barbarians used a special kind of voodoo that can confuse the mind. Perhaps they wanted to kidnap His Highness to cover their escape. Fortunately, His Highness reacted in time and cut himself to release the voodoo. He's fine now. Li Feng didn't understand much about other things. He just frowned slightly and said to Chongqing, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, what did you use to cut yourself? You're too ruthless to yourself. It sounded like he was concerned about Chongqing's injury, but he was actually asking him why he brought the knife. Chongqing pretended to be sickly and weak. He supported himself on the bed and slowly knelt down. I was at Miss Chen's place when I received Imperial Brother's verbal order. I like to fiddle with those medicinal herbs in private. At that time, I was helping her organize the medicinal herbs in her hands. The palace servants urged me urgently, so I took out her small silver knife. It was also an expedient measure at that time. As he spoke, he took a small knife that wasn't even as long as a finger from the tray next to him. It was simply a small toy used to cut medicinal herbs. It hadn't been sharpened and wasn't even as sharp as a table knife. It couldn't be considered a sharp weapon at all. It could be seen that Yan Wang was really ruthless to himself at that time. When he cut himself, the knife was already rolled up beyond recognition. Chen Qingshu sighed in his heart and slowly retreated. Only Li Feng and Chongqing were left in the room. Li Feng couldn't help looking at Chongqing carefully. His appearance was very good, but he didn't have the appearance of a rich man. He had a pair of deep eyes full of affection and infatuation, and a pair of thin lips that were heartless and fickle. He just bled, so his cheeks looked a little pale and slightly ill. Looking at it carefully, Yan Wang's eyebrows seemed to be a little bit like the wild concubine in the past. His straight nose was like the former emperor's. However, when mixed together, he didn't look like anyone else. He looked like an unlucky man who had no relatives or friends. Li Feng calmly moved his eyes away and said to Chongqing, there are some rumors outside. You don't have to take it to heart. Take care of your injury. That old thing Wang Bao has become more and more arrogant these years. I will definitely let him give you an explanation. When he said don't take it to heart, Chongqing knew that Li Feng actually took it to heart. Thus, he took the initiative to say, are you suspecting that I don't have the blood of the former emperor? Li Feng used Gu Yun's words and smiled as if nothing had happened. You are thinking too much. Back then, the former emperor personally recognized you. Who would dare to say anything? Chongqing thought about it and said, no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. In this case, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, would the emperor allow me to temporarily step down from the position of commander of the Grand Council? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and didn't answer immediately. Chongqing smiled bitterly and said, the new policy has just been implemented. Even if I stay, I may not be able to make much of a contribution. I will only be able to attract hatred. Brother, please understand. These words subtly poked Li Feng's heart. The weight in the emperor's hand was nothing more than the word balance. A while ago, the Lu and Yang parties rebelled. The imperial guards rebelled, forcing him to personally suppress the old aristocratic families of Daliang. At the same time, the new nobles borrowed the power of the big merchants and rushed to the front stage with lightning speed. They were growing stronger and stronger. Li Feng could tolerate the growth of the seedlings and was happy to see them compete with those arrogant aristocratic families. However, he didn't want the seedlings to grow into towering trees and break through the roof beams. This force was growing too quickly, even the emperor's uncle couldn't stay out of it. This time it was Wang Bao. Who would it be next time? Could it be that the emperor had to clean up all the princes in the court? When that time came, what would the world be called? The new policy had to kill a way out. Under the drastic changes, there would always be sacrifices. Li Feng glanced at Chongqing and said, that's good. You have been suffering a lot recently. You should rest and recuperate. In just one night, the situation changed. The imperial uncle, Wang Zhuang, who had enjoyed glory and favor for 2 dynasties, was imprisoned. There were many servants in the palace who were related to him. They were all dragged out and interrogated one by one. The people in the Jiucheng imperial palace were in a state of panic. They pulled out radishes and brought them out of the mud. A pile of useless information was found. The old case of the Black Iron Camp was also inevitably dug up. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The entire imperial court was busy trying to distance themselves from the Wang clan, afraid that they would be implicated in the matter. The barbarian envoys who maliciously caused trouble were secretly detained. Beidang took turns to patrol and were on alert. But the final result of this matter was beyond Fang Qin's expectations. Prince Yan, whom he regarded as a thorn in his side, actually resigned from his official position, and the emperor long and approved it. Fang Qin had lived to this age, but this was the first time he knew what it meant to be unpredictable. When he was scheming to deal with Prince Yan, he was fine, but he almost lost his life. This time, he was completely unintentional. He was anxious to distance himself from Wang Bao and did not hesitate to stand on the side of his political enemy. In the end, he got what he wanted by accident. No wonder the ancients said, "Gods and ghosts do not speak of the emperor's schemes." It snowed heavily that night. The plum blossoms in the mansion were covered with a layer of crystal-clear frost, which condensed all the colors in it. It was very beautiful. The returning carriage stopped at the entrance. The steam lamp on the open gate was illuminated by the snow, but it still faithfully shed a small piece of light. The iron puppet guarding the gate let out a long sigh and turned around with a creaking sound. The steam quietly drifted away and the gate opened wide. Gu Yun jumped off the carriage and waved at Huidan. She lifted the curtain and said, "Give me your hand." The wound that Chongqing made with his silver knife looked terrible, but it did not hurt the muscles or bones. Even if Qin Qingshu did not care about him, with Wu Er's physique, it would quickly form a scab and he would be fine. But in front of Gu Yun, he would look for trouble even if he had nothing to do. Chongqing pretended to grab onto Gu Yun's arm to get out of the car. Taking advantage of the situation, he threw himself onto Gu Yun's shoulder and refused to let go. His grip was so strong that Gu Yun could not shake it off. She did not know what kind of injury could make him improve so much. Gu Yun knew that he was pretending, and also knew that he was indeed wronged, so she didn't have the heart to scold him. She only reached out and gently slapped Chongqing's back, then pulled him in with her cloak and quickly entered the room. The two of them entered the house wrapped in the cold wind and woke up the bird hanging in the small cage by the window. The bird was in the midst of a sweet dream, and it shivered from the cold wind. It was quite angry when it woke up, so it opened its mouth and scolded, "Bastard, I'm freezing to death." Caw. Caw caw. Good luck. The moon was round and the flowers were beautiful. Money was rolling in. Everything will come true. Gu Yun, he and the divine bird looked at each other for a long time. Finally, the bird raised one of its wings in shame and covered its face, as if it knew that its serval image was disgraceful and that it was too ashamed to face anyone. Chongqing chuckled at the side. Great General Gu had to give in. Your face is red from the cold. Gu Yun touched Chongqing's chin. You got stabbed and lost your official position, yet you're so happy, en? Quickly change your clothes. Without an official position, one's body is light. Chongqing laughed meaningfully, then turned around to change into a set of dry clothes. Then, he sat by the window and grabbed the bird to stroke its feathers. The bird was trembling from his touch and was almost scared to death. Ai, Zishi, if I'm really Hu Ger's son, then who is my father? Gu Yun, don't let your imagination run wild. Chongqing smiled as if nothing had happened. That person is definitely not a barbarian. Otherwise, he would have left with her. However, he must have a close relationship with the barbarian woman. It's very likely that he was involved in planning the escape of the barbarian concubine. Then, he took over the barbarian's power in the capital and the Forbidden Palace. He only revealed himself when the capital was besieged. The person he was talking about was Master Liao Qi. It was the same as Xinyi's initial guess. He was shot to death by him back then. Gu Yun commented without much care, "You're talking about the Dongying people? The Dongying people can't grow as tall as you. However, if you really grow up to be as ugly as that jinxed old monk in the future, I won't want you anymore." Chongqing laughed silently. Gu Yun, I'll ask someone to boil some ginger soup. Don't catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Chongqing jumped up and stuffed the bird back into the cage. He pulled a large black cloth to cover the cage and said maliciously, "You don't have to drink that to expel the cold. Let me do it." At this time, the barbarian who had just been interrogated was escorted into the prison. The barbarian emissary who was pushed into the dark place turned his head and happened to look at Xianxia, who was on horseback. That gaze made Xianxia's heart tighten. The barbarian emissary gave him a strange smile and hummed a tune, the purest elf, even the wind wants to kiss her skirt. They had lived in the grassland for a long time and all of them had a loud and clear voice. The man's voice was slightly low and echoed in the wind and snow. There was a kind of tragic sadness of a wild wolf at the end of its road. The man's voice was still lingering. Xianxia frowned and listened for a moment. He heard a sense of change that came with the passage of time. Purple gold quietly burned in the golden boxes of the heavy armors patrolling near the prison. A purple halo could be seen from the outside. The steam floated in the world of ice and snow and dissipated in the blink of an eye. The grassland, the flying horses, the primitive swords, spears all faded and solidified in the heavy armors that were as dark and heavy as iron puppets. Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that an era was coming to an end in front of his eyes. However, he only sighed for a short while and quickly came back to his senses. If Gu Yun's speculation was right, then there was likely to be a disagreement among the 18 tribes. This opportunity must not be missed. The North was likely to start a war soon. Just as Xianxia circled around the prison and was about to leave, a white shadow suddenly flashed from not far away. It was so fast that he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. If it wasn't for Xingyi's keen intuition that had been honed on the battlefield for many years, he almost couldn't detect it. Xianxia made a gesture to a few ignorant guards nearby and took the lead to pick up his wind-cutting blade and enter the prison. The more he walked, the more frightened he became. There wasn't even a footprint on the ground. The empty prison was quiet. The 2 prison guards, one sitting and one standing, were motionless. When he took a closer look, he found that they had quietly fainted. Suddenly, a breeze came from behind Xingyi's head. He instinctively jumped forward, stretched out his hand and pulled out the wind-cutting blade from his back. He swung it back, but it hit nothing. With a ding sound, the wind-cutting blade hit something very light. Xianxia jumped forward without looking back. When he reached the corner, he jumped up and used the wall as leverage to flip over. He grabbed the corner of the sneaking person's clothes and pulled down. The veil on the person's face was pulled down unexpectedly. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. He didn't know how he landed on the ground. He stupidly opened his mouth and almost twisted his ankle. The next moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. It was the guards baying. Xianxia came back to his senses and quickly shook his head at Xianxia. He pushed her to the dark corner and then put away his wind-cutting blade as if nothing had happened. He turned around and walked out. The guard asked, "General Shen, what's wrong?" Xianxia said lightly, "Nothing. I was wrong. The barbarians' means are strange. Tell the brothers to be alert." The guards didn't suspect anything. They quickly organized into several teams and scattered to patrol other places. Xianxia stood calmly for a moment and took a few deep breaths. His heart was about to jump out. After a long while, he quietly wiped the cold sweat off his hand and turned to Xianxia's hiding place. "Miss Chen, why are you here?" Xianxia came to see the barbarian envoy. She didn't want to let go of any clues about Wu Ergu. Before she came, she had told Changping. Changping wanted her to ask the soldiers for help, but Xianxia thought about it and thought that she didn't want to break the prisoner. She just wanted to sneak into the prison at night. It shouldn't be a big problem. The less people knew about Wu Ergu, the better. She didn't expect to be caught by someone she knew. She immediately cupped her hands in embarrassment and said, "Thank you for your mercy, General. I came to the prison to confirm a few things with the barbarian envoy. General Shen, you can take a look at this." As she spoke, she took out a letter from Changping. It was stamped with Gu Yun's personal seal. Yan Wang used Gu Yun's power to open a back door for her. Xianxia didn't plan to leave at first. She was secretly glad that she had such a thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. She had always kept the letter close to her chest, and it was still warm. When Xianxia received it, his hands were trembling. He read it as if he was in a dream. Every single word was like a fleeting cloud, and even a speck of ink could enter his burning brain. Shenyi was in the narrow anteroom with Xianxia. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at others. Xianxia saw that he didn't speak for a long time, so she reminded him, Marquis Gu's personal seal is on the letter. Shenyi seemed to wake up from a dream. Oh, yes. Then you be careful. Oh. Please come in. Xianxia sighed in relief and walked into the prison. After taking a few steps, she realized that Shenyi didn't follow her. She said, if General is worried, you can come with me. Shenyi nodded, Sorry to disturb you. After he finished speaking, he just silently followed Xianxia 5 steps away. He didn't even breathe loudly. He was even quieter than a lifeless iron puppet. The prison was dark, so Xianxia couldn't see Shenyi's face that was as red as a monkey's, but she was surprised. Didn't they say that birds of a feather flock together? How could there be such a serious and old-fashioned person by the Marquis of Stability's side? The two of them didn't speak to each other as they walked all the way to the barbarian envoy's private room. Shenyi finally opened his mouth and said, this person's name is Chikuyu. He is Wolf King Jiaolai's confidant. He suddenly spoke like a zombie. Xianxia was startled. Her fingertips suddenly flashed with a silver light, and she almost took out her weapon. Shenyi obviously saw it. She shut her mouth in annoyance and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the enemy rescued General Shen, who was about to crawl into the prison through the cracks in the walls. Chikuyu, who was in the private room, heard his introduction and leisurely said, everyone says that I'm a traitor by Wolf King's side. This general has sharp eyes. Shenyi was much more eloquent when talking to him. Traitor? So the rumor of your tribe's second prince usurping the throne is true? Chikuyu shook his head. At this point, there was nothing to hide. He said frankly, the second prince is just a child. He hasn't reached the age where he has ambitions. However, there are 3 princes under the banner of the Wolf King of the 18 tribes. The crown prince has been locked up by them. The third prince, he is a fool who needs to be served by others. Only the second prince can be their puppet. Shenyi keenly caught the word them. As long as he wasn't thinking about Miss Chen, he could think quickly. He immediately realized that the northern barbarians were called the 18 Tribes Alliance. They were not a single entity. If they wanted to be the king of the Wolf King, in addition to making everyone eat and wear warm clothes, they also had to have sharp teeth that could bite off other people's necks. Shenyi narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, what's wrong? Wolf King can tolerate it? Chikuyu sneered, even a great hero will grow old one day. Otherwise, how can a wild dog stand out? Shenyi understood that Kalaingho was either injured or sick. He was afraid that he had lost control of the 18 tribes. He puts down the wind-cutting blade on his waist. The tip of the blade is separated by the sheath, and he can hold it in his hand. Chikuyu's pupils slightly shrink. The Black Iron Camp will always be a shadow over the heads of the 3rd generation of the 18 tribes. Shenyi spoke in his refined Hanlin accent, your esteemed tribe's Wolf King has an extreme temperament. He's been waging war all these years, so I'm sure his tribesmen haven't had many good days either. Now that our northwest is heavily guarded, the Wolf King's warriors may not have the heart or the strength to fight. Forgive me for being slow-witted, but why is your esteemed envoy trying to infiltrate the diplomatic mission and sabotage the peace talks? Aren't you implicating the third prince, an innocent child? Chikuyu looked at him calmly, General, you are right. I'm afraid that those people in the 18 Tribes Alliance also think the same. But this is not my king's wish. I have sworn to Tumri to be loyal to my king. Even if I have to bear the name of a traitor, I will fulfill my king's wish. Shenyi said, please enlighten me. A beast should act like a beast. If the 18 tribes fall into the hands of those who wag their tails and beg for mercy in the future, they will be trained by Dalian to be dogs that dig for purple gold. It's better to let them be destroyed and die on the road of fighting. Chikuyu looked at Shenyi and said, General of the Black Crows, let me ask you. Do you want to live miserably or die in the fire? Chikuyu spoke like a bastard. Xianxia thought that Shenyi would not care about him. Unexpectedly, Shenyi actually replied in a methodical manner, I myself prefer to die in the fire. But I also know the principle of even ants drag out a life. As a military officer, it's natural to protect those who prefer to live. I don't think that the peaceful life of a fisherman, a woodcutter, a farmer, and a scholar is sad. If my people really live miserably, it's also the fault of those who hold sharp weapons. After Shini finished speaking, he felt that he had roughly gotten some information. He took a step back and politely made a pleased gesture to Chen Qingxiu. Yan Wang asked this girl to ask you something. Let's talk less. When Qi Kuyu heard the two words Yan Wang, his expression changed. It seemed to be a little strange and also seemed to be a little emotional. Before Chen Qingxiu spoke, he took the lead and said, "Are you here for Wu Ergu?" When Chen Qingxiu came, Chang Gung asked her to bring Qi Kuyu a sentence, "Hand over the secret of the barbarian tribe's witchcraft poison and I'll give you what you want." Chen Qingxiu did not understand what this sentence meant before. But now, after listening to the conversation between Qi Kuyu and General Shen, which was like a chicken talking to a duck, she finally understood a little bit. So she said this sentence. After listening to this, Qi Kuyu's face showed a rare thoughtful look. Then he replied with a very serious attitude, "About Wu Ergu, I only know how to activate and control it. As for how to refine it, only the leader and the goddess know. It's a secret. Forgive me for not being able to promise." Chen Qingxiu, what about the solution? Qi Ku was stunned when he heard this. What did you say? The solution? He sighed, curled his lips and said, "Woman of the Central Plains, Wu Ergu is not the lousy poison you Central Plains people use. You can't die in one bite, but you can live after swallowing the antidote. The refined Wu Ergu is Wu Ergu. He has been reborn and is no longer a human. If you want to beat him back to his original form, it's like trying to put a puppy back into its mother's stomach and make it give birth to a rabbit again. It's impossible." Chen Qingxi was not so easily fooled. The so-called reborn can fool laymen, but if you are really sincere, you'd better not fool me with this nonsense. Qi Kuyu's eyes turned slightly, and he smiled slyly. "Unfortunately, I'm in layman. The last goddess, Hu Ge-er, has been dead for almost 10 years. When the 18 tribes declined, the goddess left the forbidden technique to my king. The Wu Ergu was personally refined by him. Although the Wu Ergu is not complete due to the host's aptitude, if you want to know the secret of Wu Ergu, you can go to him. As long as your black crows can kill all the wild dogs that are imprisoning the Wolf King." This barbarian envoy was full of tricks, and his intention to stir up trouble was obvious. But at least he confirmed one thing: if the third prince was really Wu Ergu, then Calais Ingho really had the complete forbidden technique of the goddess. This was a direction. Chen Qingxu did not waste any more time. He turned around and left. The next day, he left a letter and left the capital. Shini was about to go crazy. He wished he could immediately grow wings and fly to the front line in the north. Every day, he went to harass Guyun. Guyun could not stand it anymore and went to the palace 3 times in 2 days. Finally, on the 3rd day of the new year, Li Feng relented and ordered Guyun to secretly go to the front line in the north. He was to act cautiously and investigate the movements of the 18 tribes. He was not to act rashly. It was inconvenient for Yan Wang to accompany him to the front line, so he sent him all the way to Beidang. He felt a trace of unexplained anxiety in his heart. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the palace. He whispered to the coachman, "Go to the south-facing tower." On the first night after Guyun left the capital, he had just placed the glass mirror on the frame when the clip suddenly broke inexplicably. It rolled down the bridge of his nose and happened to hit the shoulder armor of his Xian Tai, breaking it. The general was about to go to war, so it was an ominous sign for his personal belongings to be damaged. The bodyguard was shocked, afraid that Guyun would be afraid. Guyun rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Tisk, did I learn the golden bell shield and iron skin technique by myself?" The bodyguard cleverly shouted, "This is fragmented piece. Marshal, wait for me to bring you another one." The bodyguard took care of his daily life, so he knew that there must be a spare glass mirror in his luggage. However, in the process of rummaging, he accidentally saw a large envelope in Guyun's pile of clothes. It was sealed with wax and had the words, "To Marshal Gu" written on it. The Marquis of Anning was busy every day, so he definitely did not have the hobby of writing letters to himself. This thing was mixed in his clothes, so no matter how one looked at it, there was a hint of skin-to-skin contact. Naturally, there was an ambiguous intimacy. Who would pack Gu Yun's clothes for him, other than the old white-bearded servants in the Marquis's residence? There was probably only his confidant left. The wax on the envelope was not removed, so Gu Yun probably did not notice it himself. The little bodyguard was quick-witted. He eagerly brought the spare mirror and envelope to Gu Yun and said sneakily, "Marshal, there is an important letter in your clothes. Quickly take a look. Don't forget to delay things." Gu Yun, who had put on his glasses, looked at the familiar handwriting on the envelope with a subtle expression. When he looked up, he met the little bodyguard's wretched winks. He laughed and scolded, "What are you looking at? Quickly get lost." The bodyguard laughed and no longer stuck his head out to look. He made a face and ran away. The envelope was quite heavy in his hand. It was like a thick book when he pinched it. If it was a love letter, it probably started when His Royal Highness Yan Wang was still wearing open-crotch pants. Gu Yun opened the envelope and thought whimsically, house deed? Land deed? Fire beacon ticket? Silver? Or is it the secret of immortality? However, when he opened the contents, he was almost shocked by what was inside. It was a thick stack of blueprints. They were all soft and tough sea-patterned paper. The sea-patterned paper was impervious to water and fire, but some parts of the paper were yellowed and rolled. It could be seen that it had been drawn for some time. What was at the top was a huge map of Daliang. After it was unfolded, it could cover the entire floor of the house. The 3 rivers and 5 lakes, the barbarian Jing and Ouyue. Everything was written on the paper. There were also layers of densely packed small characters on the map, where he wanted to open a mountain, where he wanted to set up factories, where he wanted to have green mountains and clear waters, where he wanted to have abundant fish and rice, where he wanted to expand and face the 4 seas, where he wanted to have a sea serpent that could really fly for thousands of miles, where he wanted to open a special passage for purple gold, where he wanted to build an official road, where he wanted to use giant kites and improved eagles to connect with each other, and where he wanted to draw arteries on the paper to cover the entire territory. That was the Western steam car track that Chongqing had mentioned to him. It was like a long winding dragon that could travel thousands of miles in a day. Attached to the map was another blueprint of the steam car track design. It was accompanied by professional annotations from Duke Feng Han and the calculations of transportation capacity and money and grain that Fortune God Du had written beside it. In addition, in this thick stack of sea-patterned paper, there was a description of the future official system of Daliang. The Grand Council and Canal Office had been implemented, but there were also many positions that Gu Yun had never heard of before. The hierarchy was clear and the efficiency was surprisingly high. And so on and so forth. If Gu Yun saw these things 5 years ago, he might have thought that it was the whimsical imagination of some folklore master. But now, although many things had not been completed, they were already on the verge of being completed. Whether it was successful or not was no longer a myth. And under these fantasy-like blueprints, there was also a painting. The brush strokes were not exquisite. It could be seen that the painter was not proficient in this field, but the artistic conception was straightforward. With just a few strokes, he drew a child playing firecrackers by the roadside. Behind him, there was a fruit tree with an unknown growth. Large patches of bright color were on the branches. It was unknown whether the painting was a flower or a fruit. In the distance, the mountains and rivers were layered on the edge of the painting, making it seem festive and peaceful. There was no signature or poem on the painting. There was only a title that seemed to be labeled, River Clear Xian. The infinite mountains and rivers were like brocade, all in the brush and ink. Gu Yun's heart warmed. He subconsciously reached out his hand and pressed it. Only then did he realize that he had subconsciously held his breath. He could not help but hold his forehead and laugh silently. The spoiled little Chongqing was pitiful and cute, but Yan Wang, who was in charge of the country, made him emotionally moved. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yun and Shani arrived at the front line of the northern frontier. At the same time, they secretly transferred a portion of the 3 Xian Tai troops to the rear of the Northern Frontier City Defense Army. The original commander of the Northern Frontier City Defense Army had died in battle when the barbarians invaded. The Northern Frontier City Defense Army could not be without a veteran general, so General Kai had been temporarily taking over. Kai Bin was really old. He was getting older year by year. The last time Gu Yun joined forces with him to suppress the bandits, she felt that his waist was not as bent as it was now, and his hands were not as trembling as they were now. In fact, when she thought about it, how many years of indomitable days could a man have in his life? How much hot-bloodedness could he have that would not be cold at all? When he was in his 20s or 30s, he could move unhindered on the battlefield and accumulate scholarly achievements. When he was old and tired, even if his spirit was made of steel and iron, he could only start to work hard. Wasn't it as difficult as a beautiful woman to last long? The northern frontier battlefield had always been in a stalemate, but it was not like the Yangtze River that was separated by the Jiangbei front line. Although the barbarians did not dare to make any big moves, there was still a lot of daily friction. There would be a medium-sized or small-scale battle between the Central Plains people and the barbarians every 3 to 5 days. The entire army had to be on alert and patrolling day and night, not daring to relax. Fortunately, Kai Bin's youngest pair of twins were almost 20 years old. Most of his children were already adults. The Kai family army was already in shape and could more or less share his burden. In any case, the old general did not die of exhaustion here. Now, along the way, the villages and towns near the northern frontier were mostly empty. It was not a very rich place to begin with, and there were continuous wars and bandits running rampant. If they were unwilling to give up their territory, they could only give up their lives. It has only calmed down a little after the barbarian envoys entered the capital for peace talks. Kai Bin coughed twice and said, "The scouts reported that the barbarians are preparing to collect the purple gold for the annual tribute according to the terms of the peace talks. It should be in the next 2 days. If that's the case, I'm afraid the peace talks this time are not insincere." Did the marshal come for their annual tribute of purple gold? The news of the barbarian envoys being detained in the capital was still sealed. Gu Yun and the others were too fast. Even if there was a leak, it had not reached the front line yet. Kai Bin still did not know that there was a change in the peace talks. Gu Yun and Shani looked at each other. He was in charge of the entire territory, so he knew what was going on. However, to be on the safe side, he still asked about the situation of the 18 tribes in detail. "That's right," Kai Bin said, "the wind in the north was very serious this year. Many cattle and sheep died. There was not enough meat, and the things planted in the fields were definitely not enough to eat, let alone support the war. After the marshal took over the western region, he basically cut off the barbarians' supply lines. However, I heard that the Westerners in Jiangnan were not having a good time either. Even if the supply lines were not cut off, I'm afraid that we might not have the ability to control them." Shani said, "I heard from another source that the second prince of Tianlang did not usurp the throne out of his own intention. There was a problem with the alliance of the 18 tribes." Kai Bin thought for a while and nodded. General Shen's words are reasonable. In fact, at the beginning of winter this year, there were some barbarians who secretly dug up the purple gold to exchange for food. From the looks of it, it might not have been done by a single commoner. At that time, I felt that the 18 tribes might be disbanded. Sure enough, not long after, there was news of the second prince imprisoning my father and brother." Shani looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun nodded slightly at him. Kai Bin sensed that something was wrong and asked doubtfully, "Marshal, what's wrong?" Shani then briefly explained the cause and effect of the barbarian envoys being detained in the capital. Kai Bin was shocked. After a moment, he shook his head with a dignified expression. "Marshal, General Shen, even if the 18 tribes had internal discord, Kalei Ingho could have led the outsiders to settle the internal conflict. Or he could have simply gone crazy and wanted to destroy everything. Why did he have to go through so much trouble to send people to infiltrate the capital? Even if he came to our Beijiang encampment and set it on fire, the effect would be more direct. Could it be that he only has one bodyguard under his command and no one else?" Shani shook his head. "Although that would be convenient, the person in charge of the serious tribe is likely to push 1 or 2 scapegoats and leave this matter unsettled. The 18 tribes had been unified under the Wolf King's banner for hundreds of years. The Wolf King's family had a high prestige in the hearts of the tribesmen. They were a bit like the royal family of the Central Plains. Those who had disloyal thoughts might not dare to openly touch Calais. Therefore, they tried every possible means to push the second prince to be their puppet. However, if things really went according to the plan of the barbarian envoy Chi Kuyu, Wu Ergu would be triggered in the main hall and Yan Wang would be controlled. Daliang would have to go straight to the hinterland of the 18 tribes and ask the Wolf King to hand over the antidote. Calais wanted to force the traitor into a situation where he could either fight against Daliang or shed all pretense of cordiality and hand over the Wolf King to bear the infamy. Kaiban frowned. Calais Ingho is a mad dog, but not to that extent. He will endure if he can. If he wants to start a war now, what does he rely on? The people who starved to death in the 18 tribes? Sheni was stumped by his question. Gu Yun walked to the edge of the sand table and stood for a while with his hands behind his back. He does have something to rely on, if the Westerners in Jiangnan want us to shift our strategic focus to the north. Sheni and Kaiban were both taken aback. Gu Yun stretched out his hand and swept across the sand table. The supply line has been blocked, and the ammunition and food have been exhausted. If we drag this on, we will die. If we don't surrender, we will have to fight with our backs to the river. Unless the North and the South unite and not give Daliang a chance to breathe, we will be caught off guard and go deep into the hinterland. If we are caught off guard, we will be able to force a connection again. If I am Calais Ingho, I may also take the risk, provided that the Westerners are willing to cooperate. Kaiban, Marshal, you mean, Shani suddenly realized, the Westerners occupy the fertile land in the southern half of our country. They have been using war to support war, plundering the people's wealth, and capturing a large number of laborers to open mines and transport them back to the country in exchange for domestic support. They also have the idea of recuperating. Recently, General Zhong has been constantly adjusting the deployment of the navy, and the Lingshu Temple has sent a new batch of sea serpents to the Jianbei front line, which has made the Westerners uneasy. Therefore, the Pope tricked Calais into making a desperate move and using the 18 tribes as a shield. Once our strategic focus shifts to the north, we will have no time to pay attention to the south. When the Pope sends a peace signal, the imperial court will have no choice but to accept it. Maybe the south of the Yangtze River will rightfully fall into their hands. Kaiban was stunned. Marshal, what should we do? Gu Yun laughed. Wait, the Westerners are not the only ones who will divert trouble. 3 days later, the secretly assembled Black Iron Battalion brazenly appeared at the Beijiang front line. The atmosphere at the front line, which was originally ambiguous in the peace talks, suddenly became tense. The 18 tribes had a bone-deep fear of the Black Iron Battalion. On the same day, they could not sit still and rushed over to ask questions. Gu Yun directly ordered people to tie up the envoy, and with great fanfare, spread the news of the barbarian envoy Chi Kuyu's rebellion. At the same time, the Xiantai Tiger Tally ordered the Jianbei garrison to seal off the waters, stop daily patrols, and withdraw most of the people in the southern part of the Lingshu Temple. In the south, they created the illusion of peace talks between the two sides. The barbarians had their own informants in the south, and within a few days, news from the two sides of the river arrived. The 18 tribes were in an uproar. General Kai's informant in Beiman reported that there were 2 internal conflicts in the alliance of the 18 tribes in one day. Calais Ingho's tent was completely surrounded, and no one was allowed to go near it. The next day, the barbarians sent 2 heads and a portion of purple gold to the Beijiang front line in a panic. Gu Yun received the items and threw them out. At the same time, he ordered the Black Iron Battalion to advance by 10 miles. It was obvious that he was not willing to give up. The enemy's internal strife was on the verge of erupting. Shani was anxious, and directly rushed into Gu Yun's tent. What about Miss Chen? Gu Yun was talking to Yi Ronghui and Kai Bin. When he heard the question, he calmly raised his head and asked, which Miss Chen? Marshal Gu naturally had to share this kind of gossip. Yi Ronghui and Kai Bin were clearly aware of it. Yi Ronghui chuckled, and old General Kai shook his head helplessly. Shani did not care so much, and said bluntly, don't pretend. I'm afraid Miss Chen has already arrived at the 18 tribes. They are so chaotic over there. Before he finished speaking, he saw a person wearing a bamboo hat walk in from outside. Shani, Chen Qingshu lifted her veil and asked curiously, General Shen, are you talking about me? Linyuan Pavilion had its own wooden bird communication system. Chen Qingshu received the news on the way and directly rushed to the Beijiang garrison. All the generals roared with laughter. Yi Ronghui's face was red, and he went forward to hug Xin Yi's shoulder, ready to tease him. Right at this moment, a Xian eagle suddenly landed outside. For some reason, it lost its balance when it landed and fell to the ground with a plop. Dust flew high into the air and almost overturned half of the commander's tent. If it weren't for the protective armor and the eagle armor cushioning the fall, it was likely that it would have been seriously injured. Black Eagle soldiers were all well trained, and such accidents rarely happened. The generals were quiet for a moment, and then burst into laughter again. They all asked which scout team this recruit was from. This time, He Ronghui's face was red and purple. He let go of Shini embarrassedly and was about to scold him. Before he could speak, the Black Eagle who fell to the ground raised his head with a dusty face. He Ronghui was stunned on the spot. This person was a veteran of the 3rd Scout Team and had registered with him before. General. The Black Eagle scout ignored the other's teasing. He took out an urgent letter from his chest and quickly said, "An urgent letter from the Grand Council." There were 3 types of urgent letters sent by the Grand Council to the various garrisons. There was a ribbon at the end of the letter tube. Yellow was the monarch's order, green was a copy of the imperial court when something big happened, black was military affairs, and red was urgent military affairs. For example, when foreign enemies invaded, Guyun issued the fire beacon orders to various garrisons. The Black Eagle held a red letter tube in his hand, which made people's scalps tingle. Guyun suddenly stood up, and his heart suddenly felt empty. It was as if his originally steady heartbeat had suddenly hit a threshold, and then it began to rise and fall randomly. He felt his mouth dry for no reason, and He Ronghui did not dare to be negligent. He quickly took the red letter tube and presented it with both hands. It was unknown how many words were written on the red letter tube, but Guyun looked at it for a full 30 minutes. Everyone stretched their necks, and for a moment, they all had the thought that the capital was trapped again. Only then did they see him slowly put down the letter. He Ronghui was impatient and hurriedly asked, "General, isn't this red letter urgent? What's the matter?" On the 2nd day of the 9th year of the Longan, on the day the dragon raised its head, Jianbei Dang sent an urgent message to the Grand Council. General Zhong Chan was patrolling the camp when he suddenly fell off his horse and fell unconscious. All the military doctors in Jianbei Dang gathered in his tent. He was probably not well. After the Grand Council confirmed the situation, they immediately decided to release the red label urgent message to Guyun. Before the message was sent, the 2nd urgent message from Jianbei Dang arrived. General Zhong Chan was gone. He died at the front line, but he did not die on the battlefield. Instead, he died without any pain or illness like thousands of ordinary old people in the world. This kind of death made people feel empty because there was no enemy to hate, no hatred to vent, and it was not a long time in the hospital bed. All of a sudden, a person disappeared. It felt very surreal. Guyun held the red label urgent message and looked at it for the time it took to burn an incense stick. He slowly exhaled from his chaotic heart. Only then did he come back to his senses. It was not a dream. There was a moment of silence in the commander's tent. Then, someone started to say, "My condolences." Shini whispered, "Commander, the old general is 76 years old. He's already 70 years old. It's a happy funeral. Don't take it to heart." "I know." Guyun sat silently for a while and waved his hand. "I know, it's okay. But the situation in Jiangbei is delicate. The commander has an accident at this time, and Xianxia has just taken over the governor of Lianjiang. It's difficult to take care of both. I'm afraid there will be changes." However, he said, "Let me think," but his heart was blank for a moment. It was as if all his thoughts were cut off and he could not find a clue. Shini glanced at his indifferent expression and said in a low voice, "Grand Marshal, the Jiangbei Navy was brought together by old General Zhong and Sir Yao. I'm afraid others won't be able to suppress the navy." After he started, Guyun finally reacted and calmly continued, "Yao Zhongze and Elder Zhong's deputy generals can still handle it for the time being. However, I'm afraid that Lord Yao's temporary appointment as the governor of Lianjiang has reached the end. Yang Ronggui's accident happened less than half a year ago. It's not easy for him to stabilize." It was inconvenient for Guyun to say the rest in front of the generals. The situation in Jiangbei had finally stabilized. The refugees, merchants, and local officials had just returned to their places. Many factories had just been built, and people had not yet warmed up their houses. Yan Wang had just resigned not long ago. Who would take over the Jiangbei Canal? Was there going to be another bloody battle for power, or were all their previous efforts going down the drain? Some people were born at the wrong time, and some people died at the wrong time. General Cheng died at the wrong time. Gu Yun paused. I have to go over and take a look. This side, Kai Pa hurriedly said, General He and General Shen are both here. Marshal, don't worry. There won't be any trouble in Beijiang. Gu Yun nodded and ordered the soldiers to tidy up. He quickly spread out a pen and paper and wrote a memorial to the imperial court. First, he had to send someone to deliver the letter and hand over the military affairs. After a while, Gu Yun was still talking to Shen Yi until the lights were lit. Kalei Yingho is an ambitious and ruthless person most of the time, but a small part of the time, he is a mad dog. Do you know what the consequences will be if the 18 tribes are in internal strife this time? Shen Yi nodded. The barbarians will decline from then on. Since Pangu created the world until now, many bloodlines of clans had been annihilated in the vast time. Whether it was natural disasters, wars, or long intermarriages, the bloodlines were assimilated. Some were like Mount Tai collapsing, some were like sand blown by the wind, the world turned upside down, and then there was a subtle influence. Shen Yi finally understood how he felt when he heard Chi Kuyu's song in the prison that day. The barbarians were going to the end of their road. Although they were struggling at death's door, it was as if they were being pushed by an invisible hand. Today, it was the barbarians. If the capital city was destroyed back then, perhaps Daliang would be the one going to the end of their road. It's good that you know, Gu Yun said. Kalei Yingho and Hugur are lunatics who can make their own children into Wuer's bone. No one knows what they will do at the last moment. You must not let your guard down. Elder Kai is old, and He Ronghui is too hot-tempered. Ji Ping, we may have to rely on you here. Gu Yun was also talkative when he was free, but he was not a long-winded person when it came to serious matters. He felt that this level of advice was a bit talkative. But he had no choice. He was too worried. Shen Yi said, leave it to me. If something happens in the northern borderline, I will bring my head to you. Why would I want your head? Gu Yun shook his head and laughed. I never eat pig's head meat. Shen Yi was speechless. Gu Yun ran to a safe distance before he lost his temper. He casually pulled out a wind-cutting blade and strapped it across his back. I'm leaving. Wait, Zishi. Shen Yi suddenly stopped him. Take Miss Chen with you. After the news of General Cheng's death came, Gu Yun handed over the military affairs in an orderly manner. He even instructed his subordinates one by one. He even made a few jokes as if nothing had happened. In the eyes of outsiders, his reaction was so calm that it was almost cold. However, Shen Yi was secretly worried. When he got the clues about the Black Iron Battalion incident from Kalei Yingho, he also acted as if nothing had happened at first. Why would I take her with me? Gu Yun said without turning his head. Do you really think the Chen family sells elixirs? Do you think they can bring back a buried person? Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared as if he had been reincarnated. At the same time, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Although Daliang had tried its best to keep it a secret, when the two armies were facing each other, it was impossible to completely hide the fact that something had happened to the enemy's commander-in-chief. When Gu Yun received the news and rushed to the Jiangbei camp overnight, the Western Army in Jiangnan was also brightly lit and sleepless. Mr. Ye took the medicine from the servant's hand and ordered, I'll bring it to His Majesty. Go and tell them not to disturb him. The waiter bowed respectfully in greeting and ran away quickly. Before he got close to the door, Mr. Ye first heard the quarrel inside. No, you're too greedy. The Pope's hoarse voice, mixed with a few coughs, was heard. I don't recommend this. You can't swallow something bigger than your appetite. With this kind of greed, sooner or later something will happen. Another person replied with a voice as slippery as a reptile's, with all due respect, Your Majesty, this is not greed, but the benefits that are within reach. If I dream of eating a star in one bite, then I'm greedy. But on the contrary, I only want one more cookie, and it happens to be right next to my hand. Mr. Ye frowned and knocked on the door rudely. Excuse me, Your Majesty's medicine is here. The man who confronted the Pope suddenly shut his mouth, reached out to touch his beard, and shrugged rudely. The emissary sent by the Holy Land had been in Daliang for more than half a year for various reasons and had no intention of leaving. Everyone knew that the emissary was sent by the king of the Holy Land and the nobles to take care of the accounts. The king of the Holy Land could not wait to collect the land and the royal power, and could not wait to see the Pope fall from power. In the beginning, the emissary was very malicious and tried every means possible to prove that this war was a complete mistake. However, gradually, as more and more wealth and minerals were brought back to the country, all kinds of discordant voices in the country quieted down. The greed of the Holy Land was completely ignited by the richness of the mysterious Eastern land. The nobles, who originally wanted to see the Pope come back with his tail between his legs, began to change their attitude. They were more active than anyone before in promoting the interests of the Western army in Daliang. They wished they could open their small mouths and swallow this giant in one bite, this time, using the north to shift the strategic focus of Daliang, and then taking advantage of the situation when the people of the Central Plains had no time to care about other things, was facilitated by the emissary. The Pope was originally strongly opposed because between the two battlefields in the north and the south was the vast northern region of the Central Plains. Since the transport and communication lines in the west were cut off, the efficiency of communication between the two sides was very low. When the Pope united the ambitious people from all sides to besiege Daliang, he took advantage of the time difference between the information cut off and knew that military strategy was fleeting. Moreover, in his opinion, Calais Ingho in the north had an extreme and crazy side to him. He was not calm enough and was not suitable for long-term cooperation. Unfortunately, although the Pope had the command of this army, the ownership ultimately belonged to the king of the Holy Land and the nobles. The resources could be plundered locally, but the violet gold could not. There was not even a drop of it in Jiangnan, and he had to rely on domestic transportation. Unknowingly, he lost a lot of bargaining chips. Now, as expected, Gu Yun had beaten him at his own game and caused internal strife among the barbarians. Unknowingly, he had even aggravated the destruction of the barbarians. Of course, the Pope did not want to cooperate with Calais Ingho, but he also did not want the Black Iron Battalion in the northwest to go south. Once Daliang obtained a large amount of violet gold from the 18 tribes, the Jiangnan battlefield would fall into a very passive situation. And at this time of dilemma, they received news that the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei Dang had died, and the emissary had caused trouble again. Mr. Ye put the medicine on the table and said respectfully, "If you have noticed, although the people of the Central Plains have been increasing their troops to Jiangbei, they may not really want to fight. They also want to take the opportunity to take a breather. In this case, the peace talks between the two sides can be manipulated. Why do we have to take the risk and risk the lives of our warriors?" The emissary sneered and turned to the Pope. "Your Majesty, your right-hand man is very talented, but in my opinion, he is still too young." Both sides sit down at the negotiating table to sign a contract. It looks like they are going through their own signing procedures, but the content is completely different. The difference in treatment between the superior side and the inferior side is as big as the difference between the Holy Land and the Central Plains. Do I have to emphasize this common sense again and again? The commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei Navy is dead. Isn't this an opportunity given to us by God? If we really miss it because of our own cowardice, I have a feeling that we will regret it in the future. Mr. Ye's expression did not change. You are right. The commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei Navy is dead, but Gu Yun is not. He will definitely come. The emissary looked at him gloomily. Then we can attack them when they are handing over their military power and turn him into a dead man. Your Majesty, didn't you say that Gu Yun used us to make the serious tribe in the north believe that the alliance is broken? Why don't we prove it to them with our actions? How do you know that our old allies won't surprise us? This is ridiculous, Mr. Ye thought. But he could not refute it, so he was stunned for a moment. The Pope swallowed the potion as if he had taken poison. Trembling, he picked up a piece of silk cloth and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then he sighed. Emissary, a war of this scale cannot be fundamentally changed by the death of one or two people. In the past year or so, the Jiangbei Navy has established a relatively complete system. Have you ever thought about what would happen if our attack did not achieve the desired effect? The emissary's smile turned cold. You are right. In a war of this scale, one or two people are insignificant. If that is the case, why are you still so afraid of Gu Yun? Then, without waiting for anyone to refute, the emissary suddenly stood up. I admit that what you said is possible. But even if the worst happens, at least we have shown a tough attitude. It is a stimulus to the northern battlefield, and we can still fight for more benefits. Your Majesty, I have to say that you are too cautious. We have an absolute advantage in the battle along the river. Even if the Central Plains Navy has been established, what can they do? 1 year? 2 years? They are still drinking milk. If I were you, I would not let the two rivers remain silent for such a long time. I would not let the Central Plains Jiangbei Navy be established in time. The corners of Mr. Ye's eyes twitched. For the first time in his life, he had a direct understanding of arrogance and greed. The Pope stood up and said seriously, Mr. Emissary, what you said is very irresponsible. The emissary put his hands together and raised his chin. Your Majesty, the purple gold deployment order of our army is in my hands. The Holy Land has given me the mission to carry out your orders at the most critical moment. Mr. Ye stepped forward angrily and put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. You. The emissary's malicious eyes fell on him. The Pope grabbed Mr. Ye's sleeve. The three of them were in a deadlock for a moment. The emissary's eyes turned slightly, and he put on a smile. He said hypocritically, I have never doubted your Majesty's wisdom. Please consider my suggestion carefully. Goodbye. After that, he picked up the top hat beside him, put it on his head arrogantly, and turned to leave. Mr. Ye said, Your Majesty, why did you stop me? If we kill him, the troops that belong to the king and the nobles will mutiny immediately. The Pope glared at him. Do you really think that the soldiers under your command are as loyal to their commander as the Black Iron Battalion? Mr. Ye was stunned. Then what should we do? Compromise? The Pope was silent for a moment. Then we can only pray for God's blessing. Pray that the Jiangbei Navy was really like what the emissary said, still in its infancy. Pray that Calais Ingho on the battlefield in the north was crazy enough to keep the Daliang people in check. Pray that they might be able to get a good result in the dangerous situation. While the Western army in Jiangnan was scheming against each other and brewing a new conspiracy, Gu Yun rushed to Jiangbei. The moment he landed, he ordered people to reinforce the defense line. The watchtowers were on duty every 4 hours. Everyone was on alert. Then, he calmed the mood of the army, reorganized the troops, and let the generals return to their positions. After all, the Lord Yao was a civil official. Although he could control the situation, he did not have the authority of Gu Yun, who could execute orders without fail. He did not have the efficiency of hitting wherever he wanted. He was busy from noon until evening. Only then did Gu Yun have the time to drink a mouthful of water. His throat was about to smoke, and he could almost taste a bit of blood. He did not care about whether it was tea or water. He picked up a bowl of cold water and drank it down. This year, spring in Jiangbei was especially late. It had just rained a few days ago, and a bone-piercing chill lingered everywhere. This bowl of cold water made Gu Yun feel cold from the inside out. He shivered fiercely and thought blankly in his heart, what else is there? At this time, Yao Zhen walked over and said to him, General, when we sent the urgent message to the Grand Council, the court immediately replied. They will send someone over in a few days. They should be here in a day or two. We just received news that Yan Wang is coming over on behalf of the emperor. Although Yan Wang had resigned, his status was there. He also had a master and disciple relationship with General Cheng. In order to show his favor, it was reasonable for him to come and represent the royal family. Yes, he should come and take a look. Gu Yun finally remembered that he had forgotten something, that. Xianxia, where is the morning hall? Take me to see it. Yao Zhen brought him to the morning hall. The morning hall was colder than other places. Zhong Chan's coffin was stopped in the middle, and smoke curled up. Gu Yun's footsteps suddenly stopped at the entrance of the morning hall. He had been too busy these past few days. He had been running around the north and south, worrying about both major and minor matters. Naturally, he had isolated himself from reality. It was not until this moment that a thought suddenly hit his chest. He thought, it's because my teacher is gone. Yao Zhen turned his head strangely, General, what's wrong? Gu Yun took a deep breath, shook his head, and went in to light a stick of incense for Xianxia. Go do your thing. I will stay here with him for a while. Call me if you need anything. Yao Zhen whispered, there are people who live, grow old, get sick, and die. General, please restrain your grief. The general's tent has already been tidied up. Later, when you are done mourning, you should rest early. I will send someone to guard the door. Gu Yun nodded, but it was unknown whether he heard it or not. When the mourning hall was empty, his gaze slowly fell on Zhong Chan's face. Because he had died without any illness, General Cheng's spirit was not ferocious, but it could not be said to be peaceful either. The dead person's face was covered in a layer of dust. His face seemed to be made of wax, and it was not quite the same as when he was alive. The spirit was gone, and the skin was just the skin. It was empty. Gu Yun sat down at the side and rested his elbow on the side of the coffin. He quietly thought of Zhong Chan, who was his teacher when he was young. At that time, the general of agile cavalry had not shrunk due to age. He was not so skinny. He was awe-inspiring and vigorous. There were always two knives in his eyes. When he fixed his gaze on someone, the blades would be revealed. Little Marquis, memorizing military books does not prove that you know how to fight. Haven't you heard of the ancient playboy's armchair strategist? If you are complacent, I'm afraid you can't even win a group fight with the street urchins. Little Marquis, there are two kinds of martial arts. One is skill, and the other is pain. Now that the old Marquis and the princess are no longer around, your status is noble. Other than the emperor, no one dares to hurt your noble body. If you want to be comfortable and pamper yourself, no one can force you to move forward. You have to think clearly about what you want to do in the future. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are not the life of a general. Since the emperor insists on putting away the bow after the birds are gone, and since the world is at peace now, let him hide. In the future, this general will not be able to accompany him often. Little Marquis, you have to take care of yourself. Mountains and rivers will meet again. We will meet again someday. In the Yangtze River, each new generation excels the previous one. Gu Yun's ears gradually became blurry, and his eyes could not see clearly. He could not help but squint under the candlelight. He was completely unaware, as if he was still immersed in the past. It was a great fortune for a general of a generation to be able to live to the age of 70 and pass away without any illness. Many people were envious. It was indeed a joyous funeral. Gu Yun felt that he could not say whether he was sad or not, but his chest was a little stuffy. Chongqing also rushed all the way here. When he reached Jianbeidang, the sky was already dark. He did not have time to settle down when he arrived. When he heard that Gu Yun was in the morning hall, he dismissed his attendants and went over directly. The bodyguard guarding the morning hall recognized Chongqing. When he saw him from afar, he immediately went in to report. Chongqing did not have time to stop him. The bodyguard shouted, "Grand Marshal, His Royal Highness Yan Wang is here." Gu Yun did not respond. Chongqing guessed that he was so busy that he forgot to take his medicine. He lifted the corner of his robe and stepped in. "It's fine." The bodyguard carefully reached out and patted Gu Yun's shoulder. "Grand Marshal?" Gu Yun was suddenly alarmed. He was half blind and did not see the person clearly. His heart tightened, and he thought that something had happened. He suddenly stood up from the chair, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He choked on a mouthful of blood without warning. The bodyguard was scared out of his wits and was dumbfounded on the spot. Chongqing pushed him away. Chongqing had goosebumps all over his body. His hands and feet were colder than the cold weather in Jiangbei. At first, Gu Yun only felt pain in his chest. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt better. However, he couldn't stop coughing. The front of his shirt was stained with blood. He couldn't see clearly what was around him. He waved his hand carelessly. "Don't make a fuss, cough, nothing, cough, cough." Chongqing suppressed his mind that was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to carry him, he suddenly heard Gu Yun call him vaguely. Chongqing, he quickly took a deep breath and leaned his ear to listen. The tip of Gu Yun's nose was filled with the smell of blood. This time, even his sense of smell didn't work. Only his brain was still clear. He said intermittently, Chongqing. Yan Wang will be here in a few days. This matter can't be spread. Especially can't, let him know. Chongqing's heart was about to split open. With red eyes, he shouted at the bodyguard beside him, call the military doctor over. The bodyguard ran away. Yao Zhen was really mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He suspected that the feng shui of Jiangbei Dang was bad. One after another, they fell. Moreover, it was an ancestor who couldn't be in trouble. He couldn't help but say to Master Liao Ran who came with Chongqing, you're here to perform the ritual for Elder Zhong, right? The ritual isn't urgent. Why don't you chant to drive away the evil spirits first? Master Liao Ran looked at him helplessly and gestured, a mute can't chant. Chongqing originally thought that he could be half a doctor after learning medical skills from Miss Chen for a while. However, at the critical moment, he realized that there was a patient he really couldn't do anything about. When he saw that person's blood, his mind went blank. It was as if he had returned all the medical books he memorized to Miss Chen, let alone treat him. The best military doctors in Jiangbei Dang were all gathered in the commander's tent that had just been tidied up. Everyone who went in and out were very nervous. Chongqing held on to Gu Yun tightly. He didn't think that he was in the way. He just sat quietly at the side, and the military doctors were all trembling. Liao Ran stood outside the door and looked at Yan Wang with some worry. He heard that during the crisis in the capital, Chongqing was pierced like a hedgehog. At this time, he was really afraid that he would act up in Jiangbei Dang. There was no one here who could suppress him. However, to his surprise, Chongqing was extremely quiet from the beginning to the end. He didn't have the slightest intention of going crazy. Gu Yun's dazed sentence of "don't let him know" was like a sea-calming needle that firmly nailed his heart and soul into his body. Chongqing suddenly felt that he had taken too many things from Gu Yun. Moreover, he was unconsciously becoming more and more insatiable, so much so that he didn't have a day of peace. He was completely hidden from him as to how the new and old injuries on his body came about. Chongqing could almost imagine how many times Gu Yun had been injured in places he couldn't see. He even had to order the people around him to block the news and not let him know. Your Highness, a military doctor cautiously stepped forward and said, half of the reason for the marshal's illness is because of overwork, and, the injuries that he has accumulated in the past 2 years at the front line have injured his lungs. This congested blood has never come out. Although it looks dangerous this time, it might not be a bad thing. When Chongqing heard this, he silently reached out his hand to press down on Gu Yun's chaotic pulse. He barely managed to calm down his confused mind. After fumbling around for a while, he still couldn't find anything. He could only trust the diagnosis of these military doctors. After making a sound of acknowledgement, he asked, how to use the medicine, does anyone have a conclusion? The military doctor hesitated for a moment and said, in the martial situation, it's best not to use too much medicine. The main thing is to warm and calm his heart. After he finished speaking, he also knew that he had said something unnecessary. He cautiously looked at Chongqing's hand that was holding Gu Yun's hand. He was afraid that Yan Wang would attack him. However, after waiting for a long time in fear and trepidation, Chongqing didn't say anything. He just sat at the side in a daze for a while. Then, he politely cupped his hands and said, thank you. Please do your best. The military doctors were overwhelmed by the favor and left in a single file, each doing their best to treat the patient. The monk Liao Ran quietly entered the door and stood in front of Chongqing for a while with a sad face. He couldn't find anything to do, so he stretched out his hand to brush away Gu Yun's slightly frowning eyebrows and silently chanted the name of Buddha. Chongqing sighed, don't be like this, master. He has a grudge against Buddha. Are you trying to wake him up by chanting in front of him? Is there a wooden bird beside you? Write a letter to Qin Xingshu. Liao Ran raised his eyes to look at him. Chongqing said expressionlessly, ask her how much she has hidden from me for Gu Zishi. Liao Ran gestured, is Prince okay? Chongqing's shoulders moved slightly. In an instant, Liao Ran felt that he almost collapsed. However, Chongqing didn't collapse. He looked down at Gu Yun for a while and did something that almost made Master Liao Ran cry. He held Gu Yun's hand tightly and slowly bent down in front of Liao Ran. He kissed Gu Yun's eyebrows seriously and sincerely, almost solemnly. Clearly Ran was dumbstruck and sucked in a breath of cold air. Chongqing's eyes didn't leave Gu Yun. He whispered to someone, "She's okay. Don't worry." Master Liao Ran was frightened. He chanted, "Emptiness is form, form is emptiness," and ran away with small steps. Only Chongqing was left to silently guard Gu Yun. In the latter half of the night, Gu Yun fell into a deep sleep. She seemed to be trapped in some kind of nightmare and would occasionally move uneasily. Chongqing remembered that when Gu Yun had a high fever that year, he couldn't lie down no matter what. However, it seemed that if he felt that someone was by his side, he would be a little calmer. Therefore, he leaned on the bed and hugged her. General Zhong's morning hall was lit faintly by the fire. It was unknown what he would say to Gu Yun if he knew about it in the netherworld and came back to visit her in her dreams. Chongqing tightened his hands and hugged Gu Yun in a protective posture. For the first time, he didn't rely on his little adoptive father and didn't have any desire for his sweetheart. Instead, it was as if he was holding a young and fragile child. In those days when he couldn't get what he wanted, Chongqing had fantasized countless times. If he was born 10 or 20 years earlier, what kind of situation would he and Gu Yun be in? Now, in the damp and cold front line of Jiangbei, he was able to achieve 10 years of shrinking the ground into inches in one step. Unfortunately, he was here for 10 years, but he didn't delay the Westerners' little tricks. That night, the Saint and the Pope completed their internal battle. The battle ended with the Saints' temporary victory and they agreed to launch a sneak attack on the Daliang navy. The plan was originally set for this gloomy night. Unexpectedly, before they could take action, news suddenly came from the watchtower that Daliang's Jiangbei defense line had tightened. The alert level was adjusted to the most serious and critical situation. Mr. Ye quickly rushed into the main ship that was fully charged and ready to go. "Your Majesty." Gu Yun came too quickly. The Daliang navy is obviously not a baby army that is still drinking milk. The enemy has raised the level of their defense. It's not economical for us to fight them head-on like this. Before he could finish, the Saint had already rushed in with an ugly expression. "No one is allowed to change my plan." The Saint was able to represent the king and deal with the nobles in front of the Vatican and the army. He must have a very strong background. He was a highly trusted and talented young master. He was arrogant. A few days ago, he even boasted that he didn't care about the Daliang navy and the commander of the Black Iron Battalion. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face as soon as he said those words. Putting everything else aside, the Saint's pride couldn't accept it. The Pope was also anxious. "Please control your personal emotions. War is not a joke." The Saint's face turned red and he argued. "No one jokes about war, Your Majesty. If the enemy is just bluffing, what does that mean? This is the best time for us to attack." Mr. Ye immediately asked, "What if it's not a bluff?" "That's not possible." The Saint glanced at him coldly. "These weak Navy soldiers have no combat ability at all." "You're just worried about the risk," Mr. Ye said. "That's illogical sophistry." "Watch your words, sir," the Saint said coldly. Then, he turned his eyes and took out a roll of parchment from his pocket. "I'm not here to discuss, gentlemen. Half an hour ago, I signed the highest transfer order on behalf of the Holy Land. This is a copy. Please read it carefully." Mr. Ye's face turned red. Before he could protest, the sea monster suddenly let out a long sigh and started moving without any explanation. "Are you crazy?" Mr. Ye roared. He instinctively drew his sword from his waist. "Stop." The Saint did not back down. He immediately carried his magnificent knight's épée. "It's our honor to fight to the death for the king and infinite glory. We didn't come to the front line to hide in the harbor and pray." Mr. Ye said, "What did you say?" The Pope said, "Enough." The Saint sneered. "What, Your Majesty? Do you have any other orders?" The Pope's face twitched nervously for a moment. Finally, he compromised on the main ship that had already left the harbor. "If you insist on following your ridiculous plan, then at least my people will command the battlefield." The Saint couldn't wait to agree. If the operation failed, the Pope would be a ready-made scapegoat. He smirked at Mr. Ye, put away his sword, and shouted, "Full speed ahead." At night, the disguised Sea Dragon fleet slowly dispersed in the long Two Rivers battlefront. They quietly bypassed Jiangbei and prepared to land under the glory of God. Thousands of miles away in Beijiang, the 18 tribes also sent a second batch of messengers to contact Daliang. Chao Chenhua personally rushed to the northern border. He and Chen Qingsu had both ventured deep into the northern wilderness before, so they were very familiar with the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Together, they protected the delicate situation at the northern border and accompanied Shani to meet the northern barbarians' envoys outside the Black Iron Camp's defensive line. Through the clairvoyant eye, they saw that Beiman didn't come empty-handed this time. There was a caravan behind him. Judging from the appearance of the caravan and the depth of the tracks, it seemed that they were here to transport the purple gold. A young man in his mid-20s was in the middle of the group. At first glance, he seemed to be the leader of the group. However, upon closer inspection, the young man's face was pale and there was obvious fear on his face. He was sandwiched in the middle by several horses, as if he was being held hostage. Shani didn't dare to take the initiative to talk to Chen Qingxiu, so he asked Chao Chenhua in a low voice, "Who is that man?" Chao Chenhua looked through the clairvoyant eye and replied, "The second prince of Kalai-Ingho." "What?" Shani frowned, "Are you sure? You didn't see wrong?" Chao Chenhua winked at him and pinched Shen Yi's chest with his orchid fingers. "Oh, General Shen, Mr. Shen, there are only two things I remember correctly in my life. One is a person's face, and the other is a person's tone of voice. Please believe me." When he was a child, Shani took him to study. At that time, he felt that Chao Chenhua was a very normal girl. Who knew that when he grew up and recovered his male body, he would change into this kind of person? As an unmarried man, Shani really couldn't stand Chao Chenhua's aggressive teasing. He had goosebumps all over his body and subconsciously took a step in the direction of Chen Qingxiu to avoid the finger that was trying to take advantage of him. "Xiao Chao." Miss Chen lifted her eyelids and coldly warned Chao Chenhua. The people of Linyuan Pavilion didn't dare to offend Dr. Chen. Chao Chenhua immediately shut his mouth and sat upright on the horse. He analyzed to Shani, "General, I think the 18 tribes are serious this time. Handing over the Wolf King is too shameful. They may want to push the blame of the barbarian envoy's incident to the second prince to settle things peacefully." Shen Yi's fingers gently tapped on the long two mulberry. "Wait a moment. Don't be happy too early. I always feel that the barbarians admit defeat too easily." He had a lot of dealings with Beiman in the western regions. He knew what kind of people the 18 tribes were. Most of them wouldn't give up until they saw the coffin. At this time, the Black Iron Battalion had only advanced a little bit. They hadn't even reached Beiman's position yet. Shani always felt that the 18 tribes should resist stubbornly for a while. Chao Chenhua looked at the large amount of purple gold. He licked his lips and asked, "What should we do? Should we let them in or not?" Shani said very cautiously, "All archers, aim your white rainbow arrows. Don't let these barbarians get close. Summon the gold appraisers to check them one by one." Chao Chenhua's expression turned cold. He turned around and met Shen Yi's eyes. Both of them remembered the evil giant kite in Yanhui town. If it was someone else, at least a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. But Kalai-Ingho couldn't be judged by common sense. He really would do something like using his own son's life to trick the enemy into opening the gate. Shani gave the order. The Black Iron Battalion immediately drew their swords. The killing intent of the entire northern region soared. They surrounded Beiman's envoy. The second prince trembled on the back of his horse and almost fell off. Then, a team of well-trained gold appraisers ran out and opened the boxes one by one in front of Beiman's envoy. Just like that, several large carriages of purple flowing gold were exposed in front of Shani and the others. The gold appraisers didn't dare to be careless. They checked the purity of the purple gold one by one. Then, they put special rods into the sealed carriages to check the volume of the purple gold. Several long rods covered with purple gold were presented in front of Shani. The rods were almost full. The gold appraisers reported quickly, "General, there is no problem with the purity. It has reached the level of annual tribute." Shani said, "Oh," but still didn't let go of his doubts. He looked up at the second prince. There was a purple mark on the second prince's forehead, as if he had been whipped. His face was covered with snot and tears. He opened his mouth to howl, but he couldn't make a sound. Chen Qingsu said in a low voice, "General Shen, look at the purple mark on his forehead. I have heard about it in the 18 tribes. It is a kind of poison used to kill people. His whole body is stiff now. It is equivalent to being fixed on a horse. He can't even cough. In a few minutes, when the purple mark deepens and turns black, he will fall to the ground and die. Even if we do an autopsy, we can only find that he was too frightened and died of heart palpitations." Shenny didn't have time to blush. He hurriedly ordered, "Wait, tell them to stop." The Xian eagle in the sky gave a sharp order, "Stop." The second barbarian prince's horse suddenly stopped. His entire body seemed to have lost its balance as he fell forward. His sturdy riding boots hit the corner of the oil cart beside him, creating a clang sound that reverberated in the air. The corner of the oil cart was empty. Shen Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. "Retreat." Before his voice died away, a barbarian in the delegation rushed to the oil cart, but he was shot dead by the Black Eagle's arrow. The whole Black Iron battalion was silent and quickly retreated. Shenny pulled Chen Qingshu's bridle and hit her horse to the back. In a flash, a cluster of sparks spurted out to the sky. It turned out that there was a thin young man of the Sirius tribe hiding under the oil cart. He waved a match in his hand and lit a hidden fuse under the oil cart. He smiled gloomily at the sky. The next moment, the first oil cart exploded, and the young man turned into ashes in the sky. A huge impact exploded from that point. The purple flames of dozens of feet high rose to the sky layer by layer. The surrounding air boiled in an instant, and invisible heat waves rolled in. The backs of the Xian Tai soldiers who were guarding the rear were burned red, and the gold boxes that were burned by the flames exploded like a chain. Gu Yun missed a step from the infinite nightmare and fell headfirst into the depths of the darkness. The muscles all over his body suddenly tightened, and his whole body twitched violently. Then, he woke up in the darkness. He woke up very quickly. The moment he opened his eyes, his soul returned to its original position. He remembered in detail where he was and what he had not done. At this moment, someone suddenly pressed an ice-cold cheek against his forehead. Gu Yun was stunned. Not to mention the Jiangbei Dang, even the Black Iron Battalion did not dare to treat him like an outsider. Then, he smelled the scent of Shenzhen. His half-blind eyes, which had already adapted to his poor vision, saw a vague silhouette. Gu Yun's body was still sweating. His forehead exploded and another layer of cold sweat appeared. He thought, "Why is he here?" Chongqing turned on the simple gas lamp on the camp bed. He silently took out a handkerchief from the basin beside him and wiped the cold sweat on Gu Yun's forehead. Gu Yun's whole body was soft. There seemed to be an invisible wound buried under the skin and flesh of his chest. He felt a dull pain with just a little force. He fumbled around his body for a while, and a little flustered, he touched his glass mirror frame. "I'll do it myself." Chongqing lowered his head and ignored him. With a light clasp, he pressed his wrist down. Gu Yun nervously moistened his lips. He felt a little guilty for no reason. He thought, no one is talking nonsense, right? At this moment, Chongqing had already finished wiping Gu Yun's body. He pulled his clothes tightly and pulled the quilt over to wrap Gu Yun tightly. Then, he finally raised his head and made some eye contact with Gu Yun. Gu Yun hurriedly took the opportunity to smile at him. Chongqing looked at him expressionlessly. Gu Yun weakly pulled out a hand and wrapped it around the back of Chongqing's neck. She gently rubbed it twice and stroked his chin with her fingers. "Why do you pull a long face when you see me? Has your adoptive father lost his love for you so quickly?" Chongqing suddenly wanted to see how good he was at pretending, so he asked coldly, "What's the matter with you?" Gu Yun squinted slightly to read his lips and said without changing her expression, "I caught a cold." Chongqing, he had expected Gu Yun to beat around the bush, but he didn't expect him to be so insincere. Gu Yun wanted to pass the time happily, so she reached out and patted Chongqing's face. "Come here. Let me see if you've lost weight recently." Chongqing slapped his hand away and said angrily, "Gu Zishi." Gu Yun immediately adjusted her strategy and frowned. She frowned with the majesty of a military law. "Who said anything to you?" "General Zhong just left." "Is this Jiangbei Dang still lawless?" Chongqing took a deep breath. You were in the morning hall, Gu Yun complained solemnly. Which battalion is that bastard guarding the morning hall? Call Yao Xianxia over. I'll ask him how he should be dealt with according to military law. Chongqing gently ground his teeth. Gu Yun shook his head as if it was a serious matter. The Jiangbei Navy is still young. This kind of thing won't happen in the Black Iron Battalion. Is that so? Chongqing said with a fake smile. I'm that bastard. How does the marshal plan to deal with me? Gu Yun, at this moment, Marshal Gu, who was ever-changing and knew all kinds of tricks, didn't know what it meant to be speechless. Chongqing actually had a lot of things he wanted to interrogate him, but he knew that he wouldn't tell the truth. He couldn't bear to see this fellow suffer in order to deal with him, so he swallowed his words. After a few times, he was still in a dilemma. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the tent. A guard outside the commander's tent anxiously called out, "Your Highness." His Royal Highness Yan Wang. Chongqing frowned and stood up. What's wrong? Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden tremor from the ground. Chongqing's expression turned cold. This kind of tremor would only occur when a long cannon landed. When he looked again, the Jiangbei Dang was already brightly lit. The sound of horse hooves approached from afar. The armor was cold, and the copper roar above his head hummed. It carried the unique dullness of Jiangbei that was full of water vapor. It sounded like muffled thunder, and half of the mountains and rivers in the north seemed to be awakened. The sea serpents on the shore lit up steam lamps one after another. The cold light pierced through the dense water vapor, and the straight beam of light from the watchtower quickly streaked across the entire Jiangbei. Enemy attack. Although Gu Yun couldn't hear clearly, he recognized the tremor from the ground and the light that shone through the door. When he arrived in Jiangbei, the first thing he did was to strengthen the defense line to stabilize the people's hearts. He didn't expect that the unusually calm Western Navy would really choose this time to launch a surprise attack on Jiangbei Dang. Sometimes, one had to do their best and leave it to fate. Even though he had exhausted all his schemes here, he didn't know that the enemy was also on fire in his backyard and had secretly created a commander with a completely different style. Gu Yun didn't have time to think carefully. He grabbed his coat and wrapped it around his body. When he got up, he staggered as if he had just eaten 5 kilograms of softening tendon powder. He almost knelt down. At this moment, a black eagle flashed through the air and landed directly at the entrance of the commander's tent. Before he could speak, the red label urgent letter in his hand rolled out of his hand and was stepped on by Gu Yun. Gu Yun struggled to hold the headboard of the bed and bent down. He opened the letter barrel with the help of the steam lamp. At the same time, the Black Eagle quickly reported, "Commander, the 18 tribes used the pretext of peace talks and surrender to urge their men of sacrifice and 6 carts of purple gold to our border as bait. After detonating, they blew up a path. Then, tens of thousands of elite soldiers poured out in full force, intending to fight to the death." Gu Yun looked up from the red label urgent letter. "What's the situation? How many casualties?" Black Eagle replied, this subordinate left in a hurry. "I don't know." Gu Yun calmed himself down, then gritted his teeth fiercely. He forcefully exerted his strength and reached out to grab the cutting wind blade hanging at the head of the bed. He ordered, "Bring me a set of heavy armor." At this time only the self-supporting heavy armor could make up for his weakness. Chongqing raised his hand to stop the guards. He turned to face Gu Yun and said in a deep voice, "Zishi, you take charge of the army." "I'll go." Gu Yun stared at him and pursed his lips slightly. Chongqing recognized this expression. It was basically a sign that he was about to say no. He didn't wait for Gu Yun to speak and said first, "Don't you trust me?" Gu Yun sighed. Chongqing spread out a hand to him. "Give me the wind-cutting blade. I'll go for you. If you still trust me, don't walk out of this tent." The flames of war in the distance were reflected in Chongqing's eyes. His pupils seemed to be on fire, burning the Dalyang's empire. Chongqing tentatively grabbed one end of the wind-cutting blade and slowly but firmly pulled it out from Gu Yun's hand. It wasn't difficult. Gu Yun's wrist was weak and trembling slightly. He held the Xian Tai in his hand and placed it horizontally on his shoulder. He bowed slightly. "I'll be the marshal's lackey." Gu Yun looked at him deeply. He suddenly turned around and ordered Black Eagle, "Push the sand table." you'll be the messenger. Chang'ing took his saber and left. The western sea monster that had once crossed the ocean slowly revealed its head from the misty river. Under the large shadow, countless western flood dragons that were as fast as tiger sharks slowly approached. The defensive line that Gu Yun had set up earlier reacted immediately. At the same time, the Jiangbei Dang's 3 teams of light cavalry that were on standby split into 3 groups. They occupied all the key ports on the shore and bumped into the Western Navy that was planning to sneak ashore. Blood quickly flowed down the river. The cannon fire intertwined into a brilliant sea of fireworks on the river. Don't stop the cannons. Chang'ing urged his horse forward. During the break, the White Rainbow will take over. All eagle armors will be on standby immediately. I'll give you half an hour to prepare. Fly out of the White Rainbow's range and control the situation in the air. You must not let the eagle armors on their main ship fly up and nail them there. Close the right flank. I'll see flood dragons in the port, prepare the gunpowder and set off immediately. The messenger beside him thought that he had heard wrongly. Did the prince say the whole port? An all-out war? Chang'ing lowered his eyes and glanced at him from his horse. All-out war. Let the Westerners see that Daliang also has a navy. The weak Daliang navy was once unable to withstand a single blow. Even their commander-in-chief died in battle. In a panic, they were taken care of by a civil official who couldn't even ride a horse properly and fled to the north in a panic. A year ago, the scattered former members of the Navy and their comrades who had lost their organization formed a messy army and returned to the place where they were first humiliated. Many of the people who were born in the army were seasick. Many of them couldn't even tell north when they were on the water. Many of them found it difficult to deal with the complicated operation of Daliang's already outdated sea flood dragons. Now, it was as if a lifetime had passed. Since the establishment of the Jiangbei Navy, it had undergone 2 huge reorganizations. The Lingshu Temple had updated the Daliang Navy's warships 3 times behind the scenes. Last year, they had even sent the Western Ocean's shockingly fast Tiger Shark replica ships. At this time, a rare northern wind was blowing along the banks of the river. The everlasting lamps in the morning hall of General Chung brightly illuminated the area. The exceptionally conspicuous white canopy in the dark Jiangbei encampment was like a soul-summoning banner, and his heroic spirit was still there. This sword had been refined, and it could only be sharpened with the blood of the enemy. Gu Yun couldn't see or hear clearly. He could only determine the distance of the exchange of gunfire from the tremors under his feet. He wasn't even at the front of the formation, but he didn't panic at all. Black Eagle was shocked to find that the entire Jiangbei's defense was in his mind. Where was the strong and where was the weak, where the enemy would choose to break through, and so on, he could predict all of it perfectly. Since he had already handed over the command of the battle to Chang'ing, Gu Yun simply and generously gave him unreserved trust. He didn't give any orders, and the 3 armies of Jiangbei were left to him to command. Gu Yun generally monitored the overall situation of the battle while calculating the distribution of violet gold and ammunition in various places. At the same time, he had an urgent red label message in his hand from the northern borderline. His efforts had already been divided into 2 directions and landed on the entire Daliang territory. This time, the Westerners had sent out their troops without warning to show the barbarians. In the final analysis, it was to strive for the interests of the negotiation. If the northern battlefield could withstand the barbarians, the Westerners would be jumping around like clowns. But if the northern battlefield lost, Jiangbei was shrouded in a hazy fog, and the northern borderline was wrapped in silver and white. Kalei Ingho used his men of sacrifice and his own son to open a path. He set fire to 1 tail of gold and 1 tail of violet gold. Then, a large number of Beiman warriors rushed out like crazy, as if they were going to perish together with the enemy. Shen made a prompt decision and ordered the Black Iron Battalion, who had already penetrated deep into the enemy's territory, to retreat more than 10 li. They began to run wildly on the snowy ground. The Black Iron Battalion's quality was unquestionable. They almost led the barbarians into a thin line. The barbarians changed their faces faster than flipping a book. The northern borderline garrison was already used to Fong Lin's style of turning hostile and biting people. With a signal from the Black Iron Battalion, they immediately mobilized. He Ronghui and Shen had been partners for many years. Needless to say, they had a tacit understanding. The reinforcements quickly caught up with them and cut across the stretched battle line. Unexpectedly, Xianxia took out all his assets. He opened up the light cavalry, revealing several heavy chariots that he had not been willing to take out for many years. Hundreds of heavy armored soldiers poured out and used their firepower to create a large net. They collided with the Black Iron Battalion like a black whirlwind. The battle line was in a deadlock for a while. In less than an hour, Bayman's reinforcements also arrived. However, they were not men or armored soldiers, but a large number of violet gold escort vehicles. Large amounts of violet gold were turned into steam on the front line of the northern borderline. Even the bitter and cold wind could not sweep away the blazing heat. The temperature rose sharply. Large areas of snow and ice melted into hot springs and scattered into the dry land. The white fog engulfed the surroundings and the violet flames formed a tragic spectacle between heaven and earth. The surface temperature of the iron armor would start to scorch if they got too close. The barbarians used their chariots, their men, and their heart of the earth as fuel. They pushed the chariots, their men, and their heart of the earth out continuously with the determination of hollowing out Bayman. They used the fireworks to open a path. In the evening, the Black Iron Battalion had to retreat again. The battlefield in Beijiang was a mess. Xianxia, who had lost his family line, was crazy. He would rather fight to the death than leave the enemy with a drop of purple gold. Every time he was not strong enough to deal with the Black Iron Battalion, he would use the purple gold to burn a way out. With the help of karmic fire, the two sides fought to a draw. Daoyang's side was helpless and depressed. Just like this, they fought back and forth. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day. Cao Chunhua did not care whether he looked good or not. He took off his mink fur hat and held it in his hand, fanning himself. Even so, hot sweat flowed down from his temples. He looked enviously at the shirtless Shani. My God, when has Beijiang been so warm in February? General Shen, are you cool? Shani glared at him angrily and thought, cool my ass. There was a large burn on his back. At that time, he did not have time to treat it before the battle. Now that Ronghui had replaced him, he took off his armor and applied medicine. The burn blisters had already broken through his skin, and his back was badly mutilated. It looked like he had just been skinned and had his tendons pulled out. Chen Qingshu saw his stiff shoulders and hurriedly asked, General, did I hit you too hard? Shani shook his head with a red face. At this time, the burning burn could not compare to the shame in his heart. It was too improper to bare his chest and back in front of a girl. It was too unsightly. He almost did not have the face to talk to Miss Chen. Chen Qingshu only thought that his red ears and neck were caused by the heat. She felt a little complicated. Although she had been in and out of various Jianghu group fights countless times and had even stayed in the wounded barracks for a while, she rarely had such direct battlefield experience. This time, it was different from when Gu Yun cheated and fooled King Wei's rebel army. When tens of thousands of battle-hardened regular soldiers met force with force, the sound of people, horses, and artillery all became a mess. If people were distracted, they would not be able to distinguish between things. It was already the result of many years of harsh training to be able to follow the commander's orders, let alone command calmly. In this kind of situation, no matter how high a person's martial arts was, or how fierce his skills were, the effect he could play was very limited. Even the towering stone pillars would be drowned by the sea of people and the wall of fire. Batches of wounded soldiers were sent to her. If they were not missing an arm or leg, they were all miserable. Now she finally knew how those wounded soldiers came to be. It's like a demon cave that devours flesh and bones. Chen Qingsu silently thought. She nimbly peeled off the rotten flesh on Shenyi's body and meticulously cleaned and applied medicine. When the two armies were engaged in close combat, Shenyi had to take care of everything. In the midst of the chaos, he actually took care of her. He grabbed her by the hair, stared at her for a moment, and then stiffly said, "Stay by my side." For some reason, Chen Qingshu's impression of that look was deeper than the monstrous flames of war. "General, you can't wear light armor anymore," Chen Qingshu said. "Light armor is too heavy. If it presses on your body, it will keep rubbing your wounds. If it festers and heats up, it will be troublesome." Shenyi was sweating all over. When he heard her low exhortation, although he knew rationally that she didn't have any special meaning, he still felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know whether he should continue to sweat or silently tremble. Fortunately, at this time a messenger came to his rescue. The messenger ran in breathlessly and said, "General Shen. General Kai's army was hit by the barbarians' long cannon and fell down from his horse. The barbarians want to use that as a breakthrough point to break our defense line in the north." Shen stood up abruptly, which affected the burn on his back. It was so painful that he wished he could howl to the heavens. However, as the temporary commander-in-chief and in front of his sweetheart, he couldn't howl. "Reporting, General. There's an urgent message from Jiangnan." When Gu Yun went to Jiangnan to catch the runaway Chongqing, it took the Black Eagle 2 to 3 days to fly from the western region's ancient Silk Road. Now, the scout's golden box improved by the Lingshu Temple had greatly increased its speed. In an emergency situation, it took less than a day to fly from Jiangnan to the north. In this chaotic situation, Gu Yun was Xingyi's backbone. Xingyi's mind relaxed when he heard this. His whole body swayed and almost fell down. He randomly grabbed in midair and subconsciously grabbed something. When he came back to his senses, he realized that it was Miss Chen who lent him her hand. Miss Chen's hand was slightly cold like her. Her fingers were very thin, so thin that they were slightly bony. Her thin bones were very hard, with the strength of a master. Shen, it was so embarrassing. Shen hurriedly retracted his hand and couldn't wait to meet the messenger. What did the commander say? The Black Eagle messenger said in one breath, "The Western Army in Jiangnan has launched a surprise attack on Jiangbei. The commander asked me to tell all the generals that the north battlefield can't be defended. Please be prepared to go to the ancestors and ask for forgiveness." Shen immediately felt a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai crashed down on him. The words ancestors almost made him vomit blood. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. In the past, he had never envied Gu Yun's awe-inspiring commanding the 3 armies. Right now, he hated that he couldn't cry and shout for Gu Yun to come back from Jiangnan to replace him. What happened to coming back after taking a look? What happened to being a temporary commander-in-chief? Shen thought that the biggest problem in his life was that he was careless in making friends. He couldn't figure it out no matter what. Wasn't he just a mediocre person with excessive love and no ambition? He never wanted to curry favor with a high position and didn't expect to be famous forever. How did the heavy responsibility of the north border inexplicably fall on his head? Ronghue ran in with heat waves, jipping, "Elder Kai can't hold on anymore. I'll go and support him." Shen suddenly came back to his senses and pinched his eyebrows. He took Gu Yun's order and said with a dignified expression, "Now this group of barbarians is being suppressed by Black Eagle. You can't go." "Let me think about it, General Shen, I'm willing to go." Shen looked up and saw a young man standing in the corner. He was only 20 years old and his cheeks still had a bit of childishness. Chao Chunhua reminded him in a low voice, "That young general is Elder Kai's youngest son. He has always been the vanguard of the North Border garrison. He's only 19 years old and has fought with the barbarians dozens of times. I'm willing to go." The young man saw Shen looking over and took a step forward. He said resolutely, "I'd rather die than let the barbarians take a step forward." Shen was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that he saw Gu Yun in the past. At that time, the news of the rebellion in the western region spread to the capital. The former emperor and the courtiers looked at each other in dismay. The next day, the imperial court was a mess. Some people even proposed to put up a missing person list among the people to find Elder General Zhong Chan who had resigned from his position. The orphan of the Gu family calmly intervened in the smoky quarrel. The 17-year-old Gu Yun was a little arrogant like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. "I'm willing to go. The western Liang border is just a group of clowns. Do they really think that the Xian Tai's cutting wind blade is so rusty that it can't chop off the heads of rats?" Now, young General Kai sniffed and said without blinking, "Bei Man is a mad dog. He's just putting up a desperate struggle. Although I'm young and ignorant, I can still wield the weapons in my father's hands. I'll make sure that they won't be able to return." The famous generals of the older generation either died on the battlefield or had their weapons broken. However, the rivers and mountains remained unchanged. There were still young people wearing black armor and pulling white rainbows. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 10 years had passed, and there was the next 10 years. 100 years had passed, and there was the next 100 years. Xingyi's originally chaotic mind suddenly calmed down. He handed the token to young General Kai and said, "Good brother, go." Young General Kai accepted the order and left. Xingyi opened Gu Yun's urgent letter. Gu Yun asked the Black Eagle to pass the message orally. It was full of murderous intent and left no room for negotiation. However, the contents of the letter were clear and rational. The barbarians are putting up a desperate fight. They are like trapped beasts. Moreover, there is already animosity between the 18 tribes. It won't last long. The first 3 to 5 days will be the most difficult to hold on. Once the front line is defended, we only need to let them go for a few days. The barbarians will definitely flourish, 2 will decline, and 3 will be exhausted. At this time, we can stop the war and send envoys to continue sowing discord. In the future, we may be able to settle the matter once and for all. Be careful and don't be afraid. Although I can't go personally, I will still be with the Xiantai army. Xingyi's eyes were burning for a moment. Pass down the order to all the troops. Delay them and hold on. Gu Yun, who bragged that he was with the Black Iron Battalion, didn't have it easy when he was writing this letter. It took him a lot of effort to steady his hand. When he finished stamping the letter, the battle report piled up beside his hand. It was unknown whether Changding wanted to reassure him or for some other reason, but he specially appointed a team of light cavalry to travel between the battlefield and the commander's tent. They were to submit the battle report immediately. Gu Yun rarely had a battle in his life where he didn't have to personally go into battle. This was a rather fresh experience. In the commander's tent, there was no extra information to disturb his thoughts. He didn't have to dodge open and covert attacks, and he didn't have to be affected by the anger on the battlefield. He watched the battle from the perspective of a bystander. At the beginning of the battle, it was a test of whether Jiangbei Dang's basic patrols were tight and whether the navy was alert enough. General Cheng and Gu Yun had laid a very solid foundation, so it was easy for them to withstand the Western Army's indiscriminate bombardment. However, once this foundation was laid, when the strength of the 2 armies was similar, the rest would depend on the commander's experience and level. Gu Yun was sweating profusely. When Black Eagle read the battle report to him, he could tell that the commander of the other side was an expert in naval warfare. Even if he personally went into battle, he would probably have to act cautiously. Black Eagle rushed in and reported the latest movement. There is an enemy fleet in the southwest direction. His Royal Highness Yan Wang adjusted the vanguard's path and cut in. Gu Yun's heart thumped and he suddenly stood up. When the 2 armies faced off, the commander's blood was hot and his heart was cold. He was different from the vanguard who prioritized bravery. If an inexperienced person was blinded by bloodlust, it was easy for him to follow the heat. Gu Yun made a prompt decision to break the contract. Bring me my armor and prepare the horse. Changding's battle was extremely exhausting. It was different from the battle to defend the city wall in the capital. At that time, he only had to worry about a small area under the city wall and was prepared to die. This time, he had the boundless northern half of the country and tens of thousands of Jiangbei Navy behind him. The Two Rivers Navy was not equipped with Eagle armor in the past. The Eagle Armor Battalion was established even earlier than the Navy. Not to mention the Black Eagle, even the Beidang Eagle was easier to command than them. The enemy used the almost invulnerable sea monster as the center. After withstanding the first wave of attacks from the sky, they gradually gained control of the pace of the battle. Changding was anxious to find a breakthrough, otherwise he would be suppressed. His vanguard happened to tear open the enemy's left wing at this time. He instinctively pressed the main fleet forward. Changding was, after all, calm and careful by nature. He felt that something was wrong halfway through the chase, but it was too late. The Western Army's small fleet had already surrounded him at full speed and cut off his escape route. "Prince, what should we do? Should we return?" Changding's palms were sweating. Gu Yun's words rang in his ears. Before the battle, whoever didn't want to die would die first. "Where should we return to?" "Full speed ahead," Changding said coldly. "It's just a bunch of flies behind us. Don't worry about them. The original plan is to pierce through the enemy's left wing." He wanted to turn the entire fleet into a vanguard that was not afraid of death. Wasn't the enemy trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Then he would break his broken jar. The messenger could hear the stern and hoarse murderous intent in his words. He had goosebumps all over his body. Yes. The fast attack unit was like a whirling wind blade. In the blink of an eye, they reached the enemy's hinterland and engaged in close combat. Chang'ing knew that if he could not defeat the enemy in an instant, the troops behind him would catch up very quickly. By then, he would be attacked from the back and the front. All the long cannons and short cannons within range were loaded. In the night, the fast attack unit was lit up with sparks of fire. It was the golden box for the cannons. Chang'ing wiped the sweat from his palms on the pouch filled with Xianxia and was about to give an order. At this time, a very strange thing suddenly happened. The enemy that was blocking their way retreated inexplicably. Chang'ing was speechless. What kind of conspiracy was this? However, the fleet that was moving at full speed could no longer stop. The Daliang Navy passed through the enemy without any resistance. Through the night vision, they could see a flag officer on the enemy's main ship desperately waving flag signals to them, ordering them not to retreat. The small western fleet that was retreating did not listen to the main ship at all. They swiftly disobeyed the order and refused to be the vanguard that attracted the Daliang Navy's cannons. Chang'ing could not figure out what was going on at that moment. However, the opportunity would not come again. He immediately ordered the cannons to change their direction. The attack that they had been accumulating for a long time was directed to their back. The entire river was blown up. The western tiger sharks that were chasing them did not have time to dodge due to their high speed and were hit directly. The small ship that was blown up would detonate the golden box that was operating. The explosion spread like wildfire. The surface of the river was boiling. The Daliang Navy safely withdrew their swords after stabbing out. On the Western Army's main ship, Mr. Yi was furious. Bastard, how dare he disobey orders? The Pope's cheeks were as tense as a knife. The fleet that accidentally escaped just now was the left wing that the Saint was in charge of. The Saint was also gnashing his teeth. He was supposed to be the escort and support, but the Pope, that old bastard, actually made him the vanguard after changing the formation several times. It was only when the Daliang Navy arrived in front of him that he realized that he had almost become cannon fodder. If he died at the hands of the Daliang people on the battlefield, even His Majesty the King would not be able to find fault with it. The Saint was not willing to suffer such a loss. He immediately retreated without thinking, even at the expense of destroying the Western Navy's overall formation. Chang'ing was like a poisonous snake. Once he seized the opportunity to turn the tables, he immediately launched a barrage of attacks to avenge the Daliang Navy. The Daliang Navy was suddenly at a disadvantage. At the same time, the situation in front of the formation suddenly changed. The light cavalry responsible for the battle report on the shore immediately flew into the commander's tent to report to Gu Yun. Gu Yun, who had already put on his armor, had a strange look on his face for a long time. In the end, he was helpless. He suddenly felt that the saying Daliang's luck is behind Yan Wang's was not arrogant. He was afraid that it was really the case. He turned his horse around and quietly returned to the commander's tent. He took off his armor and hid it well. He strictly ordered everyone around him not to reveal that he had left the tent. The Western Army's wing was crippled by Chang'ing, which was equivalent to a cripple. The Pope, who had dominated the sea, could not do anything to the fledgling Yan Wang. The battle lasted until dawn. Gu Yun turned off the gas lamp and wrote 3 letters in a row. The first was a transfer order of purple gold, the second was sent to the nearest branch of the Spiritual Pivot Academy, requesting for the supply of fire engine steel armor, and the last was a brief report to be sent to the capital. Then, he rubbed the back of his stiff neck and ordered the Black Eagle, "Tell Yan Wang that if the Daliang Navy retreats, there is no need to pursue them." The Black Eagle was stunned. However, before he could ask Gu Yun how he knew the Daliang Navy was retreating, a messenger rushed in. "General, the Daliang Navy's main ship has begun to withdraw to the south." Gu Yun's face did not show any surprise. He waved his hand naturally. The Black Eagle did not dare to delay and rushed out of the commander's tent to pass on the message. He did not need to be distracted to deal with all kinds of emergency situations on the battlefield. He could wholeheartedly analyze the entire battle situation. He had already estimated the amount of violet gold the enemy had prepared this time. He knew that this night was about to be the enemy's limit. The enemy missed the purple gold and returned without any gains. Moreover, they suffered heavy casualties. When they returned, there would definitely be internal strife. Under such circumstances, rather than forcing the enemy forward, it was better for the Great Liang Navy to pressure the enemy from afar. After another half an hour, the Western Navy indeed beat the gong to retreat. The sneak attack ended in failure. They did not even manage to reach the north coast. In order to show that he kept his promise, Gu Yun did not leave the commander's tent. He only stood at the door to welcome Chang'ing. He did not care about the bloodstains on his body. He opened his arms and hugged him. At this point, Chang'ing felt exhausted. He held Gu Yun's waist shakily and murmured in his ear, "I don't want you to go to war anymore." Chang'ing's voice was low and muffled. Even if he pressed his lips against Chang'ing's ear, Gu Yun could not hear him clearly. Puzzled, he tilted his head to look at Chang'ing and asked, "What did you say?" Chang'ing's gaze swept past Gu Yun's eyes that were covered by the glass mirror. His strength was exhausted, and his blood was still boiling. It was so hot that his mouth was dry. For a moment, he wanted to hug Gu Yun in front of everyone and be intimate with him. However, when he looked around, he saw Master Liao Ran's face from afar. He suddenly laughed and realized that he had forgotten himself. He silently reflected for a moment and let go of Gu Yun's waist. He pulled Gu Yun's hand and calmed himself down with the weak but stable pulse. "It's nothing. I just saw the messenger heading north." "Was it to send a memorial to the capital?" "Yes," Gu Yun nodded. "This time, the imperial court has taken the initiative to send people to contact the foreigners. We have been passive before, but this time, we should have some confidence." Chang'ing asked, "You want to negotiate?" "No," Gu Yun said faintly. "How can I allow others to sleep beside me? Besides, the debt of blood has not been paid. Jiangnan's fertile land is occupied by this group of beasts. It's disgusting even in my dreams." Chang'ing immediately reacted. "You plan to drag them out and swallow them up bit by bit." On the one hand, he would release a peace signal to let the enemy, who was already powerless, feel lucky and leave them some leeway for internal consumption. On the other hand, he would occasionally make excessive demands and create small-scale regional disputes to slowly force the enemy's front line to retreat. At the same time, he would train the troops during the battle. When the time was right, the north was completely prepared, and the young Jiangbei navy was mature, then he would attack the south in one fell swoop. Gu Yun grunted and allowed him to drag him by the wrist into the commander's tent. He reached out and wiped Chang'ing's face. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, your face is smudged." Chang'ing's bones melted from his sudden tenderness. However, he immediately became alert. He felt that his gentle attitude was definitely not a good thing. As expected, Gu Yun sat at the side and held Chang'ing's hand. She squeezed it in her palm and rubbed it for a while before saying, "There's one more thing." Chang'ing raised one of his eyebrows and looked down at him expressionlessly. Gu Yun held Chang'ing's palm with one hand and covered the back of his hand with the other. She lowered her head and kissed his cracked fingertip. "I plan to drag them along and deal with the north first." Chang'ing asked, "You're going back to the northern border?" Gu Yun nodded. Chang'ing, "When?" Gu Yun. "Very soon." When Gu Yun said very soon, he basically meant that he would move out at any time according to the movements of the western enemy and the damage of the Jiangbei navy. If he felt that the situation of the Jiangbei encampment was still alright, he would leave that night. If there was a need for him to make adjustments, he would give the order overnight and leave early the next morning. Chang'ing asked, "What do we do after that? Run from both ends?" Gu Yun did not say anything, which was a tacit agreement. He suddenly felt very sorry for Chang'ing. That year, on the way to the western regions, Gu Yun vowed to Chen Qingshu that even if Chang'ing went crazy in the future, he would take care of him until the end. But recently, he was faintly worried that he would be powerless in the future. Gu Yun was not afraid of aging and dying. With General Cheng's mourning hall by his side, almost all the elders around him, whether they were kind or malicious, and those who had taught him or harmed him, had left. He knew that no matter how unparalleled a hero was, he would not be able to escape such a fate. There was no need for people to compete with him. He was just afraid that he would not be able to protect this little lunatic forever and would instead create more trouble for him. Gu Yun's implicit and deep apology made Chang'ing feel at a loss for a moment. At first, he did not react, but after a long while, he realized that someone had opened a hole in his heart. His blood was flowing aimlessly everywhere, but it did not converge to a single place. He could not suppress his heartache, so he could only force a smile. "Okay," Chang'ing said in a light and not overboard tone, "don't worry and go. Did you see the blueprint I clipped in your clothes? It will be very fast. By the time you finish dealing with the barbarians, who knows, maybe my steam railcar will have been repaired. Do you believe me? Soon, he would be able to push Daliang into the world. Perhaps at that time, the Xiantai's 3rd Battalion would only need to guard the entrance of the ancient Silk Road to maintain the order of trade, or they might as well collectively open up wastelands at the border. His great general would be able to drink grape wine at the border or return to the capital to quarrel with the birds. He would be able to do everything at ease. There would be no need for him to rush about or be forced to do so. Gu Yun said helplessly, "Why are you panting after just fighting a small battle? You should think about how to return to the Grand Council first." Chang'ing bent down, "If I succeed, how will you reward me?" Gu Yun said generously, "What do you want?" Chang'ing thought for a while, then leaned close to Gu Yun and whispered something in his ear. It was unknown what kind of shame His Royal Highness Yan Wang had secretly lost. As a half-deaf person, Gu Yun could not bear to listen anymore. He laughed and scolded, "Get lost." His scolding happened to hit the face of Lord Yao, who came to report the situation after the battle. Yao Zhen was baffled. Where does the great general want this lowly official to get lost? Chang'ing leisurely put his hands behind his back and straightened his back with an unfathomable look on his face. He stood like a noble and reserved famous flower. However, when Gu Yun was focused on talking to Yao Zhen, he retracted his deliberately pretended complacent smile and his expression gradually became serious. "I'm running out of time," Chang'ing thought silently. Gu Yun stayed until the next day. He accompanied Chang'ing to burn incense for General Zhong Chan and ate a bowl of hot porridge that Yan Wang personally cooked in the commander's tent. As usual, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the green contents of the porridge and vaguely stated his ambition to not let the sheep live. As usual, he was ignored. In order not to become a sheep, he could only swallow the porridge without chewing it. Then, he set off for the northern border early in the morning the next day. When Gu Yun arrived at the northern border, he was gratified to find that Xinyi did not drop the ball. They really managed to defend the northern border against the crazy barbarians. The crazier Calais Ingho was, the closer the doomsday of the 18 tribes was. As Gu Yun expected, after 4 to 5 days of fierce fighting, the barbarians' offensive clearly slowed down. One of the strongholds was overrun by General Kai, who took advantage of the victory to chase after the barbarians. When he went in to take a look, he found that there were only some purple gold that had not been burned in time. The barbarians had already retreated. Chao Chunhua gestured with his spittle flying everywhere. Calais being able to take action means that the previous rebel forces have been eliminated or at least suppressed by him. However, he still has to fight and he still needs people. It's impossible for him to kill all the subordinates of the other major tribes. At most, he will punish a few of the leaders and kill one to warn the others. The rebel forces might be able to revive from the ashes. Xinyi said, "There needs to be an opportunity." "That's right," Chao Chunhua said, "General Kai told me that a while ago. There were barbarians secretly exchanging purple gold for supplies. General Kai was careful at that time and secretly monitored the transactions. He recorded every transaction. Those who came frequently even left behind portraits. I went to take a look that day and really did see an acquaintance." As he spoke, he took out a simple scroll painting from his sleeve and spread it out on the small table. He pointed at the portrait and said, "This person is a slave who is in charge of horses under Calais Ingho's camp. I know this person. He is one of the head chief's people. Usually, when he has nothing to do, he uses the head chief's authority to abuse his power. I think that after many years of war, the people have not been able to make a living. Those who are dissatisfied with Calais Ingho are not only the ambitious people of the 18 tribes." Gu Yun asked, "How confident are you?" Chao Chunhua gave him a coquettish look and said with his tongue curled, that depends on how much resources the Grand Marshal has prepared for me. Guyan thought, if this child had stayed by my side for a while when he was young, I would have beaten up all of his bad habits. Out of sight, out of mind, he waved his hand and dismissed the delicate Xianxia. Before Shani could ask about the specific plan of action, the bodyguard came to report that Xianxia had arrived. Guyan clicked his tongue in amazement as he watched Shani, this fellow, go from staggering to sitting upright. His cheeks were taut as if he was facing a great enemy. He was not even this serious when he was facing the emperor. Xianxia came to inform them that she planned to go with Chao Chunhua to explore the secret of Calais Firefly's goddess voodoo. Shani was anxious when he heard this. He hurriedly gave Guyan a look. Guyan looked at the sky and the ground, pretending that he did not know anything. After knowing each other for so many years, he knew a little about the Chen family's temperament. Miss Chen just came over to greet them out of courtesy, not to ask for advice. Guyan could not be counted on at this critical moment. Shani had no choice but to personally speak with his half-paralyzed mouth. A divine doctor like Miss Chen is very precious. She shouldn't even come to the front line. Sneaking into the enemy's army is too childish. What if something happens again? Isn't that right, Grand Marshal? Guyan could only say, yes, what Jipping said is reasonable. Chen Qingshu said, the reason I came north this time was to sneak into Calais Ingho's commander's tent to find their lost voodoo secret. Wouldn't it be better if I can help a little while I'm at it? I know what I'm doing. Thank you for your concern, General. Guyan sighed, I'm really sorry to trouble Miss Chen. When he mentioned this, Chen Qingshu remembered that Chongging's questioning letter was still on his table. He said with a pale face, you don't have to, Grand Marshal. I'll occasionally mention my difficulties in front of His Royal Highness Yan Wang. Shani, just now, he said that he was reasonable. Why was he troubling Miss Chen now? This bastard with the surname Gu could never be firm in his position. Shani tried to rack his brains to find all kinds of reasons. Danger in the enemy's camp, with Miss Chen's skill and courage to break into the prison under heavy Beidang guard, this reason was somewhat difficult to say. Does the wounded barracks need you? If Miss Chen was willing to stay and help, it was a favor. If she wasn't willing, it was reasonable. The wounded barracks had their own military doctors. Most of them simply and crudely bandaged and amputated limbs. It was also a disgrace to the divine Dr. Chen. Chen Qingshu wasn't a talkative person. When Shani was at a loss for words, she felt that she had finished speaking. She cupped her hands and turned to leave. Miss Chen. Shani stood up in a panic and almost knocked over the table in front of him. Guyan silently reached out to cover his face. Shani had a lot of words lined up in front of his chest. He was waiting to pour out his heart. Unexpectedly, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he couldn't open the last gate. He could only block it all in his throat. In the end, he dryly spat out a sentence that was half bitter but not bitter. Is Miss Chen doing this for Yan Wang? Guyan, did he think that he was dead? As soon as Shani said that, he wished he could slap his own mouth. It was too inhumane. Fortunately, Chen Qingshu didn't like to think too much. She just replied seriously, since Yan Wang holds my Linyuan wooden tablet and has a high position and power, it is my responsibility to get rid of Wu Gu for him. Moreover, the voodoo secret of the 18 tribes has no contact with the Central Plains. There are many strange poisons that can't be found. There are very few ways to cure diseases and save people. Since I have this kind of opportunity, I have to try my best. Even if there are some things that can be passed down in the future, it won't be a waste of effort. When Shani heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He, who only thought about his wife and children all day long, and this Miss Chen, who cared about the future generations, was as far apart as the distance between the capital and the northern border. The family style passed down by his father, who retired early and only knew how to play, and the Chen family, who had lived in seclusion for generations and guarded the Linyuan wooden tablet, were as far apart as the west from Dalian. Even the Black Eagle, which was emitting white smoke all the way, couldn't fly over. Shani looked at her pale face and had nothing to say. Therefore, he took out a small signal flare from his arms and handed it to Chen Qingshu. This was recently sent by the Lingshu temple. It doesn't need to be lit with an open flame. Just throw it into the air. As long as it is high enough, it will spontaneously combust in the air. It can be seen from 100 miles away. If something happens. This incoherent manner of speech made Gu Yun feel a toothache when he heard it. Chen Qingshu's hand was stuffed with a small signal flare with body temperature. No matter how careless she was, she also felt something at this time. She looked at Shani with an indescribable gaze. Shani couldn't help but look at her. He quickly dug a hole and buried himself. He hurriedly found an excuse to bid farewell to Gu Yun and ran away. Chen Qingshu. Gu Yun slowly stood up and said to Chen Qingshu seriously, if the barbarians have any strange movements, don't force yourself. Send out a signal and we will immediately send someone to support you. Pay attention to your safety. When you return in triumph, ask Shen Jiping to sing a song. Chen Qingshu nodded when she heard the first half of the sentence. The more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. What song? The frivolous Gu Shui smiled and said, Yuren song. That night, Chen Qingshu and Chao Chunhua crossed the line of defense of Beiman, who was absent-minded, and quietly entered the core of the 18 tribes. Although it was called the core, it was actually just a lively tribal settlement. Except for the occasional murderous barbarian warriors, most of the civilians by the roadside were in ragged clothes. Children who had starved to death were lying on the roadside. Women with dull faces who were coveted by wild dogs looked around for a moment. Then, they accepted their fate and got up to leave like zombies. In the middle of the magnificent noble's tent, there were heavily armored wizards patrolling. Goshawks and eagle armor circled in the sky together. The smell of rotting corpses and blood filled the air. There was a subtle fragrance of purple gold mixed in the air. Under the banner of Wolf King in the middle, a man with a medium build walked into the Wolf King's residence with a bowl of medicine. The guards on both sides greeted him respectfully in unison, Chief Steward. The Chief Steward didn't even lift his eyelids and replied with a "hm." He walked into the Wolf King's tent with the medicine. A haggard young man came out and took the bowl of medicine. Let me do it. The Chief Steward looked at his expression and asked, Prince, how is my king today? Same as usual. The prince shook his head and entered the tent with him. The thick blanket was separated to two sides, revealing a ray of sunlight. Under the sunlight, there was a wheelchair with a golden box. On the wheelchair sat a tall skeleton. Hearing the noise, the skeleton slowly turned the wheelchair to face the newcomer and opened his eyes a little. His eyes were not cloudy yet. They were surprisingly bright, and all of his energy was concentrated in these fierce eyes. It was Calais Ingho himself. Before the new year, Wolf King Calais Ingho had a serious illness. He suddenly had a stroke and fell into a coma. After waking up, he couldn't even speak clearly and was bedridden for a while. Several tribal leaders of the 18 Tribal Alliance thought that he was done for, so they joined forces to launch a coup. They put Wolf King's son under house arrest and pushed the cowardly second prince to the throne. They were busy trying to curry favor with Daliang and sent people to negotiate. But who would have thought that Wolf King, whose personal bodyguard captain had betrayed, was still able to make a comeback? First, he secretly ordered his bodyguard captain to sneak into the peace delegation and cause a change in Daliang's northern border. No one knew that he still had a batch of heavy armor sent by the foreigners as a trump card. While the tribal leaders were busy dealing with Daliang, he secretly raised money and took down the rebels in one fell swoop. He washed the Alliance Wolf King's banner with blood and then gathered 100,000 pounds of purple gold to counterattack Daliang. The chief steward lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. He respectfully listened to the conversation between Calais Ingho and the prince. This man was too scary. Every strand of his hair reeked of blood. Suddenly, Calais threw the bowl of medicine in his hand at the prince's face. Trash. The chief steward trembled. The prince cautiously said, Father, the supplies are really not enough. This year, more than half of the elderly and children in the tribes have starved to death. There are corpses everywhere that couldn't be cleaned up in time. Calais roared, useless thing. If you don't have enough purple gold, go dig more. If you don't have enough supplies, go rob the Central Plains. If you don't have enough, ask those nobles to donate. His tongue was still not good enough, so the words that came out of his mouth were stiff and unclear. The prince said with red eyes, Father, we can't get past the Black Iron Battalion at the Central Plains. the nobles can't donate anything anymore. His words were once again interrupted by Kalayingho's angry scolding. The news that the Western Navy had started a war with Daliang in the south had already spread. However, the news was still blocked. The Navy's sneak attack failed and they were still on their way back. Kalayingho firmly believed that after the north and south were surrounded, it was only a matter of time before they could advance rapidly. He was indeed still fierce, but he was afraid that he had gone a little crazy. The chief steward watched as Wolf King beat and scolded the prince. He sat on the ground and was hit with a cup. A bruise appeared on his forehead. Only then did he silently leave and go straight to his tent. Several of the nobles in the tribe and the distinguished guests of the Central Plains were waiting for his news. The chief steward walked faster and faster. In the end, he almost jogged all the way back to his tent. The afterglow of the burning purple gold had passed. The northern borderline was still cold, but the chief steward's forehead was covered in sweat. He had to wipe it off as he walked, and one of his sleeves was wet. With a heavy heart, he waved away the female slave who was about to come forward to serve him, indicating that she should not disturb him. He lifted his feet and walked into the tent with 3 heavy doors. The chief steward carefully looked around to make sure that there were no outsiders nearby. Only then did he close the doors one by one. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the room. At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly came from the room. "How is it?" The chief steward was caught off guard. He was so scared that he trembled in his own home. His limbs twitched visibly, and he stood at the door dumbfounded. For 3 or 4 breaths, he felt that his heart was about to stop beating. It was not until a familiar aristocratic old woman showed half of her face in the dimly lit room that he took a deep breath and returned to his senses. He waved his hand suspiciously and walked into the room with the old woman. The days were short and the nights were long in the northern borderline, and the lighting in the residence was very limited. However, the people in the room had covered all the windows and sat around a shabby gas lamp in the dark. Several influential families in the 18 Tribes Alliance had sent representatives. A few seats away from these people were a man and a woman from Daliang. Even if the 2 people were dressed like the people of the 18 tribes, it was easy to tell that they were from Daliang from their facial features. People born in the cold and barren land had facial features. Even if they were aristocrats, it was easy to tell that they had a rough life. These 2 people were Xianxia and Xianxia. They worked together and did not spend much effort to hide their identities. After crossing the border, they used the few contacts left by Xianxia to get in touch with some aristocrats of the 18 tribes. They claimed that they were peace envoys sent by the northern borderline garrison of Daliang. They bribed the aristocrats and asked them to recommend Wolf King Kalay. They were very generous and sent gifts one after another. However, the more generous they were, the more Xianxia knew that no one would recommend them. In the eyes of these barbarian aristocrats, they were afraid that they had become money trees. Once Kalayingho found out, this money tree would probably be uprooted. On one hand, the 2 urgently expressed their desire to meet Kalayingho. On the other hand, they dealt with the members of the 18 tribes. With Xiaochuanhua's silver tongue, these aristocrats dared to sit together and secretly talk about Wolf King in less than a month. At the same time, Xianxia had a rough idea of the situation of the guards in Wolf King's tent after several night spies. It was time to close the net. Someone poured a bowl of horse milk wine for the chief steward who came in from outside. The chief steward took it with both hands. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he drank it in one gulp. Only then did he feel alive. He sat on the side and said in a low voice, "Don't mention it." Even the crown prince was beaten. Wolf King is determined to fight. Xiaochuanhua said innocently, "The imperial court has already sent messengers to the south. Now that there is a ceasefire, there is no benefit for us to continue fighting." What, did the chief steward not pass on this message? The chief steward was really suffering in his heart. It was as if his whole body was leaking water. He raised his hand and sweated profusely. "Little brother, if I say this today, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for me." The aristocrats of the 18 tribes were all silent. Xiaochuanhua shook his head and said slowly, "Then there is no other way. I'll tell you the truth. Today, I gathered everyone here because we received a letter from Marshal Gu. Marshal Gu accused us of not doing a good job. He said that if we don't see results, he will send troops to attack. We are fine. At most, we will be scolded when we go back and lose 2 months of our salary. However, I know that everyone here is unwilling to go to war. The chief steward's face became as bitter as a large gourd. At this time, Xianxia said, "Let's go." We did our best. Xianxia had an indisputable temperament. It was fine if he didn't speak, but once he spoke, he could always make the final decision. Hearing this, before Cao Chunhua could react, the aristocrats of the Bayman exploded. The old woman sitting at the head of the table anxiously grabbed her sleeve and said, "Wait." Xianxia looked at her coldly. The wrinkles on the old woman's face twisted a few times. She twisted her face into a kind witch and smiled apologetically. "Miss, please give us a few more days to think of a way. My king is a little headstrong and self-opinionated, but I am still his elder. I will try to persuade him. You don't have to rush. Madam, it's not that we are unreasonable." Cao Chunhua sighed and said, "We are just following orders. We don't dare to act on our own." Xianxia pulled out his sleeve and said indifferently, "If Wolf King insists on fighting to the end for his personal grudge, it will probably be useless for you to persuade him. Instead, you will bring trouble to yourself. I don't think it's necessary." This sentence pierced the hearts of everyone present. Not long ago, when several tribal leaders joined forces to rebel, they used the fact that Kalei Ingho had a close relationship with the goddess in his early years. The goddess had been dead for more than 20 years. There was no way to prove whether there was any secret relationship between her and Kalei. However, once the seed of doubt was planted, how could it be removed so easily? Kalei Ingho had always used blood feud and great shame to incite the tribesmen to work for him. However, forgetting the pain after the scar has healed was the root of the mortal's weakness. He might be able to incite the tribesmen for a while, but when they ran out of supplies and couldn't even fill their stomachs, how could the great shame from more than 20 years ago be more painful than their children who had starved to death? If a person who had been dead for so many years still lingered around the tribe like a ghost, bringing nothing but war and bloodshed, then was she a pure goddess of the everlasting heaven, or a monster who had deceived the world? After Xianxia finished speaking, he ignored Bayman and the others, who all had different expressions on their faces. He nodded lightly and walked out with Cao Chunhua. Seeing that they were determined not to make an exception, the old woman from Bayman suddenly made up her mind. She slammed the crutch in her hand on the ground and said, "From now on, we will give you 2 days as the time limit. I beg you to buy us 2 days. I have lived for more than 70 years. I guarantee with my age that I will give you an explanation in 2 days." This old woman had a very high status in the tribe. Even the Wolf King had to call her aunt. When she spoke, no one objected in public. Only the chief executive, who felt bitter in his heart, moved his lips. However, he was glared at by the old woman. Cao Chunhua and Chen Qingsu looked at each other and frowned for a long time as if they were in a dilemma. Finally, they said reluctantly, "Then. All right, since it's Madame Red Cloud's promise, we can't help but give it a try. We'll wait for your good news." After the 2 outsiders left through the secret passage at the back door, the nobles in the room of Bayman burst into an uproar. The chief executive wanted to cry but had no tears. He said to Madame Xianxia, "Third Madam, didn't you hear what I said just now? The king is determined to win this war. He even beat up the crown prince. Look at me." Well, the king's original words were, "If you don't have the purple gold, go and dig it up. If you don't have enough resources, then let the corpse and everyone else pay for it." Before Madame Xianxia could say anything, a middle-aged man had already become angry and said, "Why is he still dreaming? Does he want to break through the defense line of the Black Iron Battalion and invade the Central Plains? Or does he want to wait for the Western monkeys to feed him? We have been preparing for 20 years. We have gathered 100,000 warriors, countless fire engines and steel armor, top-notch rations, and dried meat. We have also joined forces with the East, West, North, and South. But we still haven't set foot in the Central Plains." He was still having this kind of dream. Why? Are the streets full of hungry people? I think even if we suck out all of our bone marrow, it won't be enough to satisfy his appetite. His voice was like a mountain song when he was herding sheep. He didn't even try to hide the sound of bells and gongs. A few people around him were immediately frightened. They all tried to persuade the middle-aged man to be careful with his words. The angry middle-aged man sat down and sneered, "Third madam, I think you won't be able to keep your promise this time. Don't talk about taking advantage of your seniority. Even if you make a scene and hang yourself, that madman Jiao Lai won't even bat an eyelid." Madame Hongxia lifted her withered eyelids and slammed her walking stick to the side. "Shut up, you useless thing. What's the use of shouting in the room?" The middle-aged man snorted in indignation. Madame Hongxia's expression didn't change. A few tendons like old tree roots could be seen on the back of her hand, which was as thin as a chicken's claw. Then she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Wolf King held back last time and dealt with a few tribal leaders. Do you think he has a second move?" The room was silent. Everyone was shocked by the old woman's shocking boldness. After a long time, the chief steward said, trembling, Third madam, the blood under the wolf flag hasn't dried yet. Resisting to death is still death. Being slowly dragged to death is also death. What's the difference in the end?" The old madam's hoarse voice rang out in the silence. "Your ancestors have wolf blood flowing in their bodies. Have they all been tamed like dogs? Or are you saying that you'd rather see your wives and children starve to death or die in battle so that you can drag out an ignoble existence for a few more months?" She slowly raised her head. Her turbid eyes swept across the barbarian nobles, who each had their own ulterior motives. Seeing that some of them had stern faces, some of them had pensive expressions, some of them had hesitant expressions, and some of them were trembling with fear, she laughed coldly and said, "I know that all of you here are not of one mind. Perhaps some of you are already planning to betray this old woman to Calais as soon as you leave this room. Let me put it this way, cowards. If we succeed this time, we'll have saved your lives. There's no harm to you. If we fail, we won't implicate those of you who are not involved in this matter. But for those of you who are thinking of going out to snitch on us, do you think that the ominous Mars killer of Calais will think of your kindness? Or do you think that you're acting suspiciously because you're too close to us old things who don't care about our lives?" The middle-aged man who had been filled with righteous indignation earlier jumped up and said, "You're right, third granny. I'll follow you." Over the years, the nobles of the 18 tribes had been oppressed too much by Calais Ingho. The nobles hated him and were also afraid of his high-handed policies. Now that the leader had stepped forward, there were immediately many who were filled with righteous indignation who followed suit. Madame Red Cloud turned to the head steward and said, "Even if we want to break the heavens, it's useless. We still have to rely on the head steward." The head steward, under everyone's gaze, sat stiffly for a moment as if he was about to evaporate. The entire room, which had no sunlight, became hazy with steam. Finally, he gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. "Third granny orders me." When a country was in danger, there was bound to be a bloody conflict in the power structure. Whether it was Daliang or the 18 tribes of Celestial Wolf, or even the foreigners trapped in Jiangnan, none of them could escape this situation of poverty and change. Within it, there was 100% danger and 100% opportunity. One step forward and the country would prosper. One step backward and the clan would be wiped out. At this time, a turbulent undercurrent had spread throughout the 18 tribes of Beiman. The nobles had gone to organize their own forces. The next night, a swallow-like shadow leaped up the watchtower of the 18 tribes. This was funded and built by the foreigners. In the beginning, the foreigners were responsible for the maintenance of this watchtower. Now, the Westerners couldn't even take care of themselves. Most of the lighters in the watchtower had already failed. It was basically just a decoration left. The guards on the watchtower had been quietly taken down. The person who had leaped up the watchtower revealed his face under the moonlight. It was actually a small, silent servant under the head steward's tent. He nimbly climbed all the way to the top of the watchtower. There was already someone waiting for him there. The servant stood still and wiped his face, revealing the ever-changing Chao Chunhua. Chao Chunhua said, "It's clear." The head steward put something in Calais Ingho's medicine to calm his nerves. Chen Qingshu asked, "He didn't want to poison him directly?" "It's not that easy," Chao Chunhua said. "Calais is a master of voodoo. If we don't do it properly, we will alert the enemy. However, he will occasionally prepare some medicine to calm his nerves. Even if he finds out, it won't be easy for him to become suspicious. There are many noble family members among the guards of the head steward's tent. These people have already been ordered to secretly take action at night and try not to alarm Kalei Ingho as much as possible. They want him to die in his bed quietly. Tomorrow morning, they will announce the crown prince to succeed the throne. Once it's confirmed that Kalei's medicine has been ingested, the head steward will use the night owl's cry as a signal. We just have to wait. Have you notified the marshal? A small silver ball flashed between Xianxia's fingers. It was the signal flare that Shani had given to her. This little thing had been hidden in her sleeve all this time. Suddenly, she had to take it out and use it. She suddenly felt a little reluctant. Cao Chunhua didn't know these many thoughts. He only sighed and said, an ambitious and ruthless person. His subordinates want to rebel against him, but they don't even want to hear his last words. How can they say this? They are too afraid of him. Xianxia stood on the watchtower and looked in the direction of the head steward's tent with the help of the clairvoyance on the bridge of her nose. I haven't asked yet. How did you get Madame Hongxia to take the lead? Madame Hongxia's son died on the battlefield. Cao Chunhua tucked her hair behind her ear and said carelessly, she only left behind a grandson. Her grandson is about to Shirlu. That Kalei is extremely vicious. He made a rule that all aristocratic boys over the age of Shirlu must join the army. I have seen her son a few times before when I sneaked into the barbarian tribe. A few nights ago, I pinched the ghost's face and visited his old mother on his behalf. Maybe it didn't look like him, but it was dark and her old eyes were blurry, so she was able to muddle through. I hugged her and cried bitterly. I only said that I couldn't bear to let my youngest son, Jiao follow in his father's footsteps. You see, my eyes are still swollen. These 2 days, I have been using something to cover them. Miss Chen, do you have any special medicine to reduce swelling? Chen Qingxiu, Cao Chunhua shook her head and said to the moon in self-pity, how many tears have I shed while wearing someone else's face? Sigh, this is really. Chen Qingxiu, Shu, did you hear that? In the cold night, a few sharp cries of night owls suddenly sounded. The head steward had made a move. Chen Qingxiu pushed open the window of the watchtower. An almost invisible silk thread was shot from her fingertips and hung down from the tower. It was just enough for her to use the tip of her toes to step on it. Cao Chunhua took out a small pot of purple gold and poured it down from a high place onto the watchtower to create the illusion that the tower was leaking oil. Then, she nimbly set it on fire. The fierce flame meandered down like a real dragon, illuminating the watchtower in an instant as if it was daytime. Chen Qingxiu took advantage of the fire in the watchtower and flicked the signal flare in her hand high up. The signal flare split into 2 straight up and down, splitting a lightning-like white light. The white light was very special. It was not dazzling close up and was easily covered by the purple gold flame. Only from a distance could the extremely penetrating light beam be distinguished. Shen Yi, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, saw it through the 1,000-mile eyes and jumped up. Marshal, they're making a move. Gu Yun let out a long whistle. The black eagle was like a bat in the dark night, quickly sweeping across the ground. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, but no one could be seen. Shen Yi was originally impatient to rush out, but she thought of something and turned back. She said to Gu Yun, Zishi, you just came back from Jiangnan yesterday and haven't rested. Can you take it? Gu Yun was stunned and then laughed in spite of herself. My God, how did you grow such an endless worry? Don't worry about me, go watch Miss Chen. Don't worry, being able to watch that bastard Kalei Ingho walk to the end of his road is more effective than any miracle medicine. Gu Yun did not dare to mention the voodoo secret technique that was hidden by that old lunatic, nor did she dare to have too much expectations. But in the end, she still wanted to see it for herself. What if? If there's really a cure for Wu Gu, Gu Yun secretly made up her mind, I'll go to Hugua Temple and burn incense for those bald donkeys. Chen Qingxiu's lightness skill was unparalleled. After landing, she immediately disappeared. The rebel army of the 18 tribes wanted Kalei Ingho to die quietly, but she did not want him to die without any last words. Otherwise, who could she ask for the voodoo secret technique? Cao Chunhua was already having a hard time following her. Halfway through running, he suddenly heard the shrill sound of a white bowstring. Chao Chunhua was distracted and looked up. Sure enough, he saw flames rising to the sky in the south. He knew that the Black Iron Battalion had arrived. It would not be long before they directly broke through Bei Man's line of defense. However, he was distracted for a moment. When he looked again, Chen Qingshu's figure had already disappeared. From Chen Qingsu's point of view, the guards of the Wolf King's tent were sloppy and ordinary. That night, a small portion of them were still engaged in crafty plots and machinations. She didn't expend much effort to blend in. Landing behind the Wolf King's banner, she first led a small group of rebel soldiers with swords and spears charge toward the main tent. Then she floated down lightly, following behind them without anyone noticing. The rebel army went to the main tent without any warning. Chen Qingshu felt that something was wrong on the way. She knew that there would be fewer guards in Wolf King's tent tonight, but it did not make sense for there to be so many of them missing. Chen Qingshu's heart suddenly tightened and she slid the knife into her hand. At this time, the rebel army had already arrived at Kalei Yingho's main tent. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the sky. The 4 doors of the well-ventilated main tent suddenly opened, and countless arrows and cannons came out from the windows. At the same time, the guards and hundreds of barbarian soldiers who were lying in ambush came out from behind, trapping the unprepared rebel army in the middle. Chen Qingshu suppressed his aura to the lowest, almost blending into the surrounding vegetation. He hid motionlessly in a blind spot behind the thick felt of the black banner above the king's tent, coldly watching this unexpected development. The Wolf King's tent split into 2, and a steam-powered wheelchair emitting white mist slid out from the middle. The Wolf King, Kalei Yingho, was wrapped in a thick cloak. He curled up in the wheelchair as if he was about to die. He coldly swept his gaze over the rebel army outside the tent. Third Ant. He cracked open his thin lips and smiled. He muttered, "My mother died early, and you took care of me for 5 years. You treated me like your own son. Now, even you want to draw your sword against me?" Although Madame Red Cloud was the instigator, she was still a tottering old woman. She could only plan, but she couldn't personally go into battle and kill people. She wasn't here, so Kalei's muttering scattered in the air. No one answered. This ferocious Wolf King of the last generation, his hatred, joy, ambition, and revenge were all done by himself. He did not have parents, brothers, children, relatives, or friends. He treated them like pigs and dogs, and they also ruthlessly betrayed him as a form of retribution. Some of the rebel army's hands trembled violently, almost unable to hold the weapons in their hands. No one knew who it was, but the knife in someone's hand suddenly fell to the ground with a clang. It was particularly obvious in the quiet night. They all betrayed me. They all want me dead. Kalei gave a sharp and cold laugh. He suddenly raised his chicken claw-like hand high up and suddenly chopped down. You all go die first. Under his command, arrows shot out from the king's tent. The 2 sides surrounded the rebel army. They had nowhere to run, so they could only fight back. This should have been a quiet assassination, but it immediately turned into a bloody hand-to-hand fight. The movement grew louder and louder, and most of the 18 tribes were alarmed. Most of the serious tribes were noisy and chaotic. Some ran to the watchtower to put out the fire, some were busy helping the king quell the rebellion, and some were determined to join the rebel army. Even more were stunned and didn't know what to do. The crown prince and the chief steward were pushed out with their hands tied behind their backs. The chief steward had already wet his pants. He glanced in despair at the terrified crown prince beside him and thought, Wolf King only has 1 son left. Maybe he won't do anything to him. I can't say for sure. With this thought, his face immediately changed from despair and fear to determination. He opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. A moment later, his face suddenly turned green. Then, under everyone's gaze, his body stiffened and he fell to the ground. The chief steward had bitten open the poison sac in his mouth and committed suicide. Chao Chunhua was frightened. He had expected that the assassination of Kalei Yingho would not go smoothly, but it didn't matter. As long as Bei Man was in chaos, Gu Yun and the others could easily take advantage of the situation. After all, the mantis stalks the cicada. No matter whether the mantis or the cicada wins, there would always be an oriole behind. But he didn't expect that Xianxia would be one step ahead of him and be swept into the center of the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the rebel army and the imperial guards near the king's tent was reaching its climax. At this moment, a barbarian suddenly rushed into the king's tent. Report. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This sentence was like a pebble that caused 1,000 ripples. The area near the king's tent, where people's heads were beaten to a pulp, fell silent for a moment. The Imperial Guard leader pushed aside the miscellaneous people and ran quickly to Xianxia's side. King, someone set fire to the watchtower. A large number of ghost crows at the border are taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters and are coming here. The corners of Xianxia's eyes twitched a few times. Who's coming? Guyun? The Imperial Guard leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't understand why Guyun was so happy. The next moment, he was shocked to see that the man's hands, which were like chicken claws, firmly supported himself on the steam wheelchair's armrest. With a low shout, the man, who had been paralyzed for half a year, actually stood up. The Imperial Guard leader exclaimed, "King! Guyun, Guyun!" Xianxia muttered. His eyes were frighteningly bright, as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were burning. People couldn't help but have deep doubts about the previous rumors. The dead goddess might not be his obsession, but Guyun was. Xianxia shouted, "Bring me my armor!" The Imperial Guard leader had never seen such an ingenious way to court death. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. "My king, what did you say?" Xianxia roared, "My armor! My armor!" The Imperial Guard leader was so frightened by his face that was about to split open that he staggered a few steps. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sent someone to bring the Wolf King's heavy armor. The snow-colored metal monster, which was almost as tall as 2 people, was carried over by 4 men and placed on the ground with a bang. Xianxia's entire body was trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. His skinny hands firmly grasped the edge of the steel armor. He dragged his heavy footsteps and shoved himself in step by step. The heavy armor was self-contained and had a steel frame supporting it. It was much easier to operate than the light armor, but it wasn't something that any semi-paralyzed person could handle. After climbing into the heavy armor, Xianxia's face turned red. He clenched his teeth and opened the steam valve under his feet. A huge power roared as it was activated. The back of the heavy armor spewed out arrogant steam and was about to rush out with a whistling sound. But the person inside was no longer the unparalleled hero who ate meat and drank blood in the past. Xianxia had just lifted his leg, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was difficult for him to maintain his balance. The heavy armor tilted to the ground with a loud bang. The big guy, which weighed a few hundred kilograms, smashed a deep hole in the ground. The head of the bodyguards was shocked. "King!" At that moment, no one could see the expression on Wolf King Xianxia's face. The man, who was so thin that only a skeleton was left, was hiding in the towering steel armor like a worm in a walnut. Everyone, including his enemies, clearly thought of the words "the end of a hero's road" at that moment. Even if he was a heartless lunatic. At that moment, the unique screeching sound of the Black Eagle was getting closer and closer. The Black Iron Battalion was extremely mobile. The previous stalemate was only because the 18 tribes desperately burned the purple gold. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. At that moment, Dadu was in chaos. The 3 Xiantai units were even more unstoppable. The Black Eagle opened a path and swept over like a black whirlwind. The head of the bodyguards hurriedly went forward to open the heavy armor and carried Xianxia out. "King, I'm afraid that Dadu won't be able to hold on tonight. We'll escort you out first." Xianxia was lying on the back of the head of the bodyguards with a wooden expression. After a while, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "Over there." Xianxia dodged a stray arrow that came from nowhere. With a thought, she quickly jumped down from behind the floating black banner. A handful of fine silver needles flew out from her hand. She quietly killed a few barbarians who happened to be nearby and secretly chased after Xianxia. A group of bodyguards protected Xianxia as they ran to the west side of the Wolf King's tent. They ran farther and farther away from the crowd until there was no place to hide. Xianxia found it extremely difficult to chase after Xianxia. She risked being discovered and followed behind the group of bodyguards. After chasing for half an hour, she found that she had followed Calais to an abandoned altar. The altar was extremely imposing. The whole building was like a cloud. It was made of stone and almost looked like a palace. The huge stone gate was covered with thick felt. It was covered with mottled, unknown characters and scribbles. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds and there were no traces of people for a long time. A crow was alarmed and flew up to the sky. Xianxia was not the only outsider who did not know what was going on. Even the bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. Ever since the goddess of the 18 tribes became a joke, no one had set foot on the goddess altar. Calais shook off the head of the bodyguard's hand. "Step back." The head of the bodyguards was stunned and stepped back a few steps. Calais slowly knelt down. His knees were stiff and he almost fell down. The head of the bodyguards hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, but he was slapped in the face. "Get lost. Get lost." The head of the bodyguards hesitantly retreated to the side. Garai spent a lot of effort to get himself to kneel properly. He tried his best to straighten his hunched back and put his palms together. The shame and anger on his face slowly faded and his expression actually calmed down. After a moment, he struggled to maintain his kneeling posture and crawled forward a few steps like an old dog with one foot in the grave. The guard captain had been beaten and did not dare to go forward to ask for another beating. He could only watch helplessly from the side as Garai crawled. Calais crawled to the side of the huge stone gate. He lifted the tattered felt and groped on the uneven incantations. Xianxia realized that the goddess altar that had been abandoned for a long time might be the key. He carefully moved closer and stared at Calais' movements without blinking. Suddenly, he pressed something down and pushed his arm forward. The ground immediately began to tremble violently, and the guards all turned pale with fright. Xianxia, on the other hand, flew away without thinking. The stones surrounding the altar moved by themselves, and huge gears rose from the ground one after another, interlocking with each other. Countless rusty steel pipes extended in all directions, closing and connecting by themselves, finally forming a complete ring. All the iron pipes were buckled. Chi! Countless small iron pieces unfolded from both sides. They trembled slightly in the breeze. Unexpectedly, they were small fire wings one after another. This thing was very similar to Dalyang's kite. The whole altar was like a giant kite. Xianxia had an illusion. It was as if it could rise from the ground and ascend to the 9 levels of heaven if it was lit with purple gold. She thought in shock, didn't they say that the barbarians were swept away by the Black Iron Battalion because they did not have their own lighter technology? What is this? Does this barbarian want to sit on this thing and escape or ascend to heaven? Before she could come to a conclusion, reality proved that her common sense was correct. She heard a crackling sound, and smoke with a burning smell suddenly came out from one of the pipes that were connected in a circle. Then, one after another, the sound of cracking could be heard. The gurgling purple gold had been preserved underground for a long time and had long been mixed with impurities. As the flame under the fire wings flickered, a pungent smell that was different from the burning purple gold permeated the air. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a blink of an eye from the first crack to the whole altar burning. If it was Guchen or Zhang Fenghan who were lurking on the side, they would be able to see that the structure of this giant kite was not complete. It looked fancy, but in fact, it was just a copy of the fire wings and the tube-shaped golden box on the kite. It did not solve the most critical problem of the kite shape. Even if it was forcibly lifted up by the fire, it would disintegrate before it could ascend to the sky. The years of disrepair had obviously aggravated the damage. It did not even have the intention to ascend and had already self-destructed. The giant kite buried under the altar and the goddess praying to the immortal heaven seemed to be an unattainable dream for the celestial wolf group that was about to die. It would never be realized. The leader of the bodyguards was scared out of his wits and shouted, "My king! Get out of the way!" As if shaken by his shout, the stone gate suddenly collapsed, pressing down on a pile of pipes that had already floated out of the ground. The gas produced by the burning of the purple gold expanded rapidly. After a deafening sound, the altar began to explode. A huge fireball rose shakily into the sky. Calais Ingho was in the middle of the fire. He looked back at his bodyguards, but there was no fear on his face. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly understood that Calais might not be unaware that once the altar was lit, it would blow up a road. He was willing and had been planning for a long time. He was just looking for a better way to die. The outer wall of the altar began to sway and looked like it was about to collapse. Xianxia clenched his teeth and threw caution to the wind. He forcibly found a gap in the flames and followed Calais into it under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Then, with a rumbling sound, the outer wall of the altar collapsed. Cao Chunhua had lost track of Xianxia halfway. He had no other choice but to stay behind to provide support to Gu Yun and the others. It was only when the Black Iron Battalion killed their way into the capital that he learned the approximate direction of Calais Ingho from the captured barbarian bodyguards. Cao Chunhua was very familiar with the terrain of Beiman's capital. After listening to the general situation, he knew that Calais Ingho must have come to the goddess altar. He immediately rushed over with Shani, who was burning with anxiety. Who would have thought that they would see such a scene? Cao Chunhua's pupils shrank. He didn't even dare to shout. Shani didn't hesitate to take off the light fur armor on his body. Using the materials on the ground, he rolled around in the ice and snow that hadn't melted in time. He mixed the ice and snow all over his body and brazenly rushed into the raging flames. Wolf King's choice of a brilliant path of death stunned the bodyguard captain. The group of Beiman's elite bodyguards stood in place like wooden pillars. They almost couldn't summon up any thoughts of resistance. They had automatically become captives. There was no need to waste any effort to fight. There were too many impurities in the purple gold. When it burned, it didn't have the power to melt the ice. However, there was a lot of smoke and dust. People couldn't even open their eyes. Soon, a layer of dust covered the clairvoyance. Xianxia pulled it off and threw it aside. She could see that the moment Calais fell out of the heavy armor, he probably had the desire to die. For a person who was eager to die, extorting a confession by torture wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, she didn't know how to do it. So, could the secret of the goddess's voodoo that she had been searching for years be in this mysterious altar? Xianxia walked through the collapsing altar in one step and found Calais struggling to crawl forward in the endless black ash. When there was a fire, the higher one went, the more difficult it was to breathe. It was easier to crawl on the ground. Calais wasn't in danger of being smoked to death in a short time. Xianxia covered her mouth and nose. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at the direction Calais was going. She found that Calais ignored the noise around him and his eyes were fixed on the big stone platform in the middle of the altar. What's in the stone platform? At this time, a Daliang pillar in the altar smashed down on Xianxia's head. She had to dodge. She borrowed the strength of the broken stones and then flew toward the stone platform. If the earliest designer wanted to make the whole altar into a big kite, inferring from the position of the stone platform, it should be amassed like a sea-stabilizing needle. There were stone slabs engraved with barbarian characters on the platform in a circle. Different from the unknown spells at the door, these were the real characters of the 18 tribes. Xianxia had come to the northern border to search for the voodoo of the barbarian tribe. She had studied the barbarian characters a little before, so she could roughly understand that it recorded the history of the 18 tribes. From the beginning to the end, there was no mention of the voodoo of the barbarian tribe. Xianxia finally choked on the thick smoke and coughed. She was very disappointed. Was this really just an altar ruins and there was nothing she was looking for? At this time, something exploded. After the ground shook, a big stone slab directly in front of her hit her without warning. Xianxia was speechless. When you are unlucky, you can't even drink cold water. She instinctively stepped back, but the thick smoke blocked her sight. Xianxia missed a step and fell directly off the stone platform. This time, she might be hit by the stone slab. In a moment of desperation, the white silk hidden in Xianxia's sleeves rolled out and caught onto something on the stone platform. She coughed with difficulty and pulled hard, wanting to pull herself up. Who knew that the thing she caught onto wasn't sturdy enough? With a light pull, it fell over. Xianxia's heart sank. It's over. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, grabbed her, and rolled to the side. There was a loud noise beside her, and a large stone slab fell from the sky, bringing with it a gust of wind. Xianxia was covered in mud from the altar. She raised her head in shock and saw General Chen in a sorry state. Shini angrily grabbed her collar. Do you want to die? Xianxia was stunned by his roar and slightly widened her eyes. Shini was frightened as soon as he met her eyes. His monstrous anger also disappeared. He bent down to pick up the white cloth in her sleeve and said, "Let's go first." What is this? He saw that the white cloth in Xianxia's sleeve was wrapped with a strange object the size of a person. At first glance, it looked like a stone statue. However, he didn't know whether it was hollow or not. It was very light. Shini gently pulled it over. The white cloth shook open and revealed a head. It was a lifelike statue of a woman. Her eyes were closed and her expression was calm. Shini looked at the exquisite stone statue and inexplicably got goosebumps. Xianxia first glanced at it and then was surprised. She squatted down and brushed the dust on the surface of the stone statue. Under the dust, a white and clean background was revealed. It was still soft to the touch. It's human skin, Xianxia said in a low voice. Shini thought that his ears were infected by Guyun. What? Xianxia looked up and saw that there was a secret hole behind the fallen stone slab of the collapsed stone platform. This beautiful. She didn't know whether she was dead or alive was hidden in the middle. So, did Jiao Lai actually come for this piece of human skin? Xianxia couldn't clear her thoughts for a moment. She could only follow her instincts and bent down to pick up the thing wrapped in the white cloth. Shini hurriedly said, "I'll do it. Let's go." He picked up the ball of white silk and dragged Xianxia along as he dashed out of the altar. There were explosions everywhere, and there was thick smoke everywhere. Amidst the rolling flames, a vague and hoarse voice sounded intermittently, the cleanest of fairies. Even the wind wants to kiss the hem of her skirt. All the huge stones on the pillars of the altar had collapsed into a straight line. Just as the two of them were about to escape, they heard a loud noise. A cluster of huge purple flames rose up high, and the pillars that required 7 or 8 people to wrap their arms around fell to one side. The entire altar finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the huge roof collapsed. Xingyi's face was black and gray. He couldn't breathe at all. Suddenly, he felt despair. He felt that he might die here. In a flash, he suddenly stuffed the human-shaped thing in his hand into Xianxia's arms. He put the cutting wind blade behind him and arched his back. He wanted to protect the person beside him with his body. Xianxia was shocked. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. At this moment, a black eagle's cry came from the sky. With a creak, Shini looked up in shock. He saw a troop of black eagles throw out arm-thick steel cables from their iron claws. They grabbed the top of the falling altar. Guyun had arrived. Shini didn't dare to hesitate. He didn't care about the gravel that fell on his body. He protected Xianxia and ran away with all his might. Just as they left the altar's range, the steel cable in the hands of a black eagle suddenly broke. The black cavalry in the vanguard hurriedly dragged the two of them away. The moment the steel cable broke, Guyun almost rushed his horse into the sea of fire. Seeing the two of them rolling out with sparks and smoke, he grabbed the reins. While comforting the horse that was almost scared to death, he expressionlessly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he blew a long whistle and gestured to the black eagle in the sky and the black cavalry on the ground, "Retreat." Kalangho's muffled singing could no longer be heard. The altars that had stood tall for hundreds of years in the 18 tribes turned into ashes. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. The strong wind blew off half of the wolf flag that had been ruined by the flames of war. It whistled and flew out, rolling into the flames and dust. In the long river of time, the colorful heavenly wolf tribe left in dejection. The flowing purple gold was still burning. I feel that this face is a little familiar. Guyun held a wooden stick and repeatedly looked at the woman on the ground for a while before coming to a conclusion. Kalangho's Wolf King's tent was turned upside down by the Black Iron Battalion. They found that there were no rare pearls, iron nets, or corals. It looked impressive, but it was poor inside. It could be seen that he didn't even spare himself before he drained the aristocrats of their wealth. He was really a selfless madman. What made Guyun very disappointed was that they couldn't find the legendary secret voodoo technique of the goddess. Thinking about it, only the Liang people liked to write everything down on paper and compile it into a book. The 18 tribes preserved many primitive customs. Some things that needed to be recorded were probably carved on stones, tortoise shells, fur, or simply passed down by word of mouth. The secret voodoo technique that they wanted to find might only be hidden in Calais' brain and have been burned to ashes. In the end, only the strange human statue was brought back to the Beijiang garrison under Chen Qingxiu's insistence. What did Miss Chen say that this thing might be? Gu Yun asked the bodyguard next to him. What puppet? Soul puppet. The bodyguard replied. Seeing Gu Yun poking around with the wooden stick without restraint, he couldn't help but say, Marshal, I think this thing is very insidious. It might be unclean. You should stay away from it, right? The soul puppet was the size of a human and weighed about 20 to 30 pounds. After it was cleaned, its appearance and skin were no different from a real person at first glance. It was as if it could speak when it opened its eyes. It was said that this was not a complete human skin. It was pieced together with the best human skin of many young men and young women. After processing it with some kind of voodoo technique, it was formed into a whole piece and wrapped around a piece of wood. The wood was shaved into a complete human shape in advance. This way, the human skin and wood could be stuck together seamlessly to imitate a lifelike dummy. The 18 tribes believed that this kind of soul puppet could summon the souls of people who died in foreign lands. In the beginning, the soul doll was covered in a layer of dust. After it was cleaned, it looked like a naked real person. Shani felt that it was too improper, so she specially asked someone to find a set of clothes for it to wear. Guyan stared at the closed eyebrows of the soul puppet and vaguely felt that it looked a little like Chongqing when he was young. He stretched out his finger and stroked his chin, trying hard to recall his memories. He asked, Do you think this is the barbarian consort's soul? The personal guard believed in the supernatural and didn't dare to look. He said in fear, Marshal, it's better to move out quickly. These ghosts are so scary, it's fine. Guyan glanced at the soul puppet's face and said casually, I think she's quite pretty. The bodyguards were speechless. During this period of time, Marshal Gu had been juggling the northern and southern battlefields. He was probably so tired that he had lost his mind. At this moment, Chen Qingxiu, who had been worried about Shani, suddenly rushed in. I remember now. Gu Yun said, Chen Qingxiu took out a knife from nowhere and half-knelt on the ground. Under the gaze of Gu Yun and his superstitious bodyguards, he cut open the soul puppet's chest. Gu Yun was speechless. His bodyguards were so scared that they trembled. They turned their faces away and chanted, Ba. Gu Yun looked at him and then looked at Miss Chen, who was skillfully dissecting an ox. He stretched out his hand and handed the wooden stick to his bodyguards, who were silent like cicadas in winter. He said with pity, Take it to ward off evil spirits and protect yourself. Chen Qingxiu didn't pay attention to his surroundings and concentrated on the tip of the knife. The human skin looked flat on the outside and was even very soft. After being cut open, there was no flesh on the inside. It was cleanly separated into two sides and the texture was like tanned cowhide. Chen Qingxiu controlled his strength very well. It was just enough to cut open the human skin but didn't hurt the wood underneath. Gu Yun was watching idly at the side at first. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, rolled up his sleeves, and squatted down. He didn't shy away from using his hands. He gently lifted the peeled skin and carefully touched the surface of the wood. The bodyguard's face turned green. He hurriedly apologized and ran outside to guard the door with the demon-warding rod that the marshal gave him. Guyan touched it for a while and asked doubtfully, Why? There are words on this wood? Chen Qingxiu had already cut the human skin from head to tail. She changed to a smaller knife like peeling an eggshell and carefully peeled off the human skin bit by bit until the entire human-shaped wood was revealed. She was slightly relieved and took the time to reply to Gu Yun, There are, but the engravings are small and shallow. Only people with an extremely sensitive sense of touch can feel it. If ordinary people want to see it, I'm afraid they have to use tools. Marshal, can you help me identify what's written on it? The Black Iron Battalion and the 18 tribes could be said to be two generations of enemies. Many of the high-ranking officers in the Black Iron Battalion could recognize the commonly used barbarian language. Gu Yun touched the neck of the human-shaped wood for a moment and hesitated for a long time. Before replying, they are all very rare words. Steam, something. I don't know. There's a number behind it. Oh, it seems to mention something about sunlight. Guyun looked at Chen Qingshu in confusion. Why is there a mysterious recipe engraved on this soul puppet? Miss Chen, what's wrong? Guyun had never seen such an emotional expression on Chen Qingsu's face before. Her icy cold eyes were almost filled with tears. She carried the human-shaped wood with both hands as if she had never seen it before. She took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the dust on it, as if she was carrying a rare treasure. In order for a soul puppet to attract the souls of foreign lands to return, it needs to communicate between life and death. The usual method is to hide a personal item of that person in the soul puppet's heart. However, since this method is used to pay tribute to the deceased is usually thousands of miles away and most likely cannot find their burial place. Therefore, the personal item can't be obtained every time. I just remembered that in this case, the caster will usually use the last words left behind by the deceased or words that can represent the deceased to replace it. Back then, the two barbarian sisters fled from the depths of the palace. Along the way, the elder sister died in a foreign land while the younger sister brought her child and wandered into the bandits' lair. Before the imperial concubine died, she left behind a very important item for Hugur. Later, it passed through Hugur's hands and finally landed in the hands of Wolf King Jiao Lai. When Guyun heard this, his heart started beating wildly without warning. It's the goddess's secret technique. Chen Qingshu pointed out his thoughts. I originally thought that there was such a possibility. Who knew that it was actually, everyone's impression of the barbarian goddess was only left with the image of Hugur, that crazy woman. The imperial concubine, on the other hand, didn't have much of a sense of existence. She died too early. From the high and mighty demigod of the grassland, she was reduced to a harem with 9 doors tightly shut. Until now, there was no way to know whether she was resentful, hateful, or resigned to her fate. What was her attitude towards her child? Presumably, according to human nature, she should hate. Even Jiao Lai couldn't help but have a murderous intent when he saw the face of the Chongqing sisters when they were young, let alone the person involved. However, the voodoo techniques of the 18 tribes were so unpredictable that even the Chen family couldn't find a solution for many years. As the inheritor, the imperial concubine could easily kill an unformed fetus without anyone noticing. Why did she keep the child? Did she know that the child was eventually made into a wooer bone by the crazy Hugur? Almost all of the old people were dead. No one would know whether the barbarian goddess decided to keep the child because of a mother's reluctance, or because she happened to know that Hugur was pregnant with another child. Out of hatred for the extinction of her tribe, she planned to create a peerless evil god. But no matter what, after going around in circles, it was still the goddess's soul puppet that gave Chongqing a chance of survival. This almost had the mysterious meaning of karma. Chen Qingshu didn't want to talk about karma. She was wholeheartedly focused on this piece of wood. Before Guyun could react, she picked up the wooden figure and ran away like the wind. She didn't even bother to pick up the silk that fell to the ground. Guyun was stunned for a long time. He exhaled a breath of air in his chest. His chest was smashed by an unspeakable hope. After standing up, his vision almost turned black. It took him a long time to recover, but his ears were still ringing. He couldn't help but reach out to rub his chin. He tried his best to put on a normal and serious face. His brows furrowed together subconsciously, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The tense seriousness and uncontrollable joy intertwined to form a standard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry expression. Guyun himself felt that his current appearance was a little crazy. At this moment, the General Shen's bodyguard next door poked his head out of the tent for a moment and asked, "Has Divine Dr. Chen finally left?" "Yes," Guyun heard his bodyguard reply. "Why, is there something wrong?" The soldier who inquired about the Divine Doctor's whereabouts quickly shook his head and ran back to report. The next moment, Guyun heard a painful cry that had been suppressed for a long time coming from the General Shen's tent. Xingyi's back was covered with bruises and burns. He was extremely miserable, but he still stubbornly refused Miss Chen's treatment and visits. He locked Miss Chen, who came to visit him, outside several times. He was determined not to let her see his miserable appearance. He also resolutely found a military doctor who was good at slaughtering pigs to treat his wounds. During this period, he sent people to secretly investigate 4 or 5 times. He held it in until Xianxia finally left. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and could howl freely. Guya listened for a while and felt that he couldn't even scream so miserably when giving birth to a child. He couldn't bear it, so he picked up the silk handkerchief that fell on the ground, shook off the dust on it, and went out to give it to his bodyguard. He instructed, "Quickly send this to General Shen. It's for pain relief." Regardless of what the silk handkerchief had been rubbed on, its effect was very effective. As soon as it was delivered, Xinyi's howling immediately became much softer. After Gu Yun was done entertaining his own brother, he returned to the commander's tent. He originally planned to write down the pile of battle reports on the table and the pile of letters from the major garrisons. However, when he picked up the pen, he realized that he couldn't calm down at all. He could recognize every word on the battle reports, but he couldn't connect them into a sentence that jumped into his head. After a while, he thought aimlessly, could it be that the wooden block only recorded the method and didn't have a solution? After a while, he thought again, that doesn't matter. As long as we know the ins and outs of Wu Ergu, the Chen family will be able to think of a solution. Then, after a while, he thought to himself, don't tell me they really want me to burn incense for those bald donkeys in Hugua Temple? Damn it. He tossed and turned, but he still couldn't find a clue. However, an indescribable longing cut a bloody path out of these thousands of tangled thoughts and leaped into his heart. A drop of ink fell from the tip of Gu Yun's pen. He finally came back to his senses. He simply pushed away the pile of official business and took out a piece of paper as if he was secretly enjoying himself. He began to openly occupy his official time to show favoritism. In April, the fragrant flowers of the land between the 2 rivers were about to dry up. A long, wet plum rain rose from the rivers and seas. For more than a month, Changgung had been in Jiangbei. First, he single-handedly handled General Cheng's funeral. Then, Fang Qin submitted a memorial to suggest that the Emperor Longin keep Yan Wang in place to assist the imperial court's emissaries in negotiating with the Westerners. Although Yan Wang had stepped down from the political arena, Fang Qin still felt that he was a thorn in the side of the capital. Logically speaking, when dealing with political opponents, one should kill them in one blow. However, the reason for Yan Wang's resignation wasn't planned by Fang Qin himself. The whole thing wasn't under his control. Moreover, Prince Yan's identity was very difficult to deal with. Other than the crime of treason, there really wasn't much that could be done to kill him. Fang Qin could only think of ways to send him far away. The word assist was very subtle. It meant that this matter wasn't led by Yan Wang. He only had an obligation, but no power. After the matter was settled, it would be the official's credit. However, if something went wrong, there would be a lot of things that could be used to make an issue out of Yan Wang. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The trouble that Fang Qin hoped to see didn't happen. Yan Wang was like a fish in water in Jiangbei Dang. He was very popular. He was very good at making people like him. He had fought side by side with the soldiers, and General Cheng and Gu Yun were protecting him. The emissary sent by the imperial court was very perceptive. After arriving in Jiangbei, he followed Yan Wang's lead. In addition, Gu Yun wrote to him constantly on a daily basis. Every 10 days or half a month, he would come over to take a look. The work of bullying the Westerners along the 2 rivers could be said to be very smooth. During this period, they fought 3 or 4 small battles on the water. They took advantage of the situation and trained the soldiers. Li Feng couldn't say anything. Instead, he vaguely felt that he had let Yan Wang down. At the same time, another thing that Fang Qin didn't expect happened. This made him unable to spare the energy to take advantage of the opportunity to plant his forces in the 2 rivers. The first batch of fire beacon tickets was due. It was time to pay back the money. The status of the first batch of fire beacon tickets was very special. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the medicine that brought the Daliang dynasty back from the brink of death. At that time, if it weren't for this batch of supplies that supported Gu Yun's victory in the western regions, under the heavy pressure of the northern battlefield and the situation of the country running out of purple gold, it would only be a matter of time before the Westerners besieged the capital again. The first batch of people who bought the fire beacon tickets was a great kindness to the country. This debt had to be paid back. If the imperial court didn't take out the money, not only would it be a breach of trust, but it would also be certain that the fire beacon tickets wouldn't be issued in the future. The decree that Yan Wang had painstakingly pushed that fire beacon tickets are equivalent to gold and silver among the people, and merchants are prohibited from refusing to accept them would also become a piece of paper. In this way, even if others agreed, those court officials who had reluctantly bought a large number of fire beacon tickets in the early days of the political reform wouldn't agree. It wasn't until now that Fang Qin had to admit that although Yan Wang's methods were fierce and he had never been lenient in killing his political enemies with a borrowed knife, and he had used the knife of reform to cut off the flesh of whoever he wanted, and even offended a large number of people, in the end, he had planted a seed early on and tied the entire imperial court to his pirate ship, regardless of whether it was friend or foe. According to the original plan of the Grand Council, when the first batch of fire beacon tickets was sold, there was a follow-up plan. The third batch of fire beacon tickets would be released exactly 1 month before the due date. According to past experience, they could sell about 70% to 80% of the fire beacon tickets in a month. Part of the money raised this time was reserved for the repayment of the first batch of debts. It was more than enough time and money. But what no one expected was that after Yan Wang left, the merchants didn't buy it anymore. Fang Qin knew that the 13 merchants were secretly on Yan Wang's side, but Daliang was a vast country. Was it possible that other than these ambitious merchants who wanted to participate in politics, the others didn't want to do business? In addition, there were also those officials who wanted to climb up the social ladder. They could easily raise money by filling the quota in the provinces. But he underestimated the merchant alliance network. This was pushed forward by wealth god due under Yan Wang's instructions during the period after the war. Every industry had its own chamber of commerce, and all the chambers of commerce had formed a big alliance. Although the members were bound by the chamber of commerce, they also enjoyed benefits. Not to mention the discounts they received when importing goods from other members. The main thing was that in this chaotic world where bandits ran rampant, if they had the seal of the chamber of commerce, they could ask for the protection of local government troops. This was the privilege that the imperial court had given to the first batch of 13 magnates who had bought the fire beacon tickets. Du Wanquan generously shared this privilege with them. Many merchants gradually found that it was not a bad thing to be bound by the Chamber of Commerce. With the seal of the big Chamber of Commerce, the trust of the private buyers increased a lot. They didn't have to fall into the price war with the merchants who sold shoddy goods. This merchant alliance network soon spread to the whole country. Maybe there would be all kinds of problems after a few decades, but at this time, the loyalty of the members was very high. It was like an iron plate in front of Fang Qin. The third batch of fire beacon tickets was blocked at the beginning. Except for some officials who were eager for quick success and quick benefits, almost no one pushed it. The Chamber of Commerce's inexplicable unwillingness to cooperate made people have a lot of doubts. The old foxes in the imperial court didn't do anything and just followed the trend. But temptation didn't work, nor did coercion. The new group of nobles promoted by the 13 merchants had already become a force to be reckoned with. It was not so easy to move them. The fire beacon tickets were pushed by the Grand Council, but the Grand Council was only responsible for pushing the tickets. The money was transferred in and out of the Ministry of Revenue. Fang Qin hated that he couldn't ask his henchmen to pay out of their own pockets. However, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not to mention whether the aristocratic families were willing to pay. Even if they were willing, they wouldn't hesitate to take out such a large sum of money. The poor people in the 2 courtyards, who could even scold Yan Wang, would definitely rush forward and not give up until they turned the whole thing upside down. As the day approached, even Li Feng couldn't sit still. He personally asked several times. In 3 or 4 days, he called Fang Qin and the people in the Grand Council into the palace and scolded them 8 times, if not 10 times. Finally, the pressure was so great that the 6 ministries had to jointly write a letter to the Grand Council and ask Yan Wang to return to the imperial court. When the decree arrived in Jiangbei, Chongqing received it very calmly. Then, he methodically arranged the handover of military affairs. His attitude of indifference was very stable, as if he wasn't in a hurry to go back. When the second urgent decree arrived, he unhurriedly packed his luggage and prepared to go north. Just as he was about to leave, the news of the great victory in Beijiang arrived. For a moment, the whole of Jiangbei was in an uproar. Chongqing listened to the cheers and cries in his ears as he received the letter for him from the messenger. Some of the letters that Gu Yun sent to Chongqing were purely private messages, while others were to remind Yan Wang of official business. Chongqing was very experienced. Before opening the envelope, he could pinch it with his hand and know whether it was official business or private. Gu Yun's official business was usually only a thin piece of paper and a few words. When he took the letter from the Black Eagle messenger, he was a little disappointed for a moment because he could feel that it was very thin. Presumably, there was no private message. Chongqing casually told the Black Eagle, "Marshal Gu might not know yet. I'm leaving for the capital today. The handover of the matters in Jiangbei has been completed. I'll have to trouble you to go back and inform him." After saying that, he opened the letter in front of everyone without any hesitation. There was indeed only a piece of paper inside. There was a drawing of a hand on it. Gu Yun wrote a line of words, attached as a palm to send to Jiangbei. "Help me measure whether her belt is wide or not." Everyone looked at Yan Wang in confusion. They didn't know what he was looking at for so long. Then, his face turned red. Long and 9 years later, Kalei Ingho died. His heir succeeded the throne and represented the 18 tribes to officially declare their surrender. The new Wolf King was conferred the title of Prince. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to receive the decree. The vast but sparsely populated prairie of the 18 tribes was incorporated into the northernmost Shuabei province of Daliang. The surrendered nobles were all under the control of the Shuabei governor. At this point, the 18 tribes no longer paid tribute to the imperial court. They were all included in ordinary taxes. The boundless purple gold fields were specially established by the imperial court to be responsible for mining and transporting them. The entire nation of Daliang celebrated. Shani temporarily stayed behind to hand over the handover. Gu Yun had to return to the capital to report. Qian Yangzi went with him. Chen Qingshu had just copied the entire goddess's secret technique. She didn't have time to digest it, so she also bid farewell and returned to the Chen family. Before she left, Gu Yun called her to the side. At first, he wanted to ask Wu Ergu if he had the confidence to solve it. Later, he felt that it was useless to ask. A reliable person like Chen Qingshu definitely wouldn't promise everything. At most, she would say, "I'll try my best." Thus, there was nothing much to say. He very solemnly thanked Chen Qingshu and said, "I'll rely on Miss Chen." Chen Qingshu turned sideways and didn't dare to accept the bow. For the first time, she explained to Gu Yun, "These 2 days, Xiaoqiao helped me translate a lot. In the goddess's secret technique, witchcraft and poison are inseparable. Many of the unimaginable methods are ritualistic. I can't tell which ones have a deep meaning and which ones are nonsense at the moment. Marshal, please give me some time." Gu Yun hurriedly said, "It's fine." Chen Qingshu took out a sealed envelope and warned, "These are all recuperation prescriptions. It's useless to take them once or twice. You have to rely on time to slowly recuperate. Marshal, you've lost too much. It's better than nothing. You must control the medicine you use." Gu Yun nodded and put it away. When she looked up, she happened to catch a glimpse of Shani, who was staring at her. Shani glared at him. Gu Yun had known Shani for so many years, but this was the first time he realized that Shin Jiping's eyes were so smart that he could scold people. Anyway, he clearly saw the resentment in Shin Yi's eyes. "Why do you two have so much to talk about?" Gu Yun rolled her eyes at him and said in her heart, "You're just watching from the side. Don't tell me you're expecting a naturally reticent young lady to take the initiative to talk to you? It's true that there are trash every year, but there are a lot of them this year." The two of them glared at each other for a moment. Finally, Shani couldn't help but walk over. He said to Gu Yun angrily, "Marshal, it's time to go. Don't miss the time." Then, she turned to Chen Qingshu shyly. Gu Yun couldn't be bothered to look at Xin Yi's pitiful appearance. She used the horsewhip to lightly hit Xin Yi's waist before she mounted the horse and left. When Gu Yun returned to the capital to report on his mission, the commoners heard about it first and spread it by word of mouth. On the same day, the streets and alleys were filled with people, waiting to see the general of the Black Iron Battalion. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, they didn't see anything. From the courier station and Beidang, there were only a few civil officials representing the imperial court who had been surrendered. They brought along the former Beijiang garrison, the former Central Plains garrison, and an unknown general of the Black Iron Battalion. Guyun casually found a small, inconspicuous carriage to go home the night before. The next day, he went directly to the palace to meet the emperor. He used to love the style of swaggering through the streets and throwing fruits to fill the carriages. Along the way, he would blink at the neatly dressed girls on the roadside until his eyelids hurt. However, he didn't love it anymore. First, he hadn't recovered Jiangnan and didn't have any face. Second, he gradually began to dislike that kind of ostentatious and lively atmosphere. He couldn't explain why. Perhaps he was tired, or perhaps he was old. At this time, Changgung, who was dawdling on the road north, hadn't returned yet. Changgung wasn't home, so Guyun had nothing else to do in the manor other than listening to the birds cursing in the streets. He didn't dare to relax and eat and sleep for 3 to 5 days to recover his vitality. That was the method of a young man. He didn't really have this kind of condition. If he really did relax, he was afraid that what awaited him wouldn't be a burst of energy, but a serious illness. Thus, he hurriedly made an appointment in front of Li Feng. After this, he still had to rush to Jiangbei. Before Guyun left, Du Khan came to visit. Du Khan sat down and didn't even have time to drink his tea before he impatiently pulled Guyun away. "Commander, His Royal Highness Yan Wang sent a letter and instructed me to bring you to see this before you leave." Guyun smiled and said, "What, did Du Khan create a sea monster?" Zhang Fenghan chuckled and kept him in suspense. A few years ago, he still looked like an old man who didn't have anyone to send him off. It turned out that he was idle. These past few years, he had been living in the Lingshu temple from day to night. Instead, he was like an old tree that had bloomed. His face was rosy, as if he had met a beautiful old lady by chance. Guyun had no choice but to get into the old man's carriage and automatically take on the role of serving tea and water to prevent Zhang Fenghan, whose saliva was flying everywhere, from dehydrating himself. "Du Khan, you're old but strong. It's really enviable." Zhang Fenghan hurriedly said, "I don't dare." He took the teacup. His white beard curled up as he smiled and said, "The imperial court needs an old thing like me. I live with vigor. Everyone dislikes this fire machine steel armor, but I've loved this line of work since I was young. Not only do I love it, but I can also make a name for myself. Isn't that a wonderful thing?" Guyun pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. It was a pity that this logic couldn't be applied to him. It was normal for people to love fire machine steel armor. It was also normal for officials to love high positions and generous salaries. However, when it came to him, if he said that he loved fighting and killing, it really didn't seem like human words. But at that time, he had chosen this path. Why? For a moment, Guyun couldn't remember. In any case, he remembered that he hated the words "going to the border" when he was young because it meant that he had to separate from his playmates. He had to see his terrifying father every day and couldn't eat or sleep well. When he was in his teens, he was brought to the battlefield by his father's old subordinates. Before his youthful hot-bloodedness could reach his head, there was a small accident in the first battle. Later, he gradually got used to the days of eating sand at the border. He was also young and frivolous for a few years. When he heard Jiao Lai vaguely point out the truth behind the change in the Black Iron Battalion, his original desire to open up new territory was completely extinguished. Every day, it was as if he was just fulfilling his duty. While the entire country was immersed in the joy of the great victory in the northern frontier and the recovery of Jiangnan might be just around the corner, the marshal of the 4 territories was sitting in a rickety carriage with an old man. He was questioning his own choice and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He slightly recalled the years of his life and found that whether it was the swaggering pride of winning the hearts of beauties or the heroic spirit of wanting to move unhindered and look disdainfully at the world, they were all very faint. The only times he could think of now were the times when he wanted to quit. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Fenghan said, "Marshal, we're here." Guyun had already tidied up his old affairs in an instant. He put on an expectant expression at the right time to coax the old man. Still not telling me what the Lingshu temple has made? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the ground tremble subtly. It was as if a huge monster had passed by with a clatter. There were shouts and cries outside the carriage. Gu Yun jumped down from the carriage and was stunned. He saw a huge monster in front of him. Gu Yun asked, "Is this the steam railway car?" It was as if the drawings that he had seen in the courier station on a cold night had come to life. The front of the car was engraved with a relief of hundreds of galloping horses. A horse head with angry hair was at the front. It raised its head and made a long neigh. Behind it, there were carriages that looked like they could hold things. The complicated devices on the wheels were exposed, dazzling the eyes. For a layman like Gu Yun, he couldn't tell which were useful and which were purely decorative. The railway is still under construction. This section is just for trial running. It's not long. Zhang Fenghan was so excited that the tip of his nose was sweating. Gu Chen. Where's Gu Chen? A small round face popped out of the window behind the horse head. Hey, master. Marquis. Zhang Fenghan said, "Let the marshal see what our car looks like when it runs." Gu Chen stretched his neck and held, "Okay." After that, he retreated into the front of the locomotive. A young monkey like Ling Shu held two flags and waved them in front of the locomotive. The steam locomotive slowly started to move. A purple gold fragrance that only Gu Yun could smell drifted out from the steam on the roof of the locomotive. Then, with a long hum, a string of tails behind the locomotive did not affect the locomotive's movement at all. The locomotive steadily moved faster and faster, and faster and faster. Finally, it disappeared from Gu Yun's sight. The group of crazy Ling Shu around began to chatter again. Zhang Fenghan could only shout to maintain order, "Where are the rules? Where are the rules? Settle down in front of Marquis. Can you give me some face?" No one listened to him. Zhang Fenghan could only turn to Gu Yun embarrassedly. "Marshal, you must be joking. They've been like this for the past 2 days. Every time the carriage runs, they'll shout. No one can stop them. Alas, to tell you the truth, this thing was originally bought at a high price by old man due through his connections overseas. However, that group of foreigners, regardless of whether they were involved in the invasion of our country or not, are very treacherous. They've been hiding a lot of things from us since they started to reclaim land along the canal until now. They've wasted a lot of refined iron and dark iron. If it weren't for Prince Yan's secret help, this project would have been scrapped by the higher-ups long ago. These kids have had it tough." Gu Yun stood in the same place with his hands behind his back. He was still looking at the direction where the steam railway car disappeared. In fact, he also wanted to scream with the Ling Shu next to him. He was afraid of scaring others, so he had to force himself to look steady. However, his heart had already followed the long train driven by the purple gold. An arterial-like steel track was laid down along the banks of the canal. The two rivers were no longer a place where the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Gu Yun could not help but think of the vision that Chongqing once told him, "Let the lighters running on the ground return to the fields. Let the kites flying in the sky be filled with ordinary travelers who bring their families back to their hometown to visit their relatives." Gu Yun turned to Zhang Fenghan and smiled sincerely, "Fortunately, I haven't quit all these years. Otherwise, how could I see this kind of magical object first?" Old man Fenghan did not understand at all. "Ha ha ha, Marshal, you are joking." Gu Yun did not know what kind of name would be left for him in the history of 100 years later. Anyway, he was there when the western regions rebelled twice. He was there when the capital city was about to be destroyed. He was there when the northern borderline surrendered. He was also there when the first steam railway car roared away. Thinking of this, the confusion in his heart on the way here was solved. He found a little fun of "I am everywhere" in the middle of it. At the beginning of May, Gu Yun set off to the south. He found out that Yan Wang took the official road along the land route. He simply abandoned the Eagle and rode along the official road with a team of light cavalry. Sure enough, not far from the capital city in Jili, he had planned for a long time to encounter Yan Wang's carriage. Chongqing did not mean to delay the journey. He said, "Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood." Along the way, he met the people he needed to meet one by one. He was ready to immediately set off a storm when he arrived in the capital city. This was a road full of tricks. He did not expect to meet Gu Yun, who disappeared without a trace. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he almost jumped out of the carriage. In front of others, he pretended to be well-mannered. As soon as they arrived at the inn where they temporarily rested, Chongqing closed the door and asked the servants to leave. He wished he could stick to Gu Yun and touch her from head to toe. Why do you know how to ride a horse on the official road? Don't you find it tiring? Did you get injured in the northern borderline? Give me your wrist. How is your health and diet these days? Did Xianxia say anything? Gu Yun leaned to the side and listened to him verbally ask the usual long-winded questions when he wrote a letter. She was not in a hurry and asked with a smile, "Who do you want me to report to first?" Chongqing laughed for a while and realized that he was too excited. It's such a long journey. Why don't you use the eagle? Gu Yun, we'll change at the inn in front. Chongqing was stunned and suddenly realized the meaning behind Gu Yun's words. He raised his head in shock. You're doing this for, isn't it? I've been waiting for a long time on the way, especially to rob His Royal Highness Yanwang. Gu Yun stretched out her hands to support herself on both sides of Chongqing's body. She rested her chin on Chongqing's shoulder and said lazily, if you want to pass by here, you have to pay the toll. Chongqing's throat moved slightly. He inexplicably thought of the palm he sent from 1,000 miles away, robbery or rape? There's a palace, a side courtyard, a shop that specializes in selling rare items, and Gu Yun pretended to be surprised and said, so rich? It's my first time robbing and I've already met such a fat sheep. My life is really good. Then I want to rape. Chongqing laughed and pulled him down without warning. He leaned over to Gu Yun's ear and said, Godfather, you must have seen the steam car. What about the thing you promised me? Gu Yun made a prompt decision to go back on his word. Look at my mouth. I was wrong just now. Let's do it again. Young man, you should pay for it. Chongqing acted coquettishly in his ear. I don't have cash. My cash has been taken by my man to indulge in wine and women. Can't I sell my body to pay for it? He had stayed in the Liangjiang barracks for a few months, so his accent was almost taken over by others. He didn't know where it came from, but he had a soft voice. The words my man were dragged out and poured into Gu Yun's ear, making his back tingle. He had no way to deal with this kind of sweetheart, so he could only give her whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, it was only a hurried night of tenderness. The next day, they had to pack their luggage and pass by each other. One went north, and the other went south. It was like changing shifts. Yan Wang officially returned to the court and regained control of the Grand Council. Fang Qin silently prepared 2 memorials. If Yan Wang didn't handle the matter of the fire beacon tickets well, he would accuse Yan Wang of causing harm to the country and the people. Back then, he was short-sighted and pushed the fire beacon tickets, which led to the current chaos. He could use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Perhaps he could abolish several of Yan Wang's governmental reforms and restore the foul atmosphere of the imperial court to its original state. If those tycoons who didn't buy into the Ministry of Revenue's account actually followed Yan Wang's order and successfully covered up the fire beacon tickets, then there would be a lot of things to do. Didn't Yan Wang always flaunt himself as neither party nor group, and was upright and outspoken? Fang Qin knew that he and Du Wanquan had been conspiring for a long time, but he couldn't find any evidence against him. This time, it was a good opportunity to find out. As a dignified prince, he tried every means to transfer the country's financial power to this group of ambitious businessmen, who even went to the sea several times and had connections with Westerners. What was his intention? Fang Qin was fully prepared. He didn't intend to let Yan Wang make a comeback. When he passed by Yan Wang and nodded to each other at the imperial court conference, Fang Qin felt that Yan Wang didn't intend to let him go. During Yan Wang's absence, the conflict between the new nobles and the aristocratic families became even more acute. On one hand, these two groups of people maintained their nobility. On the other hand, they were in the limelight. From the very beginning, they did not deal with each other. Sometimes, the estrangement between the scholars, farmers, businessmen, and merchants was not smaller than the estrangement between the 18 tribes and the Liang people. The aristocratic families had been passed down from generation to generation, so they were all very rich. Almost every family had a large manor and land. Ever since the Yuan era, when the price of food kept falling, the aristocratic families had secretly started to do business in order to get more income. It had become a common practice for them to do business in secret. On the one hand, it allowed the merchants who were originally at the bottom to start to rise to a higher level. On the other hand, it also continuously hurt the merchants of the common people. Dalian had a law since Emperor Taizu. Scholars, nobles, and the like could not compete with the people. Because once a merchant had the word official, it was no longer a pure merchant. Even if it did not take the initiative to bully people, there would be vile people relying on power. The hatred between the old aristocratic families and the new nobles had a long history. It was not a matter of one generation or another. Now that the new nobles came to power, it was no different from a salted fish turning over. It was either the east wind suppressing the west wind or the west wind suppressing the east wind. Of course, the old aristocratic families would spare no effort to suppress them. The new hatred and old hatred were sandwiched together. When the country was in turmoil, they could still hold their noses and be united. Now that the barbarians had bowed, Jiangnan could be freed up. The war situation did not seem so urgent. It suddenly exploded. After Yan Wang returned to the court, there was no buffer. What awaited him was a smoky quarrel in the court. From the big trouble of whether or not to abolish the fire beacon tickets, to the various abuses of the new officials, and finally to attacking the canal office. Then they quarreled from the royal power to civil rights, from civil and business rules to the ancestral family rules. In the end, the fire of war was unexpectedly led to the military. Starting from the expenses of the garrison in the four territories, it went all the way to the question of whether or not to continue the war in Jiangnan. Fang Qin's party could be considered to have grasped Yan Wang's foundation. If it were not for the huge expenses of the war in the past few years and the national treasury screaming that it was poor every day, Yan Wang would not have seized the opportunity to focus on money and make the court so smoky. A member of an aristocratic family stepped forward to stir up trouble. "Your Majesty, the 18 tribes have surrendered, and we will have a large amount of purple gold in the future. The vitality of the country is slowly recovering, and it is not suitable for us to start another war in the next 3 to 5 years. I think that the Western people have been very sincere in their proposal for peace talks. They will withdraw from the Yangtze River and give up the land that they have forcibly occupied. They will only open up a western port on the coast of the East China Sea, and they will disperse the garrison to a few specially opened ports along the coast. This will not only bring peace to the people, but also serve as a transit point for our maritime trade in the future." Commander Gu is indiscriminately nitpicking and constantly adding conditions. Isn't that a bit too unreasonable? Naturally, Yan Wang's party responded, "Why should we give up the fertile land of the East Sea to a group of Western monkeys? Don't we know how to open our own ports? Don't we have merchant ships and caravans? You gave the land that was passed down from our ancestors to the Westerners with just one sentence. There is no one more generous than you in the entire imperial court." Fang Qin personally stepped forward to change the topic of treason and collaboration with the enemy. He calmly said, "The Westerners came from afar across the ocean. Most of their military supplies have to be supplied from thousands of miles away. The soldiers they brought with them are tired soldiers who have left their homes. In my opinion, there is no need to be overly cautious. What's the point of pretending to negotiate peace? In less than 8 to 10 years, they will not be able to continue. General Gu has worked hard for Liang, and over the years, he has also been sick and injured. He has never had a few days of peace. Even if he feels sorry for the 100,000 soldiers on the front line who have been bathed in blood, it is time to stop the war and rest. This matter can also be discussed later. I wonder, Your Highness King Yan, what are the rules for the fire beacon ticket?" Yan Wang, who had been listening from the side, was directly dragged out by him. He raised his head and looked at Fang Qin. "I think there is no need to discuss it later, right? The name of the fire beacon is Fire Beacon. In the final analysis, it is closely related to the war. Since you all want to give up the land to feed the tigers and wolves, then there is no reason to send out the third batch of fire beacon tickets. The imperial court will use the next 5 years of taxes as a guarantee. There will be enough to pay off the debt." Fang Qin shook his head and smiled. Yan Wang is just saying this in a fit of pique. How is stopping the war at this time the same as giving up the land to feed the tigers and wolves? The Westerners are already retreating in defeat. This is a disguised surrender. On the sea, they are just a group of rootless duckweeds. They really can't pose a serious threat. Changding also smiled and said calmly, Master Feng knows about the world without leaving the house. It is really admirable. He knows that the Westerners are rootless duckweeds from thousands of miles away. This kind of foresight is really difficult for us to compare. Seeing that the two people were using the tone of wishing each other a happy new year, Li Feng had no choice but to step in and say, the military has the final say. I summoned you here to discuss the urgent matter of the fire beacon tickets. Why are you arguing about the Two Rivers battlefield? You still can't figure out the debt after such a long time. You have a lot to worry about. Amin, you should also speak less. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue followed the Emperor's words and said, His Royal Highness Yan Wang has just returned from Jiangbei. I'm afraid he still hasn't figured out the reason for the third batch of fire beacon tickets being blocked. You also know that although the salaries of the civil and military officials of our court are more generous than those of the previous dynasty, we still have a family. We can only rely on this salary to maintain some face. How could we dare to be rich and powerful? When the country is in trouble, we really can't help. Ever since the fire beacon tickets were included in the investigation, how many people have gone bankrupt? Right now, we really can't take out a single coin. Wang Yi has a close personal relationship with the Chamber of Commerce tycoons, Du Wanquan and others. Do you think you can step in and ask them again? Changding didn't want to fall into this trap. His expression didn't change as he said, on the way back to the capital, I already visited Dugong and others. Now that factories are being built in various places, as a righteous merchant, sometimes we have to take care of the refugees. The expenses are very high. Right now, more than half of our wealth is in the canal. Even if we have the intention to destroy our family to relieve the difficulties, we can't just abandon the refugees that we have worked so hard to settle down. To be honest, Dugong's original words to me were that he really can't take out a single coin. Fang Qin didn't want to let him go. Could it be that when your highness pushed for the fire beacon tickets, you didn't think of leaving a way out? Changding looked at him coldly, Master Feng, I made it very clear that the money would be borrowed first. When the 2 years were up and the national treasury recovered, it would naturally be able to be exchanged. If we really couldn't find the time, we could try to use the third batch of fire beacon tickets to solve the urgent problem. At that time, when we calculated the inflow of the national treasury, Master Feng had already taken over the Ministry of Revenue and didn't raise any objections. Now that you're asking me, this prince would like to ask your highness, where did the money that flowed in and out of the Ministry of Revenue in the past 2 years go? Why is there such a big difference? Fang Qin finally couldn't help but say angrily, the account books are all here. If Yan Wang has any doubts about this humble official, you can go and investigate. Changding put on a fake smile and said, that's right. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't be unable to keep the account books. Presumably, Master Feng was possessed and miscalculated? Li Feng said, that's enough. Fang Qin hurriedly apologized. Changding bowed slightly and stood to the side. He was very quiet most of the time in the court. Most of the time, he spoke to the people below. He rarely argued with others like this. Fang Qin couldn't help but look at him. He felt that something was wrong. Yan Wang must have been prepared for the awkward situation of the fire beacon tickets. Why would he rather quarrel in front of the emperor than say it out loud? What was he laying the groundwork for? The court ended on a bad note. Yan Wang was left behind and walked silently with Li Feng. Although Li Feng's broken leg had recovered, it was still a lingering illness. If he walked too fast, he would appear to be limping. Accompany Zhen for a walk in the garden, Li Feng said. Coincidentally, the crown prince had just finished school and was playing in the garden with the third prince. When he saw his father and little uncle, he hurriedly ran over to greet them. The crown prince was older by 1 year and now looked like a little teenager. The third prince was only 5 years old and was still growing his teeth. He spoke with a lisp. When Li Feng saw the crown prince, of course, he had to show off his authority as a father. First, he found fault with the crown prince and scolded him. Then, he interrogated him with a stern face. The crown prince answered well at first, but in the end, his eyes kept glancing at his younger brother. Li Feng followed his gaze and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The toothless third prince wasn't old enough to be interrogated by his father. Originally, he stood quietly on the side. Later, Yan Wang waved his hand and called him away. Yan Wang took him to sit on the ground carelessly, grabbed a few grass stalks, and made a grasshopper. When had a child from the Forbidden Palace ever seen this kind of rural area? The third prince's eyes were wide open and he foolishly stuck his head out to look. After a while, the little thing was holding a grasshopper in his left hand and a grasshopper in his right hand. He was so happy that he didn't even bother to hide his missing front tooth. Li Feng. Losing one's will to play around. What are you saying? He glared at Chang'ing with a stern face and sent the two reluctant children away. Li Feng saw from afar that the third prince stood on his tiptoes and stuffed a grasshopper into the crown prince's hand. The crown prince then took his empty hand. The older child led the younger child and they looked like a pair of brothers from an ordinary family. The crown prince's temperament was docile, just like his grandfather. Li Feng was rarely moved. When he turned to Chang'ing, his expression softened a lot and he asked, "It's been so long. Do you still not want to start a family?" Chang'ing's smiling expression immediately faded. Li Feng could see that he didn't like to talk about this topic, so he sighed and said, "How about Big Brother make the decision and let you adopt a child from the clan? When you get older in the future, you'll need someone to be filial to take care of you." Chang'ing paused and rubbed his hands. There seemed to be grass juice left on his fingers. He glanced in the direction the third prince had left. His expression seemed to be moved, but after a while, he still didn't nod. Chang'ing, many thanks, imperial brother, but there's no need. If the child follows you, in the future, he'll inherit the title. He won't have to do anything. At the very least, he'll be a Junwang. There are many people willing to give him a good future, Li Feng said. You don't have to worry that taking someone's child will harm your virtue. Chang'ing suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to imitate Lord Shang. I have no intention of being a burden to my children and grandchildren." The corners of Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly. He turned and looked at him silently. Chang'ing bent at the waist and refused to get up. He looked young and powerful, but also lonely and bleak. He was willing to imitate Lord Shang. He wanted to reform by hook or by crook. He wanted to be hated and despised by the world. He wanted to be torn apart in the city. He wanted to become the burning cinder of this era. That day, all of the eunuchs were sent far away. No one knew what the Li brothers said in the garden. They talked from noon to night. Only then did Yan Wang leave the palace. Only the few stalks of grass that had been pulled out and woven into grass worms were left. They were still bald. The next day, Jiang Chong received an order from Yan Wang. Don't let the Marquis of Stability return to the capital. You don't have to fight, but you must let him stay in Liangjiang. The heavy rain in Jiangnan was a bit cruel. A few days ago, it was so hot that people couldn't sleep. Suddenly, the wind and rain changed the weather. The dampness could drill into people's bones. Mr. Ye wiped the moisture from his face and quickly walked up the stairs. He climbed the iron steps that extended from the ugly and terrifying shell of the western sea monster to the top. An old man with a head of dazzling white hair had his back to him. He was lying on something. His hunched back was like a piece of burned bamboo. Mr. Ye coughed softly. Your Majesty, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? When people get older, sleep will abandon them, the Pope said with a wave of his hand. Come, take a look at this. There was a clairvoyance at the top of the sea monster. It wasn't a small thing that could be clipped to the bridge of the nose. It was more than 3 feet long and made of copper. There were circles of bamboo-like marks on the outside. It was firmly fixed to the ground with a triangular frame. The long copper tube had circles of complicated markings on it. They were all in Western characters. This was the real clairvoyance. It could see 1,000 miles. Through this long tube, they could see Daliang's territory on the other side of the sea monster floating on the East Sea. In just a few years, the silent fertile land on the other side had begun to emit an inextinguishable light in the night. The brightest and most concentrated light came from the garrison's watchtower. Further back, it was much softer. It was the light of many newly built factories working at night. It wasn't very hot, but it was distributed everywhere like a handful of tiny stars. Mr. Ye asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what are you looking at? Are there any unusual movements from the enemy?" "The enemy has been acting strangely," the Pope said in a low voice. "The people in the Holy Land succumbed to their own greed first, then placed unrealistic expectations on the peace talks. They lost the initiative and could only retreat again and again. Now that the command ship has returned to the sea, Daliang is likely to send troops to cut off our supply line to the country. We don't know how to deal with it then." Mr. Ye said, "Isn't there a reason why we retreated to the coast? When the time comes, the Dongying archipelago can be used as a special supply channel. We can go by the open sea." Although the Liang people imitated our fast and mobile tiger shark dragons, the overall design of the fleet is not yet suitable for long-distance combat. The Dongying people are like a pack of wild dogs. When you have the upper hand, they will not hesitate to come to you for rotten meat. Once you lose the advantage, don't expect to gain their loyalty." The Pope sighed in a low voice. "Besides, is the conclusion that the Daliang Navy is not suitable for long-distance combat is always accurate? A few years ago, they didn't even have a decent navy. How can they base their chances of winning on the assumption that the enemy is weak?" Mr. Ye was silent for a moment. "But Your Majesty, the saint, I asked you to come here for this." The Pope took out a letter from his pocket. His hand was shaking like an autumn leaf, but his face was extremely cold and hard. There was no trace of his usual gentleness and kindness. "It's from the country. Take a look." Mr. Ye quickly took the letter. Then his face changed. Is this true?" The Pope lowered his voice. "The Holy Land has changed." The conservatives sat on the bench of the liberals, and the seesaw was paralyzed. They borrowed tens of thousands of people from several affiliated countries to approach the Holy Land in the name of protest. They created riots, dethroned the king, executed more than 30 old nobles, including the first in line of succession, and installed a pitiful new king. A few days later, the royalists, who were slow to realize the truth, fought back. The new king was forced to step down after only 7 days of wearing the crown. The political scene in the Holy Land was extremely unclear. Anything could happen. The saint who was loyal to the old king naturally lost his power. The royalists were desperately trying to curry favor with the Holy See, which the old king had neglected for half his life. They would not cause trouble for the time being. Mr. Ye's mind was very sharp. He figured out the key points in an instant. The Pope suddenly turned around and stared at him with his hawk-like eyes. "This is an opportunity. Do you understand?" Mr. Ye excitedly lowered his voice. Then the saint, the Pope nodded slightly and said modestly and coldly, "He's no longer the saint." Mr. Ye took a deep breath and clenched his fists under his complicated sleeves. "I'll go prepare now. Jacques." The Pope folded his old hands in his sleeves and stood facing the night wind. "If we miss this opportunity, it may be difficult for us to set foot on this land again. It has woken up." Mr. Ye looked back at the distant shore and recalled the lights he had just seen. His heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly left. While the Liang people were unaware, a violent rebellion took place in the Western Army. From the time the sacred emissary received the news from the Holy Land to the time he made the decision to flee, it was less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. It could be said that he was very decisive. Unfortunately, he did not know that his message had been intercepted and it was already too late. From the time he led the remnants of his army to the time he was secretly arrested by the Pope's personal guards, it was still less than half an hour. The saint and his people were killed on the spot by Mr. Ye. Then he arranged a sailing ship and pretended that he had successfully retreated, keeping the news of the rebellion in the Holy Land a secret. In the peaceful port of the Western Army, the ordinary soldiers were still doing routine patrols. They only knew that the saint was summoned back to the Holy Land. From now on, they only had one boss. The Pope did not change his weak attitude toward the peace talks with the people of Daliang. On the surface, he was still retreating little by little, until the autumn equinox of the 9th year of the Longan. A batch of Western military supplies arrived at the port of the Western Army by sea. A large number of military supplies and purple gold were like a group of dark ghosts, quietly pressing on the scorched south coast. For the entire 9 years of the Longyan, Daliang was filled with the smell of gunpowder. At the end of May, Yan Wang was the representative of the imperial court. He met with the 13 righteous merchants who held the first batch of beacon tickets and announced that the first batch of beacon tickets had expired. At the same time, Li Feng personally approved the establishment of the Longyan Bank. The head office was set up in the capital and branches were set up in various places. Before the branches were set up, the government was in charge of collecting the expired beacon tickets and cashing them. The next day, Longyan Bank made public a few options for cashing in. You could cashing in cash, or you could open an account in Longyan Bank and exchange the banknotes into deposits. Then, you could convert the banknotes into banknotes of Longyan Bank that could be used throughout the territory. If the amount of banknotes reached a certain standard, you could also exchange the banknotes from the official factory held by the canal office. All the prices were listed, and they were written into a thick account book. Fang Qin and the others gnashed their teeth in anger. They felt that King Yan had already thought about this matter. In the past, there were all kinds of banks in Daliang. Some were privately owned by the people, and some were opened by the imperial merchants. They were the official banks that were used for official purposes such as foreign trade and exchange. Longyan Bank forcefully removed the flat banknotes, and most of the official banks were forcefully merged. King Yan had changed his gentle and refined image. Ever since he returned, it was as if he had been possessed by something. Day after day, he became crazy. Although the imperial merchants had the word emperor on their heads, most of them were from aristocratic families. When they wanted to bully others, they remembered that they had the word emperor on their heads. When they wanted to fill their own pockets, they only had the word merchant around them. They were used to not distinguishing between public and private affairs. They couldn't distinguish between the account books and the mud. It was hard to explain the conflict of interests in 3 days and 3 nights. They had long regarded the officials' business as their own. Who would have thought that the sky would change overnight and someone would indiscriminately seize their business? From May to August, the imperial court could be said to be in chaos every day. The head of an official bank stood out and resisted to the death. He was immediately found guilty of fraud and embezzlement and was imprisoned. His house was confiscated and investigated. His wife was pregnant, but because of this, she had to run around for days. She was already weak, so she miscarried and lost 2 lives. His mother-in-law was an old lady. On her 70th birthday, the late emperor personally named her the Old Longevity Star. She had a daughter at an old age and was very pampered. How could she stand this? At that time, she wore the late emperor's plaque and made a fuss about hanging herself. For a time, it caused an uproar. All the dukes and marquises in the capital wanted to pull Yan Wang out and skin and pull out his tendons. While Fang Qin was running around, he cleverly avoided Prince Yan, who had a noble status, and pointed the spearhead directly at the Grand Council. He contacted the various forces of the 6 ministries and jointly wrote a letter denouncing Shirlu of the Grand Council. The crowd was agitated and asked the emperor to abolish the Grand Council, a temporary wartime organization. Behind the Grand Council, of course, was not a commander without an army. Of course, they had to fight back. For a time, all the dirty things that had happened over the years were thrown onto the table. The court was full of open spears and hidden arrows, fighting to the death. Even if one wasn't involved in the fight, one would still be hit by 1 or 2 stray arrows as they strolled by. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the situation was already white-hot. Even a cautious person like Jiang Chong was involved in a case and had to be suspended from his position to wait for further investigation. Everyone knew in their hearts that although the emperor seemed to be impartial, he was actually secretly protecting Yan Wang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained unmoved despite the wind and rain. The chaos continued until the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As usual, Li Feng was going to the harem to eat a family banquet. On the way, he happened to meet the 3rd prince. Even the most strict person would be somewhat tolerant of his youngest son. Li Feng warmly called him over and held him in his arms. The 3rd prince was as afraid of his father as his older brothers. He didn't dare to make a sound. He tried his best to hold Li Feng's hand and trotted to follow his footsteps. After a while, he ran until his face was red. The chamberlain could only remind him. Li Feng lowered his head and saw his youngest son's trembling appearance. He didn't know why, but he remembered that day when Yan Wang was sitting on the grass and weaving grass worms for this little thing. Li Feng said, "Go call Yan Wang into the palace. Let's eat a family banquet." The chamberlain on the side hurriedly complied. However, after running a big circle, he didn't bring him back. "Your Majesty, this servant didn't find His Royal Highness Yan Wang." Li Feng frowned. "He's not in the Grand Council?" The chamberlain cautiously said, "Didn't something happen with the Lord Jiang recently? Someone is making a fuss about disbanding the Grand Council. His Highness said that in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he stopped his daily affairs. Isn't the letter of apology still on your desk?" Li Feng rubbed his forehead and thought of this matter. "You didn't go to his home to look for him? The prince's residence? And the Marquis of Stability's residence?" "I did," the chamberlain whispered. "His family said that His Highness went out of the city to Hugua Temple. He's been in Master Liao Rant's monastery for the past 2 days." Li Feng, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, thousands of families were reunited. However, the dignified Prince Yan, who was second only to one person and above everyone else, was actually all alone under a poor monk's lamp. There was also a group of people eyeing him covetously, trying to pull him off his high horse. Li Feng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Although he was moved by Chongqing's resolute and decisive willing to follow the Shang Emperor in the imperial garden that day, he really had a headache because of Yan Wang's excessive methods. This time, he punished Jiang Chong to remind him that it was enough and that he should exercise restraint. At this time, the uncomfortable feeling gradually changed in Li Feng's heart. No matter what, Yan Wang was still a member of the Li family. Even if his actions during this time were too hasty, it was to plug the hole in the imperial court. Moreover, all the land in the world belonged to the prince. As the emperor, he didn't say anything. These nobles and officials were scrambling to jump up and down. They really didn't put the imperial family in their eyes. In the past, Li Feng knew that there was a problem with Yan Wang, but he still angrily protected Uncle Wang in the palace when Tan Hongfei aggressively came to question him. This was because Li Feng was born to be amenable to coaxing but not coercion. It was one thing for him to be willing to take action to maintain the balance, but this time, it was another thing for the aristocratic families to join forces to deal with Yan Wang. Some people have gone too far, Li Feng thought to himself. However, before the seed in the emperor's heart could germinate, on this night, a major event happened thousands of miles away. The Western Navy, which had already retreated to the coastal port, was still hypocritically sending congratulations to the Jianbei garrison. The dew on the nondescript flowers they sent had not even dried yet, but the next day, they turned hostile. They had planned this for a long time and used all their strength. They launched a large-scale attack on the Jianbei garrison in Daliang. Ever since Gu Yun took charge of the Jianbei garrison, the local garrison's patrol requirements were basically the same as the Black Iron Battalion standards. Although the wildfire in the imperial court's backyard had been incessant during this period of time, the Jianbei Jiao, Eagle, light and heavy armors, and other major military forces were all in a state of preparation for war. At night, the southeast watchtower, which was closely monitoring the enemy's movements, was the first to discover the Western Navy's movements. It immediately turned on the alarm light, and an extremely bright white light shot through the dark water like a rainbow. Without waiting for the commander-in-chief's order, the Jianbei Jiao at the forefront gathered immediately and quickly erected a wartime defensive iron fence on the surface of the water near the ground. At the same time, the sentinel who reported the news flew directly from the watchtower to the commander-in-chief's tent. On the Western Army's flagship, Mr. Ye rushed in breathlessly. "Your Majesty, they have been closely monitoring our army and have been discovered." "That's normal." The Pope did not look up. Last time, their commander-in-chief had just passed away, and the new person in charge had not yet been handed over. "We were lucky to succeed this time. Now, the Daliang army is very formal, and Gu Yun is in charge. Let's not think about unrealistic luck. Go, since the enemy has already discovered us, let's say hello to our old enemy." As soon as the Pope finished speaking, the messenger had already rushed to pass on the order. Mr. Ye frowned. "Your Majesty, I'm thinking. Did we choose an inappropriate time? Why can't we wait a little longer?" Daliang is facing the same problem of power transfer as the Holy Land. Maybe after a while, they will have an opportunity to. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise came from outside. The fast-moving vanguard warship had opened fire. The firing was out of control, and the sound of explosions rang out one after another. Mr. Ye trembled and realized that he had to focus on the battle. After all, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Gu Yun. The Pope briefly looked down from the 1,000-mile eyes and turned to Mr. Ye. I have a hunch that this is the best time, full speed ahead. The shadowy sea monster pushed away the cold water like a tsunami. It had been lying in wait for a long time. Once again, it waved its ferocious claws and rushed to the border of Daliang. However, this time, the weak Daliang navy was no longer what it used to be. In the garrison of Liangjiang, the sentinel had just taken over the position of sentinel from his old comrade who had died. It was his first time being the commander's eyes and ears in such a critical moment. When he heard the sound of gunfire behind him, for a moment, he thought that he was too slow and had delayed the military opportunity. He made a violent dive with the eagle armor on his back. When he landed, he couldn't stop running for dozens of steps. His comrades patrolling around the commander's tent reached out and held him up. Urgent military situation, I want to see the commander. The sentinel was panicking. The hand that was holding him suddenly raised and touched his head. The sentinel was shocked. When he looked up, he realized that the person he thought was in charge of the defense was Gu Yun himself. Don't be afraid, it's just a defeated opponent. Gu Yun patted the back of his neck and smiled at the young sentinel. Let's go. Follow me to meet them. In the time it took to say these two sentences, the land-armored soldiers and light cavalry in the entire camp were all ready. Countless eagle armors lit up with purple flames in the dark night. Gu Yun whistled, and the flying eagles soared into the sky with a murderous aura. Long and short flood dragons, form 3 to 5 groups and leave the port. Eagle, set up a white rainbow on the iron fence. What else? Gu Yun put the wind-cutting blade behind his back like an ornament and rubbed his chin. Oh, yes, go and prepare the snacks sent by the Lingshu temple last time. When we're tired, give some to our old friends who came from afar. The Western army came suddenly, but the response of the Liangjiang garrison was not hasty. On one side was the Pope, who had regrouped and fought all the way here from the Holy Land. On the other side was the legendary Marquis of Stability, Gu Yun. The two finally faced each other head-on in a situation where they were evenly matched and there were no outsiders to cause trouble. Gu Yun was not a hot-blooded young man like Chongqing who dared to go into battle. He methodically pulled apart the battle lines on the shore and on the water, probing the enemy's main ship while trying to lure them away. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched. This time, the commander of the battle was not Mr. Ye, who was a coward who would take a wooden club seriously. Gu Yun teased him a few times, and a team of short flood dragons that launched a sneak attack almost sent the enemy's right wing flying several times. The enemy's main ship reacted quickly and immediately retreated. The Western Sea monster looked cumbersome, but in fact, not only was this huge monster's defense extremely high, but it was also covered in thorns. The ugly iron plates on the surface were opened, and the muzzles were connected to the muzzles. The inside of the sea monster could be loaded with unimaginable amounts of violet gold, ammunition, and even eagle and small flood dragons. With such a thing, the flying eagle could freely drop supplies and suppress its opponents in the air no matter where it went. At the same time, its control and cohesion over the surrounding sea dragons was irreplaceable. It was like a queen bee or an ant queen. It could perfectly gather a group of subordinates who were not very smart and had varying levels of strength. Gu Yun said to Yao Zhen beside him, "See? It's neat enough. The autonomy of the left and right wings has been replaced by the big guy in the middle. It seems that the Pope has finally sent the troublemaker in the middle to the sea." Yao Zhongzi looked worried. Marshal, they were the ones who had been shamelessly asking for peace talks. Why did they suddenly turn hostile now? Gu Yun licked his lips. I'm guessing that the situation in their country has changed. Someone gave them a shot of chicken blood. I know a little about that old thing's style. In the beginning, he liked to bombard and open up a path to test the waters. Once he failed, he would immediately adjust. But look at him today. If it weren't for the abundant supplies, he wouldn't have dared to be so fearless. The supplies should have come from the Japanese through the open sea. We don't have the strength to deal with them. Yao Zhen's mind was very clear. He immediately said, Marshal, if that's really the case, we can't fight head-on. The tracks haven't been repaired yet. Even if we go now, we might not be able to make it in time. What should we do? The Western Army's artillery fire fiercely hit the river and the sea. For a moment, the surface of the water burned like the legendary Avicii hell. The free purple gold turned into thin white steam in the hearts of all the metal monsters. The impurities and smoke from the artillery rose into the sky. Soon, the night sky with a bright moon and few stars was covered in a layer of haze. The water accumulated into clouds and the stalemate lasted until the second half of the night. Then, it actually started to rain. At this time, a messenger trotted over, Marshal, the squid is ready. Gather the flood dragons on the water. The main ship is in the water. Get the eagle on board. Gu Yun strode to the deck of the main ship and said to Yao Zhen, who was following closely beside him, Brother Xianxia, you should stay on the shore. Don't follow me. Yao Zhen laughed loudly and said, although I've always been greedy for life and afraid of death, what's there to be afraid of when I'm with Marshal? However, Lord Yao regretted it not long after. Unfortunately, he became seasick next to Gu Yun. The power system of the main ship had been modified by the Lingshu temple according to Gu Yun's ideas. It was simply a white stripe in the waves. It was not inferior to the flood dragons that were as fast as the wind. Generally, the main ship would not be so unstable. Unfortunately, the person who gave the order was Gu Yun. Even if it flew, the thousands of flood dragons around it were still in his hands. The Western Army did not dare to be negligent and immediately began to encircle and intercept on a large scale. In this way, the unbreakable solid formation of the Western Army immediately became a hindrance. Gu Yun's sense of rhythm was very strong. He would relax and tighten at times. Once the artillery fire was concentrated, the fleet would immediately break into pieces. After a while, they would reassemble into a murderous fleet. It was as if a sharp knife was always lying across the neck, forcing people to follow his rhythm. Gradually, the Western Sea monsters would add the word stay calm to the end of every order. However, the situation was not so easy to stabilize. Gu Yun quickly found the weakest point of the Western Sea monsters. The Daliang Navy immediately formed a sharp knife and stabbed it. The Western Sea monsters had no time to react. The Pope immediately said fiercely, open the main ship's shell and load it with heavy cannons. Those who are in the way, get out of the way. At this time, Gu Yun smiled at Yao Zhen and said, the idea of the Western Sea monsters is actually very worthy of reference. However, the reason why we have not decided on it with the Lingshu temple is that although their ideas are correct, their technology is not up to standard. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, we will be able to create a better. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the Western Sea flood dragons that were sticking close to the sea monster suddenly scatter in a disorderly manner. Gu Yun said, the opening is out. Squid, don't just stand there. Yao Zhen said, Marshal, don't worry about the opening. Be careful. The Western Sea monster brazenly lifted the black back cover, revealing a row of heavy cannon muzzles below. Gu Yun said, full speed ahead in the southwest direction. Explode. These small boats can't stop us. Two loud sounds rang out almost at the same time. The short cannons fired by the Daliang Navy first blew up a group of Western Sea monsters that had scattered in all directions. They charged into the enemy's position as if there was no one around. Then, the Western main ship's long cannons followed and almost brushed past them. The main ship shook violently. Yao Zhen used all 4 of his limbs to grab onto a pillar. Gu Yun lost his balance and crashed heavily into the side of the ship. Yao Zhen was frightened by the movement and trembled. Marshal. Gu Yun shook his head and climbed up nonchalantly. His eyes were frighteningly bright. The snacks are here. The surface of the water fluctuated violently after being bombarded by large and small cannons. No one saw a few strange-looking sea monsters hidden under the water. They were a group of sea squids that the Lingshu temple had recently sent over. They were the suicide squad of the sea monsters. They could move underwater. After the pilot locked onto the direction, he could directly abandon the ship and jump into the water. The warship that was pushing the sea squids would have a rope to pull them back. The unmanned sea squids could continue moving forward until they hit something at the bottom of the sea. The force of the impact was enough to detonate the sea monsters. This was tailor-made for the giant cuttlefish that could swim extremely deep in the water. The impregnable front line of the Westerners was smashed to one side by Gu Yun's charge and explosion. Then, for no reason at all, a huge splash of water that was tens of feet high suddenly exploded on the surface of the sea. There was even a flicker of fire on the surface of the water before it was extinguished by the surging seawater. Before the Westerners could figure out what was going on, they saw the sea monster-like flagship twitch violently. Caught off guard, it took a solid hit from the squid. It turned out that the shell of the sea monster was not invulnerable. The entire sea monster's main ship tilted violently to one side. The Western soldiers who had been signaling orders fell off the sea monster without making a sound. Another wave of explosions occurred. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The enemy's neat formation was suddenly messed up. Gu Yun did not give them any time to breathe. The eagles that had already boarded the ship immediately chased after the fleeing Jiaos with absolute speed. The soul-stirring naval battle lasted from dusk to dawn in the east. The rich supplies of the Westerners had not yet been used up, but their formation had already been broken into pieces. The Pope had a solid taste of Gu Yun's cunning and ever-changing tactics. Choking back a mouthful of old blood, he had no choice but to temporarily retreat and wait for an opportunity to come again. Gu Yun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said hoarsely, "Pretend to chase, don't fight." If the Western people did not retreat, soon a large number of Jiaos would lose their power and be unable to return to the shore in time to resupply. At that time even Gu Yun would be in a very passive position. Mr. Ye's train of thought was correct. The Daliang Navy still lacked the ability to fight at sea. The enemy commander is old and cautious. He's not easy to fool, but he's also cautious. If it was that animal He Ronghui from the Black Iron Battalion who fought me today, even if the main ship was completely blown up, he would still grab a small boat and fight me to the death. That would be really difficult to deal with. Gu Yun said in a low voice and subconsciously rubbed his eyes. His vision was blurry, and he was too nervous to notice it. Only now did he realize that he should take the medicine. He smiled at Yao Zhen, who had just recovered from the shock, and ordered, "Return." Back in the commander's tent, Gu Yun did not dare to rest. He had to submit an urgent battle report to the imperial court and adjust the battle preparations to prevent such a situation from happening again. Therefore, he had to ask someone to boil a bowl of medicine for him first. While waiting for the medicine to take effect, he was also thinking about how to control the Western army in the future. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from his back and the back of his head, which were bruised from the collision on the ship. Gu Yun's hand trembled, and the millstone fell from his hand. He gritted his teeth and reached out to support himself on the table, waiting for this wave of pain to pass. But this time, the pain was especially intense. It tormented him for almost an hour. Gu Yun's back was covered in cold sweat, and the numbness gradually subsided. At this time, Gu Yun discovered a serious problem. His vision and hearing, which should have been clear again, did not recover. Gu Yun's heart sank. After a moment, he suddenly realized something. He looked down at the blurry medicine bowl in front of him with some confusion. He did not panic because he knew that this day would come. However, it was difficult for him to accept it completely. Everyone knew that they would die sooner or later. When it was time to close their eyes, most people would not be so willing. In front of the chaotic Liangjiang encampment, the menacing enemy had already retreated. However, the alarm of the enemy attack had not been lifted. The sharp whistles were still echoing, but in Gu Yun's ears, the sound was like a distant sigh. His world was blurry and quiet. In his eyes, the black ink and white paper on the table were just two blurry color blocks. Gu Yun sat motionless at the table for a full 15 minutes. Then, he subconsciously held the string of beads that the previous emperor had left for him. It was strange. Gu Yun had been at the border for a long time and was often on the move. It was inevitable that he would bump into things in his daily life. The string that connected the beads was broken several times, but every time, it could be recovered without exception. Until now, the string had been replaced 3 times, but the beads had not been lost. They were still cold and condensed with a layer of condensation on his slightly protruding wrist bones. It was as if the person who had hurt and loved him had been watching him all this time. Gu Yun was stunned by the wooden beads and finally came back to his senses. He did not make a sound. He took out an emergency glass mirror from his bosom and put it on. Then, he bent his finger and gently knocked on the medicine bowl, causing it to break into pieces. Gu Yun gathered the pieces together and swept them into the corner. He turned around and sat down. Without changing his expression, he finished writing a memorial and a transfer order. Then, he asked someone to deliver the letter. Yao Zhen happened to walk in with the messenger. When he looked up, he saw the lens on Gu Yun's face. He asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Marshall hasn't drunk the medicine?" Gu Yun was now very good at reading lips. She replied as if nothing had happened, "I wasn't careful and dropped the bowl." "Forget it, there's no need to boil it again. It doesn't matter. Even if they're all blind, they can still deal with this bunch of foreigners." Yao Zhen tilted his head and glanced at the broken porcelain in the corner. He felt that something might happen, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. He could only say to Gu Yun, "If something happens on our side, I'm afraid the situation in Beijing will change again." Gu Yun grunted, "I'll have to trouble Brother Zhongzhe to send an urgent summons to Beijiang and ask Shen Jiping to come over. I want to adjust the deployment of the Four Realms, and Chen." He stopped abruptly after saying the word Chen. Yao Zhen asked in confusion, "Who?" "No one." Gu Yun shook her head. "Go ahead." Changbing's Wuer bone was still tied to Chen Qingxiu. He didn't want to bother her and distract her. That evening, an urgent battle report was sent to Beijing. Li Feng sent people to Hugua Temple overnight to bring Changbing back. The entire Xinhuan pavilion was once again filled with important officials of the imperial court. Changbing's eyelids kept twitching. On the way back to the palace, he felt that something had happened. His heart was in a mess. When someone handed him the battle report from the front line, Changbing held his breath and read the short battle report 7 or 8 times. He was sure that this was Gu Yun's handwriting. It was concise and clear, and every word was powerful. At least when she wrote this memorial, she was still fine. Changbing finally let out the breath stuck in his throat. He calmed himself down and closed his eyes slightly. He thought, "I'm almost scared to death by myself." He came back to his senses and his heart became lively. The enemy-led war between the two rivers was definitely a good thing for him. If Fang Qin and the others dared to clamor for the abolition of the Grand Council, not only Li Feng, but also Daliang's troops stationed in the 4 territories would not agree. At that time, they would have more leeway. In the end, it was the enemy who helped him. Fang Qin was extremely vexed. For the past 6 months, he had been restless. He poured his heart's blood all over the place to connect the aristocratic families and officials who were completely scattered. It could be said that he had exhausted all his schemes and finally achieved a small victory. The calls for the abolition of the Grand Council were getting louder and louder. Seeing that Yan Wang was beginning to be unable to take care of himself and his left and right arms were entangled with affairs, he was just a step away from beating a drowning dog. At this time, the Westerners suddenly made a move. If Daliang took the initiative to attack, they could still accuse the Marquis of using military force. But this time, the enemy made the first move. Abolish the Grand Council. Li Feng took a stack of booklets from the Chamberlain. Reduce military expenditure and strictly investigate the land encroachment of unscrupulous merchants. The Xinhuan pavilion was completely silent. Li Feng suddenly threw the booklets to the ground. The Westerners haven't been completely eliminated yet. You guys are taking drastic measures for them. Fang Qin gritted his teeth and swallowed back his bellyful of words. He originally wanted to gain the initiative by striking first, but who knew that Li Feng would shut his mouth? At this time, if anyone still didn't have eyes and opened their mouth, they might be accused of treason and collusion. Li Feng's gaze fell on Changbing. And you feel wronged, don't you? Others only said a few words and you didn't even care about the proper business. Now you're acting like you're angry and going home. Your boss is just one person. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? The dignified Grand Council doesn't even see a ghost from day to night. There are only 2 people sweeping the floor at the door. Li Min, I'm telling you, get your ass back to the Grand Council tomorrow. Otherwise, you don't need to come back. The important members of the Grand Council followed Yan Wang and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Li Feng ignored them and let them kneel. He turned his face to the Chancellor of the Supreme Court. Xianxia was born in the Supreme Court and can be considered your former superior. Why are you so reluctant to investigate his old case? Are you planning on dragging it out until the new year? The Chancellor of the Supreme Court didn't dare to say a word. He knelt down with the Grand Council next door. Li Feng picked out the important officials one by one and scolded them. Fang Qin was one of the few who had nothing to do with the emperor. Compared to Yan Wang, who knelt down and didn't stand up again, Li Feng's attitude towards him was almost amiable. He only said one sentence, "Minister Fang, the Western Army is coming with ill intentions. We can't be at a disadvantage because of logistics. You're in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, so you have to pay more attention." Fang Qin had no choice but to bow his head and say, "Yes." It was as if someone had poured cold water on him from head to toe. He realized that after one night, his long-term management was going to be ruined. The deserted Grand Council became busy again, and they began to work through the night again day after day. When King Yan returned to the military council, the first thing he did was to instruct everyone, "The situation at the borders has been tense recently. Please prioritize the affairs of the nation. Sometimes, you have to bear the grievances that you deserve. Even if you have been wronged, you will eventually be rewarded. Remember this. Don't worry about Brother Hanshi. Since the Emperor has spoken today, he will be safe and sound in a few days." Everyone looked at him in silence. Chongqing continued, "We can't play with the fire beacon tickets anymore. Think about how to make a fuss about the banks in the long, and previously, I said that we have to dig out 3 things from the hands of those people: the cash in their hands, the land under their feet, and the people in the world. The first one is in the bag. The second one is shaking their foundation and will be counterattacked. If you can stand firm, the third one, and other things can be accomplished naturally." At this time, someone asked, "Prince, are we still going to investigate the corruption of the big and small imperial merchants and the collusion of the officials? Focus on the war and the national economy and the people's livelihood. However, if there are villains who insist on blocking the way, you don't have to swallow your anger. Do what you should do. As for the rest, even if the sky falls, I will shoulder it for you." Chongqing swung his sleeves. "Go do your work. Tomorrow, write a report." His words were like a final promise. The entire Grand Council, the Lingshu Temple, the Canal Office, all the rich merchants and the new nobles who occupied half of the country all revolved around this backbone in an orderly manner, each performing their own duties. 5 days later, Jiang Cheng's case was cleared and he was reinstated. The Liangjiang garrison issued a proclamation to suppress the barbarians and reclaim the homeland. Within 5 days, they exchanged fire with the Western Army 3 times, not yielding an inch. At the same time, Gu Yun ordered to adjust the structure of the garrison in the entire territory. In one day, 7 command arrows were issued in succession, all of which had to be filed with the Grand Council. This made the Grand Council's advisor really become an advisor. When he passed by, he could even cause a small gust of wind. In the 4th night watch period, Chongqing lay on the table in a daze and took a nap. He couldn't sleep well. Because of Wu Ergu, even if he wanted to have a clearer nightmare, he had to have the right time, right place, and right people. Otherwise, it was basically a chaotic dream. Even the sound of someone flipping through a book next door could wake him up. Wu Ergu was the name of an evil god. Most of the time, when he first woke up, his heart was filled with restlessness and hostility. However, on this day, the sound of footsteps outside the door woke Chongqing up. He abruptly sat up straight in his arms, but his heart was beating wildly in disorder. He wasn't as irritable as he usually was. Instead, he was flustered and sad. There were even traces of tears on his sleeve. At this moment, someone at the door said, "Your Highness, a letter from Jiangnan." Chongqing calmly took a deep breath. "Bring it over." It was still Gu Yun's big move. He planned to increase the number of troops in the southwest. He didn't say the reason, but he explained in detail the position of the garrison troops, the commander, the cooperation of the military types, and the route of grain transportation. Chongqing hurriedly finished reading it. He didn't understand the strategic layout and couldn't see anything, so he put it aside as usual. It was only then that he realized that there was a private message from Guyun underneath. It was said to be a private letter, but it was actually just a slip of paper. On it was written without beginning or end, "Long time no see, I miss you." Guyun's letters were either dissolute, vulgar, flirtatious, or inwardly flirtatious. She rarely said "I miss you" in a serious manner. At that time, Chongqing quivered and his sleepiness disappeared. He felt that the words on the paper had turned into an arrow that pierced through his chest and pierced through him without any buffer. He hated that he couldn't immediately eat back all the bold words he had said before. He threw all the military secrets aside and rushed to see Guyun without caring about anything else. But that was impossible. Chongqing suddenly squeezed the slip of paper in his palm. After a while, he carefully rolled it up and put it into his pouch. He tried to calm his heart and carefully read the many regulations of the Long Bank that the Military Secrets Department had drafted. However, those neat handwriting were laid out in front of his eyes and not a single one of them jumped into his eyes. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he almost couldn't sit still. Chongqing didn't hesitate anymore. He grabbed his cloak and ordered, "Men, prepare the horse." Everyone saw that he was in a hurry and thought that he had some urgent matter. They quickly prepared the horses and made way for him, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He went to the meditation hall of Hugua Temple. The mountain temple here was quiet and the doors were closed. The autumn wind swept through the leaves and stirred them everywhere. Only a wind lantern stood solemnly at the entrance. The flame was slightly messy, and there was a leisurely lingering smell of sandalwood hidden everywhere. The monk Liaoran was already asleep. When Chongqing barged in, the wind that came in blew the scriptures on the table everywhere. Master Liaoran was shocked. He stared dumbfoundedly at Yan Wang, who was wrapped in the cold wind. Chongqing's eyes were slightly red. He sat down and asked, "Tea, do you have it?" Liaoran put on his monk robe. He rummaged through the old wooden cupboard and took out a handful of cuting wrapped in a paper bag. He started to boil water. Although the room was broken and the cups and bowls were chipped, the monk's movements of boiling water and brewing tea were neither slow nor fast. He was silent and didn't make any eye contact with Yan Wang. White steam rose up, reminding people of those roaring fire engines and steel armor. Soon, the steam condensed into water droplets on the low roof. They slowly slid down along the special beams of the roof to the end of the roof and fell into the small bowl hanging there. There was a clear and melodious tick sound. Chongqing's gaze followed the process of the steam to the water droplets. It started from the old clay pot and finally fell on the small bowl hanging in the corner of the monk's room. The paint on the bowl had fallen off. Chongqing gently exhaled. His anxious heart gradually calmed down. Liaoran used boiling water to brew a cup of cuting and placed it in front of Chongqing. Just smelling it made one feel bitter. "Thank you." Chongqing took it. His fingers were cold from the night wind while riding the horse. He took a sip. It was bitter and hot, making the tip of his tongue numb. He smiled bitterly and said to Liaoran, "I've been too busy these days. I'm a bit impatient and couldn't suppress Wuergu. Master, please don't laugh at me." Liaoran looked at him and gestured. The Westerners are good at taking advantage of the situation. This time, they chose a bad time. This shows that although they seem to be aggressive, they are actually an arrow at the end of its flight. Commander Gu is able to command the four realms with ease, let alone the two rivers battlefield. Once the railway is built, a large number of people and goods can travel between Jiangbei and the capital in a day. With our current purple gold reserves, if we are lucky, we may be able to completely recover the lost land in 1 or 2 years. Why should your highness worry? The reasoning sounded right. Chongqing also knew that, but he inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. Xiao Chao is with old Master Du, right? Chongqing whispered, "That shouldn't be far from the two rivers. Go and see him for me. Wait for me to write a letter and let Xiao Chao get a position in the army. With his unpredictable disguise skills, he can't do anything except run errands for old Master Du. It's better for him to go to the front line." Liaoran nodded and gestured again. "Your Highness doesn't want Commander Gu to return to the capital. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Gu Yun was Yan Wang's weak spot. This weak spot had never been attacked because in the chaos of war, no one could touch Guyun. Although Li Feng was mediocre, he was not stupid enough to destroy the Great Wall a second time to attract the enemy. The seemingly bloody battlefield was actually a kind of protection for Guyun. Chongqing frowned and drank a cup of Qing tea. He murmured, everyone relies on him. Who would feel sorry for his injuries? Sometimes when I think about it, it's really. When he said this, he inadvertently met the mute monk's pitiful eyes. He immediately restrained himself and lowered his head. He smiled and said, I've said too much again. I should prepare more in Shenzhen. Liao Ran saw that he just wanted to be quiet, so he didn't say anything else. He took out the wooden fish from under the table, closed his eyes slightly, and knocked on it occasionally. In the small monk's residence, only the sound of the wooden fish and water droplets could be heard. Chongqing sat on the small couch on the side and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't leave until dawn. Before leaving, Liao Ran suddenly knocked on the wooden table, attracting Chongqing's gaze. He gestured to him and said, Your Highness, when you met old Master Du, this little monk was lucky enough to listen. There's something in my heart that I can't figure out. Chongqing's slightly greenish-black eyes trembled. He raised one of his eyebrows. His Highness said that all the benefits in the world added together are as big as a biscuit. Everyone wants to take more of it. There is no good or evil in this, but some people take advantage of the situation. They can push the biscuit to become bigger and expand their power from it. This kind of person can lay the foundation for a country to prosper and its people to live in peace. Some people go against the trend. The place they occupy is already moldy, but they want more places to become moldy. This kind of person can only bring disaster. Now, more than half of the biscuit has fallen into the hands of the old aristocratic families. What we want is to break this situation and scrape away the bad luck on the country bit by bit. Chongqing asked, What's wrong, master? Is there something wrong? No, Liao Ran shook his head. The wide sleeves of his robe rustled along with his gestures. It's just that this little monk is thinking that all the land in the world belongs to the king. The old decree of beating drums and melting gold is still vivid in my mind. His Highness has worked so hard to manage all of this. Maybe with a decree, everything will change beyond recognition. Everything that he has done may be just an illusion. Chongqing's fingers on the small table gently tapped a few times. There was no change in his expression. Obviously, he had already considered Liao Ran's words. Grandmaster is right. He lowered his handsome eyebrows and smiled softly. That side of his face actually looked like a threatening evil god in the totem. Liao Ran's heart beat hard twice. For a moment, he felt a little dry in his mouth. In a flash, he understood, Yan Wang looked like he was competing with the old aristocratic forces for the emperor's heart. In fact, this was his real intention behind it. After Cao Chunhua received the abyssal wooden bird, he did not dare to delay. He handed over the matters at hand and quickly set off for the Liangjiang encampment. As soon as he got close to the encampment, Cao Chunhua felt a murderous aura coming from the humid and cold air. There was a faint smell of gunpowder. He could not help but straighten his back, stop humming, and stop winking. He straightened his back and straightened his posture. He saw that the sentries here were strict. All the officers and soldiers on duty did not even whisper to each other. It was quiet everywhere. Only the shouts of killing from the routine training place not far away could be heard. Cao Chunhua rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he thought that he saw another Black Iron battalion. As soon as he got close to the encampment, the guards on duty stopped him. Cao Chunhua did not dare to joke under the military might of Guyun. He quickly took out the pass from the Grand Council. The average age of the guards was only 18 or 19 years old. After checking the pass, they were neither flattering nor rude. One of them stepped out and led him to the commander's tent. Cao Chunhua looked back and saw that the guards just now had filled up the empty space in the blink of an eye. There was no gap at all. The guard who led the way was a little shy at first. Later, when he heard that Cao Chunhua and Guyun had dealt with Bei Man's people, he opened up a little. The Westerners could not gain any advantage in the hands of the commander. They could not win in a frontal battle. These days, they have been circling around the ports of Liangjiang and constantly coming to harass us. I heard from the centurion that they might want to compete with us. Darren, didn't they say that our Daliang Empire has a large territory and abundant resources? Why are the Westerners so rich? Don't call me Darren. I am also an errand boy. Chao Chunhua waved his hand and said, I don't understand these things, but I heard a few words from Dugong. Look at their warships. They are specially designed to go out to sea and fight naval battles. Back then, didn't Jiangnan Port and Daegu Port get blown up by them? Our army is already like this, let alone those small countries at sea. When they flatten a place, they will completely eat that place. They plunder the local resources, open factories that can't be opened in our country, and force captives to work for them. Over time, they will naturally become rich. The guard was silent for a moment. He led Chao Chunhua all the way to Gu Yun's tent. The personal guard at the door went in to report. The young guard took this opportunity to say to Chao Chunhua, Darren, I used to hear the veterans talk about the Liangjiang Navy in the past. They said that when they were under General Zhao, their salaries were more and less. Every day, their training was easier than the garrisons in other places. When they were not on duty, they could even walk around the apricot flowers and misty rain on both sides of the river. I feel that I was born in the wrong time. If it was during the peaceful years, I might be able to become a military master. Chao Chunhua turned to look at him. The young guard smiled a little embarrassedly and said, After hearing what you said today, I feel that my knowledge is shallow. A person who can pick up a sword is always luckier than a pig or a dog who is chased around by others. At this moment, the personal guard in the commander's tent came out and said, Young Master Chao, the commander invites you in. Chao Chunhua came back to his senses and walked into the commander's tent. At a glance, he saw that Gu Yun was wearing a particularly coquettish-colored glass mirror on the bridge of his nose. Behind the lens, there were carved and hollowed patterns that stole the show. It curled from the bridge of his nose to his temples and almost covered half of his face. It didn't look like a colored glass mirror, but more like a mask. Chao Chunhua was stunned. His first reaction was, what happened to the commander's eyes? However, the commander's tent was talking about serious matters, so Chao Chunhua didn't dare to go forward and disturb him. Shani and Yaozhen were both there. Yaozhen was reading a letter from a Westerner. The Westerner said that they have the intention of being friendly and harmonious. They are very sincere in asking if the 4 counties in Jiangnan can be designated as a border area, allowing the garrison to be autonomous and protecting the interests of the Westerners. In the future, this area can become a link for shipping and trade between the two sides. Oh, they also said that they deeply love this land and don't want this fertile land to be ravaged by war again. Shani said, yesterday there were only 3 counties. Why is there another one today? Yaozhen looked at him helplessly, maybe it's because of deep love? Fuck his mother. Gu Yun's face wore a refined and coquettish-colored glass mirror, but his words didn't sound like a good person. What blind love? Is it his turn to love? Shani, he simply couldn't respond. Chao Chunhua couldn't hold back for a moment and laughed out loud. Shani hurriedly waved at him and said, Xiao Chao, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and tell sir, when will our iron longworm be finished? Ah, Mr. Shen, you're really unpleasant to hear. It'll be finished soon, Chao Chunhua replied briskly. What we don't lack the most is manpower. The northern sections are basically finished, and the southern section is even better. There's no need to stop work in winter. When the time comes, the steam cars will be able to run from the capital to the riverside. I heard from old Du that if everything goes well, it'll be finished before the end of the year at the earliest. By the way, why is the commander wearing a colored glass mirror? Isn't it beautiful? Gu Yun smiled at him, and the corners of his peach blossom-like eyes were about to fly up. He said shamelessly, I broke one 2 days ago. This time I found someone to change the frame. I specifically asked a famous craftsman from Yangzhou to personally carve it. I really can't bear to hide the beauty, so I have to wear it every day for everyone to see. Shini had a stomachache. My commander, you should hide it well. Our eyes are really not worthy of such beauty. Guyan ignored him and turned his face to let Chao Chunhua see everything clearly. He said without thinking, if it really doesn't work, I'll personally go into battle and use the beauty trap. I'm afraid that 1,000,000 soldiers won't be able to deal with it, but 30 or 20,000 won't be a problem, right Xiao Qiao? Chao Chuanhua's face turned red. Shani and Yao Zhen each turned their faces to the side. They simply couldn't look straight at him. You came at the right time. Gu Yun jumped up and reached out to hold the red-faced Chao Chuanhua's shoulders. He pushed him to the sand table. I just happen to have something that I can't do without you. I want to ask you to run an errand. Do me a favor. Marshal Gu's ingenious beauty trap didn't work on the Westerners, but it was very effective on Chao Chuanhua. His face suddenly turned red, and hot sweat broke out on the back of his neck. He felt that no matter what Gu Yun said to him, he would be able to agree yes, yes, yes. When Chao Chuanhua came out of the commander's tent in a daze, he suddenly realized something. Wait, didn't Yan Wang send him to follow Marshal Gu? Why was he fooled by the commander to the southwest border when he had just settled down? Just now, Gu Yun specially told him that this matter was confidential and that he should rot in his stomach when he walked out of the commander's tent. He shouldn't even inform the Grand Council. How was he going to explain this when he went back? Shani personally made arrangements for Chao Chuanhua, who was in a daze, before he turned back to look for Gu Yun. Yao Zhen had already gone back, and the light in the commander's tent was very dim. Gu Yun put his two long legs on a bench next to him and crossed his arms in front of his chest. No one knew what he was thinking. Ever since he couldn't hear, he didn't have to look around and listen to his surroundings. It was easy for him to focus on his own thoughts. Shani pushed the door open and came in with a cool breeze that startled him. Gu Yun raised his head and looked at him. Have you made the arrangements? Shani nodded and asked, do you really want to use Xiao Qiao, or are you afraid that he will leak information to His Royal Highness Yan Wang? Am I such a person who can't distinguish between public and private matters? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. However, before Shani could feel guilty and apologize, he said, both. Shani, he had never seen a person who could distinguish between public and private matters so well. Once we start the war, there will definitely be changes in the imperial court. In his situation, he shouldn't have to worry too much. Now that he is in this situation, he has no other choice. My small mistake here shouldn't distract him anymore. In addition, Xiao Qiao's matter really needs to be handled by someone who is quick-witted and trustworthy, Gu Yun said. Didn't that old man on the other side think that he was awesome when he fought his way over by himself? I'll let him see the difference between a general and a commander. Shani was divided into two parts by his words. On the left side, he was a former member of the Black Iron Battalion and wished that he could follow his commander and die for him. On the right side, he was disgusted by Gu Yun's sincere boasting and had goosebumps. Once again, he was speechless and could only plead, Zishi, even if you want to be blind, can you change to a normal glass mirror? Gu Yun put on his armor and prepared to go out to patrol the camp. The commander personally patrolled the camp every day, as if he was blind, was also a characteristic of the Liangjiang barracks. I won't, he answered seriously, I want to imitate the Prince of Lanling. Shani thought that this bastard probably didn't transfer him here to share his worries. It was completely for fun. After Chao Chuanhua fought his way to Jiangnan, he only had time to write a letter to Chongqing, saying that Commander Gu was busy with military affairs and bullying Mr. Shen every day and that there was nothing bad about it. After that, there was no news of him. He didn't know if he was sent out to do things by Gu Yun or if he was simply too happy to think of home. Chongqing thought of this person's infatuation. It was impossible for him not to feel sour in his heart. However, while he felt sour, he also felt relieved. No news was good news. To be able to make Chao Chuanhua busy being infatuated all day long, Gu Yun's side was probably as easy as the monk Liao Ran said. At the same time, Chen Qingshu arrived in the capital after Chongyang. Chongqing had been in the Grand Council for more than a month. It was rare for him to take half a day off to go back and receive her. The first time he heard from Gu Yun that a copy of the goddess's secret technique had been found at Calais Ingho's place, Chongqing's heart had been filled with anticipation and apprehension for a long time. He had the feeling of an old demon who had been hiding in the mortal world hearing that he could become immortal. However, after returning to the capital, he had been preparing and planning like a storm while dealing with all kinds of political enemies like walking a tightrope. He really couldn't care about anything else. It wasn't until he met with Chen Qingshu that he picked up his old thoughts. Chen Qingshu never kept people in suspense. As soon as he saw Chongqing, he didn't even greet him. Instead, he said, "It can be cured." Just these two words were enough to nail Chongqing to the spot for a long time. It wasn't until the breath in his chest was exhausted that he slowly exhaled. He calmly criticized, "Can a deep-rooted disease be cured not long after coming out of the mother's womb be cured?" Xianxia nodded, "It can be cured." Chongqing's hands, which were hidden in the wide sleeves of his court robes, twitched violently. His voice was still calm and threatening. "People say that the evil god combines two people's flesh and blood into one. Then I was born as two people. How can Mischan also be separated?" Xianxia gave a rare smile. "It will take a long time. I'm afraid your highness will have to suffer a little." Chongqing's heart was in his throat. Then Zishi, Xianxia, there are related records in the goddess's secret technique. However, the medicine used is different from ours. I still have a lot of things to verify. You have to wait for me to sort out my thoughts. Chongqing took a deep breath. His heart was beating so fast that it almost broke his chest. For a moment, he forgot what time it was. He turned around and wanted to walk out, wishing that he could let Guyun know as soon as possible. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and slapped himself on the forehead. He thought to himself, "I'm being silly. I can't let him know. Swords and sabers have no eyes on the battlefield. What if something happens when he is relaxed? What if something happens?" However, there was no one to share it with. His Royal Highness Yan Wang secretly did something that would make people blush. He settled Mischan down and sneaked back to the Marquis's estate at night. He stayed in Guyun's room and wrote a letter. However, he didn't send it out. After drying it, he pressed it under Guyun's pillow. This still wasn't enough. He dug out all the letters that Guyun had written in his secret collection. Lying on the bed, he went through the various words that person had said in his mind. He amused himself by piecing together a reply letter from Guyun. He played the one-man show very well. For the next few days, Chongqing felt that Feng Qin was much more pleasing to the eye during the day. Unfortunately, Feng Qin's days weren't very good. For the past few days, Li Feng's desk was stacked with memorials to impeach the Wild Goose King. The stack of memorials was about 2 feet thick. If one were to look at them carefully, one would feel that the Wild Goose King was easily blamed. Even if he coughed while walking on the streets, there would be people who would accuse him of deceiving the emperor. However, in stark contrast, it wasn't clear whether it was because the Grand Council or because they were burdened by other matters, or because they simply went into hibernation. They changed their previous tit-for-tat attitude and began to give in unilaterally. Li Feng's attitude was that he didn't have any attitude, especially when he encountered people who took advantage of their seniority to mention the previous emperor or even the martial emperor. In this kind of situation, the most anxious wasn't the Grand Council, who was treading on thin ice, but Feng Qin. Feng Qin was actually very opposed to this kind of behavior. The emperor's heart is as clear as a mirror. "Everyone, aren't you afraid of losing the emperor's heart by being overbearing at this time?" At that time, someone replied, "Master Feng keeps talking about the emperor's heart, but his vision is limited." Back then, the previous emperor was only the son of an unremarkable Junwang from a side branch of the Li clan. What right did he have to smoothly enter the imperial palace? Back then, when we supported the previous emperor, our ancestors stood against all opposition and took the lead. What kind of merit was that? The red ink iron certificate is still in my family. What, now that their descendants have stabilized the country, they want to put away the bow after the birds are gone? Another person said, "If they really force us into a corner, we might as well bring out the previous emperor's memorial tablet." Could it be that the Son of Heaven dares to defy universal condemnation and ignore the laws of his ancestors? Feng Qin took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Everyone, please be careful with your words." Everyone gave him face and didn't say anything for a while. However, their expressions didn't look very convinced. Dalyong's aristocratic family officials, regardless of the position of the head of the family, were all born in a family that could fool people's faces. Many of their ancestors were related by marriage, and the strong worked together. Their ancestors were inseparable from the power disputes of the royal family. For their family to be able to prosper to this day, at least every generation stood on the right side. Over time, they had the illusion that the emperor was supported by my family. Usually, they felt that the Feng family gave them face and were willing to listen to him. However, when it really came to a fight, although the Feng family was vaguely the head of the aristocratic families, it was difficult for them to really effectively suppress anyone. They were all relatives, and no one was nobler than anyone else. Why should the Feng family make the decision when it came to their own lives and personal interests? Feng Qin could only try to reason with him. His Majesty is fond of grandiose achievements and can't tolerate others challenging his authority. This time, the Westerners' large-scale invasion inevitably reminded him of the time when the capital was besieged. If he was hesitant before, now he must be determined to fight this battle. Why do we have to risk our reputation of causing harm to the country and the people at this time to look for trouble? I also ask everyone to put themselves in his shoes and think about it. He sighed and softened his voice. If we can endure this for a while, when the war is over and there is no war in the country, the Grand Council will inevitably be reorganized or disbanded. Those people may not be willing and will definitely take action. When the time comes, can't the emperor see that they have stretched their hands too far? Everyone, think about the drumming order and the gold melting order of the past. You will know what the emperor is really thinking. At this time, using these lowly merchants is just a stopgap measure. When they are no longer useful, will the emperor still protect them? I'm afraid that when the time comes, even Guyan Xiantai will have to be obediently handed back. The small Grand Council can't always cover the world with one hand. Feng Qin thought that he was trying his best to explain the situation in detail. However, not all of the nobles in the room would look forward. The one who had boasted that he had the red ink iron certificate asked, "Lord Feng, you have reason and evidence, but you are too idealistic. You said that after the war? May I ask when the war will be over?" "In 1 or 2 years, it will be him. In 10 or 20 years, it will also be him. Don't tell me that we have to swallow our anger and wait for the yellow earth to cover our heads." In fact, Feng Qin was very displeased with these motley crew. A large number of these people were the biggest rats of the country who had no achievements. They thought that they were extraordinary and deserved to be caught red-handed. However, he couldn't express it because he could gather these people together for the sake of benefits. Every day, no matter how loudly he yelled about serving the country and the people, no one cared. Let's not talk about being angry. If the war really lasts for 10 or 20 years, the country's strength will be exhausted. Not to mention others, even the emperor won't agree. It can't be that long. Feng Qin had to change his words and said, "Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. With Yan Wang's identity, as long as he doesn't rebel, no one can kill him. However, with your family background, as long as the emperor is on the throne, as long as we don't panic, who can touch our roots?" This sounded much better than "if you don't court death, no one can kill you," although it had the same meaning, and it also scratched the itch of these officials. Feng Qin was worthy of being the first person of the Daliang aristocratic family. He had dealt with this group of people for decades and was very experienced. Sure enough, under his efforts, the imperial court was much more peaceful. The two factions seemed to have temporarily stopped fighting. All the conflicts were moved under the table. Daliang welcomed a short period of peace for a few months. For more than 3 months, then, an accident happened that ruined all of Feng Qin's previous efforts. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, Guyan secretly sent envoys to visit the islands of Dongying and Nanyang. At this point, the front lines had been in a stalemate for 3 months. The existing front lines had been stretched and expanded under the constant tug-of-war between the two sides. The flames of war had spread from Jiangnan and Jiangbei all the way to the 13 prefectures of Jiangnan, and even to the 2 provinces. A large number of people who were trapped in their homeland and refused to cross the river began to form their own militias. Although the long-armed people who were stranded in various places did not have violet gold, they thought of ways to use coal and explosives instead. They also created a group of people who were not so flashy. For this reason, the Lingshu Temple announced that it would set up branches in various places to exchange and teach technology other than highly confidential military technology. The more far-reaching effects of the war were also gradually surfacing. Feng Qin would never have thought that the ones who broke the peace in the court were not Yan Wang's party, but the 2 branches of the court. That year, Daliang's government held the autumn imperial examination once every 3 years. Because of the war, it was interrupted midway and then delayed for a long time. The laurel roll was not released until the 12th lunar month. It became a plum roll and was jokingly called the unlucky roll by scholars everywhere. Not even 3 days after the laurel roll was released, there were scholars in Xianxia who strangely committed suicide. The officials below did not dare to cause trouble at this juncture and did their best to suppress it and not report it. Who knew that after a few days of suppressing it, when the court was dismissed, someone blocked the entrance to the censorate to report it? The reason for this matter was a long story. Prince Yan went to Jiangnan twice and chopped off countless heads. He introduced the strictest rules for governance, which caused Daliang's corruption, which had been growing since the Yuanhe years, to temporarily stop. In the following years of war, even the imperial palace and the imperial palace were tightening their spending. The salaries of officials could only be reduced again and again. The fire beacon tickets were one disaster after another, closely linked to the examination of governance. It was equivalent to closing off the source of income and opening up the flow of money. The officials of Daliang had never had such a hard time in the past 100 years. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. When it comes to wealth, no one will think that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. But there was nothing they could do about it. No one dared to accept the gifts. Everyone knew that Yan Wang was behind the rich businessmen. If they didn't accept the right gift, it would be a death sentence. No one dared to touch the military funds. After the tax reform, they wouldn't be able to touch it for the time being. Not to mention the disaster relief funds. Yang Ronggui and the others' brains were probably not rotten to the bones yet. It just so happened that the fall quarter examination was not very important this time, and the entire country was busy fighting wars and making money. No one cared about this bunch of useless scholars, so there were people who immediately had evil thoughts about it. In the end, a huge fraud case involving 9 provinces was implicated, shocking the entire country. Fang Qin finally managed to suppress the many troublemakers around him. After 2 days of peace, his face was covered in reports from the 2 courtyards like snowflakes. These special people were different from Yan Wang's party. Yan Wang's party had always been pragmatic. They always had a purpose in everything they did. They fought for power and influence in an orderly manner. Many of their actions could be predicted. But this group of arrogant people, who regarded fame and fortune as dung, most of the time were completely participating for the sake of participating. This was what they did. Their personal reputation was closely related to how many people they participated in. Young masters from prominent families rarely entered the 2 courtyards. Therefore, most of these freaks came from poor families. And the fraud in the imperial examination happened to touch the interests of these poor scholars. The mad dogs of the 2 courtyards, who hadn't bitten anyone for a long time, suddenly felt as if their tails had been stepped on. Their hair stood on end and they barked madly. Every day, they would shout and curse in different ways, forcing Li Feng to strictly investigate. It seemed that if he wasn't satisfied with the investigation, they would die side by side on the coiled dragon pillars in the main hall. The temporary and false tranquility was broken. It was unknown how many complicated relationships the officials of the 9 provinces were involved in, including Fang Qin's useless brother. Young children and grandchildren were the lifeblood of the old man. Even Grand Secretary Fang, who hadn't paid attention to worldly affairs for a long time, was alarmed. Fang Qin could pretend to be obedient to anyone, but not to his own father. But before Fang Qin could come up with a countermeasure, this time, the emperor directly skipped the Supreme Court and the inspectorate and sent the case to the Grand Council. Jiang Chong led the investigation, and the others only cooperated. It seemed that the paper couldn't contain the fire. Although Fang Qin was born in Jinxiu, he always had the idea of being a hero for 1,000 years. He refused to shamelessly wallow in the mire. For this reason, he first abandoned Lu Chang, who dared to threaten him, and then abandoned the pure idiot Wang Zong. Now, he finally reached the point where he couldn't abandon them anymore. His mother was still sick in the courtyard next door. After Master Feng comforted this one, he had to give another an explanation. When he went out, there was still a group of people waiting for him to make a decision. It could be said that he was badly battered. After one night, 2 blood blisters grew on the corners of his mouth. Just as he was crying with his old mother, Fang Qin heard that someone had come. He rubbed his eyebrows with a heavy expression and coldly ordered, "Tell them I'm not at home and send them away." The servant left in silence. An aide quietly came up and whispered to Fang Qin, "Darren, are you troubled?" Fang Qin glanced at him unhappily. Fortunately, he was very good at maintaining his composure. He quickly restrained his gloomy expression and slowly said, "The scholars' rebellion failed 3 years ago. This time, from the incident to the imperial court in the capital, it happened too quickly. It's as if someone is escorting him." That Li Min put on a righteous face on the surface, but he only dares to stab people under the table. This kind of person with a black heart can only deceive the emperor. The aide asked again, "Darren, do you have a plan in mind?" Fang Qin was completely confused. If he knew in advance, even if it was only 1 day in advance, there would be some room to maneuver. But this incident happened too quickly. The emperor knew before him, which directly put Fang Qin in a very awkward situation. Fang Qin sighed, "It's difficult. Yan Wang is a tiger and a wolf. Once he bites the neck of his prey, he won't let go." The aide smiled gently and said, "Darren, I heard that His Royal Highness Yan Wang's reforms have not been completely completed. There are still hundreds of disputes in the imperial court. I think he was too impatient. He was too smart for his own good." Fang Qin stopped. He could tell that the person next to him was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Fang Qin had many aides, but most of them only accompanied the old man, Grand Secretary Fang, to play chess and chat. There weren't many who could speak in front of Fang Qin. Of course, it was rare for them to seize the opportunity to speak up. Fang Qin reached out and stroked his beard. "What do you mean?" The aide saw that the opportunity had come and hurriedly poured out the words he had prepared. "Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid there is no chance to reverse the case. Why not take drastic measures? Directly find a way to abolish Yan Wang's new official laws?" Fang Qin thought that he had some brilliant ideas. Hearing this, he decisively cut off the fluke in his heart and said coldly, "Cheating in the imperial examinations has been a serious crime in every dynasty. What does it have to do with the new and old official laws?" The aide smiled unhurriedly and said, "Darren, one person's corruption is corruption. One person's fraud is fraud. But now it involves 9 provinces. Countless important officials are in deep trouble. Is this a coincidence? The emperor will also think that there must be a reason behind it. Why were these important officials of the imperial court so vicious? Because these 2 years have not been easy. They don't dare to not settle down the refugees. They don't dare to not pay the exorbitant taxes. They don't dare to not pay the military expenses. They don't dare to not meet the quota of fire beacon tickets." Fang Qin's eyebrows moved slightly. The circulation of fire beacon tickets is equivalent to gold and silver. This was clearly established after the Jiangnan incident. What do you think? Circulation can be equivalent to gold and silver, but it doesn't mean it can be turned over to the court. The aide shook his head and said, "Furthermore, there are many rich merchants from the south in Jiangbei. The customs of the people are more civilized. The Central Plains and even the Northwest are not the same. If they don't recognize it, they don't recognize it. If the government forces them, they will be met with cries and complaints from the unruly people. If something happens, the court will be held accountable. Darren, think about it. If we really go all out, there may be room to turn this matter around. Even if the third master is removed from his position, as long as the Fang family's power is still there, it may not be impossible for them to make a comeback." Fang Qin listened and didn't say anything. The aide said in a low voice, "Darren, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. We hope to settle old scores after the battle. Yan Wang's side naturally won't think of this. At this time, there's no need to talk about not fighting is fighting. If we don't take the initiative to move, we will only be forced to our deaths." In the 12th lunar month, when Lu, one of the masterminds of the case, was tried, as expected, he cried in court. He complained that his territory was poor and that it was difficult to promote fire beacon tickets. Only the local government could buy them. The higher-ups had set 3 batches of targets. If they couldn't meet the targets, they could only borrow from all over the place. There was no income, so they had no choice but to do this. As soon as these words came out, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The guilty officials all said the same thing, completely dragging Yan Wang's party, who was watching the fire burn across the river, into the water. There was even a troublemaker who saying that people who cheated in the imperial examinations were indirectly buying and selling officials. Then what's the difference between linking the official examinations with fire beacon tickets and selling officials for money? This year's farewell to the old and welcome the new passed amidst the chaos. No one was able to eat a bite of the dumplings that made them feel at ease. In the end, the Grand Council had no choice but to submit a letter of apology and officially announce the abolition of the clause linked to fire beacon tickets in the new official laws. At the same time, the sale of fire beacon tickets would be suspended. However, the war was in full swing. In order to prevent the court from falling into a situation where they had no money to use, the Grand Council took the opportunity to propose stopping the coinage of the court officials. Imitating the Westerners' policy of communicating with the previous dynasty in their occupied territories, Long and banks would issue special substitute silver to replace gold and silver coins. They also drafted a series of new regulations and submitted them together with a letter of apology. Long and banks were under the jurisdiction of the Grand Council. As long as the new regulations were feasible, no one had any opinions on whether it was iron communication or paper communication. However, it definitely couldn't be controlled by the Grand Council. Therefore, at this time, the steam railway that was about to be completed unexpectedly had a problem. The sections in the north and south had basically been connected. Only the middle section was left. Once it was connected, it would be a success. However, the last section was delayed for more than a month. The problem was the land. Most of the land along the line had already been reserved. However, it was impossible for such a long section to pass through all the land without an owner. The land that originally belonged to private individuals would be bought by the Grand Council from the original owners at market price. At the same time, some other subsidies were given, such as tax exemption and so on. There were also those who were unwilling to sell their ancestral property. The court would rent it instead of expropriate it. They would write a lease contract and pay rent every year. Since the beginning of the Yuanhe period, the Daliang court had paid attention to benevolence. They were strict with civil and military officials, but were very polite to the commoners. It was precisely because they were too polite that there was a fatal omission in the lease contract. It only stated the lease period and didn't say what would happen if the original owner didn't want to rent it. They probably didn't expect that someone would break the contract with the court. The last section of the road just happened to be a large piece of rented land. The original owner was a big landlord, and his family had other businesses. Originally, the negotiations were going well. Although the construction didn't reach here, the rent had been paid. Unexpectedly, this person suddenly went back on his word and returned the rent without missing a single cent. Although this person had no official position, his background was deep. He was related to the Duke of Zhao's family. When he retreated like this, no one around him dared to hit him in the face. Everyone avoided the people from the Grand Council. It was too late for the steam railway to change its route. Because the steam railway was stalled, Gu Yun wrote several letters in succession to ask about the completion date. In the end, he directly sent a memorial to Li Feng, saying that the frontline supplies couldn't keep up. If this continued, he would be forced to shrink the frontline. Feng Qin's younger brother hadn't cleaned himself up yet. At this time, Grand Secretary Feng finally expressed his dissatisfaction with his son's overcautious and lack of skill. He took action himself. This former Grand Secretary did two things at the same time. First, he secretly met with the foreign affairs officer who was in contact with the Western envoys. He tactfully hinted that Daliang's national strength might not be enough to support a protracted war with the Westerners. If they continued to fight, it would be a waste of money and manpower. Both sides would suffer losses. The one who made the greatest contribution wasn't the butcher who fought the war, but the person who could eventually facilitate the peace talks and restore peace to the country. The foreign affairs officer was once a student of Grand Secretary Feng. He carefully asked, "Teacher, if the emperor is determined to fight, how can we as officials help him?" "That depends on how you explain it to the Westerners." Grand Secretary Feng, who had a sage-like demeanor, said meaningfully, "What they want is nothing more than benefits. Do you think they are willing to continue to fight to the death with Gu Yun, or are they willing to take a step back and cooperate with the peacemaking faction in the court to stop the war as soon as possible? The emperor and the court want face. If the Westerners are sincere and give up face, we won't be stingy. Don't you think so? Without the frontline war as a reason, I don't believe that the emperor will let Yan Wang and the others continue to cause trouble." After sending away the foreign affairs officer who seemed to have woken up from a dream, Grand Secretary Feng asked his wife to invite another person, the Emperor Long An's wet nurse. After she left the palace in her early years, she was taken care of by Madame Feng. Li Feng had a lot of feelings for his wet nurse. Originally, he was discussing business with Chongqing. When he heard that the wet nurse was passing a token to enter the palace to visit the empress, who had been ill for a long time, he hurriedly told Chongqing and rushed to the harem. Chongqing slowly left the palace and walked out. The entire palace was shrouded in the twilight. The golden light of the thousands of glazed tiles was hidden, and there were some imperceptible ice shards hanging on the edge. It looked very inhumane. The weather was so cold, and the capital was so hot. Recently, the front line had become more and more tense. Gu Yun's letters had also decreased. She basically couldn't see the endless chatter. Occasionally, she would send a private letter, but it was only a few words. Chongqing slowly exhaled. He stood blankly under the high vermilion wall for a while, thinking to himself, the day after tomorrow will be the first month of the Shirlu festival. And the fog that shrouded the country still hadn't cleared. Although he was planning step by step, and the result was getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but feel anxious from time to time. At this time, a group of imperial bodyguards passed by. When they saw him, they hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Wang Ya." Chongqing didn't say anything. He and the two imperial bodyguards stared at each other for a moment. Suddenly, he broke into a run as if he was possessed. "I want to see Gu Zixi." He thought to himself, "I want to see her immediately." In a person's life, there would always be a moment when one's heart would be unable to let go of anything other than some absurd idea that came out of nowhere. The powerful desire seemed to be able to swallow up one's entire soul. No matter how much reason scratched at the door outside of one's head, one could ignore it. For example, many years ago, Gu Yun was in the wastelands of western Beiman. Her brain was a lump of paste, and she had no distracting thoughts in her mind as she thought about leaving her post and wandering the world. For example, many years later, Chongqing walked out of the forbidden palace where the breeze brought snow. His mind was free of distracting thoughts as he wanted to see Gu Yun, who was thousands of li away. Chongqing ran back to the Marquise Fu in a daze. The two iron puppets at the door turned around and silently watched him. When his gaze met with the puppet that was suffused with purple light, his footsteps suddenly stopped. As if he had just woken up from a dream, Chongqing and the two iron monsters looked at each other in dismay for a long time. Finally, he slowly recovered from the state of being almost possessed by the devil. He sighed softly and reached out to touch the iron puppet's ice-cold arm. He slowly lowered his head, bent his waist, and spat out a mouthful of dense and oppressive white steam. In the past, he and Gu Yun were separated and reunited. Even when they hadn't seen each other for 4 years, it didn't seem to be as unbearable as this time. Chongqing didn't know whether it was because he was becoming more and more delicate, or because he was becoming more and more insatiable towards Gu Yun. It was as if there was a string in his heart that had been pulled taut ever since Gu Yun had suddenly and inexplicably written a letter saying that she missed him. Every time a soul-stirring battle report from the south reached the capital, that string would be pulled a little tighter. And every time the situation in the imperial court became more dangerous and more complicated, that string in his heart would be pulled a little tighter. Until just now, it suddenly snapped without warning. At this moment, the main door opened from the inside. The person who came out was the Marquise Fu's family commander, Huadan. Huadan saw Chongqing's ghostly appearance and was shocked. "Uncle Wang sent me to find you." "Your Highness, what happened to you?" Chongqing's eyes were slightly red, but he used the fastest time to adjust to a smile. He stood up straight and patted off the snow on his body. "It's nothing. I walked too quickly and felt a little dizzy." "Uncle Wang, to find me?" Huidan was a rough person and didn't see anything unusual. He went forward to help him up and said in a low voice by his ear, "There's a guest who can't show his face. He said he has an urgent matter to report. He can't go to the Grand Council to ask for an audience, so he can only come to the Marquis Fu." It was a man in his mid-30s. Changgung didn't recognize him, but he must have seen him somewhere before. He looked familiar. He quickly adjusted his chaotic mental state as he tried to recall the identity of the visitor. Fortunately, that person took the initiative to come forward and explain. "This lowly official is Lu Zhong, Deputy Supervisor of the Foreign Affairs Diplomatic Mission. Greetings to Your Highness." The so-called Foreign Affairs Diplomatic Mission was a group of people from the Ministry of War who were thoroughly in favor of peace. It was unknown how they got involved with the Honglu Temple. Because they were afraid of offending the Emperor Long'an, they didn't even dare to call themselves peace negotiators. They could only use the nonsensical title of Foreign Affairs Diplomatic Mission under the banner of one civil and one military. The bullshit excuse of retreating through other means from the front lines was purely to cause trouble for Gu Yun. Changgung frowned. He didn't have a good impression of this person, but he didn't show it due to his poise. He nodded indifferently and said, "Lord Lu is about to leave. Is there something urgent that you came to visit so late at night?" Lu Zhong suddenly took a step back and knelt down. He pointed a finger at the sky and said, "If this lowly official's words are false, I will be struck by lightning. My parents will not be able to rest in peace even in the underworld." Changgung took half a step to the side. "Lord Lu, what are you doing? Quickly get up." Lu Zhong refused. "Does Prince know that my immediate superior, this lowly official's immediate supervisor, was once a student of Grand Scholar Feng?" Of course Changgung knew. Not only did he know, he was disgusted for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that he was busy with other matters, he would have dragged out the bunch of traitors who facilitated the Foreign Affairs Diplomatic Mission one by one and put them to death by 1,000 cuts. "Please allow me to report, Prince." Lu Zhong quickly told Changgung what Grand Scholar Feng had secretly instructed the Foreign Affairs Diplomatic Mission. He then said, "Only a few of the supervisor's trusted aides know about this matter. This lowly official is incompetent and is one of them." Changgung's fingers tapped on the small table beside him. "Darren's visit to the Marquis Fu so late at night isn't the work of a trusted aide, right?" Lu Zhong gave a deep bow. "This lowly official's ancestral home is Hangzhou. My birth parents died early. I grew up with the elders of the clan from childhood. Later, I traveled around to study. I once worked as an aide in a noble family. Due to a chance encounter, I caught the eye of the Feng family's eldest master and was recommended to become an official. Naturally, I cannot repay his kindness." Changgung's eyebrows rose slightly. This lowly official had a childhood sweetheart. The two were innocent. "We were originally engaged but had not yet married." Lu Zhong's head was very low and his shoulders were curled up. This lowly official wanted to return to his hometown to ask for her hand in marriage. Who knew that before this day came, a strong force would suddenly invade? Lu Zhong lowered his head and wiped his face. He kowtowed heavily to him. "Although the dead are gone, the living cannot be at peace. Thank you, Prince, for your pity." Changgung sighed softly. "Official Lu, stand up and speak." The two had been secretly investigating for a long time. When they sent off Lu Zhong, there was already the sound of the night watch on the street. Changgung stood at the door for a moment. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and tilted his head to speak to Huidan. "Commander, please see if Miss Chen is asleep. If she is still awake, ask her to come over." These days, Chen Xianxia had been staying in the Marquis Fu. He was preparing to begin treating Changgung's Wu. However, this was going to be a very long process. Yan Wang was always busy. He might not have the time to come back for 10 days or half a month. As soon as Chen Xianxia saw Changgung, he felt that there was something wrong with his complexion. "Your Highness, the more you think, the harder it is to control yourself. Have you been too tired recently?" Changgung laughed bitterly. He had intensified the conflict in advance. In reality, there were many things that he hadn't had time to prepare. Every step he took was like a soldier walking on a dangerous path. He didn't know when he would step off a cliff and miss. However, he didn't have time. He was afraid that his enemies wouldn't give him this time. He was afraid that Gu Yun would only report the good news but not the bad. He was afraid that she would suffer in a place that he couldn't see. Changgang said, "If it's convenient for you, Miss Chen, you might as well start the acupuncture treatment today." Chen Qingxu was stunned. "The process may be very painful. Your Highness is busy with court affairs during the day. Can you bear it?" Changgang shook his head. "I don't know. However, I have a bad feeling. Recently, I've been suppressing it more and more. Let's just say that there is no construction without destruction." 2 hours later, Changgang realized that he had underestimated the pain that Chen Qingxu mentioned. Chen Qingxu placed a bowl of medicinal soup in front of him and prepared the silver needles. Changgang reached out and took it. "What is this?" "When your Highness is no longer trapped by Wu Ergu, I'll copy the prescription to you," Chen Qingxu said. "However, it's best that you don't ask before you drink it." Changgang was speechless. He didn't know why, but in his impression, anything related to the voodoo of the barbarians was suffused with a gloomy smell of corpse oil. After hearing this, Changgang suddenly had a lot of bad associations. He immediately stopped asking. He tried his best to curl his tongue, pinched his nose, and drank the soup in one gulp. Chen Qingxu bent over and lit a calming powder. The tranquil cold fragrance spread in the room. She sat cross-legged 3 steps away from him and said seriously, "Your Highness, after I start the acupuncture treatment, you must always maintain a clear mind. Otherwise, no one will be able to wake you up. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Changgang nodded. Chen Qingxu said, "When this calming powder burns out, I'll start the treatment. Your Highness, please use the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to clear your mind and eliminate all distracting thoughts." At first, he didn't feel anything. Chen Qingxu's acupuncture was steady and accurate. Her movements were very nimble. Changgang just closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a chill filled with fear rose from his back, as if he couldn't avoid seeing someone raise a lethal weapon and could only close his eyes and wait to be hit. The muscles on his back involuntarily contracted. Although he couldn't move, he subconsciously made a dodging movement. Chen Qingxu's acupuncture immediately stopped. Her expression became serious. "Your Highness." Changgang felt an invisible whip fiercely lashing his back. There was a cacophony of noise in his ears. The curses of the woman who died more than 10 years ago exploded in his ears. Mixed in with the nightmares of those years, Chen Qingxu's voice, mixed with the calming powder, pierced his ears. "Your Highness, this is the house of Marquis. Can you hear me?" Changgang trembled violently and used all his strength to slightly nod his head. Chen Qingxu inserted the next silver needle. The second calming powder had already burned out. She glanced at the Western clock on the table. "This is just the beginning. Does your Highness need to get used to it?" Changgang gently bit the tip of his tongue. "No, continue." Chen Qingxu didn't waste any more words. The needles flew as if they were flying. The hallucinations that had just faded away came back again. The various pains inflicted on his body by Xianxia when he was young reappeared one by one. Chen Qingxu's expression tensed. She saw an old scar on Changgang's collarbone suddenly become red and swollen for no reason. A thin line of blood seeped out. The web-like blood vessels under the skin split open on both sides. It was very sinister. "Your Highness, His Royal Highness Yanwang." Chen Qingxu called out to him. Changgang didn't respond. Chen Qingxu didn't dare to move again. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a pair of iron shoulder armor hanging at the foot of the bed. It looked quite old. The steel armor in the army had long changed its style. Chen Qingxu suddenly remembered that when she talked to Changgang about the symptoms of Wu Ergu in the early years, he seemed to have inadvertently mentioned that the first time he broke free from the nightmare was when Gu Yun hung a set of his armor at the head of the bed. Chen Qingxu swept her long sleeves. The iron shoulder armor made a clear sound of collision. The sound of metal and stone swept through the quiet room. Changgang's increasingly rapid breathing suddenly stopped. There were layers of demonic barriers in front of his eyes. First, he was trapped in his own body when he was young. The sharp hairpin, the red-hot poker, the dirty horsewhip, the woman's hand that was as sharp as an iron clamp. At the end of all of this, there was a Gu Yun wearing half of her armor. After so many years, she was silently watching him. Chang Gung stared at him like he was grasping at straws. He struggled to maintain a thread of clarity in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, the demon-like hallucinations around him gradually faded away. Chang Gung came back to his senses, exhausted. He saw that the calming incense on the table had burned out. Xianxia was putting away the silver needles. Only then did he realize that he could move again. Xianxia asked, "How do you feel?" Chang Gung moved his hands and saw that there were many small abrasions on his arms. He didn't know when, but they had quickly scabbed over and were a little itchy. He tried to clench his fists. "It seems that I have crawled out again." After Xianxia left, Chang Gung fell asleep. For so many years, his sleep was like a flat lake that could be broken by a stone. Other than fainting due to blood loss, he rarely had such a feeling of drowsiness. It was also the first time that he didn't have nightmares. He dreamed of a tall watchtower. There was a distant fire in the distance. The camp was heavily guarded, and there was a sense of readiness. A group of soldiers who had just returned from patrolling the camp were tightening the reins of their horses. Suddenly, the leader turned around and looked in his direction. It was actually Gu Yun. She was wearing a glass mirror that was fancier than a mask. The silver edge and the black armor complemented each other. She smiled mischievously at him. In the dream, Chang Gung laughed and said, "What kind of outfit is this?" Gu Yun stretched out a hand from the horse's back. Her iron arm that was burning with purple gold lightly pulled him onto the horse's back. She hugged him from behind and laughed in his ear, "It's lonely in the army. You should hook up with a few more beauties." People didn't know how to hide their subtle thoughts in their dreams. Even though he knew that Gu Yun was joking, Chang Gung still felt a little wronged in his heart. "I can't rest at night in the capital. I'm afraid that I'll take a wrong step. Every day, I only hope to hear a few words from you, but I can't wait." Gu Yun said helplessly, "Your Highness, you came all the way here just to act coquettishly?" When Chang Gung heard this, he thought that Gu Yun was right. He really wanted to act like what was written in the folktales, and make trouble for Gu Yun without reason. However, when it came to using the folktales, he regretted that he didn't have enough knowledge. He wasn't skilled enough, so he was a little stuck and didn't know where to start. However, Gu Yun raised her hand and took off the glass mirror on her face. She tilted her head and kissed his face. "If you don't like it, I won't wear it." Early in the morning, Chang Gung woke up to Gu Yun's terrifying flute music. He got up in a daze and rubbed his eyes. He felt that the demonic music was still lingering in his ears. He rubbed his sore and numb ears in pain, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was really the most beautiful dream in his life. With Gu Yun's earth-shattering music as accompaniment, even if there were really bad people in front of him, he wouldn't be afraid. What Chang Gung didn't know was that on the night before the front line, when Gu Yun returned from patrolling the camp, she suddenly felt that someone was looking at her from behind. She couldn't help but turn her head, and happened to throw the glass mirror off her face. This time, the glass mirror wasn't broken, but a corner of the exquisitely carved lace was knocked off her shoulder. She could only gloomily admit that this thing looked good but was useless, so she changed it back to a normal one. The next day, when Shani heard about it, she pointed at him and laughed, "Maybe some deity doesn't like your showy look." "Then this deity is really meddlesome," Gu Yun boasted shamelessly. "Maybe she sees that I'm handsome and is in a hurry to be my wife." Shani, before General Shen could spit out the food he ate last night, a soldier came to report, "General, the messenger you sent to Dongying has replied." "Gu Yun, bring it in." A batch of the Western Army's supplies was sent from the outer sea with the cooperation of the Dongying people. In normal wars, the Dongying people seemed to have always been involved, but they were cunning and refused to show themselves. Even when Lu Qi brought dozens of Dongying samurai disguised as monks to kidnap the Emperor Longan, it was because of his personal grudge, and the Dongying people didn't really stand up for him. "Shani, what do you mean?" Gu Yun shook his head. "They said that they were courteous to them, but their attitude was ambiguous. When the messenger wanted to talk about business, those who were in charge would avoid meeting him and find a group of white-faced dancers to accompany the guest. The Dongying people have their own little calculations in their hearts. If the foreigners can take root in our country, they can eat a mouthful of rotten meat. But if the Western Army's ships are defeated, they will still have to live next to us in the future. Therefore, they are willing to contribute but are unwilling to completely offend us. Shini frowned, fawning on both sides. What kind of thing is this? It's good. Guyan smiled, I'm relieved that they are so indecisive. Wait and see, it will be of great use. Shini shook his head, we can't wait any longer. The battle line in the south is too long, and the purple gold is too tight. Even if you deploy it, there will inevitably be times when you can't keep up. Besides, I'm worried that if we continue to fight like this, there will be noise in the imperial court. Guyan's expression dimmed. Shini reminded again, I heard that the imperial court thinks that we shouldn't just keep fighting, but should have a carrot and a stick. Recently, a new batch of foreign affairs emissaries has been formed. If these people are really here to give carrots, then it's fine, but I'm afraid that they are here to cause trouble. Guyan pondered for a moment, when will they arrive? It's almost time to move, Shini replied, it's only 10 days or half a month. Zixi, what do you want to do? Daliang and the Western Army had been confronting each other on the front line for a long time. Neither side was willing to back down. They had fought countless battles, big and small. Overall, they were basically evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. On the first month of the Shirlu period, a batch of Daliang's navy ships set off in the early morning and left the port without anyone noticing. Under the situation where the supplies were already tight, they once again split off a portion of the troops and quietly went along the river. At that time, the morning sun had not yet risen. Shini said to Guyan in the darkness, you are too risky. Guyan ignored him and said, get someone to cook a bowl of noodles for me in the morning. I want an egg. Shini was so busy that he was confused. After a long time, he remembered what day it was. He muttered, you are quite free. He whispered a few words to the bodyguard next to him. Then, he continued to nag, didn't we say that we should at least wait for the railway line to be repaired? If the Zillia Gold line is really opened, our chances of winning will be much higher. If you make a move now and there is a slight problem with the cooperation between the two sides, then, this is too risky. Seeking riches and honor in danger, Guyan said without changing his expression, I am a man in my prime. Why should I be as cautious as the old man opposite me? Shini heard that he did not speak human language again. He said angrily, Guzishi. Guyan sighed and looked towards the north. At this time, his vision was no longer able to penetrate thousands of mountains and rivers. Jipping, Guyan said in a low voice, if things had gone smoothly in the capital, we would have defeated them without fighting. Do you think the risk of this battle is greater? Or do you think it's greater to let them drag it out until the imperial court becomes more dangerous? Shini was stunned and speechless. He was a general in charge of one side. He only needed to arrange the troops and did not need to think about the layout of the 4 territories. He also did not need to worry about whether Daliang would have another war in the next 50 years. Even if we rest and recuperate, it can't be more than 3 to 5 years. Otherwise, the nobles in Beidou will gradually forget the pain after their scars have healed. When our generation dies, future generations will think that the southern half of the country was born to be ruled by both sides. Guyan glanced at Shini and said, it is worth the risk. At that time I will leave the Xiantai tiger tally to you. In case, you quickly gather the remaining troops. When they come, you don't have to panic. Immediately transfer the Black Iron Battalion for temporary support. The Westerners are at most capable on the water. There is nothing to be afraid of them on land. Xinyi's brows were about to wrinkle. At this moment, the cookery soldiers brought the cooked noodles over. The subordinates had meticulously prepared the noodles for the marshal. The longevity noodles were one strand after another, and the thickness was uniform. The eggs were just right. The soup was soup and the meat was meat. There were also thin bamboo shoots soaked in the broth. Guyan took the noodles and ate 2 chopsticks. Suddenly, he asked, why are there no green leaves? Shini asked curiously, didn't you say you don't want to eat? When did I say I don't want to eat? Guyan muttered and casually took a few mouthfuls. He still felt that there was something missing in this bowl of noodles. He stood there thinking for a while and suddenly realized. It turned out that the so-called birthdays and festivals were actually just because of people. There was someone who was willing to hold a small ceremony for him on this day. It was a way to express "I have you in my heart." The feeling was actually hidden in the words under the broth, and not in these few mouthfuls of bland food. 5 days later, Guyon officially received the Foreign Affairs Regiment's list. He only glanced at it and then stuffed it to Xianxia. He casually instructed, "See? We can only prepare to take action." Xianxia had no other choice but to obey. "Just in case, Jipping, I want to tell you a few things. If something really happens, you will be in charge of the army for me. You can fight the Westerners on the ground, but remember not to go into the water. You have too little experience in water battles. You are not a match for that old thing." As Guyon spoke, he took out 4 written letters from the commander's tent. "If there are no mistakes, send the first battle report to the capital. If fate doesn't favor us and we really have an accident, send the second letter. Ask the Grand Council to fully cooperate with the remedy. Don't forget to attach a letter of apology. Xianxia the tiger seal. I will bear the responsibility alone." The last 2 letters are private letters. Send the third letter to Chongqing first to calm him down. When the matter calms down, if there is a chance, send the 4th letter to him. Xianxia said angrily, "Are you telling me what to do after your death? Is it worth it for me to tell you what to do after my death because of a few Western monkeys?" Guyon raised his eyebrows indifferently. "This is called being thoughtful. It saves me the time to write it again. Military orders are absolute. Don't talk nonsense with me. Get back to work." The next night, the Daliang Navy suddenly launched an attack without warning. They invaded the Western Army's position with great fanfare. Both sides were familiar with each other. When they met, they immediately became furious. Although the Western Army did not expect this, they still quickly organized a counterattack. As soon as they started, they felt that the large number of Navy this time was particularly fierce. Mr. Yi directly put on a coat over his nightgown. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out what made Guyon suddenly want to break the stalemate at the front line. According to the information they had received, there should not be such an opportunity in Daliang. This time, Guyon even skipped the routine process of probing. It was as if he did not care about the enemy's reserves at all. He directly used the heavy artillery and the squid shot out like raindrops. The Western main ship was caught off guard and was hit several times. The side or that had just been repaired sank again and was almost paralyzed. For a moment, the Western main ship was in chaos. "Don't panic, don't panic." Mr. Yi grabbed a copper roar. "Stay where you are and wait for orders. Short jiaos, assemble immediately and stop them." "Your Majesty." The Pope slowly walked out to the deck and looked out through the clairvoyance. "Calm down," he ordered in a low voice. This elderly leader seemed to have a divine power that could pacify people's hearts. With just a few words, the messy crew and guards immediately quieted down, waiting for him to give orders. "The enemy's vanguard is about half the size of their usual fleet. Such a powerful charge is not Guyon's style," the Pope whispered. "Why?" Mr. Yi forced himself to calm down. "The people of Liang are too crazy. I don't think they are charging. It's more like they are going to fight to the death." The Pope ordered the orderly to adjust the formation of the escort fleet. He shook his head. "This doesn't make sense." Mr. Yi frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "Right. I remember that His Majesty received a message from the enemy's foreign affairs team that was about to arrive at the front line. Could it be related to that?" The Pope said, "You mean that there are cracks in the internal affairs of the Liang people, and someone wants to compromise and end the war?" "There is evidence to support it," Mr. Yi said quickly. "Think about it. We once estimated the time when the train in Daliang would be completed. His Majesty also said that after the entire line was completed, we would be in a passive position. Didn't we also design a few plans to destroy the line? But according to our calculations, the railway line should have been completed by the end of last year. It might even have started the trial run. But they haven't done anything yet. This means that there is indeed an internal problem." The Pope crossed his arms in front of his chest and rubbed his chin with one finger. At this time, Gu Yun's vanguard had pierced through the Western warship's defense line like a sharp knife and was coming murderously through the waves. The Western escort fleet surrounded the main ship into a solid ball. The stored eagle armor flew out from the main ship and attacked from above like raindrops. If it were me, Mr. Yi said to himself, I would retreat the main ship and quickly form an encirclement. I would lure the vanguard into the encirclement and annihilate them. They won't be able to hold on for long under such fierce fire. Once they are cut off from the rear, they will die here. The Pope asked quietly, do you think Gu Yun would make such a low-level mistake? Mr. Yi was speechless. Before going to the battlefield, the most important thing you have to do is to understand your opponent. Pass down the order. Pull back the two wings and focus on defense. Move to the southeast and call for reinforcements immediately. The Pope gave orders in an orderly manner and said to Mr. Ye, if you have seriously studied the classic cases of Gu Yun quelling the rebellion in the East Sea and arresting the mountain bandits in the southwest, and seriously reflected on the few times we fought with him in the north, you should have a rough understanding of Gu Yun. When he is at a disadvantage in terms of resources, not only will he not let you see it, but he will also seamlessly pull the whole Black Iron Battalion in front of you. You will be scared out of your wits when you see them. The Liang people call this the false is the real, the true is the false. Mr. Yi did not agree, but he did not dare to object. He could only follow the Pope's words and said, yes, Your Majesty. Look, this is just a bait. The Pope smiled and said, we have to be patient and drag his hook further away. Soon, we will see the real bargaining chip in his hands. At this moment, a messenger ran over to report, Your Majesty, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets are not at the port. They are on a distant sea mission. What do you think? The distant sea mission was specifically to escort the supply ships from the Holy Land. The Pope did not turn his head and said, they should not have gone far. Call them back immediately. The distant sea route is very safe. 3 fleets are not needed to escort the supplies. When dealing with our dear old enemy, we must show respect and sincerity. Yes. Turn back. Pull back the 2 wings. Escort fleet to the southeast. Pay attention to the speed, Eagle. Withdraw temporarily. Put down all the defense. Plates of the main ship. Start the drainage. The entire Western fleet quickly gathered into a compact behemoth. The escort fleet that had just left the port quickly returned. They stared covetously at the fearless Daliang navy in front of them and formed a thick defense. Every time, it was Gu Yun who led the Westerners. This time, the situation suddenly changed. The Westerners used a thick defense to lead the Daliang vanguard in search of a place to eat. After half an hour, the Daliang vanguard that was like a mad dog finally slowed down. It was obvious that they were exhausted. The Pope said, Jacques, look. Before he finished speaking, a large number of support and supply fleets came down from the 3 sides. Daliang could no longer hide their trump card. They bared their ferocious fangs in the night. Mr. Ye was shocked. If they really did as he said and immediately surrounded the Liang vanguard, then without 3 fleets, their 2 sides would be stretched and weakened by the enemy. They would be easily torn apart by the ambushing Liang vanguard. I said. The Pope looked at him with a slight reproach, only by understanding your enemy will you know where your real opportunity lies. All fleets, prepare to counterattack. Before they gain a firm footing, give them a head-on blow. As soon as he finished speaking, the Westerners' cannon fire swept out like a tsunami. Daliang's 3 main forces suffered heavy losses. They didn't even have time to return fire before the frontmost Kraken warships were sunk. At a glance, the effective supply this time had almost wiped out a quarter of the Daliang Navy's strength. The Western Navy's fleet was boiling. Ever since the day Gu Yun took charge of the 2 rivers, they had never gotten such a big advantage from him. However, Gu Yun himself wasn't as angry or anxious as people imagined. At this time, on an inconspicuous medium-sized Kraken in the Daliang Navy, Gu Yun was watching a large number of his warships being sunk. He didn't even blink as he said to the guard beside him, see, what did I say? Know yourself and know your enemy. That old thing can prepare for a war for more than 10 years. He probably studied me very carefully. If it was daytime, the Westerners would probably find it easier to discover the uniqueness of the sunk ships. The ships were empty, more like another form of the sea squid. This was the rotten idea of the poor Lingshu temple. They gathered the scrapped warships on the front line, and then imitated the power system of the sea squid to empty the entire ship. This kind of empty warship was very light. With very little power, it could automatically glide a long distance on the surface of the water. Although it was useless, it was a powerful weapon to intimidate people. Gu Yun sent out part of his navy. If he really went directly to the battlefield, the Westerners would definitely be suspicious. Therefore, he simply used this method to make a feint. It would be better if they can be blinded by a momentary victory. Gu Yun sat on the side with his legs crossed. Spread out. Remember, our mission today is to delay the enemy. The guard licked his lips. Marshal, can that side make it in time? I dare not say. If I can't make it in time, then it's my end, Gu Yun laughed softly. Pay attention to maneuvering. On the western main ship, Mr. Ye was overjoyed. Unfortunately, there was His Majesty the Pope next to him, so he didn't dare to get too carried away. And soon, he found that the Daliang navy, which was at a disadvantage, was not so easy to deal with. After the Liang people lost, they quickly adjusted. Gu Yun's fighting style was also in front of the formation, causing the Westerners to be in a terrible state. This battle, which was supposed to be a battle of numbers, was almost evenly matched. The main forces of the two armies were entangled from the middle of the night until the next morning. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the sea surface, the chaotic battlefield that had been fighting in the darkness for a night was suddenly exposed to the sunlight. On the Daliang main ship, the guard said anxiously, Marshal, there's still no news from that side. Let's retreat. If this goes on, the position of the main ship will be exposed. We don't have their big iron monster that won't sink no matter what. You can't take the risk. Gu Yun reached out and stroked the frame of his glass mirror. Don't be impatient. At this moment, the Pope suddenly stuffed the clairvoyance in his hand into Mr. Ye's hand. That Wu Yue. That must be the enemy's main ship. Gu Yun must be on it. Take it. The dense artillery fire followed the Pope's order, and the main ship Gu Yun was on couldn't avoid it for a while. The guard said, Marshal. At this critical moment, 4 or 5 short ships rushed out without Gu Yun's order and blocked the main ship with their own ships. Then, the sound of explosions rose from the ground. Gu Yun's face suddenly tensed up. At this moment, a marine soldier stumbled in. Marshal, we can't hold on any longer. Gu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Marshal. It's okay, don't panic. The rear team will change to the front team. Walk them for a while, Gu Yun ordered in a low voice. Before he could finish his sentence, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky. The sound was sharp like an alarm whistle. Even Gu Yun, who was half deaf, heard it. Gu Yun suddenly turned his head. It was the secret signal given to him by Shani, who was in charge of the overall dispatch on the shore. The other side succeeded. The guard was stunned for a moment, then jumped up. Our eagle. Gu Yun said, give me the clairvoyance. The guard licked his dry lips. Marshal, be careful. Boom. At this moment, a stray bullet passed through the gap between the corvettes and hit the tail of Daliang's main ship. The entire Haijiao warship shook violently. Smoke and sparks flew everywhere. Amidst the chaos, a glass mirror flew out and shattered completely. On the 24th day of the first lunar month, the foreign affairs team that couldn't catch up to the heat had not yet arrived at the front line. Li Feng was already woken up in the middle of the night by the urgent battle report from the front line. Xiantai Tiger Tally was signed, great victory at the front line. Gu Yun's arrangements over the past 6 months were beginning to show signs of success. He had sent people south to Nanyang and secretly instigated a bunch of Nanyang islands that were occupied by the Western Army. A large number of troops were ambushed at the southwest border. On the night of the 21st day of the first lunar month, the Daliang Navy used a portion of its main forces to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's front line. They took advantage of the enemy's cautious nature to pin down the enemy's forces. At the same time, the Haijiao warship group ambushed at the southwest border swept across the Nanyang Islands. They worked together to annihilate the foreign forces entrenched there. Then, they immediately dispatched troops to intercept the enemy's ocean supply line and strangled the enemy's neck without anyone noticing, who said that the Dalian navy couldn't fight a war in the distant seas. The battle report was very concise. It only mentioned the results and didn't elaborate on the details and casualties. After this battle, the Western Army retreated to Japan's waters in a sorry state. The militias from various places took the opportunity to launch attacks on the enemy on the ground. The southern half of the country was blown up in all directions. It was the first light at the front line that had been silent for a long time. Li Feng jumped up and got dressed in the middle of the night. He wanted to call for a court meeting. What bullshit foreign affairs group. They could beat the foreigners back to their hometown and didn't even leave a single piece of dirt for them. The eunuchs circled around him. Ever since Zhu Xiaojiao's death, Li Feng had changed a few eunuchs, but none of them were to his liking. The eunuch serving him now was an old man. He didn't say much, but he was smart enough to say, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. With Marshal Gu around, the retaking of Jiangnan is just around the corner." Li Feng laughed and said almost incoherently, "I finally don't have to worry about not being able to explain to my ancestors in the underworld." Really? Li Feng, who had been limping for a long time, ran out like the wind. Halfway through, he was blown by the early morning night wind. The Emperor Long An's feverish mind finally cooled down. The joy on his face also dimmed a little. Yes, this battle was a great victory. Then what? Many of the government decrees promoted by the Grand Council were under the banner of putting war first. The aristocratic families, other than bringing out red ink and iron certificates every day to flaunt their seniority, only wanted to stop the war. If Li Feng was a little hesitant about war and peace before, Gu Yan's victory added a lot of chips to one side. It made Li Feng's balance in his heart lean toward one side. These aristocratic families are getting more and more ambitious. They can even interfere in the war. The emperor thought silently. What are their intentions? Li Feng paused in his steps and said to the eunuch without rhyme or reason, "My wet nurse, Lady Zhao, hasn't entered the palace for a few years. Do you still remember her?" The eunuch didn't understand. He lowered his head and answered, "I heard that Lady Zhao only has one daughter now. She is still working in the palace and has recognized third young Master Feng as her adopted son. A while ago, she frequently handed over tokens. She must be here to plead for leniency." Li Feng made an O sound and half closed his eyes. When a prince breaks the law, he is punished the same as a commoner. Back then, when the Prince of Wei was imprisoned, no one stood out to say a word of justice. Why are the sons of these aristocratic families more precious than the other? The eunuch heard a hint of murderous intent in his words. He carefully glanced at Li Feng and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Feng's hot sweat was blown away by the cold wind. He covered his chest and coughed a few times. The eunuch hurriedly draped a fox fur coat over his body. The crown prince looked old when he was 7 years old. He could be considered smart, but his personality was too docile and weak. He wasn't like himself. Instead, he was more like the late Emperor Yuanhe. What was the situation like during the Yuanhe era? Even now, Li Feng still remembered that the previous emperor had always felt that his title was not rightful and proper. He had relied on this and that, but he could not even control the military power. Even though the Gu family only had a half-grown child left, he still allowed the deadly black iron tiger talisman to circulate outside. He had to ask for the opinion of this and that on every small matter, and he was always soft-hearted. He had raised a large group of national parasites, and had almost completely ruined the solid foundation left by the Emperor Wu. Li Feng spent 10 years and still couldn't clean up the mess left by the late emperor. In these 2 years, Li Feng felt more and more powerless. He didn't want his son to fall into the same predicament as his father. But in this situation, who should he believe? Yan Wang. Yan Wang didn't marry, didn't have children, and was willing to die for the Shang dynasty were all said by himself. There were many better words in the world. When those rebels and traitors had conclusive evidence, they would still cry bitterly and say that they had difficulties for the country and the people. Li Feng could be moved by them for a while, but after a long time, he would always calm down. Li Feng was protecting Chongqing now because he also saw the value of this reform. Yan Wang was right about one thing. The system and rules were the most important. No matter how Yan Wang wanted to change it, this broken society was indeed developing well. Li Feng hoped to borrow Yan Wang's hand to completely clean up the previous dynasty and leave a bright world for the crown prince in the future. However, at the same time, he definitely couldn't hand over his weak son to this decisive younger brother. If one day he wanted to follow the late emperor, then the first person he would deal with would be Yan Wang, and the second would be Gu Yun. Don't go, return to the palace. Summon again tomorrow morning. When the sun rises, have the crown prince come over. Li Feng suddenly ordered without rhyme or reason. The eunuch was confused. He didn't know why the emperor, who had been silent for a while, suddenly changed the topic to the crown prince. Also, Li Feng continued, where is the memorial I brought back? Let me see it. The memorial had been written by Su Ling. It was about reforming the rules of the Imperial Academy. The idea wasn't very mature and was even a bit immature. However, it didn't matter. It could be given to the Grand Council to coordinate and perfect. The entire court was clamoring for people to be beheaded and severely punished for cheating in the imperial examinations. Only a few scholars could think of the future. If possible, Li Feng would be like a normal father and hope to protect his young son for a few more years. He would do his best to let him play in the harem. However, who knew what would happen in this era where the winds and clouds gathered? The next morning, the news of the victory on the front lines of the two rivers came crashing down. The various powers didn't have time to react to this sudden result. For the first time, Li Feng made his position clear. He forcefully pushed two new policies in the court. First, he agreed to the Grand Council's long and new policy on abolishing the fire beacon tickets and changing the coinage policy. Second, in principle, he agreed to Su Ling's and the others' joint request to reform the rules of the Imperial Academy. The imperfections would be led by the Grand Council. The Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Directorate would work together to amend them. At the same time, Li Feng pulled out Jiangchong and the Lingshu temple in the main hall and reprimanded them. He demanded that they immediately speed up the investigation of the fraud in the 9 provinces. Everyone involved, regardless of their background, would be severely punished. He also ordered the Lingshu temple to immediately draft rules to open the steam railway from the capital to Jiangnan. They couldn't give the Westerners any breathing room. They couldn't waste this victory. They had to win in one spurt of energy. When the court was dismissed, Li Feng announced his final decision. The 11-year-old crown prince was about to attend court. This was the first time that the Emperor Longyan, whose attitude was ambiguous, had clearly expressed his intention to destroy the old and establish a new one at the imperial court. He had not revealed a single word to anyone beforehand. Not only did Fang Qin's party not understand, but even the people of the Grand Council were baffled. Jiang Chong glanced at Yan Wang obscurely and thought, did the emperor take the wrong medicine? Chang Gung's expression did not change. The first thing he did was to stand up and flatter Li Feng. Although he played politics, he was born with the air of an otherworldly immortal. Even his posture of flattery was very indifferent, as if he was in cahoots with Li Feng. At that time, some people's expressions changed. Li Feng knew in his heart that Yan Wang intended to borrow his power, and that the civil and military officials of the court each had their own ulterior motives. However, this did not matter. He could give Yan Wang a way out, and he could also give anyone a way out. This time, Li Feng used 2 government decrees to push the Grand Council to the heart of the struggle. He wanted to see if those people who used the previous emperor's red letter and iron certificate could do anything to Yan Wang, who had become a monk halfway through his life and had only ever called him Father Emperor. That day was destined to be a sleepless night in the capital. In the Grand Council, Jiang Chong whispered to Chang Gung, Prince, what do we do? Do we follow the original plan? Chang Gung said without hesitation, strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Chong looked deeply at Chang Gung and asked, Prince, if we push them too hard, what do we do if they become desperate? Chang Gung turned his head to look at him and said meaningfully, I'm afraid they won't. Brother Hansher, do you know what the most useful sentence I've learned in my life is? Jiang Chong heard a hint of fear and trepidation out of thin air. Chang Gung said, in front of the battle, whoever doesn't want to die will die first. On the way home from the Grand Council, Chang Gung happened to run into Fang Qin's carriage. He ordered Huadan, let Master Fang pass first. Huadan made a sound of acknowledgement. After a while, he ran back to report, "Prince, Master Feng said he didn't dare be disrespectful and has already stepped aside." Chang Gung lifted the curtain of the carriage and politely cupped his hands in greeting to Feng Qin. The two of them brushed past each other amiably, as if they didn't want to kill each other. Chang Gung leaned against the carriage, thinking that if he and Feng Qin were in each other's shoes, he would at least be able to endure the limelight for a while. He would wait for the new nobles of the imperial court to seize control of the transportation finance at lightning speed and give them a push when their foundation was unstable and they were expanding too quickly. At that time, he would just silently wait for Li Feng to make his move. The imperial court was like a spider web of princes and nobles. There were stories and power everywhere. If he was willing to take things slowly, he would have plenty of opportunities to restore the old system after the war. Chang Gung also knew that Feng Qin was a dependable person, so he must be thinking the same thing. Therefore, even if he had to drag everyone along with him, he couldn't let him calmly wait for this opportunity. Feng Qin watched as the Wild Goose King's carriage disappeared into the distance. Only then did he order his family to continue on their journey. Dusk slowly slipped into the long night. He seemed to have vaguely seen the vein-like momentum flowing past him like a torrent of water. However, he was powerless to stop it. The dam he was standing on was made of sand. It looked mighty and majestic, but in reality, he couldn't borrow any strength. It was the boundless world that was going against him. When he returned to the Feng Manor, there were already guests waiting for him. Scholar Feng didn't have time to cultivate and personally received them in the front hall. As soon as Feng Qin entered, everyone stood up and looked at him with different expressions. Feng Qin had a bad premonition in his heart. "Father, what's wrong?" Scholar Feng said with a heavy expression, "Your adopted sister was punished for offending the imperial concubine in the palace today. She has just been grounded and no relatives are allowed to visit." Madame Feng had a good relationship with the emperor's wet nurse, Madame Zhao. She jokingly made Feng Qin's third brother recognize Madame Zhao as his adopted mother. This had nothing to do with Feng Qin, but in front of outsiders, he called Madame Zhao's daughter, who was on duty in the palace, adopted sister. Feng Qin was stunned. Why? Why? There's no need for a reason, Scholar Feng said slowly. Back in the day, His Majesty called Gu Yun uncle. They were very close since childhood, but he imprisoned her just because of a disagreement. What's more, my generation, His Majesty is harsh and merciless. It really makes one's heart cold. Feng Qin's mind turned quickly. He immediately turned his head and ordered his family, "Have someone send a letter to Duke Zhao immediately. Tell him to stop playing such childish tricks." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar. Someone immediately stood out and objected, "Master Feng, why are you siding with an outsider again?" Feng Qin didn't pay attention to anyone else. He only stared at Scholar Feng and said, "Father, can't you see? The emperor is not the former emperor. Everything can only be done according to him. If you make him feel that he is being forced, he will definitely retaliate. We want to eradicate Yan Wang's party. What's the use of challenging the emperor?" Without waiting for Scholar Feng to speak, Feng Qin continued to speak harshly, "I also want to protect my third brother, but if this continues, then it won't be just my third brother who will fall. Everyone here is on the same side. I'll say something unpleasant. Do you really think that Duke Zhao can clean up after himself? If Yan Wang finds out that you are using this as an excuse to make a fuss, then you will be in an even more passive position. It's just a railroad line. If you don't let it be repaired, other than making things difficult for Li Min, what else can it do? Gu Yun can still mobilize the troops as he pleases. Your Foreign Affairs Division won't even have time to reach the front line. What else can you do? Simply cut off the frontline supplies and betray the country?" He had been unhappy for a long time. He shouted out everything without thinking, not even giving face to his own father. The room was silent for a moment. Then someone said, "Does Master Feng plan to swallow this anger?" Feng Qin was speechless. He found that he couldn't communicate with these people, especially after Scholar Feng came out of retirement again. Presumably, something was about to die. It didn't come from the outside world. In such a big country, there were so many aristocratic families. Every family name didn't need to be many. In a generation, there could be one person who could establish a family. It didn't need to be amazing. It didn't need to be good at politics or martial arts. As long as they had a clear mind and knew what they should and shouldn't do, then with the accumulation of generations, even if Yan Wang's party had 3 heads and 6 arms, they definitely wouldn't be able to climb over their heads. Fang Qin looked around. He had nothing to say. He sneered and left in a huff. Scholar Fang sat upright with his eyes down. He stroked his beard and said, "My son is impolite. He has made a fool of himself." Next to him, a minister who was so old that he couldn't open his eyes whispered, "Second young master is very talented. It's just that he is too young and impetuous." With Fang Qin's age, he really couldn't be called young and impetuous. Scholar Fang shook his head meaningfully. Indeed, when Emperor Wu was on the throne, he was still young. He didn't experience those things and lacked experience. I think it's better not to let the younger generation know about some things, lest they become overcautious. Isn't that bad enough? The old brothers who pushed the former emperor onto the throne are still here. If they go back and gather the descendants of each family, they might still have the strength to do something. But my unfilial son is right. Let Duke Zhao restrain his childish tricks. If he can't kill with one blow, what's the point of wasting his strength? It's not enough to make people laugh. However, Yan Wang didn't give Duke Zhao a chance to restrain himself. The next day, the Lingshu temple first announced that the steam car had undergone rigorous testing and that everything was ready. They earnestly asked the Emperor Longan to see it with his own eyes. Li Feng cheerfully brought the crown prince over and even personally rode a portion of the way. As a result, after returning to the palace, before the excitement had passed, he received a memorial from Yaoshan urging the railroad line. This successfully piled up the impatience in Emperor Longan's heart. At night, the censorate sent the last straw that ignited the emperor's anger. The censorate accused Duke Zhao of incompetent governance. He condoned his family's embezzlement and plundering of farmers' fields at low prices. The canal office and the Lingshu temple, who were jointly responsible for the steam railway line, hurriedly followed suit. A large number of people who deliberately added fuel to the fire followed closely behind and quickly blew up the situation. Yan Wang took advantage of the chaos of the war to reveal the tip of the iceberg. He pried open a corner of the rising channel that had been slowly congested since the end of the martial emperor era. Reports of illegal occupation in various places came out one after another as if they were premeditated. In the end, it implicated Daliang's long-standing illegal occupation problem. Immediately, a few people who didn't mind watching the show stepped forward and demanded an investigation of the entire territory. Of course, this absurd proposal was rejected by Li Feng. Even if Li Feng wanted to show his power to the aristocratic families, he had to slowly and gradually dismantle them. He didn't have such a big appetite this time. However, Duke Zhao, the foolish bird who stood out, couldn't escape. He was arrested in a few days. Then, a large number of disciples who relied on their master's power were implicated. When they were escorted to confiscate the property, the onlookers even climbed up the wall and looked up. The storyteller of Wangnan Restaurant finished a new set of books in 2 days and had a lot of fans. The crown prince had just started the hearing and he had already encountered such a big case. The young boy had gained a lot of knowledge and experience. He was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. When the court was about to end, Yan Wang, who had been silent, suddenly asked, "What do you think, Your Highness?" The young crown prince was well protected by Li Feng. He was naive and didn't have many thoughts. He once received Li Feng's order to consult his 4th imperial uncle. When he heard Changding's question, he blurted out what he was taught without hesitation. Han Fei said, "If the emperor has no skills, he will cover the top. If the officials have no skills, they will be in chaos. The stability of the country depends on the law. People are virtuous, stupid, loyal, and treacherous. Things have right and wrong. If the law is not clear, it will lead to gangs running amok and villains running amok. Then, won't the people in power be unable to control it?" His childish voice was still childish, like a student who was picked up in class to answer the teacher's question. After he finished speaking, he looked at Changding expectantly. Changding smiled but didn't say anything. Li Feng scolded him with a straight face, "What are you showing off for? Go back and work hard." don't slack off." The crown prince didn't dare to make a sound. He could only lower his head and agree. However, his childish words were unintentional, but the listener took it seriously. People who judged others by their own standards, even if they saw a child, would feel that this person was as scheming as themselves. That night, the 11-year-old crown prince's words spread from the depths of the palace. Scholar Feng hid it from Feng Qin and gathered the old wolves who supported the previous emperor. They analyzed every bit of the crown prince's saliva and understood Li Feng's meaning. "It's been 3 generations," Scholar Feng sneered. "God's grace is hard to repay. You must have seen that the emperor had the crown prince take over the government because he was determined to take our lives." Another person said, "At that time, if it wasn't for Uncle Wang stirring things up and our proper planning, perhaps Yan Wang would have been removed from the throne because he mixed up the royal bloodline and sent to a remote place. What kind of bastard dares to ride on our heads and show off? Brother Feng, if you don't make a decision, you will be in trouble." Scholar Feng's face tightened into a sharp line. He slowly looked around and said in a low voice, "Everyone, there is no harm in writing your thoughts on your palms." Many years ago, this group of ambitious schemers had once gathered together and showed their palms. On their palms were the names of Yuan and the previous emperor. At this time, they were already nearing the end of their lives. Some were old, and some were dead. They gathered together again and spread out their old palms. "Purge the emperor's concubines. Purge the emperor's concubines. Purge the emperor's concubines. The eldest son of the emperor has no mother." That year, the Su king pretended to be sick on the road. It was I who learned in advance that he wanted to secretly enter the capital. I asked for the eldest princess order to have Beidang intercept him and take him down under the name of rebellion. We pushed the previous emperor onto the throne, and the victors became kings while the losers became bandits. Scholar Feng said in a low voice that was almost inaudible. Everyone has seen the situation in the capital. How to strike first to gain the upper hand and who can be used. Presumably, everyone has come here today with a plan. Scholar Feng wasn't hot-headed. He knew that this time, the Gu family wasn't on their side. It was impossible to mobilize Beidang. Ever since the rebellion of the Imperial Guards, Lu Chongshan, the organization of the Imperial Guards had been greatly adjusted. Anyone above 100 households had to go through strict inspection to confirm that their family background was clean and that their military achievements were genuine. This put an end to some people taking advantage of loopholes. At the same time, it was divided into 2 divisions that managed both sides. They kept each other in check and didn't interfere with each other. This was strictly to prevent anyone in the Imperial Guards who could cover the sky with one hand and rebel. However, everything had its pros and cons. The aristocratic families of Daliang were divided into civil and military officials. The military officials were also divided into families of dukes and marquises. However, most of them had declined. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been no one who could be used to lead an army during the Yuanhe era. If the descendants of these famous generals, who relied on their ancestors' influence, were not proficient in civil or military affairs, they would enter the Imperial Guards through the back door like Lu Chongshan. They would work hard to gain a few years of experience. Then, they would find an excuse to pinch some military achievements and have a meteoric rise. After many years of working together, a special ecology had been formed between these young soldiers and the real soldiers. Both sides gave each other face. Not only could they ensure combat effectiveness, they also took into account relationship and face. Unfortunately, this balance was destroyed by Li Feng after the rebellion of the Imperial Guards. Perhaps a law made by a leader in anger thought it was clear. At the time, no one reminded the angry Li Feng and allowed him to block the dreams of the young masters in the capital. Which young master wasn't spoiled since childhood? Who would be willing to be a small soldier for the rest of their life? It wasn't scary to offend a young master. The important thing was that in the early years of the Daliang dynasty, the military was valued and despised. Their ancestors left behind a special privilege. Those who were conferred titles with military achievements could support their families and keep part of their armed forces. They could also protect their descendants. In times of danger, they could be the last fighting force of the country. When Lu Chongshan, Lu Chang, and the others rebelled, Feng Qin used this fighting force to pin down the rebel army until Beidang arrived. Grand Scholar Feng looked around and said, Gu Yun increased the number of troops in the southwest and at the same time, made a big fuss in the East China Sea. He has limited manpower. Right now, his men are all guarding the 4 territories. Beiding can't enter without being summoned. Li Min is a person who fishes for fame. He doesn't like to have too many people around him. Wherever he goes, he is followed by 1 or 2 old things. I heard that his riding and archery skills are good, but he has only performed a few showy moves on the city gate tower. I don't think he can crush many nails. It won't be difficult to get rid of him. Do you want to be clear? Someone next to him asked, May I ask Grand Scholar Feng, what is clear and what is dark? Grand Scholar Feng, who had only served half of the court, said without changing his expression, If you want to be clear, you only need to hire 20 to 30 men of sacrifice to ambush Li Min in the middle of the night when he is leaving the court. You can intercept and kill him and bury the evidence. When the situation calms down and nothing is settled, even the emperor can't do anything. If you want to be clear, then you have to let the emperor know who are the loyal officials and good generals, who protected his country, how the rebels and traitors were taken down, and who can be the crown prince. This. Grand Scholar Feng, I'm afraid it won't be easy to be clear. The one who spoke was the son of Marquis Pingning, one of the 3 marquises in the capital. The old marquis had passed away long ago. This person had a big belly and it was difficult for him to walk. He didn't go out more than a few times a year. He didn't look like the son of a famous general at all, but his mind was unexpectedly clear. At this time, he said frankly, let's not talk about how to avoid the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards when we make a move. Even if we succeed, with the Emperor's temper, who would rather die in glory than live in dishonor, won't he investigate to the end? Beiding's thorns are indeed all dead. Now, they can't enter without being summoned. What if the Emperor really summons them in anger? Let's say they are far away, then what about the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Guards outside the palace? The mutiny of Lu Chongshan and Lu Cheng's party hasn't passed yet. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The palace doesn't have Imperial Guards at every occasion. The Imperial Guards can't go anywhere. In half a month, the Emperor's birthday will be celebrated. This year, there will be good news on the front lines of the East Sea and 2 rivers. The flatterers of the Ministry of Rights will definitely take this opportunity to propose a big celebration. There will be many loopholes to take advantage of, Grand Scholar Feng said lightly. As for the Emperor's anger after the event, speaking of this, he paused and laughed. He raised his long and narrow eyelids and said, Then we can only make him unable to anger. What, do you all really think that without Li Min, the Emperor will let us go easily? You all heard what the Crown Prince said in the morning court today. The Crown Prince is a little child. What does he know about national affairs? Who taught him those words? He's only 11 years old, but he's already saying the law is merciless and kill friends and destroy parties. In court, he's pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. He's just short of pointing at our noses and saying that we're all villains. You all are so indecisive. Do you all want to wait for the Crown Prince to ascend the throne in the future and bestow a piece of white silk? These words could not be considered obscure, but they deviated from the orthodoxy and shocked the world. Grand Scholar Feng was indeed an old official who had experienced Jiang Yuan and the previous emperor. He was extremely daring. It was fine if he didn't do anything, but when he did, he would do something big. He directly said, if the emperor doesn't want to do it, then do it with the emperor. If the crown prince doesn't listen, then his motherless elder brother will be the puppet. Marquis Pingning was dumbfounded for a long time. She stuttered a little and asked another fatal question, then. Will Guyan let it go? The foreign affairs mission is still on the way. Everything has been arranged. Grand Scholar Feng laughed quietly. The front line, the foreign bandits eyeing covetously, the diplomatic mission. What, with all these favorable conditions, could it be that you all don't remember what happened 20 years ago? A storm was brewing in the center. Yan Wang, who was at the mouth of the storm, seemed to be unaware. He continued to work according to time every day and spared no effort to implement his new policies. He had just happily received a letter from Gu Yun. Gu Yun had sent this letter directly to his home. It was a complete letter from home. When Huadan handed it to him, Chongqing's eyes suddenly lit up, causing Commander Hua to blush. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Chang'ing raised the envelope to the light and carefully observed the contents through the envelope. He complained to Huadan half-truthfully, while dealing with the foreigners, he still has the mood to relax. What can I say about him? The Marquise Fu had never had a traditional mistress. Huabo, as a personal bodyguard, vaguely knew something, but he still found it difficult to adapt. He especially couldn't discuss his marshal's letter with this other mistress who had a special status. Hearing Yan Wang's words, he felt that his role had changed from that of a commander to that of a grumbling nanny. He could only stand to the side shyly and act as a red-faced and thick-necked doorpost. Since the start of the war, this was the first time that Gu Yun had sent such a thick letter to Chang'ing. Chang'ing was a little reluctant to open it. He held the envelope in his hand and rubbed it repeatedly. He brought it to the tip of his nose and gently sniffed it. It was as if he could smell a bit of that person's scent from afar. The blood on Huadan's face was about to seep out of his pores. He stuttered, Wang Yi, what are you doing? Chang'ing glanced at him. He seemed to find Huadan's red face very amusing. He deliberately teased him, yesterday, I dreamed of my adoptive father. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I couldn't sleep. I finally understood what it meant to toss and turn restlessly in bed. In the end, I received a letter from him today. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Huadan, the words, my adoptive father, made him shiver. Huadan thought bitterly, what is little Marquis doing? Why is he getting more and more outrageous? He's trying to anger the old marshal and the princess back to life in the underworld. Chang'ing secretly smiled. Just as he was about to use a small knife to cut open the envelope, a Linyuan wooden bird suddenly rushed in. That day, when Lu Zhong came to surrender, Chang'ing didn't completely trust him. He sent 2 people from the Linyuan pavilion, one in the open and one in the dark, to accompany the 2 rivers. The one in the open pretended to be a manservant from the Lu family and contacted Lu Zhong and the capital. The one in the dark was an expert, to follow the diplomatic group and investigate all kinds of strange movements. Chang'ing hurriedly put away Gu Yun's private letter. He first opened the wooden bird and looked at it. A moment later, he sneered. Some people were quite thorough. Before a wooden bird could fly into the commander's tent, it was caught by a personal guard. He fiddled with the little thing in his hand several times, but he couldn't make anything out of it. Just as he was about to bring it to the military spiritual center to take a look at it, someone beside him suddenly whispered, give it to me. The personal guard looked up and saw Shani walking in from outside. He hurriedly offered the wooden bird to him with both hands. Shani took it and stroked the dumb bird's head. The personal guard was stunned and thought he heard General Shen sigh. The wooden bird was attracted by the magnet left behind by General Zhong Chan. Shani gently held it and walked into the tent. The light in the tent was dim, and several military doctors quietly went in and out. A choking smell of medicine assailed their nostrils, mixed with the smell of blood that couldn't be washed away. Yao Zhen was standing at the side. He turned to look at Shani with a grave expression. In order to stall for time, the main ship Gu Yun was on was hit by the enemy. The main ship disintegrated on the spot, and the golden box exploded on the surface of the water. Fortunately, although Gu Yun was deaf and blind, he reacted quickly. When he felt that something was wrong, he immediately ordered people to abandon the ship and jump into the sea. Because he jumped in time, when the eagle armor fished him out of the water, he wasn't cooked yet. The Western Army's ocean supply line was cut off, and the upper reaches of the inland river were controlled by Gu Yun's troops in the southwest. Both supply lines were cut off, and they had no choice but to retreat to Dongying's waters. If the commander wasn't seriously injured, this battle would definitely be a perfect victory that would go down in history. This time, Gu Yun had prepared a battle report, a letter from home, and other props in advance. He hid it from outsiders and insiders. Even in the 2 river barracks, the news was suppressed. Other than a few high-ranking generals, personal guards, military doctors, and the eagles who fished him back, no one else knew. One could imagine how much pressure Shani and Yao Zhen were under this time. Shani asked, how is he? You came at the right time. He's awake, Yao Zhen whispered. Commander Gu really had the foresight to transfer you here. Brother Jipping, if you weren't here, I probably would have thought that the sky was falling. Shani smiled bitterly, how could that be? The first time, the second time, the second time, the second time. You rest first, I'll say a few words to him. Yao Zhen nodded. He waved his hand and led the military doctors away. Shinny walked over quietly and lifted Gu Yun's hand that was hanging weakly by the bed. As soon as the bed curtain was put down, people came in and out of the commander's tent. Gu Yun didn't notice at all. It wasn't until this moment that he felt the thick calluses from the wind blade on the claw in his hand that he knew the person who came was Shinny. Gu Yun's bones and flesh weren't in good condition. His body was clamped with steel plates, and his entire body was fixed so he couldn't turn his head. He fainted for a while and was woken up by the pain. When he opened his eyes, the cold sweat on his forehead began to drip down. Even if he opened his eyes, he couldn't focus. The military doctor said that it was easy for people to damage their ears and eyes in a huge earthquake. He had made things worse for himself more than once. Now, his eyes could only see a little light. Not to mention a glass mirror, even a clairvoyant probably wouldn't be of any help. I don't know if I can recover. Gu Yun thought silently, will I really not be able to see in the future? Shinny looked at Gu Yun's blank gaze and felt a lump in his throat. He wrote on Gu Yun's palm, there's a letter from Linyuan Pavilion. Gu Yun blinked. Shinny opened the wooden bird and prepared to write to him. Who knew that when he glanced at the contents of the note, his face would tense up. Gu Yun waited for a long time and didn't hear him say anything. He tapped the back of Shinyi's hand with his finger in confusion. Shinyi was a good-tempered person. Other than when he was fighting with Gu Yun, he would roar a few words that were half true and half false. He rarely got angry. At this time, he was sitting on the edge of the bed. The hand that was holding the wooden bird suddenly trembled. His chest violently rose and fell a few times. With a click, the wooden bird's head was broken off by him. What is this? He thought, what is this? Who are we risking our lives for? Who are we working hard for? Is there any F*king meaning to this? Gu Yun's heart tightened. He was afraid that there would be more problems. He didn't have time to think about his blindness and forced himself to open his mouth. Why, cough, there was a wound on his throat caused by shrapnel that almost injured his meridians. It almost overlapped with the old scar from before. Although it wasn't enough to turn him into a Liao Ran, it was very strenuous for him to speak like a broken bellow. The broken bellow asked, does the imperial court still insist on the peace negotiations? Xinyi's eyes were bloodshot. He wrote on Gu Yun's hand, Linyuan Pavilion sent someone to monitor the foreign affairs team. It was discovered that some of them were secretly communicating with the Western emissaries. A group of people with unknown origins sneaked into the foreign affairs team. Gu Yun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He moved his neck impatiently. I thought it was something. Didn't the foreign affairs team's name list already arrive? There's no reason to suddenly add people. If that's really the case, they can be stopped outside the station. It doesn't matter. Shenyi, because of this battle, the foreign affairs team originally had no reason to come to the front line. They were on standby in Pengcheng and asked the imperial court for a decree. Li Feng said that it wasn't good to return without accomplishing anything, so he ordered them to rest and reorganize in Pengcheng. When the imperial court allocated the military rewards and supplies, they were to be sent to the front line of the two rivers together. It's considered. Gu Yun slightly raised one of his long eyebrows. Shinyi paused with difficulty and wrote stroke by stroke in his palm, reward the military. These two words were too sensitive for all the former members of the Black Iron Battalion. Gu Yun obviously twitched, and then he was forcibly tied back to his original position by the steel plates on his body. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his temples. Shinyi hurriedly held him down, Zishi. After being tossed around like this, the bandage on Gu Yun's chest was obviously bleeding. The smell of blood broke through the layers of medicine and scattered in the air. This made his face even paler. Shinyi had the illusion that his whole body was slowly evaporating. But he was still unwilling to obediently faint. He still had to forcefully put up an illusion that he was at ease internally and externally. What could a person gain from risking life and limb in vain after his death? Even if he had the 1,000 years merit, he would only be a memorial tablet in the future. When later generations of royalty and aristocrats thought of it, They would come up with a few idle stories or deliberately belittle him a few times to show that they were knowledgeable and stood out from the masses. When the common people thought about it, most of them liked to make up some groundless anecdotes and scandals. They would say that in his life, he had eloped 180 times, and that his luck with women was only after his death. Xianxia, I'll write a letter to Miss Chen immediately. I'll accompany you to resign and go home. You can just kidnap His Highness as well. I'm willing to recuperate and treat my injuries. I don't care about the Li family or Zhang family. Gu Yun sighed and gently held his hand. Xinyi's breathing was so chaotic that he couldn't speak. In a place where Gu Yun couldn't see, he made an expression that he was ready to cry. However, he didn't dare to tremble and sob too much so that Gu Yun would notice. He cried so hard that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He silently breathed in through his mouth and even used his steel armor to catch his tears. Gu Yun still felt it, but he didn't expose him. He reached out and patted him softly. It's not a big deal. You don't have to be so angry. Is there any news about Chang'ing? Yes. Xianxia trembled as he wrote, His Highness said that you don't have to worry about anything else. If there are bad people who intend to cause trouble, just kill them as you wish. Even if the sky in the capital collapses, he will be able to hold on. Gu Yun smiled weakly. Blood loss would make a person's mind muddled. He had to expend several times more energy to concentrate and think clearly about the situation. I was wondering why, the war hasn't even ended yet, and someone wants to get rid of me first. Cough cough, as expected, the situation in the capital has changed. Someone is desperate. There will definitely be a war between us and the Westerners. I can't leave right now, so I can't help him much. Let the foreign affairs team in, then immediately detain them and watch them closely. Cut off their connection with the capital. If the Westerners are also, cough cough, playing some role, why don't we beat them at their own game? Xianxia didn't say anything. Gu Yun. Jipping? Xianxia suddenly asked, do you think it's worth it? Gu Yun was stunned. Xinyi's gaze quickly swept past the bloodstains on his chest. He leaned close to Gu Yun's ear and sent his words into the deaf man's ears word by word. You're thinking that there will definitely be a war between us and the Westerners. Others are thinking about how to pull you down from your position. Do you think it's worth it? Of course, Gu Yun's heart couldn't be completely free of grudges. It was a pity that he had Xianxia, who liked to blow up. When the two of them got along, no matter what they originally thought, one of them had to be responsible for blowing up and the other one had to be responsible for calming down. Xianxia took the role of the former first. Gu Yun could only calmly play the role of the latter. Gu Yun, you spent 5 taels of silver to buy that broken dangling hairpin for Miss Chen. Was it worth it? Didn't you still buy it like a fool? Xianxia, I'm cheap to the woman I like. It's only right that I get separated. If I'm not shameful, then who are you being cheap to? Gu Yun slowly replied, sure enough, there is no filial son in front of a sickbed for a long time. You unfilial thing, you even learned to scold people. Xianxia, in Gu Yun's half of his life, he had thought of leaving many times. Xianxia had thought of I'll never care about this bastard again many times. He shook off Gu Yun's hand and turned to leave. He thought, do you want to die or not? Gu Yun, jipping. His hand grabbed aimlessly in the air and grabbed nothing. His fingers were almost deformed by bandages and medicine. His 5 fingers couldn't even close together. His pale skin was covered with scars that were exposed under the lifeless bandages. Xinyi's heart felt very uncomfortable and he suddenly lost his attitude. Xianxia, don't move. Gu Yun said softly, in these 2 days, there will definitely be envoys from Dongying secretly contacting us. Zhongzhe is a civil official after all. We have to rely on you. Xinyi's heart ached. Okay, don't say any more. I know. Gu Yun was interrupted by him, but he wasn't angry. He suddenly thought of something and laughed. After panting for a while, he said to Xianxia, defend your country and become a famous general. In 100 years, the people will confer you the title of a god and set up a temple for you. How good would it be to live on incense? Xianxia mocked, confer you what? Anyway, there's already a door god. Do you want a window god? Bed god? It's all the same, Gu Yun laughed softly. Anyway, no matter which temple they worship, what they want is the same. Promotion and wealth, a happy marriage, and children. Shani heard this. Okay, isn't this a liar, a matchmaker, and a child-giving guanyin? He suddenly felt even more indignant. He didn't want to be associated with this kind of person at all. Gu Yun said weakly, Great immortal Shen, give me the flute in the bedside box. Shani sighed and took out a small box that he kept beside his pillow. Inside the box, there was a white jade flute with a dim luster, a thick stack of unidentifiable C-patterned paper, and a few wind-cutting blades with different names engraved on them. This small box seemed to contain all of Gu Yun's feelings and righteousness. I won't die. Gu Yun's fingertips grabbed the cold jade flute. He thought firmly in his heart, they didn't kill me on the spot, so I won't die. Chongbing's Wu Gu hasn't been cured yet. There are so many people in the capital who want to find trouble with him. How can I what? Before he had time to think, he fell into an exhausted coma once again. 1,000 miles away, in the middle of the night, Feng residence. Feng Qin sat in the room with a gloomy face. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head and asked, Really? You heard it with your own ears? The manservant kneeling in front of him couldn't help but tremble. He quickly nodded. The head of the Feng family of this generation suddenly laughed. A moment later, he covered his face with one hand. His shoulders trembled. It was unknown whether he was crying or laughing. Feng Qin had once plotted Lu Chong to walk on this path. He had thought that Yan Wang was ambitious and might walk on this path one day. He never expected that the first to walk on the path would be his own father. When every scholar read Henku's 4 sentences for the first time in their childhood, set your heart for the heavens and earth, set your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for the ages. They all thought that they would one day become an unparalleled national scholar, capable of carrying the country for thousands of years. However, this little bit of heart blood would always be ground away by fame and fortune. It would be ground away by time. It would be ground away by the unpredictability of the world. After being ground away, they would fall into a rut for the rest of their lives. Since ancient times, there had been many talented people, but how many real national scholars were there? That night, Feng Qin sat in his study for the whole night. The next morning, he ordered his subordinates to secretly send his wife and son away. When the first rooster crowed at the 4th watch, Feng Qin thought that he would rush out, drag Yan Wang up, and tell him everything about the premeditated rebellion. Unfortunately, he imagined this process hundreds and thousands of times in his mind. In the end, he didn't do it. It was difficult to be loyal and filial at the same time. He knew that he was destined to not be a national scholar, so he could only be loyal to one thing. 5 days later, an ambiguous rumor flew into the capital and into the ears of ambitious people. A few days after the foreign affairs delegation that was supposed to go to reward the army arrived in Jiangbei was suddenly completely closed for unknown reasons. The news that the Feng family received was more detailed. Grand Secretary Feng received a note from his student. There were only 2 words written on it, "It's done." At this point, Grand Secretary Feng let out a long sigh. Obviously, he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The Westerners, who had been eyeing him covetously, had done him such a big favor. His heart was filled with an indescribable excitement because half of the country was already done. At the same time, the matter of Li Feng's birthday celebration was indeed proposed by the Ministry of Rites. Feng Qin took the lead to agree. Even Yan Wang's party didn't come out to make trouble on this occasion. They unanimously agreed to hold a big celebration. Long and years later, they gradually restrained themselves and became frugal. Therefore, the procedures were ready-made. In order to ensure that the flattery didn't go wrong, the Ministry of Rites had already secretly started to prepare. As soon as the emperor approved, it immediately began to operate in an orderly manner. On the day of the celebration, the Northwest emissaries all came to pay their respects. Fireworks filled the sky above the 9 gates, and the bells and drums rang together. It was very lively. The emperor wanted to go out of the palace to worship heaven and tell his ancestors that he didn't grow older in the past year for nothing. He also had some achievements. This time, he learned his lesson. He followed closely behind the 13 imperial guards. He didn't bring any of the unreliable civil and military officials. He only brought the crown prince. Yan Wang led hundreds of officials to follow him. Worship heaven and earth, worship the ancestors, a bunch of things were done in an orderly manner. There were no more problems. Li Feng finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The shadow left by the last time was covered, and he ordered to return to the palace. The emperor's carriage set off to return to the palace. Outside the palace, the imperial guards and the imperial guards exchanged hands. At this time, there was a change. Someone suddenly shouted, "Assassins!" Before the voice died away, a few Japanese boomerangs pierced through the air. They went straight through the crowd of officials and brushed past the sleeves of a Hanlin. The Hanlin didn't make a sound. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. The two groups of imperial guards reacted at the same time. Someone shouted, "Protect the emperor!" Someone shouted, "Capture the assassins!" Who knew that suddenly, one of the imperial guards would suddenly attack the crown prince? Chongqing was the closest to the crown prince. He suddenly took a step forward, grabbed the crown prince's belt, and dragged him back. In the chaos, someone shouted, "The imperial guards have rebelled." The commander of the imperial guards, who was carrying out the task of protecting the emperor, was puzzled. He blurted out, "Nonsense." At this time, someone wearing an imperial guard's uniform took out a small crossbow and shot it at Li Feng's carriage. Li Feng almost rolled off the carriage. The commander of the imperial guards thought, "The imperial guards are rebelling, and they are trying to make us the scapegoat." Preposterous. Wait. There's a traitor in the imperial guards who tried to assassinate the emperor. Capture him. After the imperial guards were divided into two groups, in order to keep each other in check, there was no communication between the two sides. Moreover, they were in a competitive relationship. One side carried out the task of protecting the emperor, while the other side cooperated to supervise. Of course, the cooperating side was at a disadvantage. They had to follow the emperor and do the same work. However, they couldn't show their faces in front of the emperor. How could they be convinced? The main guard thought that there was an assassin hiding in the imperial guards. The cooperating guards thought that the main guard had bad intentions. The imperial guards thought that the imperial guards were rebelling. Under the deliberate instigation of some people, the three sides suddenly fell into chaos. Almost all of the capable generals in the imperial court had been transferred by Gu Yun to various garrisons. Now, those who stayed in the capital were either good-for-nothings or schemers with bad intentions. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Fang Qin and the others seized the opportunity and deliberately rushed in front of Li Feng in a sorry state. They swarmed forward and said, "This place is dangerous. Your Majesty, please leave quickly." A group of unfamiliar guards came in. Fang Qin said, "Your Majesty, please get off the carriage. We swear to protect Your Majesty with our lives." In the panic, Li Feng didn't pay attention to many details. He grabbed Fang Qin's arm and asked, "Where's the crown prince?" Fang Qin gave a meaningful glance to the imperial guard on the side and said to Li Feng, "The crown prince has someone protecting him. Just now, this official saw Yan Wang over there. I'm afraid they were separated. You should leave first. This official will immediately send someone to look for him." Li Feng angrily said, "Pass on the order of Beidang." Lawless bastard. Fang Qin responded. He immediately ordered his own people to pretend to run out and pass on the order. This was also something they had thought long ago. They couldn't let the imperial guards react. They had to isolate the emperor as soon as possible and cut off his connection with the imperial guards and the Beidang. Fang Qin coaxed and urged Li Feng. The people around him all changed into the imperial guards' clothes. At this time, they swarmed forward. Li Feng didn't notice for a moment. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. At this time, there was also a change in the front line. The Pope received news from a spy who had infiltrated the Foreign Affairs Bureau that there was a coup d'état in Daliang. The reward mission sent by the imperial capital of Daliang to the garrison was actually an assassination mission. They planned to recreate the scene of the Black Iron Battalion in the northwest 20 years ago. Gu Yun was seriously injured, and was even likely to be dead. The garrison was forcibly blocking the news, but the internal situation was already chaotic. It was a good opportunity to counterattack. If it was in the past, the Pope might not have believed this news easily. At least, he would have sent people to repeatedly verify it from other angles. However, he no longer had such leeway. The Daliang Navy had cut off two important lines of communication between them and the country. On one hand, the battle between the factions in the Holy Land was close to white-hot. On the other hand, the originally well-behaved colonies, starting from the Nanyang Islands, had started a rebellion. They simply couldn't do anything else. Now, they could only go through the Danyang people to the Far East. The Pope didn't trust the Danyang people at all. He always felt that those jackals could bite back at any time, so he was eager to break the deadlock. No one knew better than him that the Western Navy's prestige on the water was supported by abundant energy. Without a large amount of purple gold as a backing, it was simply a pile of scrap iron. Mr. Yi made a tight strategic deployment and sent people to the Dongying shogunate to ask for cooperation. The Dongying people nodded and bowed, politely sent people away, turned back into their own yard, and closed the door. A travel-worn Dongying samurai came in from the back door at some point. He took off his bamboo hat and said in a low voice, "I saw General Gu. Then Gu Yun wasn't seriously injured, and he's not dead, right?" "I'm not sure. I only saw Gu Yun pass by in a hurry. With my status, I'm not qualified to talk to him." But the garrison was in good order. The artillery was filled, and there was no chaos at all. It looked like they were ready to attack at any time. I also didn't see the so-called assassination group. If there was, they might have been secretly controlled. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work." The little prince was scared out of his wits in the chaos of war. He couldn't tell north at all and could only hold Chongqing's hand tightly. The two armies were in chaos. The civil and military officials fled in all directions. The emperor's carriage was scattered on the ground in a mess. When the people scattered, the targets were concentrated. The assassins who had deliberately stirred up the situation rushed toward Chongqing and the prince. Before they came, Master Feng's original words were, "You must kill Yan Wang. If there is a chance, don't let the prince go." When the assassins saw that these two targets had actually gathered together, it was as if they were purposely making things convenient for them. An arrow flew past the crown prince's head. The prince was dragged by Chongqing like a puppy. He couldn't even scream. He was so scared that he silently sobbed. Suddenly, someone reached out and wiped away the tears on his face. Through his blurry eyes, the crown prince saw that after the fourth imperial uncle wiped away his tears, he raised his hand and revealed a black iron wrist cuff. In an instant, the silk in his sleeve popped out and neatly broke an assassin's wrist. King Yan snatched the assassin's knife and turned the handle of the knife. With a clank, he smoothly opened up a path. "When I was your age, I was besieged by a pack of hungry wolves outside the North Pass." Chongqing's voice was very steady. At that time it was ice and snow. There was no one near or far. I only had a small knife in my hand. The wolves that chased me weren't ordinary wolves. They were raised by the barbarians using their own methods. They were specially used to kill people. They were very big and were taller than me when they stood up. Yan Wang had always been known for his outstanding charm. Both enemies and friends had to admit this point. He was different from most of the noble sons who grew up in the capital. He was rarely flashy. However, he was also different from the poor scholars and soldiers who came from military backgrounds. He didn't have a cold and bandit aura. He looked very calm, but it was not the calmness of great Master Shuiran. He was like a stone statue of a ferocious deity placed in a temple, making people feel awestruck and fearful, but also covered in silent incense ash. Many people secretly copied Yan Wang's calm and elegant tone. It was difficult for others to associate him with the pack of hungry wolves outside the Great Wall. The little prince was stunned. At this time, two assassins rushed over, one in front and one behind. One of them slashed at the little prince in Chongqing's hand, intending to force him to retreat. The other blocked his escape route from behind. Chongqing sneered in a low voice. How could a child who had grown up playing with swords with the iron puppet of the house of the Marquis retreat in front of an opponent of this level? Chongqing held his saber horizontally against the assassin's sword. The assassin was so shocked that he did not have time to withdraw his sword. The sharp saber in his hand immediately fell off. He placed his hands in front of his chest and tried to block the attack. He was cut in half by King Yin. She immediately received a great shock and hurriedly closed her eyes. But even so, the smell of blood that assaulted her face still made her want to vomit. She cried out softly, "Fourth Imperial Uncle. There's nothing to be afraid of," Chongqing said indifferently. "Those who are really capable are either at the front line or have died on the battlefield. Only a bunch of good-for-nothings are left. They don't have the ability to go on the battlefield to kill the enemy. They can only scare children." "Are you still a child?" the prince thought, feeling wronged. "I am." Chongqing seemed to know what he was thinking. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. "Still a child," he thought. "Soon you won't be." At this time, the imperial guards who rushed over with spears shouted, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Come here!" The little prince instinctively wanted to follow, but Chongqing pulled him back by the back of his shirt with the scabbard. The prince staggered. Before he could stand firm, his face was splashed with blood. He saw the people who shouted split into two. A group of heavily armored soldiers rushed out from somewhere. At this time, Li Feng, who was being held hostage, finally realized that the people who were escorting him were not going to the palace. They were going to a place where there was no one. His heart jumped. He had an unbelievable guess. He immediately turned his head and asked, "What's going on?" "Minister Feng, where are you taking me?" Feng Qin didn't stop. He didn't kneel or bow. He said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial." Li Feng said in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Stop. I told you to stop." No one paid attention to him. Two fake imperial guards held up the emperor's body and forced him to leave. "Your subject wants to report the current dynasty's Yan Wang Li Min." Feng Qin continued to speak word by word. He colluded with the unscrupulous merchants, using the name of the fire beacon tickets to sell official positions and titles to the point of shamelessness. This is one of the major crimes. As a son, he has no filial piety to the late emperor. Instead, in order to win the hearts of the soldiers, he often stayed at the Marquis mansion. Even after he inherited the title, he still called him adoptive father. This is the second major crime of having no father or emperor. If Li Feng still didn't understand what was going on, it was likely that his brain had been knocked silly. He was shocked and immediately shouted, "Feng Qin, what are you doing?" Feng Qin said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, we have already set up a heavy ambush. We are just waiting for the traitor to be executed. Although we are incompetent, we are willing to follow the example of our predecessors. If the traitor is difficult to control, we swear that we will die to cleanse the emperor's side." Before he finished speaking, the henchmen around him immediately echoed, "If the traitor is difficult to control, we swear that we will die to cleanse the emperor's side." Li Feng was flabbergasted. When he looked around, he saw unfamiliar faces everywhere. The fake imperial army soldiers in armor surrounded him. The familiar faces in the court were now more unfamiliar than the last. They were all like ghosts in human skin, ready to swarm him with green faces and fangs. This was the relationship between the emperor and his subjects. Was it like this when Emperor Wu was in power? Was it like this when Yuan and the late emperor were in power? Li Feng knew that perhaps he couldn't compare to Emperor Wu's life of pioneering. Could it be that he couldn't compare to his father, whom he had always been secretly dissatisfied with? No matter what, he couldn't accept this. But even if he couldn't accept it, it seemed to be the truth. When Yuan and the late emperor were in power, there were no foreign enemies surrounding the capital, and there were no waves of traitors trying to pull him down from the throne. At this moment, Li Feng didn't have time to feel angry or afraid. He only felt a big slap on his face. Since he took the throne, it had been more than 3,000 days and nights. He hadn't had a good night's sleep and had been busy all day and night. Now, it seemed that it was all in vain. He was worse than the late emperor, a coward who spent all day with women. He watched helplessly as his self-esteem cracked inch by inch and disappeared in front of the indifferent traitors. Good. Li Feng was trembling all over. "You really have guts." Feng Qin lowered his head and avoided eye contact with him. At this point, Fang Qin knew that it was no longer difficult for him to pretend to be a loyal official. Your Majesty, please forgive us. That Li Min is covering the sky with one hand, he has no regard for the law. And ignores the ancestors. We are worried about the country and have no other choice. That's why we made such an unwise decision just now. We really deserve to die 1,000 deaths. However, there are bandits running amok right now and their henchmen have spread throughout the territory. Once King Yan is dead, these people will definitely rebel. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, You still want to threaten us? Fang Qin nimbly knelt on the ground and said without changing his expression, This humble subject doesn't dare. This humble subject knows that your Majesty is frightened and unsettled. This humble subject has already drafted the imperial edict. Your Majesty, please take a look. After he finished speaking, someone immediately presented an imperial edict with both hands. Sure enough, it was detailed and detailed. All that was missing was the imperial seal. Li Feng fiercely shook off the two people holding him and suddenly stepped forward. He reached out and grabbed the collar of the person holding the imperial edict, and then fiercely pushed. In his rage, Li Feng completely forgot about his lame leg that had never recovered. He lost his balance and the person he pushed didn't move at all. He fell to the side first. Under the bright sky, the surrounding Daliang citizens didn't help him up. The real aristocratic family and the fake imperial guards just watched as the emperor angrily fell to the ground, disdainfully and indifferently. At this moment, a person who looked like an imperial guard trotted over. He must also be an impostor. This person first looked at Li Feng and then turned to Fang Qin and said, Darren, the traitors have been executed. Li Feng's legs completely lost strength. He sat on the ground in a ridiculous manner and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, Where's the crown prince? The fake imperial guard first looked at Fang Qin and got his approval. Then he carefully said to Li Feng, The crown prince. The crown prince was assassinated. Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. Li Feng's mind buzzed and exploded. His chest felt cold. When he came back to his senses, he had already coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Feng sat on the ground and looked at the sticky black blood flowing down his fingertips. He thought blankly in his heart, Why am I in such a sorry state? A hesitant look flashed across Fang Qin's face. He subconsciously reached out as if he wanted to help Li Feng, but in the end, he didn't touch him. He reached out his hand halfway and then retracted it. The hesitation and reluctance on his face faded like a tide. He said coldly, Your Majesty, you don't only have the crown prince. Even if the third prince is still young, you still have the first prince, who is diligent and studious, smart and kind. Please take care of your body for the sake of the country and focus on the important matters at hand. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the imperial edict held by his subordinate and held it in front of Li Feng, Your Majesty, please take a look. Li Feng waved his hand and hit the fake imperial edict in Fang Qin's hand to the side, In your dreams. Fang Qin silently wiped his face that was slapped by the fake imperial edict. He maintained his kneeling position and leaned forward slightly. He sighed softly and whispered in a very gentle tone, Your Majesty, your body is in our hands. Even if there are hundreds and thousands of people outside, even if Beidang comes, no one will dare to touch you. Today's imperial edict, whether you want to or not, you have to. What's wrong with the first prince? I heard that his temperament is gentle and introverted, and he has the demeanor of a royal family. He is different from Yan Wang, that bastard of unknown origin. This is the temperament that the royal family of Daliang should have. Don't you think so? Li Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his heart was cold. He took a few deep breaths and sneered, and then? My dear ministers, you won't wait for me to settle accounts. Then what do you plan to do to me? Put me under house arrest? Or kill me directly? The empress is delicate and weak, and the first prince's entire family is executed. He has no one to rely on. He is born to be a puppet. Sure enough, it's a good plan. Fang Qin shook his head noncommittally, What else, Your Majesty? The crown prince unfortunately died, and the traitor Li Min has been executed. Oh, of course, if you want, you can also issue an imperial edict to pass the throne to the third prince. But the third prince is too young and hasn't even entered school. Aren't you joking with the country of your ancestors? A person may be bound by thousands of rules of etiquette. They may seem impregnable, but in fact, they are not that strong. As long as you let go of your sense of shame, you will be able to take a step forward. In the future, you will be able to be as shameless as the sea and sky, and there will be no more taboos. At least Feng Qin himself didn't expect that one day he would say such words without batting an eyelid. Just as he was slightly distracted, the ground suddenly trembled. For a moment, everyone became nervous. This kind of neat footsteps indicated that they were well trained. Judging from the tremors, there were at least heavy armor among them. Could it be that they were beidang? Feng Qin's heart skipped a beat. They hadn't planned for this to happen. He was afraid that there had been a change. He made a prompt decision and waved his hand. A few of his minions rushed forward and held Li Feng. "Your Majesty, please escort us." A few fake imperial guards surrounded Li Feng from all directions, squeezing him between them as they retreated in another direction. However, just as they turned a corner, the person who opened the way suddenly stopped. There was actually a group of imperial guards waiting for them in front of them. How did they get away? No. It wasn't a big deal to get away. Although it was a bit faster than expected, once the palace heard the news, the imperial guards would immediately come out in full force. It was indeed easy to suppress the situation. The problem was, how did they find them? Feng Qin was stunned. He suddenly turned his head and looked around. He found that the spy who had come to report that Yan Wang and the crown prince are dead had disappeared. There was a traitor. The footsteps behind them gradually approached. When he looked again, it turned out that it wasn't heavy armor that forced them to panic. It was just a bunch of iron puppets pulled out from an unknown house. Feng Qin broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly came to his senses and knew that they had fallen into someone's trap. However, things had already come to this point. He didn't have time to think carefully. He grabbed Li Feng and pressed his sword against the emperor's fragile dragon neck. He shouted, "Who dares to move?" The emperor was a precious object. No one wanted to bear the reputation of indirectly killing the emperor. The imperial guard's footsteps stopped for a moment. Feng Qin never dreamed that he would be so rebellious. He was stunned for a moment. His throat was dry and he gasped for breath. Before he could think of a countermeasure in his muddled brain, the chaotic imperial guards finally arrived. At the same time, an eagle's cry came from outside the 9 gates. It was the beidang eagle requesting to pass through the no-fly net. Next to him, one of his henchmen knelt down in fear. Feng Qin fiercely gritted his teeth and said to the Emperor Longin, "Your Majesty, please order them to withdraw." Li Feng was battered and exhausted. He sneered, "In your dreams." At this moment, an arrow suddenly shot from behind and brushed past Feng Qin's shoulder. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage, the burning pain from the moment his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed snapped the string in Feng Qin's mind. The delicate balance was broken. Li Feng saw the opportunity and gave him a hard push. He was about to rush out. However, his lame leg held him back again. Li Feng had just taken a step when his legs went soft and he staggered out uncontrollably. At the same time, Feng Qin was startled and chased after him with his sword. He instinctively thrust the sword in his hand forward. Li Feng twitched violently like a dying fish. Feng Qin's face was pale. He subconsciously let go of the sword in his hand and took 3 steps back. He stared at the sword on Li Feng's back as if he had seen a ghost. The imperial guards, who were originally afraid of shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, suddenly exploded. Suddenly, Li Feng heard a child's voice that sounded like he was crying. It pierced through the countless rebels and traitors and pierced into his ears. He raised his head with difficulty and saw the young crown prince running towards him while calling out "Father." Not far behind him, the Wild Goose King, his 4th brother, was standing there with not a single strand of hair missing. When their eyes met, the Wild Goose King stopped in his tracks. With his hands behind his back, he used his unique calm gaze to look back at the flustered emperor from above. The imperial guards rushed up in a hubbub and quickly took care of the stunned rebels and traitors. Li Feng was carried out. The imperial guard leader who rushed over shouted and called for an imperial physician. However, they all knew that even if they called for an imperial physician, it would be useless. The crown prince was crying helplessly on his body. Li Feng really wanted to touch his delicate little son, but before he could gather his strength, a hand fell on the crown prince's shoulder. Yan Wang stood silently on the side and gently stroked the crown prince's shoulder and neck comfortingly. In everyone's eyes, this was a pair of uncle and nephew who were sad and warm. Only Li Feng felt that he understood the hidden threat in Yan Wang's hand gesture. Li Feng stared at Yan Wang's calm eyes and remembered the bitter words his mother had said many years ago. Those barbarian women are all evildoers, and the little bastards they give birth to are all ominous things that bring disaster to the country and the people. Ominous thing. Yan Wang knelt down on one knee. His hand was still on the crown prince's shoulder and neck. He asked Li Feng in a low voice, "Brother, do you have any other orders?" Li Feng stuttered, You. Yan Wang lowered his voice even more and said word by word in his ear, "Don't worry, I will take good care of the crown prince." Li Feng's lips trembled violently. There seemed to be a ball of fire in his eyes. Then, the fire slowly extinguished with the passing of his life. He reached out a trembling hand, which was grabbed by Yan Wang in the air. It turned out that such a cold hand could also be squeezed into a palm of fake brotherly affection. At this moment, the ministers who had been thrown into disarray by the chaotic army just now finally arrived one after another. They scampered over like a flock of sheep. The wild goose king smiled gently at Li Feng in a place where no one could see him. However, his voice was sad and sincere. "Brother, do you have anything to say?" The crown prince cried so hard that he couldn't stand up. Li Feng looked at him and then gently closed his eyes. He had never compromised with anyone in his life. He had always been tough to the end. Who knew that he would end up in such a desperate situation? He was surrounded by strong people and had many conspiracies. His young son was immature and had no one to support him. "I have lived an ordinary life," he said in a low voice that was almost inaudible. The scholars and eunuchs knew what he was going to say when they heard his voice. They didn't have time to cry. They all rushed over and held their breaths to listen attentively, afraid that they would miss a word or two of the emperor's words. There seemed to be tears in the corners of Li Feng's eyes. He continued, "I am ashamed of the heavens and the people. For more than 10 years, my heart has been uneasy. After I die, the crown prince is young and can't take on such an important task." Chongqing gently turned his face and looked at the group of iron puppets far away from the crowd. Among the lifeless iron puppets, there was one that was looking at him gently. It had practiced with him with the sword, carried snacks for him, and knocked on that person's door countless times. At this time, its eyes were faintly flickering with a purple light. It was as if there was a person far away at the front lines who was quietly looking at him through this lifeless big fellow. "I will pass on the throne to Prince Yan and succeed me. I will not let down my ancestors." On the first day of the 3rd month of the Long An's 10th year, the Long An's emperor, Li Feng, died at the hands of rebels and traitors. Before he died, he actually skipped the crown prince and passed on the throne to Prince Yan. It was also a strange thing. Yan Wang quickly and decisively dealt with the rebellious aristocratic families and uprooted several of the major families in the capital that were involved. He justifiably washed the imperial court with blood. The Grand Council issued 3 decrees in a row in one night and heavily stabilized the situation in the capital. But before Jiang Chong and the others could finish their performance of rejecting 3 invitations, Yan Wang, the current future emperor, left the capital without warning. If it weren't for the fact that his team in the Grand Council had experienced all kinds of chaotic situations and could withstand even if the sky fell, they probably would have exploded a long time ago. Chongqing called Jiang Chong over and explained a bunch of things in detail. Then he put the decrees he had written in advance in a box and pushed them all to him. At a glance, it was clear that he had long been driven away like an arrow and was itching to fly away. Jiang Chong only knew that because of the war in Jiangnan, he might have to leave in the near future. He didn't expect that he would leave so unexpectedly. When he heard the news the next day, he was completely shocked. Chongqing borrowed a group of eagle-armored guards from Beidang that very night and planned to fly directly to the south. He was certain that the front lines of the 2 rivers were not peaceful. Whether it was the 2 Linyans mixed in with the foreign affairs team, Chao Chunhua he sent to Gu Yun's side, or even Gu Yun herself, their letters all showed that the situation at the front lines was great and that they were just waiting to recover the land and mountains. This was not normal. It was fine that Gu Yun only reported the good news and not the bad, but the reason why Lin Yan was called Lin Yan was because they had to be careful and observant. Even if the front lines really had an overwhelming victory, they would find out all the possible risks and remind Gu Yun and the owner of the Lin Yan wooden sign in the capital of everything, no matter how big or small. But no, not a single word was mentioned. It was too strange. Chongqing pushed forward his deployment layer by layer in the capital. He seemed to be at ease, but in fact, he could not sit still for a long time. But he could not look at Gu Yun at this juncture. There were too many variables in the capital. He did not know if he could successfully achieve his goal until the last moment. If there was a little accident, he might have to pick up the sword himself in the end and bear the title of traitor and murderer of brother and nephew. Therefore, he could not have any involvement with Gu Yun during the whole process. He could only put him on the front line that he could not see. It was impossible for an eagle to fly from the north to the south without resting in the middle. Just as Chongqing was anxiously waiting for the Eagle armored guards to replenish their fuel at a military relay station, a red label urgent message happened to pass by. It was intercepted by the commander of Beidang and sent to Chongqing. The Western Army brazenly sent troops from the Dongying Sea and counterattacked crazily. When will Eagle be ready? Chongqing tried his best to suppress his impatience and anger as he asked. The commander of Beidang who accompanied him hurriedly replied in a low voice, "Your Majesty, please calm down. It will be ready soon. Don't call me Your Majesty. It's not official." Chongqing unhappily stuck out his flattery. After he finished speaking, he also realized that he was restless. He immediately took a deep breath and gently pinched his sleeve as if seeking comfort. There was a piece of cloth in his sleeve. He didn't know if it was torn or cut, but it looked like a dog was gnawing on it. It was Gu Yun who gave it to him in a letter. At first glance, he didn't know what it was. In the letter, Gu Yun claimed that this was a belt that he didn't need. It was a year's worth of longing. When it was filled in the future, he would ask him to help sew it back. He also said that he had some personal wishes and couldn't write this letter. He would tell him the next one. The imperial edict has been issued. The rest is just a formality. Why does Your Majesty need to be so formal? The commander interrupted his thoughts and said. The commander of Beidang was completely different from Tan Hongfei. He was quite skilled in handling matters and speaking. Think about it. Marshal Gu has already cut off the Western people's supply line. Their counterattack is just an arrow at the end of its flight. With the marshal's strategy, why does Your Majesty need to worry? Chongqing didn't respond. He also knew that although the fake news of the Foreign Affairs Division's success was released by Lu Zhong and Lin Yuan, it must have been reviewed and tacitly approved by Gu Yun. Then, he later sealed off the two river barracks just to lure the enemy to invade. He calmed down and thought carefully. This time, Gu Yun borrowed the rebellion of the aristocratic families in the capital to wipe out the Western people. This war was enough to go down in history. There was really nothing to worry about. Beidang's commander understood these things. How could Chongqing not understand, but he was burning with impatience. Of course, perhaps Rufin wasn't in a hurry. It was just that he had missed her for too long. Just then, someone from the relay station came to report that the Eagle armor was ready and they could set off. As soon as Chongqing stood up, 3 letters from the 2 river garrisons arrived one after another. They were not for the capital. Once the front line began to exchange fire, they would send out orders to warn the surrounding military relay stations and garrisons to prepare for reinforcements or to raise their vigilance. The first one was enemy invasion, the second one was major battle, and the third one was directly raised to the highest level of warning. The enemy has turned out in full force, we will meet the enemy with all our strength, all within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Beidang's head was about to explode. He immediately said, Your Majesty, the alert level at the front line is too high. Please calm down and wait for the news at the courier station. When the situation there is more stable, then, before he could finish, Chongqing had already stood up. You're right. You stay. Commander, at this time, no one knew that the new emperor would unexpectedly arrive. Everyone at the front line of the garrison was on high alert. It had been more than a month since Gu Yun was injured at sea. Back when he was guarding the capital, it had only been a few days from the time he was dug out from the pile of corpses to the time he put on his armor and traveled to the northwest. Now, it had only been a short 2 to 3 years, but he had already become a hero's past bravery. During this time, he had been unconscious for more than half a month. He had lost a lot of weight. Xianxia later said that during that period of time, his breathing was so weak that it seemed like he would pass out at any time. He didn't know what had kept him hanging until now, but he actually recovered. However, it was still very difficult for him to stand up. He had to save up his strength for half a day before he could barely walk around the room. He didn't dare to remove the steel plates on his body. If he sat for too long, it would hurt like a drill. Gu Yun had never been afraid of pain because he was already used to it. Moreover, he had always thought that pain was a kind of self-protection for the body. It wasn't a bad thing. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced the feeling of collapsing from pain. Of course, there was also good news. The good news was that his eyes were slowly recovering. Yao Zhen asked someone to find an old craftsman and made a special glass mirror for him. After wearing it, he could barely see things within 10 feet. In any case, it allowed him to communicate with others. The wound on his throat wasn't deep and had already healed. However, if he spoke too much, his voice would become very hoarse. Unfortunately, he still had to say it. The Westerners were obviously making a last stand. The other party's commander was the old pope who was on par with Gu Yun many times in naval battles. Although there was a group of indecisive Danying people stirring up the waters and had been in contact with the Daliang for a long time, in order for them to be useful, it had to be established first on the basis that the Daliang navy had an absolute advantage. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would be stabbed in the back. Ever since the Danying people sent them a hint that the Westerners were preparing for their last stand, Gu Yun hadn't slept a whole night. There were too many things on his mind, plus the pain from his wound. It was mainly because of the pain from his wound that he often lay in bed until dawn. Even though there wasn't a single soldier outside, he had already fought hundreds and thousands of battles in his mind. He hated that he couldn't consider every situation at once. In order to end this dangerous battle, Gu Yun mobilized the entire Black Eagle battalion of the 3 divisions in the northwest. He Ronghui and the others had the intention of elevating the young people. They also brought along young General Kai and a few other inexperienced young generals to broaden their horizons. At this time, Xianxia and Yao Zhen were working together on the water, while He Ronghui and the real Black Eagle were in the air. The entire Daliang's strongest military force that had been honed in the years of war were all in the Jiangnan battlefield. This time, Gu Yun wasn't the only one in the central command tent. Young General Kai and a group of former Black Iron Battalion subordinates were gathered here. Eagle armors were flying back and forth, and all the battle reports were immediately sent to the higher-ups. The Westerners first tried to use heavy artillery to surround the harbor. They wanted to take advantage of the internal strife in the Liangjiang garrison to catch them off guard. The garrison was panicked and was indeed defeated. They could only set up iron fences and passively resist. The iron fences had recently been reinforced, and their defense was amazing. A group of vanguards hid behind the iron fences and fired cold cannons, allowing the Westerners to exhaust their own artillery fire. The ambush was quickly set up. Yao Zhen was already on the Haijiao warship, while Xianxia and He Ronghui were ready and on standby at any time. The news of the emperor's death was mixed in with the orderly exchange of battle reports and orders. This white and green urgent letter was particularly obvious among the pile of concise battle reports. At first, it was said to be a matter of the imperial court, so it was thrown aside and ignored. When the battle formation was set up and the Westerners' artillery fire was temporarily stopped, young General Kai eagerly brought the letter over. Xianxia went out. While young General Kai helped Gu Yun open the letter, he asked curiously, "General, the green letter is an important item of the imperial court. What does the white letter mean?" Gu Yun held on for a long time, and his energy was obviously exhausted. He pressed his forehead hard and asked vaguely, "What?" Xiao Kai glanced at Gu Yun's ugly expression and didn't dare to disturb him again. She hurriedly pulled a blanket over Gu Yun and helped him lie down. "You rest for a while. I'll call you if there's anything else." After saying that, the young man quietly retreated to the side and silently opened the letter. He planned to take a quick glance and put it in the pile of things to be discussed after the battle. Who knew that he would be stunned after taking a glance? After all, the young general was only 20 years old and had always been at the forefront of his father's troops. He had never faced the changes in the imperial court, so he was stunned for a moment. He Ronghui was washing his face while instructing his personal guards to prepare eagle armor for him. When he turned around, he saw the young general's stunned expression and asked, "Young General Kai, don't be stunned. Get ready to leave with me. What are you waiting for?" Young General Kai blinked hard and muttered, "Big brother they said that the emperor has passed away." Gu Yun was afraid of the cold after being seriously injured. In order to take care of him, everyone made the commander's tent especially warm. He Ronghui had a strong body, so he had to run to the door every once in a while to wash his face with cold water. At this moment, he stuck his butt out and water droplets dripped down his beard. When he heard this, he slowly straightened his back and opened his mouth. "What? The emperor has passed away." Young General Kai was at a loss and licked his lips. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to harden his heart and half kneel beside Gu Yun's bed. He carefully tugged at the corner of Gu Yun's clothes and softly called out, "General, General." "He can't hear you calling him that." He Ronghui strode forward and pulled Gu Yun up. He grabbed his shoulders and shook him a few times. He shouted loudly, "General! My general! Please wake up. Something big has happened. The emperor, that brat, is dead." Young General Kai, Gu Yun was just a little dazed and was shaken awake by him. He had a blank look on his face. He Ronghui thought of something and turned to ask young General Kai, "That's not right. If he's dead, who's going to be the emperor? That brat who's this tall?" As he spoke, he gestured with his hand at his waist. His large hand that was like a palm leaf fan pressed down in the air very disrespectfully. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were full of disdain. Young General Kai. The emperor passed the throne to His Royal Highness Yan Wang before he passed away. Although he Ronghui had a rough temper, he wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he froze on the spot and said in confusion, "He didn't pass the throne to his son but passed it to Yan Wang? That doesn't make sense. Did he take the wrong medicine?" Gu Yun hurriedly read their lips and finally understood what they were talking about. He was immediately startled awake. "Let me see." The news in the commander's tent was temporarily interrupted because of this sudden incident. Shen Yi, who was dressed up, and Chao Chunhua, who was pretending to be Gu Yun, waited for a while but didn't receive the order. They felt that it was strange and were about to send someone to ask. No one expected that before everyone could digest this news, the legendary new emperor would actually come in person. Wartime wasn't like usual. The garrison's security was extremely tight. At first, the guards thought that they had misheard. It wasn't until Commander Beidang took out the tiger tally in the emperor's hand that a group of guards scrambled to report the news. Chongqing didn't wait for him and directly rushed in with his men. Before he reached the commander's tent, he met Chao Chunhua, who was preparing to board the warship. Chao Chunhua had a face that was exactly the same as Gu Yun's. Caught off guard, he bumped into Chongqing. Chongqing's heart was beating wildly when they met again after a long time. Before he could relax, he saw that Gu Yun seemed to have received a great shock. Her eyes darted around and she forcefully pulled on the reins. Without another word, she turned around and ran. Chongqing, after this series of actions, Chongqing could tell who this person was just by looking at his eyebrows. Just as he was about to open his mouth to stop the other party, he was afraid that he would ruin Gu Yun's secret plan. He hurriedly chased after him and grabbed the reins of Gu Yun's horse. Together with the horse, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Xiao." Chow. Chao Chunhua wanted to cry but had no tears. He lowered his head and looked at Chongqing, who looked like he was asking for a debt. He scrambled down from the horse. At this time, he didn't have the time to hear the earth-shattering news in the capital. He only cried out softly, "Your Highness." Chongqing glared fiercely at him, "I asked you to take care of him for me, and you simply listened to him? You're so perfunctory." Chao Chunhua used Gu Yun's face to make a shameless and bitter face. Chongqing looked away with a stomachache. He really didn't understand how this person could sneak into the enemy's ranks so many times without being seen through. When a general is outside, he has to obey the monarch's orders. Cao Chunhua led Chongqing to dawdle and whispered in his ear, without the marshal's approval, I can't pass on any news even if I want to. Chongqing snorted in annoyance and let him off this time. He asked again, what are you guys doing now? Is this the real or fake marshal? Cao Chunhua's heart was in a mess. He hummed and said something perfunctory. While dealing with Chongqing, he secretly glanced at Shani. He was dragging Chongqing while Shani took the opportunity to sneak back into the tent. The two of them were like luring the tiger away from the mountain in their own camp. One person fearfully dragged the enemy's intelligence and the other quickly rushed back to the commander's tent to report. Seeing that Shani had turned around and rushed back to the commander's tent, Cao Chunhua let out a small sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, he suddenly heard Chongqing say word by word, who are you looking at? Cao Chunhua. Chongqing felt more and more that something was wrong. He shook off Cao Chunhua. He had stayed in the Two Rivers camp for more than a month. He glanced around and found the commander's tent. He strode over. Your Highness. Your Highness. Cao Chunhua anxiously grabbed Chongqing's sleeve and swallowed with difficulty, Your Highness, later, you must calm down. At this time, Shani had already run in front of Gu Yun in a panic. It was as if he was driven back by the Western Pope on a sea monster, zzz. Zishi. He Ronghui wondered, Brother Jipping, why are you leaking air? Shani didn't bother to argue with him. He threw himself at Gu Yun's bedside and said breathlessly, Your little highness is here. You. Everyone in the commander's tent was still immersed in the shock of Yan Wang actually ascending the throne and becoming the emperor. For a moment, they didn't realize who Shani was referring to by the old title of Little Highness. He Ronghui and Little Kai stared at each other. Gu Yun slowly read Xingyi's lips in his mind and said in disbelief, Chongqing? Shani nodded as if his parents had passed away. Gu Yun suddenly turned pale and almost jumped up. Who knew that he didn't have the strength to jump up? It was as if he was caught in the act by his wife when he was sleeping. He said tongue-tied, Is there a place for me to hide under the bed? Old he, don't block the way. Get out of the way, cough cough cough. In a panic, Gu Yun choked and coughed violently. Before he finished coughing, a faint spring breeze blew in from outside the tent and brushed against the back of the deaf and blind people's pale hands. Through the special glass mirror, Gu Yun vaguely saw a tall and slender figure at the door. Gu Yun, the tent was silent for a moment. Gu Yun was purely frightened. The others were shocked to see the new emperor in the letter tube standing in front of them alive. Only Shani broke the silence absent-mindedly. You can't blame me for running too slowly. He Ronghui knew Yan Wang when he was in the northwest. He was the first to react and said, Your Majesty? Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and wanted to greet him. Chongqing's gaze didn't leave Gu Yun. His movements were a little tense as he waved his hand. He forced himself to support his face and said, The last time we met, everyone called each other brothers. There's no need to be like this. Shani was puzzled. He watched as Chongqing slowly walked over and even nodded politely at him. Then, he walked past him to the edge of the couch and stared at Gu Yun. His eyes hurt as if they were being pricked by needles, but he still had to look. There were many places on Gu Yun's body that were clamped with steel plates. The bandages under his lapel were still stained with blood. His exposed collarbone and wrist seemed to be only a thin layer of skin covering his bones and flesh. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his lips. The special glass mirror on his face had several layers of lenses that almost covered half of his face. His other eye was at a loss and couldn't focus. One could still see an imperceptible nervousness. Under everyone's gaze, Chongqing slowly sat beside Gu Yun's couch and pulled up the corner of the blanket for him. He glanced at the opened letter beside him. Then, he ordered the commander of Beidang who followed him outside the tent, take the tiger tally and inform the soldiers of Jiao, Jia, Ying, and Qi that I am here. I will advance and retreat together with my fellow soldiers. Everyone will definitely be invincible. The soldiers in the commander's tent were silent for a moment. Then, someone started to shout Long live 3 times. The sound quickly spread out from the commander's tent and flew across the entire encampment as if it had grown wings. For the first time in hundreds of years, 2 tiger tally pieces appeared in the same place. It was like a sea-stabilizing needle that poked at the fluttering military flag. The waves and artillery couldn't move it at all. Even though the new emperor hadn't been officially crowned, he had already received the recognition of the generals of the Four Realms. The sound of the Westerners attacking the iron fence sounded again. Gu Yun didn't dare to delay any longer. All the generals quickly filed out and carried out their duties. They received the order and left. The messenger tactfully retreated outside the tent. Finally, only Gu Yun and Chongqing were left in the commander's tent. The moment the last outsider left, Gu Yun didn't know what to say. Chongqing's spine seemed to have been pulled out. His entire body swayed and almost collapsed. Then, his chest violently heaved a few times. He seemed to be in extreme pain, but also seemed to be out of breath. He covered his chest with one hand and gritted his teeth. His back was so tense that it seemed like it was about to break. Gu Yun was shocked. He quickly propped up one of his arms and carefully pressed on his back. "Chongqing, what's wrong?" Chongqing pulled his hand down and clasped it in his palm in a panic. He desperately squeezed it as if it was a life-saving straw. However, he was panting so hard that he couldn't speak. The veins on his forehead and temple were bulging. Gu Yun had brought him up to this age. He didn't know that he had any heart problems. He immediately shouted, "Where's the military doctor?" "Come." When the personal guard who was waiting at the door heard this, he poked his head in. Chongqing squeezed out a few words from his throat, "Get out. Don't come over." The personal guard didn't know what was going on, but he didn't dare to disobey the imperial order. He hurriedly retreated. Gu Yun looked at him, at a loss. Chongqing's eyes were bloodshot. His pupils seemed to be on the verge of separating, but they seemed to be stuck together by a needle. He slowly turned to Gu Yun. Marshal Gu had already braced himself and was prepared to be attacked by him. However, after waiting for a long time, Chongqing only asked slowly, "If I came a little later, would I not be able to see you?" "Gu Yun, I was far away in the capital. I heard them shouting and wrangling. Then, I happily waited for you to come back. I wanted to show you the steam railway line that was about to be connected. I wanted to talk to you a lot. I wanted to resew that tattered garment belt for you." "Then what?" Chongqing asked softly. He slowly tightened his grip on Gu Yun's hand and raised it to his eyes. He lowered his head to look at Gu Yun's pale hand. "Could I still wait for you?" Gu Yun's heart felt like it had been pierced by a steel needle. He was at a loss for words. "I hate you to death." Chongqing said, "I hate you to death, Zishi." Ever since Gu Yun left him in the Marquis's residence for the first time and secretly ran to the northwest alone, this sentence had been suppressed in his heart along with the frequent outbursts of Wu-Ergu. Now, after a long and torturous treatment, more than half of Wu-Ergu was gone. He could no longer suppress it and finally said it out loud. Chongqing suddenly broke down. He temporarily drifted away from the path of only bleeding, not crying that he had chosen since he was young. The new emperor, who had spoken powerfully with the generals just now, cried bitterly in the commander's tent. Gu Yun was at a loss for words. He wanted to reach out and hug him, but he couldn't move him. He could only sit silently at the side and wait for Chongqing to cry out all the grievances he had suffered for more than 10 years. However, the new emperor was probably unlucky. He couldn't cry to his heart's content. Before he could cry until he was exhausted, there was the sound of a cannon outside, and the entire commander's tent shook violently. Then, there was the sharp cry of a huge eagle's wings streaking across the sky. Chongqing only had time to turn his back, and an eagle-armored messenger barged in. "Commander, the iron fence has been broken. The Western army has entered the encirclement." Gu Yun's fingertips were still stained with Chongqing's tears. He calmly clenched his fingers into his palm and nodded calmly, "Got it. Just suppress them according to the plan." The messenger's toes touched the ground for a moment before he turned and flew away. Chongqing then turned to look at him. The tears on his face had not dried, and he looked aggrieved. Gu Yun couldn't stand this kind of expression. He immediately rolled on the ground and coaxed gently, "Chongqing, come here. I'll wipe your tears for you." "Chongqing, where are your flowery words?" Gu Yun sighed without batting an eyelid. Following her advice, he lowered his voice and said, "Sweetheart, come here and lick your tears clean." Chongqing, he was a little dazed for a moment. and didn't respond. However, while he was in a daze, Gu Yun actually struggled to get up from the bed. His waist was almost unable to support himself. When he got up, the steel plate between his legs hit the edge of the small couch heavily. His neck tendons suddenly stood up from the bandage on his collar. His scattered hair fell over his shoulders and passed through the long chain of the glass mirror. "Chang'ing, what are you doing?" He stepped forward and wanted to reach out to hold Gu Yun down, but Gu Yun took the opportunity to hug him. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Gu Yun's forehead when he moved. Most of his body weight was on Chang'ing's body, and his breathing was a little rapid. The steel plate on his body was particularly obstructive as it stood between the two of them. He breathed a sigh of relief and gently closed his eyes. He stroked Chang'ing's tense back and whispered, "Let me hug you for a while. I miss you too much. Don't fight back when you're beaten or scolded, okay?" Chang'ing's nose, which had just calmed down, suddenly felt a little sour. She could not help but wrap her arms around Gu Yun's waist. She felt that his remaining belt was not just the short section that was mixed in the letter I. As soon as he said a word, his voice was quickly drowned out by a burst of crazy gunfire, and he was interrupted again. Gu Yun turned his face slightly and kissed him on the cheek. He actually kept his word. His lips flowed down along his tear stains and finally stopped on his tear-stained lips. Chang'ing's lips kept trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of pain, anger, or excitement. Gu Yun paused for a moment and used the tip of her tongue to pry open his lips. Chang'ing's hand, which was supporting his waist, suddenly tightened. Unfortunately, before he could taste the sweetness, there was another ear-piercing eagle cry outside that could be heard even if one was half-deaf. "Chang'ing, was there an end to this?" In front of the two armies, there were so many elite soldiers and generals. Almost all of the new generation of famous generals in Daliang were gathered in this battle. Did this group of bastards have to come to the commander's tent for instructions on everything? At this time, His Majesty didn't even consider that it was wrong for him to cry and have an affair with the commander of the Four Realms in the midst of the gunfire. The Black Eagle flew in. "Commander," the Western Fleet saw that the situation was not right and was preparing to flee. General Shen used the squid to intercept the enemy's main ship. "General," he asked when the large group of Black Eagle would move out. Gu Yun gently wiped the corner of her mouth. "Wait a little longer. Wait for their main ship to release their trump card." The Black Eagle hurriedly responded and turned to roar away. The remaining two looked at each other awkwardly. Chang'ing's heartbeat had not calmed down. He felt helpless and could only smile bitterly. He half supported and half carried Gu Yun to the couch and pulled the blanket over her. He took out a small piece of cloth that Gu Yun had sent him and took out a needle and thread from his pouch. The color of the thread matched the piece of green cloth. It was obvious that she had come prepared. He pulled Gu Yun's belt and carefully looked through it. Sure enough, one side of the belt had been crudely removed. The ends of the thread flew everywhere and it looked particularly tattered. Chang'ing said helplessly, "Commander, do you wear this kind of tattered clothes every day?" "No." Gu Yun squinted her eyes and carefully read his lips. She laughed softly and said, "I happen to wear this today. I probably had a telepathic connection when I was dreaming. I knew that His Majesty would personally come to so close for me today." Chang'ing's hands paused. However, before he could raise his head to look at Gu Yun's expression, a hand fell on his face. The finger gently slid along his jaw to his ear. "Is it painful?" Chang'ing blinked quickly. He felt that the pain just now was too intense. His eyes might burst today. The person said 3 words and almost squeezed out his tears. "Does it hurt?" He thought that Gu Yun would not answer. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Gu Yun said frankly, "It hurts so much that I often can't sleep." Chang'ing's hand trembled and was pricked by a needle. Gu Yun said again, "I can have nightmares for the rest of my life if I don't see how painful it is when you cry." Chang'ing, since he was young, he could not tell which words were sincere and which were serious words to coax him. Therefore, he could only listen to them all seriously. His entire body was softened by a few words. "Gu Yun, many of the Wu are Gu went, right? Miss Chen took a good picture of you. There won't be any accidents in this battle. The enemy has sent out all their forces and entered our ambush circle. Once they enter, there will be a large number of sea squids targeting their main ship. The main ship has a fatal weakness, which is that it can't keep up with the times of crisis. If the Western Pope is forced to the extreme, he will. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a roar that shook the earth. Although Guyun could not hear it clearly, he felt the bed shaking. Guyun smiled calmly and waited quietly for a full moment before the tremor gradually subsided. He then added his words, "He will bring out all the heavy artillery hidden under the turtle shell of his main ship and try to break through by force." The Western main ship carries a large amount of purple gold and ammunition, but it rarely shows its true appearance in battle. We have analyzed it from many angles for a long time. Our guess is that it is because they can't afford to use it. Secondly, once the main ship enters battle, it will immediately be unable to rely on its entire naval fleet. The Black Eagle landed and presented the third battle report. "Commander, the Western main ship does indeed have that problem. The General Shen has already taken advantage of the chaos to flank it. In the chaos just now, the Western Navy was out of order and nearly half of them sank. The Black Eagle is already prepared to give chase." Before he could finish speaking, an almost deafening eagle cry streaked across the sky. It was the sound of tens of thousands of killers in the sky flapping their wings in the wind. Guyun turned to Chongqing. "Your Majesty, do you want to see how our army reclaimed Jiangnan?" When he spoke in detail, it was as if he was no longer an injured person who could only lie on a sickbed. He had become the general who had charged alone into the rebel army of the King of Wei, suppressed the bandits of the southwest, pacified the west and settled the north, and landed his troops in Jiangnan. Chongqing replied with a serious expression, "My words carry enormous weight. There is no battle he cannot win." The Liangjiang station actually had a red kite with a very high level of defense. Chongqing supported Guyun onto it. The red kite slowly rose from the commander's tent. Its lowered clairvoyant eyes could see the entire battlefield in its panoramic view. The blue sea billowed, the iron ships were like dragons, rampaging into the sea. Smoke and fire came from all directions. The Western Navy stubbornly resisted for more than 4 hours before finally being unable to continue. The main ship, which was riddled with holes, swept up the scattered warships and fled in panic in the direction of the Japanese Sea. The Daliang Navy chased after them madly, ignoring the rumors that the Daliang Navy could not fight a long-distance battle. They brazenly charged into the Japanese Sea for an entire night. Guyun, who had supported the entire battle, smiled. The Japanese Sea was the last stop. As the Western Army retreated, they sent 4 letters to the Japanese Sea requesting 4 reinforcements, but all of them were like stones thrown into the sea. Just as they were chased into the Japanese Sea by the Daliang Navy, the Westerners were shocked to find a group of Japanese Sea Dragon warships blocking their way. Those Sea Dragons were the ones they had brought to these Japanese pirates back then. The two sides quickly approached each other. The Western Army was about to fall into the water, but the Allies did not respond at all. Only a hoarse and drawn-out command could be heard. The Japanese warships' cannons were aimed at the Allies they had supported in the past. Boom! A blood-red setting sun appeared on the sea, as if it was the end of a chaotic world. Guyun laughed softly in the midst of the sparks that exploded in the distant sea. He had endured the entire battle, and his body was a little exhausted. He was so tired that he felt like he could fall asleep at any time. Chongqing suddenly bent down, held his chin, and asked, "You said that you have a personal wish. You can't write the previous letter, and you can tell me next time." "What is it?" Guyun laughed. Chongqing did not give up and asked, "What is it?" He pulled him over and whispered in his ear, "I'll give it to you, until you grow old." Chongqing took a deep breath and calmed down after a while. "You're the one who said it." "The great general's words carry enormous weight," Guyun continued, "invincible. Long in decade, on the 4th of March, from probing each other to the final battle to the Japanese's betrayal, they fought for an entire day and night. The Western Navy, which had occupied the entire East China Sea for several years, was utterly defeated. Guyun completed his mission and was forcibly brought back to the capital by the new emperor to recuperate. Shortly days later, the railway line was officially connected, and a large number of steel armor, fire engines, and purple gold were able to go south immediately. The 2 river garrisons quickly established water bases, and the army was commanded by Shani, who swept through the western garrisons that occupied the southern half of the river. Without the powerful navy and domestic support, the western garrisons were like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, and the fragile front collapsed. The land war only lasted for 2 months. At the beginning of May that year, the Western Allied forces officially surrendered, and a large number of captives were detained in Daliang, including the Pope himself. The Holy Land had to send people to negotiate for peace in order to save face, and it ended with an agreement of reparations. One hand handed over the people, and the other hand handed over the money. At this point, the dark clouds in the southern half of the river had dispersed. Year after year, the fragrance of new osmanthus flowers would waft from Jiangnan. It was said that the old pope died on the way back to his homeland. It was unknown whether it was a natural death or an assassination, but it was no longer important. The former Prince Yan, Li Min, officially ascended the throne, and planned to change his name to Taisher the next year. At the beginning of his ascension, the new emperor decreed that the children of the previous emperor did not have to move out of the palace, did not change the crown prince, and did not take away military power. The Xiantai tiger seal was still in the hands of Gu Yun, and he had the power to oversee the capital and mobilize the 4 territories at any time. At the same time, the former Xiantai 3 divisions were organized into various garrisons, and a group of brave generals who grew up in the smoke of war took over the legacy of their ancestors and were stationed in all 4 directions. Taisher had been on the throne for 18 years, and he always considered himself as the temporary emperor. He personally issued a series of constitutional decrees, from himself, the temporary emperor, to the civil and military officials, and even the heads of the world. It was a set of equal rights and responsibilities, so that he could reflect on himself at any time. A vigorous reform pushed away the thousands of years of illness and fog, and slowly moved forward. The end of one era was always the beginning of another. The author has something to say. The end of the text. Thank you for your support. As for the rest of the story about Gu Shuai's spies, Mr. Shen's marriage, and other minor details, I'll talk about it later. The update is in this chapter or the previous chapter. The author has something to say. Sometimes the same chapter can't be opened if there are too many changes. Please keep an eye on the latest chapter, and I will mark the date of each update. Thank you again. W in his dream, Chongqing recalled the events of many years ago. Around him floated the pungent smell of kerosene, the salty smell of blood, and the earthy smell of hay. He dreamt that he had turned into a small ball, curled up in a shabby basket, bumping along with the woman's uneven steps. Hugel had long hair that looked like dark clouds. Unfortunately, her body was too thin, and her head looked a little big. She looked like a person who was made up of bones. She walked through the bandit nest that looked like a mass grave, humming a barbarian song. Suddenly, she turned around, and her eyes met with Chongqing's. Chongqing instinctively shrank. Even though he had grown up and was indestructible, this thin and weak woman could always hurt him. He had a bone-deep fear of her. However, she only looked at him silently for a while and did not make a move. Her face was stained with blood, her lips were pale, and her expression was wooden. Her whole soul was curled up in her eyes, which looked like 2 submerged reefs hiding stormy waves. Then Hugur sighed softly, not looking very crazy. She reached out her thin hand and touched Chongqing's head. She changed the tune in her mouth. People from all over the world spoke different languages, but the songs that mothers hummed to coax their children to sleep were all similar. Chongqing was a little surprised. He had never known that his memory had such a scene. She carried him through a seemingly endless path of death, and then stopped at the foot of the mountain. The mountain behind them was quietly burning. Thick smoke rose to the sky, and resentful spirits sank to the ground. Hugur wiped the sweat from her forehead, sat on the side of the road to rest, and took the little Chongqing out of the basket. Chongqing struggled unconsciously, but Hugur raised him in front of her with both hands and stared at his face. He did not know who she was looking at, but her face suddenly showed an indescribable melancholy and tenderness. She placed the little Chongqing on her knees and gently traced his small facial features with her fingers. Then she bent down and gently kissed his forehead. Chongqing did not dare to blink. He saw that the woman's eyelashes were thick like butterfly wings, and when they trembled slightly, they seemed ready to fly into the sky at any time. Then, without warning, she shed tears and said softly, "Why were you born here, child? Did heaven send you here to suffer?" Chongqing looked at her through his many years of memories. When she put her skinny hands around his neck, he suddenly felt very calm. He did not know why, but he was not afraid of this woman. When she cried and wanted to strangle him, her hands that were stained with human blood were fierce, but her eyes were gentle. By the time she was exhausted from crying and regained her senses, she released her hand from Chongqing's neck and breathed into his dying throat. Her eyes, however, turned cold. Every time she wiped away her tears, she seemed to evaporate a part of her soul from her body. She became more and more indifferent, and she became more and more at peace with little Chongqing. Chongqing followed her and wandered all the way. Until one day, Hugur accidentally saw Chongqing's feet. She suddenly showed a look of horror, covered her face with both hands, and took a few steps back. Under the helpless gaze of the little boy, she collapsed into a ball and cried bitterly. In his dream, Chongqing looked down at his feet and found that his toes were miraculously self-healing. What was self-healing? Chongqing tried hard to recall for a moment, and then the clear dream suddenly brought back the things buried in the depths of his memories. He remembered when he was very young, when he should not have memories. At that time, he did have a congenital defect in his toes. Later on, he did not know when, but inexplicably, it grew back on its own. Gradually, the characteristics of the brother he devoured would appear on the body of Ergen. The growing toe gave Hugur a great shock. It was as if it constantly reminded her that she had turned her child into Ergen, and the characteristics of the child began to appear on this little evil god, just like in the legends. Chongqing looked at her with some pity. When he looked at all this from the perspective of an outsider, he suddenly understood how the crazy woman felt. When a person was enraged by national humiliation and family hatred, it was easy to make extreme decisions, such as committing suicide, or even murdering her own child. But after all, it was just a quick cut. Even if it was bloody, there would always be a time when things would change. But she had to choose the path of incessant dismemberment. Hugur suddenly rushed over, grabbed his feet, raised a stone, and smashed it down fiercely. The pain was real, even if it was in a dream. Hugur fiercely bent his toes. As she bent, she repeatedly said as if she was possessed, "You are not my child, you are not my child." Chongqing let out a painful groan. Stuck between the dream and reality, his whole foot was in so much pain that he almost could not feel it. At this moment, a cold hand suddenly grasped his foot, just enough to relieve the burning pain. Chongqing gasped for breath. Someone whispered in his ear, "Shu, it's okay. It's all over. It doesn't hurt." Chongqing looked up blankly, only to see that the scene around him had suddenly changed. His body gradually grew taller, but his clothes were still ragged, and his body was still covered with wounds. The boundless coldness seemed to soak into his bones. In the lonely land outside the Great Wall, he narrowed his eyes and saw a man coming against the light. His cloak was fluttering, and his steps were firm. There was an old wine pot with a xianxia hanging on his waist. The man's hands were as steady as iron, but his facial features were picturesque. He reached out a hand to him and asked, "Do you want to go with me?" Chongqing looked at him. His body and mind were on the verge of collapse, and he could not speak for a moment. "Go with me. You don't have to come back anymore." Chongqing grabbed the hand and let him lead him forward. He felt that he was growing taller and taller, stronger and stronger. It was as if he could cross thousands of mountains and 10,000 rivers with one step. As he walked, he suddenly turned his head and saw that the bitter cold outside the pass and the pack of wolves were gradually being left behind. Hugel was wearing the same yellow dress that she had worn before she died. Her hair was combed like an unmarried woman's, and she was silently watching him. And there was another person beside her. At first, it was a little boy. Then, as Chongqing grew up on his own, he became a teenager step by step, and then a young man. He had a face that was exactly the same as Chongqing's. He stood side by side with Hugur. Hugur suddenly turned her head and pulled his head down. She stood on tiptoe and kissed the young man's forehead. Then, together, they watched Chongqing go into the distance. Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. He suddenly had a different feeling, as if the shackles that had bound him since he was born had suddenly disappeared. His body was so light that he was almost not used to it. The smell of Xianxia floated around him. Changping looked up and saw Chen Qingshu sitting silently on the side with a scroll in her hand. Seeing that he had woken up and was about to get up, Chen Qingshu gently raised a finger at him. Changping hurriedly followed her line of sight and turned his head. He saw that Gu Yun had already fallen asleep on the side with one hand on his shoulder. Changping, who had originally planned to sit up, suddenly did not dare to move. Chen Qingshu tactfully rolled the book into a scroll. After taking the next Shenzhen, she quietly retreated. In the silence, he could hear that person's light breathing. Changping gently grabbed the hand on his shoulder. Their fingers were interlocked in his hand. He silently watched Gu Yun for a moment. Then, he held his breath and got up. Slowly, he took off the glass mirror on Gu Yun's face. Then, he carefully touched Gu Yun's lips. The sneaky kiss did not alarm Gu Yun. Changping waited for a while. Finally, he had no choice but to slightly increase his movements. He gently licked Gu Yun's lips open. When he heard that the frequency of his breathing had finally changed, he pulled Gu Yun over and held him in his arms. Gu Yun did not open his eyes. He just habitually patted his back and coaxed him vaguely, "Sleep, I'm here." Changping closed his eyes slightly and buried his head in the hollow of his neck in satisfaction. The nightmare was over. Then, the war was also over. On the day that the Western Allied Forces' letter of surrender was sent to the capital, Xianxia sent an urgent message to ask Gu Yun how to escort them into the city. Gu Yun replied briefly, "Giant kite." 11 years ago, Calais Ingho used a giant kite to sneak into Yanhui town in the northwest. He cast a shadow over Daliang. That shadow was also the starting point for the emperor of a generation to walk from the small town to the capital thousands of miles away. Now, the smoke of war had dispersed and the wind and rain had stopped. It seemed that such an ending was about to happen. The capital was not like Yanhui town. The city did not have the function of receiving the giant kites. Therefore, Beidang was responsible for the defense. A path was opened on the moat outside the 9th gate. The inner city was filled with miniature iron fences to prevent the crowd from crowding into the water. The new emperor led hundreds of officials to personally welcome them outside the city. In the evening, a whole row of giant kites returned from the south like wild geese. Thousands of flaming wings rotated in the dusk. The setting sun plated the giant kites with a layer of gold through the steam. The roaring sound came from a few miles away. The setting sun fell into the moat and melted into the water, circling around the city. All the generals on the giant kites lined up on the deck and cheered loudly. The onlookers pushed thousands of river lanterns into the water. They floated and sank for thousands of miles, carrying the souls back to their hometowns. After Gu Yun returned to the capital, he did not go out for half a year. In the beginning, it was fine. He was very weak during that period of time and could not stand to sit for a long time. He would drowsily take a bowl of medicine, and a day would pass. However, when winter approached and his body gradually improved, Gu Yun could not stand it anymore. When he was so busy, he wanted to plunge into the gentle countryside every day and rest until his flesh and bones were weak. He did not get up at all. However, when he finally lived the days of his dreams, he was about to fall ill from idleness. He had nothing to do all day long, so he tortured the talkative bird at home. He tortured the bird until it was skinny and thin. It wished it could die from this world. Some people were born to sleep on hard beds. His body was full of wretched bones. Jin Xiu's back hurt from lying on it for too long. Finally, even the emperor could not stand it anymore. When the winter solstice approached, he let Gu Yun out to attend court. That day happened to coincide with his break the next day. Gu Yun was a little listless from morning court and did not sleep well at night. Although he had self-control and did not toss and turn, Changping still knew that he was not asleep. When Gu Yun was not asleep, in order not to disturb him, he would subconsciously suppress his breathing. Sometimes, it was almost inaudible. When Changping asked, he did not say anything. When he asked anxiously, he would start to talk nonsense. Anyway, with a certain Gu Yun's glib tongue, as long as he did not want to say something, he would not be able to find a place to say it. In Daliang, other than the New Year, the important officials of the third rank and above would take turns to rest. In case something happened and they could not find someone to take responsibility. Therefore, although Gu Yun managed to catch the day to rest, it did not mean that the emperor, who secretly sneaked out of the palace to sleep in the Marquis Fu, could also rest. At the beginning of the new policy, Chongqing had a lot of things on hand. He still had to get up early in the morning and rush back to work. Then, he found that Gu Yun was also dressed to go out. "It's so cold. Wear more clothes." Chongqing casually asked, "Oh right, where are you going?" Gu Yun said seriously, "I'm going for a walk in the suburbs." Chongqing raised his head and looked at the howling northwest wind outside. He then looked at Gu Yun's pale face, which had just recovered from her serious injuries. He frowned. "What?" Gu Yun averted her gaze and looked at the sky and the ground. Anyway, she did not look at Chongqing and refused to talk. Chongqing didn't have the time to interrogate him in the Marquis's mansion. He could only give Huadan a hurried glance before he left. Ever since he saw his Marquis being carried back by His Majesty due to his illness, Huadan had decisively become an informant who betrayed the emperor. Gu Yun's eyes and ears were not well, so he did not notice that there was a traitor in his own backyard. When Chongqing left, he sneakily put on his coat and ordered the servants to prepare a very low-key carriage. He only brought Huadan and did not bring any extra guards before he left. "Huadan, Marquis, where are you going?" Gu Yun mumbled something vaguely. "Huadan, Marquis, do you have a toothache?" Gu Yun, Huadan rarely saw his unspeakable expression and thought, could it be that you're going behind Her Majesty's back to seek pleasure? However, looking at Gu Yun's hopeless expression, it did not seem like he was going out to seek pleasure. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. The cool wind that poured in from the curtain blew out the heater. Gu Yun finally squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, "Hugua Temple." "Huadan," he thought in shock, "my Marquis must have taken the wrong medicine when he woke up this morning." Gu Yun angrily slammed the curtain. "What are you looking at? Let's go." When Gu Shui was in Beijiang, he had secretly made a wish that if Chongqing's Wu bone could be cured, he would go to Hugua Temple to offer incense. However, he had not been able to do so. This ingrate might have been somewhat pious at that time, but as time passed, he had long forgotten about Buddha. Recently, for some reason, Gu Yun had a series of strange dreams at night. He dreamed that a row of bald monks were neatly chanting scriptures at him. Their heads were shiny and swaying in one direction. Ba. He was still dizzy when he woke up the next day. After chanting for 3 or 4 days, Gu Yun finally remembered the great wish he had made back then and understood why this group of bald donkeys came. Therefore, taking advantage of his break, he reluctantly went to Hugua Temple to offer incense. Taking advantage of the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, which was neither a new year nor a festival, there were few visitors in the mountain temple. Gu Yun hurried early in the morning and sneaked into Hugua Temple like a thief. At this time, the fog in the mountains had not dispersed. A layer of dew hung on the stone steps and the surroundings were quiet. However, Gu Yun could not appreciate it at all. He only lowered his head and walked quickly up the steps as if he was reincarnated. Huadan was afraid that he would fall, so he trotted behind him in fear. The two of them reached the end of the half-hour mountain road in less than a quarter of an hour. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the incense hall. Huadan panted a few times and asked in fear, "Marquis, what are we doing here?" Gu Yun's head was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Offering incense." Huadan, he had thought that this master had come in such a menacing manner to collect debts and seek revenge. The morning classes of the monks in Hugua Temple had already begun. The morning bell rang and the prayer mats were placed neatly in the incense hall. Next to them, a monk in a plain robe was knocking on a wooden fish with his back facing the main hall, silently chanting scriptures. Gu Yun looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly jumped into the incense hall, pinched his nose, grabbed a handful of copper coins and silver pieces and threw them into the merit box. Then, he picked up 2 incense sticks in disgust and flicked his wrist to light them. He stretched his arm and tried his best to prevent the incense from floating in front of him. Gu Yun held the incense sticks and looked up to glance at the golden Buddha statue in front of him. He thought, "Do I have to worship this thing?" Then, he made a decision in the blink of an eye, screw it. He did not even have a posture of worship. He condescendingly nodded at the Buddha statue as if he had given enough face to the Buddha. He quickly inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner and turned to Huadan, "I'm done." Let's go. Huadan, it was the first time he knew that someone worshipped Buddha so arrogantly. Rather than saying that their family's marquis came to worship Buddha, it was better to say that he was waiting for Buddha to worship him. Just as Gu Yun finished dealing with the incense sticks quickly and was about to leave the main hall, the monk who was knocking on the wooden fish suddenly stood up and turned around. He smiled at Gu Yun and bowed. Is Marquis well? Gu Yun, he was fully prepared to avoid being noticed. Who knew that he would meet that stinky monk, Liao Ran, in the incense hall? He forgot to look at the almanac before leaving. Liao Ran smiled and gestured at him. Why did Marquis come? I don't think it's to pray for blessings. Gu Yun's expression was a little unnatural as he replied, to fulfill a vow. Liao Ran said, since Marquis is fulfilling a vow, why didn't he be more sincere? Isn't it too hurried to come and go like this? Gu Yun secretly said, unlucky. However, he smiled politely and said, since the intention is there, why are you obsessed with the formalities? Master, are you thinking too much? Liao Ran put his palms together and bowed to salute. He said calmly, Gu Shuai's wisdom is natural and makes us cultivators admire him. That's indeed the case. However, Marquis remembered to come all the way here to fulfill a vow. Presumably, the moment he made the vow, his intention was very sincere. Now that he is here to fulfill a vow, he is naturally here to confide in Buddha. Gu Yun was speechless and could only look at him with a fake smile. Liao Ran, the weather is cold. Marquis, why don't you come to my meditation room for a cup of tea? Gu Yun, I don't dare to disturb you. Master, please go ahead. I came all the way here, so I'll take a look around. Liao Ran smiled and saluted him again before he slowly floated out of the incense hall. After the senior monk walked about 100 steps out of the door, he suddenly lifted his monk robe and ran back with small steps. He sneakily poked his head into the incense hall and saw that the disrespectful bastard Gu Yun had obediently returned to the front of the praying mat. He looked at the praying mat unhappily for a moment, then took out the incense and lit it again. He pinched his nose and put on a pious look, but his unwillingness could be seen even from his back view. The senior monk admired Gu Yun's sullen back for a while and felt satisfied. He happily picked up his monk robe and walked away in big strides. After Gu Yun returned home, he soaked mugwort leaves in water and washed himself 3 times from head to toe. He then called Huadan to the side and threatened him seriously, I know you like to gossip with Chongqing, but if you dare to reveal a word about today's matter to anyone, you will be punished by military law. Huadan, Gu Yun took 2 steps and suddenly turned his head. He was met with Huadan's twisted expression. He was trying to hold back his laughter but did not dare to laugh. Huadan was shocked and held back his sneaky smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran away. Until many years later, Chongqing was still unable to find out what Gu Yun had done that day. It could be seen that Marshal Gu's military might was still there. Perhaps it was because it was rare for Gu Yun to sincerely worship Buddha, but Buddha gave him a buy one get one free gift this time. The next afternoon, Xianxia came to visit and brought a prescription. We searched the palace for a long time, but we couldn't find any clues, Xianxia said. Instead, we found something useful in the book of the goddess's secret technique. It can detoxify old poisons. However, Marshal Gu's eyes and ears have been damaged for many years. Even if you detoxify it, you can only wait for it to recover slowly in the future. I'm afraid it's impossible to completely recover. Xianxia, do you want to try it? Gu Yun glanced at Chongqing, who wanted to say something but was hesitating, and took it without hesitation. Whether it was useful or not was another matter, but if it could make Chongqing feel more at ease, he didn't mind drinking a few more pots of medicinal soup. When it entered his mouth, Gu Yun suddenly felt that the smell of the medicine was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had smelled it before. At that time, he thought that he had drunk too many medicines in his life. It was inevitable that there would be a few overlapping smells, so he didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, Chongqing was very nervous. He read a dozen memorials for a full 4 hours. Every time it took to burn a stick of incense, he would raise his head and ask him how he felt. It was an old illness. How could he feel after taking a dose of medicine? Gu Yun coaxed and lied, much better. Chongqing hurriedly asked, how is it better? Can you see me when you take off the glass mirror? Gu Yun glanced at Changing and smiled. I can see every detail. Even a strand of hair is vivid in my eyes. I can see you clearly even if I blindfold my eyes. Changing, hearing that this person didn't speak human language again, Changing threw the imperial brush to the side and planned to go over and have a good talk with him. Gu Yun raised his leg with a mischievous smile and firmly and accurately gave the emperor a trip rope. His leg technique was better than before. Changing was caught off guard and tripped. For a moment, he lost his balance and fell straight into Gu Yun's arms. That guy still thoughtlessly stretched out his arms to catch him. Changing was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that he would fall down and crush Gu Yun. He hurriedly reached out his hand to support himself on the chair and angrily said, Zishi Gu. Gu Yun had a mischievous smile on his face. His perverted hands quickly took advantage of Changing's waist. Changing's heart was burning from his touch, but he was worried that Gu Yun wouldn't be able to take it. He didn't dare to touch Gu Yun at all and could only hold Gu Yun's wrist with a dark face. Gu Yun didn't struggle. He turned his head sideways and kissed Changing's forearm. Oh, smells good. Changing was simply speechless. Suddenly, Gu Yun's expression changed. He flipped his wrist and broke free from Changing. Wait. Changing quickly steadied himself. What's wrong? When Gu Yun was molesting his emperor, the tip of his nose accidentally rubbed against the old beads on his wrist. A very fine smell came out from the gaps of the wooden beads. It was so light that only Gu Yun and the dog could smell it. He suddenly remembered why Xianxia's prescription smelled so familiar. The smell of the medicine was exactly the same as the faint fragrance of the beads on his wrist. For many years, Gu Yun had been on and off with this string of wooden beads. He didn't pay much attention to this thing, but these small beads seemed to be attached to him. No matter what he went through, they would always be by his side. Gu Yun took off the beads that rarely left his body and tried to twist a few beads. Finally, he tried the largest bead. Under the force of his fingers, a shallow gap appeared. Then, with a crisp sound, it was split into two in Gu Yun's hand, revealing the space inside. There was actually a pill hidden inside. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Changing had turned the entire palace upside down in order to find traces of the antidote. Unexpectedly, the real antidote was hidden on Gu Yun's body. It followed him through wind and rain, and accompanied him for more than 11 years. It was only until Xianxia found the antidote formula by himself that it was willing to reveal a little clue. Gu Yun suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and pinched the pill. He smiled and said, Why does this little thing have the same temper as the late Emperor Yuanhe? Both were untimely viciousness and untimely warmth. An untimely poison, an untimely antidote. Eldest cousin is looking at you. Compared to Li Feng, the late emperor of Long'an, Li Min, this emperor could be said to have a sense of tension and relaxation. Although the reforms were like layers upon layers of waves, everything was orderly and reasonable. The decrees came first, and the policies followed. From the beginning to the end, from the top to the bottom, not only did he run a school to open the people's wisdom, but he also sent a long flood dragon into the sea to escort merchant ships and people going out to study abroad. He was quietly and bit by bit stripping away the highly concentrated monarchical power from the time of Emperor Wu from the numerous and complicated imperial court. At the same time, although he did not like ostentation, he did not treat himself harshly like his elder brother. Every year, when the weather became hot, he would lead the officials to the newly built Jinghua Yuan temporary imperial residence to avoid the summer heat. During the new year, after the palace banquet ended early, no one could think of using government affairs to tie him down. The emperor would definitely run to the hot spring courtyard in the north to rest. However, in the first year of Taisher, the officials were not used to the emperor's private habits, so the hot spring courtyard was disturbed several times. Among them, the most annoying was Xianxia. On the 5th day of the first month, Xianxia, who successfully escorted the war reparations, returned to the capital to report. He estimated that the two people should be tired of each other. At this time, it would not be too annoying to visit, so he went home and took a few jars of his father's homemade wine and went to the northern suburbs to pay a visit to Gu Yun. Old Master Shen liked to fiddle around at home all year round when he had nothing to do. One time, he brewed too much wine and had no place to send it, so his family ingeniously put it in Wangnanlu to sell. Unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, it suited the taste of the people in the capital. The 2 large carts of homemade wine were sold out in 3 days. From then on, Old Master Shen's homemade wine became very popular, and even a drop was hard to find. When Old Master Shen heard about this, he decisively took up the pretense. He was no longer willing to brew in large quantities. Every time, he would only produce 2 or 3 jars and only give them to his friends and family. When he was free, he would let people write stories about him making homemade wine in the tabloids. It was so hateful that people could only see it but not drink it. In the end, even the Shen family's quaint little wine jars became a new trend in the capital. Old Master Shen's homemade wine also became a rather valuable gift. Shen, that poor and pedantic fellow, took it out to gain favors. Unfortunately, the famous wine was only in Gu Yun's hands for a moment before it was heartlessly confiscated by the emperor. Chongqing gently and without any explanation, took the wine jar away and said to him, "I'll have someone warm it up before giving it to you." Gu Yun's expression was inexplicably sorrowful and indignant, making Shen baffled. After Chongqing left, he used his elbow to poke Gu Yun. "The ruler of a country has taken such good care of you, why are you still showing such an expression?" Gu Yun glanced at him with a stomachache and waved his hand weakly. "What do you know?" Shen wanted to retort, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he remembered that he came here today to ask for a favor. It was inconvenient to offend Gu Yun too much. He could only suppress his temper and said in a low voice, "Zishi, I have something to ask you." Gu Yun hummed listlessly, "Say it." Shen swallowed his saliva and asked seriously, "If I want to propose marriage to Miss Chen, how can it not seem so abrupt?" Gu Yun heard this and raised one of his long eyebrows high. He said in surprise, "Abrupt? What's so abrupt about it?" "Shen," Gu Yun asked curiously, "didn't you even give her the token of love?" Shen hung his head and slowly felt around his chest. Under Gu Yun's surprised gaze, he slowly took out a small cloth bag wrapped in fine silk. That thing was tightly wrapped in layers. After 3 layers, the contents were revealed. It was the legendary small dangling ornament. "You haven't given it to her yet?" Gu Yun commented ruthlessly, "Fortunately, you haven't given it. It's too ugly." Shen silently covered his heart. Gu Yun commented, "You took so long to choose such an old-fashioned one. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you bought it for your mother. Besides, Miss Chen obviously doesn't like these cumbersome pearls and jade. I think you bought it superfluously." Shen could reluctantly accept the first half of the sentence, but the second half was not right. Shen immediately became alert. "How do you know that she doesn't like it?" Gu Yun waved at him in a serious manner and said earnestly, "A woman, unless she is really poor and can't afford it, she will buy whatever she likes. Otherwise, do you think she will keep it in her heart all day long and specially hope that someone will buy it for her?" Shen, Gu Yun leaned back and looked at him with pity. He shook his head and sighed, "You think too much." Shen had a helpless look on his face and looked pitiful. Gu Yun usually took pleasure in bullying him. At this time, seeing Shen's cowardly appearance, he actually felt a little sympathy. He silently cracked open a hot spring-boiled egg from the small tray beside him and handed it to him. Thinking back, they went their separate ways after killing Jiao Lai together. Chen Qingxiu returned to the Chen family's old house and then rushed to the capital to take care of Chongqing. Shen stayed in Beijiang and was later transferred to Jiangnan by Gu Yun. The 2 of them went their separate ways. Now that they had finally caught their breath, they probably didn't have the chance to speak much. Shen was useless. He didn't even seize the opportunity to get close to people who had gone through fire and water with them. If it weren't for Miss Chen's innate aura that kept people at a distance, he wouldn't have had the chance to complain behind her back. Gu Yun lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. He advised earnestly, "Even if you say it in your heart 100 times, she won't know. It's useless. Let's put aside whether it succeeds or not. First, you have to let her know what you mean, right?" Shen said painfully, "When I saw her, I didn't know what to say." Gu Yun hit the nail on the head. "With your ability to talk nonsense, there is only one reason why you don't know what to say. That is, you have a strong motive. You feel that you have ulterior motives towards her, but you are afraid that you will overreach yourself. That's why you are overcautious and don't dare to say it. Although Shani had some complaints about Gu Yun's personal style that didn't have any moral integrity, he couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. That's reasonable. Your mentality is very wrong, Gu Yun said with experience. If you want to handle it with ease, you can't show your cowardice in front of yourself. You have to treat her as an ordinary person in your heart. You can't worship her as a bodhisattva. You have to talk to her like how you talk to others. However, Miss Chen has been dealing with medicinal stones for many years. Her temperament is too peaceful. She is just a little wooden. You have to let her feel that you treat her differently from others. This matter is very delicate. At some point, Chong Gung had returned and replaced the wine jug with a small wine bottle. He had someone put the small stove that was used to warm the wine to the side and retreated. He himself stood at the side and silently listened to Gu Yun talk about romance with a smile. One of the two was engrossed in showing off, while the other was eager to learn. Neither of them noticed that the emperor had returned. Shani, I beg the marshal to teach me. Gu Yun said in all seriousness, I can't teach you this matter because I usually don't have this problem. For someone as handsome as me, no matter what I do, the ladies won't think that I'm wretched. Shani, Gu Yun, there's nothing I can do if you stare at me so anxiously. Besides, this matter can only be understood and not explained. You won't be able to learn it with just a few words. Shani desperately suppressed the urge to beat him up. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, say something realistic. Give an example, for example? Gu Yun thought for a moment. For example, someone your age. Shani exploded, how old am I? TSK, for example, a mature man like you, mature, okay? Gu Yun changed his words in disgust, you shouldn't talk about love all day long like a teenager. Otherwise, others will think that you're unreliable. The most appropriate situation is to say 100 serious words to her, with 1 or 2 sentimental words in between. This will be very touching and won't seem frivolous. He finally said a few decent words. Shani hurriedly nodded. Gu Yun, this kind of sneaking needs to be skillful. Before you start, you have to come up with a draft. You have to be calm and collected. You can't say anything incoherent. It's best not to say anything too explicit at the beginning. You have to stop before going too far. You have to make sure that the other party doesn't dislike it. His Majesty the Emperor, who was eavesdropping not far away, crossed his arms in front of his chest and nodded. He roughly understood the tricks Gu Yun used to deal with him in the past. Gu Yun, although it's inconvenient to be explicit, you have to do other things well. For example, you can't just be nervous for yourself. You have to consider her feelings and take care of her at all times. What you say and do at the beginning has to be according to her pace and likes and dislikes. This requires observation. It's best not to ask her directly if you can see it with your own eyes. This will make you seem more attentive. And, oh, your gaze is right. Shani wished that he could invite the 4 treasures of the study to write down the Marquis of Stability's golden rules one by one. He didn't dare to miss a single word. He hurriedly asked, what kind of eyes? Before he could finish his question, he looked up and met Gu Yun's gaze. If Gu Yun's usual gaze towards him was, get lost, you're blocking my light, then at this moment, his gaze was, you're my light. Gu Yun's gaze was subtly between focused and wandering. The corners of his eyes were slightly curved, as if there was a natural smile. His eyes seemed to only contain the next person in front of him. At the same time, he seemed to be involuntarily distracted. His eyelashes flickered slightly. Suddenly caught by someone, his eyelids drooped and he very naturally made an unnatural smile. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed it under his nose. Shani, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the half-eaten egg on the ground. Chongqing couldn't stand it anymore. He strode over and coughed heavily. Gu Yun immediately put down his leg that was propped up on the small table and quickly put on a gentleman's face. Shani felt inexplicably awkward and hurriedly stood up, Your Majesty. Chongqing forced himself to put on a cultured and refined expression. He waved his hand and said, this is a private occasion, there's no need to be so courteous. Shenqing, please sit. Shenqing vaguely felt that he should take his leave and get lost. Chongqing smiled and said, I accidentally heard a few words just now. Why, are you here for Miss Chen? Shani suddenly felt even more awkward. I heard that Miss Chen admires General Shen's heroic appearance very much after the battle at the northern border. Chongqing slowly put the small wine bottle on the stove to warm it. At the same time, he didn't even lift his eyelids as he slapped away Gu Yun's hand that was reaching for the wine bottle. He said to the flushed Shani, if both sides are in love with each other, there's no need to test each other so much. Last time, I found a few medical books in the palace and was planning to send them to Miss Chen. Is Shani willing to do this for me? Shani almost knelt down in front of the emperor. He only felt that Chongqing's 2 sentences were more valuable than Gu Yun's long speech. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Chongqing watched Shani leave with satisfaction. He was the one who was most eager for Shani to quickly get married so that this person wouldn't always hang around Gu Yun. Ever since Yanhui town, these 2 people were inseparable. Even if Gu Yun didn't tell him, she would definitely inform Shani. Although there was a reason every time something happened, it was impossible that Chongqing didn't mind it at all. After dismissing this one, Chongqing turned to the other. Gu Yun hurriedly gave him an affectionate look. Chongqing was unmoved. He leisurely said, you can even prepare a draft in advance with your eyes. Zishi is indeed well-tempered and experienced. Gu Yun blinked. She stretched and stood up. She walked to Chongqing, opened a gap in the fox fur coat and wrapped Chongqing in it. She lowered her voice and laughed in his ear, if you're jealous, you should have said so earlier, Your Majesty. Chongqing, his ears were numb from Gu Yun's lazy whisper. Only then did he realize that this person was indeed proficient in the 3 Shirlu stratagem. What she taught Shani was actually superficial. Gu Yun sniffed his sideburns and praised, Your Majesty, let's make a deal. You just drank a jar of vinegar. Can you let me drink a mouthful of wine? Chongqing was so angry that he laughed, dream on. You can smell it. Gu Yun made a tisk sound, you let me lick your chopsticks yesterday. How did it become purely smelling today? It's all Shani's fault. She had to be an eyesore during the festival. Chongqing took a chopstick from the side and dipped it in the warmed wine cup, take it and taste it. Don't bargain. Gu Yun, the 2 of them held a fragrant chopstick between them and looked at each other in silence for a moment. Just when Chongqing thought that Gu Yun would be obedient today, Gu Yun suddenly pulled out the chopstick that was dipped in wine and sniffed it gently. Then he quickly turned Chongqing's chin and wiped the wine on Chongqing's lips. He quickly leaned over and licked it clean. The chopstick that was in the way was thrown aside by him. Chongqing was dumbfounded. He was taken advantage of by the fragrant wine and did not react at all. Gu Yun finished licking his lips and floated away with a faint smile, good wine. I'm drunk. His Majesty, who was being teased, froze in place for a moment. Finally, he could not bear it anymore and chased after him. He felt that he had to personally check on General Gu's recovery. Chongqing claimed that in order to avoid suspicion, even if he occasionally stayed in the palace at night, he would never set foot in the harem. The matters of the harem were still managed by the empress. Fortunately, Li Feng's harem did not have many people, so the empress, who was sickly, could barely manage. It was unheard of for an emperor to come to the palace all day and leave after court. In the beginning, there were people who stood out to say that this was unreasonable, but they were all scolded back. When the emperor first ascended the throne, he claimed that he was only an interim emperor. Now, he was conscientious and did not overstep the rules. How could there always be bootlickers who wished for the world to be in chaos trying to encourage him to steal the country? The censorate, headed by Su Ling, became the imperial watering can. They pinned the words, destroy the old and establish the new on their forehead. Every day, they were responsible for finding all kinds of theoretical basis for the various decrees of the imperial court, so that they could argue more justifiably. The emperor, who did not live in the palace, would sometimes pretend to return to Yan Wang's manor. Then, he would use Yan Wang's manor as a living room where he would occasionally receive court officials in private. He would turn around and go into the Marquis's manor. This year's rain came much earlier than in previous years. On the eve of Qingming festival, there was a continuous drizzle. Gu Yun, who was not at home all year round, did not take off his armor, but he could finally live peacefully in the capital. It was rare for him to have such a strong sense of belonging to his home, so he ordered people to tidy up the overgrown Marquis's manor. The Marquis's manor, which was about to become a ghost story, was tidied up inside and out for several days before it finally looked a little livable. When he was tidying up the garden, he found a lot of old things. Thus, following behind Commander Hua every day to pick up old things became the new hobby of the emperor, who was out of tune, to walk for food at night. "Is this an old item from the Princess Royal?" Chongqing pointed to a square box and asked. To avoid being disrespectful, he did not rashly touch it. The old woman who was tidying up the room took a look and said with a smile, "Isn't it? It was specially made for little Marquis." As she spoke, she opened the box. Inside the treasure box that looked like a pearl box was a feather duster. "Chongqing," the old woman said, "little Marquis was very mischievous when he was young. He didn't take it to heart even after being reprimanded. When he was locked up in the reflection room, he would pick the lock and come out by himself. He even knew how to sneak into the kitchen to steal food. If you hit him lightly, it wouldn't work. Old master also had such a bad temper. After a few times, he would be punished by the family law. His Majesty knows about the family law." The old Marquis was very ruthless. The princess was afraid that something bad would happen, so one day, while marching, she saw a village woman holding a broom to discipline her son, so she thought of this trick to deal with him. Chongqing used both hands to invite the feather duster that had beaten Marshal Gu out. He saw that the object was supported by a thin pole. If he used too much force, it would break, but it wouldn't kill him. The thick feather on the outside was not real pheasant feather. It was made of thin bamboo threads and some kind of hard fur from an unknown animal. When he whipped it on his body, that feeling, he grew up in the Marquis's mansion, so he was more like a master than the real master. Although the old servant changed the way she addressed him as "Your Majesty," she did not seem to be surprised. She said cheerfully, "Our Marquis was really out of his league when he was young. He climbed the roof and overturned the tiles. There was no evil that he would not shrink from. Later on, he was afraid of this. No matter what he did, as long as it was mentioned, he would definitely be obedient for a while." Gu Yun had always acted like an elder with ease in front of Chongqing. His childhood was blank to Chongqing, so he listened with great interest. It was only fun when the princess wanted to beat him. He ran all over the courtyard, crying as he ran. He howled as if it was real. Chongqing asked curiously, "Real? Could it be that he was faking it?" "Of course he was faking it," the old servant sighed as she walked. "When our little Marquis was young, you can't expect him to shed real tears without a few real beatings. Look at him crying all over the courtyard, there was only thunder and no rain. His mouth was full of words, and he would often say pitifully, 'Mother, don't you like me anymore? Don't you want me anymore? Didn't I fall from your body?' Otherwise, he would say, 'Mother, do you want to change to a younger brother who is better than me? I have already changed. Please don't change to a younger brother. I only have one mother. If she doesn't dote on me, I will become a wild child that no one wants.'" His words made one's heart tremble. Even the princess couldn't bear to punish him. When Chongqing thought of that scene, he laughed until he was out of breath. Gu Yun was indeed a master of the art of war. From a young age, he knew that false and real coexist and that attacking the heart is the best. A smile flashed across the wrinkles at the corner of the old servant's eyes. Then, her tone suddenly changed. Later on, he went to the border. When he came back, everything changed. The smile on Chongqing's face gradually disappeared. The old servant recalled, every day, he would shut himself in his room, ignoring people and not crying. When food was sent in, he would push it out however he wanted. No one coaxed him, and he would not open his mouth. He was originally a little monkey, but when he came back, he became a little demon. His whole person changed. After 2 to 3 months, the old Marquis settled the matters in the north and returned home. Sigh, he might as well not have come back. In my opinion, the old Marquis was really cruel to his son. Probably because of that incident, he was afraid that he would really be crippled. Chongqing asked softly, "What happened?" The old Marquis kicked open the door of his room and pulled him out of the room. Think about it, his eyes were so badly injured. How could it not hurt when he saw the light? He staggered and cried. This time, it was real tears, but he did not make a sound. The old servant pointed, it was that small pond. The old Marquis tied the horsewhip in a circle around Marquis' neck. He pressed his head and forced him to look into the water. He shouted into his ear, "Look at yourself now. Do you deserve the surname Gu?" Chongqing looked in the direction of her finger. The pond, which had been abandoned for many years, had already dried up. It was only recently refilled with water and raised a few new fish. They were leisurely wagging their tails. Little Marquis' throat was stuck in the horsewhip. He shouted back, "I can't see." Chongqing seemed to go back in time with her words. His hand holding the feather duster twitched slightly. The old Marquis pressed his head into the water and said, "If you can't see, then lie down in the water and look carefully. You can either stand up by yourself, or you can find a beam and hang yourself. The Gu family would rather have no descendants than to keep a useless person." The old servant shook her head. "It's been so many years, but I still remember every word. It's so cruel." There was no sound between the two for a while. After a long time, Chongqing asked softly, "The old Marquis was willing to do that?" As a parent, it's natural to feel distressed. "But what else can we do?" The old Marquis said that if a bone is broken, it can only be fixed with a steel nail. The more painful and desperate the situation is, the more we can't let him feel that he can rely on anything. Otherwise, he will lean on it and can't stand up for the rest of his life. The old servant said, "If the old Marquis wasn't willing to do that, who could legitimately deal with the scattered Black Iron Battalion more than a decade ago?" Without the Black Iron Battalion, Daliang might have been swallowed up step by step during the first rebellion in the western regions. The Westerners wouldn't have had the chance to come all the way here to take a bite. How long could they, the old princes of Xianxia, enjoy the glory and wealth? In the cold winter, his family didn't allow him to wear a cotton-padded coat to protect him from the cold. The child's hands and feet were blue from the cold. He couldn't even hold a bowl when he returned home. More than 10 iron puppets surrounded him all day long. The old Marquis watched from the side, as if he wouldn't blink even if he died. After 2 or 3 years, the husband and wife passed away one after another. Only then did Emperor Yuan and Emperor Yuan brought the little Marquis into the palace. Just as the old servant woman's voice paused, a sharp bird cry came from the corner. The two of them raised their heads and saw Gu Yun strolling over with a birdcage in his hand. It turned out that the unlucky bird surnamed Shen had been maliciously shaken until it was dizzy. It was so angry that it couldn't speak and could only scream at the top of its lungs. Ever since Gu Yun freed himself and had the time to fix this bird, he had never been at a disadvantage in this battle between man and bird. At this time, he was strolling around with the fruits of his victory. It could be said that he was proud of his success. He was so proud that when he saw the item in Chongqing's hand, he squinted his eyes and his face suddenly darkened. Gu Yun quickly walked over and snatched the feather duster. "What kind of lousy toy is this? You're not slipping." Even if the injuries that had followed one's body for many years were cured, it was easy to have sequelae. For example, Gu Yun wouldn't be able to see and hear for the rest of his life. For example, although Chongqing had gotten rid of the nightmares, he would still have dreams at night if he was slightly tired and worried. That night, perhaps because he was still thinking about the feather duster that Gu Yun snatched away, Chongqing had a very strange dream. He dreamt that he walked into the Marquis residence, but it wasn't the Marquis residence that he was familiar with. At least, it wasn't as desolate as he remembered. There were people coming and going, and it seemed more lively. From afar, Chongqing heard the sound of metal clashing. He followed the sound and saw a group of murderous iron puppets besieging a little boy in the backyard. The little boy's eyes were covered with a layer of black cloth that covered half of his face. He dodged left and right with difficulty. Suddenly, an iron puppet approached him from behind. The long saber in its hand had been replaced with an iron rod, and it swept towards him. As if he felt the wind that came with ill intentions, the little boy subconsciously wanted to dodge. "Wait, you can't dodge like this." Chongqing instantly recalled something that someone had told him many years ago. If you panic, your feet will float. If you can't stand firm, no matter how powerful your swordsmanship is, it will be like water without a source, a tree without roots. Retreating is human nature, but it will be very difficult for you to gather the strength to counterattack in a short period of time. Instead, you will fall into the enemy's hands in a fluster. Of course, the boy's speed couldn't be faster than the iron puppet. After a moment of hesitation, the iron puppet quickly caught up to him. With a loud bang, the monster's iron rod ruthlessly smashed into the boy's tender back. His clothes were torn apart on the spot, revealing the heart-protecting armor underneath. The boy was already sent flying. Chang'ing hurriedly rushed forward and picked up the half-dusty boy. At the same time, he pulled out the sword at his waist and nailed a few iron puppets that were relentlessly chasing after him. He threw down the sword and wanted to untie the cloth on the boy's face with his trembling hands. However, he heard footsteps behind him. Chang'ing turned around and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking over with his hands behind his back. The man was dressed in casual clothes. His face was delicate and pretty, like a graceful and well-educated scholar. However, his eyes were filled with hostility. When he faced them directly, it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses in his eyes. Chang'ing had never seen this person before. Although the adult Gu Yun didn't look like him, he still recognized this person's identity at first sight. Their facial features were different, but there was something similar about this father and son. They were of the same origin. The man stood still and said to Chang'ing, "Even if you take him away from here, you won't be able to raise him. Even if you forcefully raise him, he won't be able to withstand a little wind and rain." Chang'ing carefully picked up the boy's thin and small body. "He can rely on me." The old Marquis of Stability shook his head. Chang'ing suddenly heard the roar of the golden box burning behind him. He quickly grabbed the boy and dodged to the side, only to see the group of iron puppets he had pinned down earlier encircle him in an orderly manner. Each one of them split into two, and in a few moments, they had already formed an army of heavy armor cast from iron, eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey. In the distance, the indistinct sound of a clapper could be heard. The iron puppets moved in unison, swarming forward. Chang'ing had no choice but to carry little Gu Yun and run away. He was battered and exhausted as he ran. He wanted to shout at the old man who was watching indifferently from the side, "I can even tidy up the unstable old country. Can't I protect a Gu Yun?" However, he couldn't make a sound in his dream. He missed a step while running away in a panic. Chang'ing's heart thumped heavily. He reached out and grabbed a hand. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the gas lamp in the room was already turned on. The sky outside was still dark. He was holding Gu Yun's hand tightly. Gu Yun touched his head. "Why can't I wake you up today? Are you feeling unwell?" Chang'ing looked at him blankly for a moment. "I had a dream." Gu Yun was shocked. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't Wu or Gu. Chang'ing turned over and hugged one of his hands. He rolled one of his arms into his arms. He rested his forehead on Gu Yun's elbow and gently rubbed it. He whispered, "I dreamt that I took you away from the old Marquis. Your father sent a battalion of iron puppets to kill me." Gu Yun was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartlessly. He used a little strength to pull the emperor who was lazing in bed out of the quilt. He pulled out his arm. "Your Majesty is quite bold. He has 100,000 soldiers in his hands. Alright, I'm done showing off. Hurry up and get up. There's a court meeting today. Oh, speaking of which, it's Qingming Festival. Could it be that he's short of paper money over there and specially came to remind me?" Chang'ing sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Gu Yun from head to toe with the help of the lamplight. It wasn't until Gu Yun put on his clothes that he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. "Your father needs paper money. Why did he look for me and not you?" "Because you're easy to bully." Gu Yun laughed. Then, his smile gradually changed a little. "I don't owe him anything. I guess he's too embarrassed to come and see me." On the day of Qingming Festival, Chang'ing deliberately took half a day off to accompany Gu Yun to pay respects to the ancestors' tombs. Gu Yun seemed to be in silent meditation in front of the divine tablet. He didn't say a word. He just burned the paper money as if he had completed his task. Then, he stood aside indifferently. He didn't need to say anything about what he had done over the years. Those two should know about it in the underworld. On the other hand, Chang'ing earnestly offered incense and offered wine. In front of Gu Yun, he couldn't say it aloud, so he silently said in his heart, "I will take good care of him in the future. Don't worry, the two of you, don't wedge steel nails on him anymore. Let's go." Gu Yun gently pulled him. Chang'ing came back to his senses. Just as he was about to go back with him, he saw Gu Yun indifferently turn to the princess memorial tablet. "Look after your prince consort. Let him stay in the underworld if there's nothing. Don't harass my people. Chang'ing, when Huadan, who was accompanying them, heard these rebellious words, he almost knelt down and kowtowed to the old marquis. Gu Yun snorted softly. He turned his head and pulled Chang'ing away. Needless to say, his words were very effective. From then on, Chang'ing never dreamed of the old marquis and his iron puppet army. After a very difficult year, the 4 territories were stabilized. The military reforms had been smoothly pushed forward with the help of Gu Yun's clear attitude. Xianxia finally mustered up his courage and came to the emperor to resign. Chang'ing did not express his opinion after hearing this. He only left the resignation memorial and did not send it out, allowing Xianxia to go home and think about it. The General Shen's memorial was all pompous nonsense. In fact, there was only one reason why he wanted to resign: he wanted to go home and marry a wife. His wife's family environment was complicated, and he was afraid that she would not be willing to have any relationship with the government. Therefore, he planned to go home, tidy up his business, and bring his family property to be a live-in son-in-law. When Chang'ing returned home, he asked, Zishi, do you think old Master Shen knows about this? Gu Yun replied, I can't say for sure. Whether he knows or not, his father can't control him. Shen Jiping seemed gentle and sly, with a soft personality and easy to bully. However, observing his actions, every decision he made was bound to shock the world. He had been focused on deviating from orthodoxy for half his life, but everyone still had the illusion that he was a reliable person. He truly demonstrated the meaning of a dog that bites doesn't bark. This person's ambition became stranger and stranger each time. From Hanlin to long-armed master, Qiuba to general, and then to son-in-law, and so on, there was no foreshadowing. With such a son, it was no wonder that old Master Shen went home early to cultivate. Gu Yun sighed, forget it, I'll go and have a chat with Shen Jiping in 2 days. When Chang'ing heard this, his face immediately darkened. She wanted to chat again. Once these 2 fellows started chatting, who knew what old stories they would talk about? When the time came, those messy soldiers would be able to gather together to fill a big table. They would drink wine and eat side dishes. Although Chang'ing knew that Gu Yun was only pretending to be obedient in front of him and would not indulge herself in eating and drinking behind his back, he was sure that she would be baidang and not return home at night. That was also very annoying. Therefore, although the emperor did not say anything in front of them, he turned around and wrote a letter to Chen Qingshu to inform her of this matter. In the letter, he sincerely said to her, the country has many things to do and is in need of people. For a trusted official like Lord Shen to resign at this time, whether it is for public or private affairs, it is too much of a pity and so on. Xianxia had never mentioned his resignation to Chen Qingshu. It was completely his own decision. After Miss Chen received Chang'ing's letter, she silently rushed back to her hometown in Xianxia on the same day. She quickly and efficiently settled the Chen family. Then, she flew back to the capital on a trial run between the northwest and the capital. She found Xianxia and bluntly asked, I am the head of the Chen family. If you have any doubts about the Chen family, why didn't you come to me to resolve them? Xianxia, when Gu Yun heard about this matter, he took it home and left for half a year. After half a year, the generals stationed in various places sent congratulatory letters, congratulating General Shen for finally finding a prominent family to marry her off. They also strongly requested that the Marquis of Stability represent all the brothers who can't physically but yearn for it to make a grand wedding night. Of course, Gu Yun gladly agreed to this matter of wanting to see the world in chaos. A few days in advance, he helped out at the Shen residence while thinking of more than 10 ways to torment Xianxia. Xianxia, through his long battle of wits and courage with Gu Yun, had reached the point where he could tell what kind of rotten idea he had in mind just by looking at his evil smile. In order to save his life, he found himself a backup in advance. He went to see His Majesty the Emperor in private. Xianxia said to Chang'ing in a businesslike manner, Your Majesty, this official has been tidying up old things for a while and suddenly remembered that Marshal Gu gave this official 4 letters on the battlefield in Jiangnan. 2 of them were private letters to Your Majesty. This official had been ordered to send one that year, and there was another one that I never had the chance to send. I don't know what was written. Does Your Majesty need this official to present it? Chang'ing could guess what was going on as soon as he heard this. Gu Yun had prepared a stack of letters before the war to pacify the people. The remaining letter hadn't been sent yet. It was most likely a suicide note. He hesitated for a moment, then I'll have to trouble Minister Shen. This official doesn't dare. Shen rubbed his hands. Your Majesty, this official still has one more thing to ask. It was very easy to control Gu Yun. It was just that Shen hadn't figured out the method for so many years. Chongqing was already familiar with it. He only needed to go back and say to Gu Yun, Miss Chen hasn't had it easy for so many years. She just wants to get married properly. Gu Yun immediately threw his brother's instructions out of the window. Not only did he not cause trouble, he even used his own money to order a batch of newly made fireworks from the Lingshu Temple's branch for civilian use. When the auspicious time arrived, the capital Shen residents and Beidang in the distant suburbs lit the fireworks together, creating a night of fireworks. Although no one caused trouble, Xingyi's alcohol tolerance was poor. After a round of toasts from the guests, the groom still drank too much. He held 2 cups in front of Gu Yun with a lisp. He had a stomach full of things to say. After burping, he suddenly remembered that there were many things that he couldn't say in front of everyone. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, looking dazed. Gu Yun sighed, Brother Jipping, you're promising. After saying that, he took the 2 cups of wine, clinked them with each other, and drank them in one go. Ever since Gu Yun started to help Shen prepare for this matter, he was inexplicably happy. It wasn't the sudden and substantial happiness of becoming the top scholar or winning a battle. Thinking about it carefully, there wasn't anything specific that made him happy. However, everything was pleasing to the eye and made him happy. Shen put his arm around his shoulder and hugged him tightly. He wanted to cry but didn't laugh, as if he didn't know how to express himself. Gu Yun whispered, Are you happy now? Shen didn't know what to say and could only nod his head vigorously. When he went to war in the early years, who would have thought that there would be a day like this? Gu Yun said, Live well in the future. Don't talk so much nonsense to your wife. Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only clench his fist and pound Gu Yun's back twice. Alright, don't get your snot on my body and don't let the bride wait too long. Gu Yun pushed him, I'll block for you here. Go. Shen took 2 steps forward and looked back. Sure enough, with Gu Yun standing there like a pillar, no one dared to come forward and pester him anymore. He suddenly felt a little melancholy. General Gu had guarded the country's gate, the city's gate, and the palace's gate all his life. This time, he was actually guarding the door for him, and he seemed to be very happy guarding it. Xingyi's nose twitched and he felt very apologetic. He rushed back and quickly confessed to Gu Yun, Zishi, I've handed the letter you wrote in Jiangnan that you didn't have time to open to the emperor. Anyway, that. I'll leave first. Gu Yun, he had bullied Shen since he was young. It wasn't easy for him to be good to this person, but unexpectedly, he was betrayed like this. He really ate karma. After a lively wedding banquet ended, Gu Yun braced himself and returned to the Marquis's mansion. Chongqing drank a cup of wedding wine and left after giving him a reward. The emperor personally came to express his favor. If he stayed for too long, others would feel uncomfortable. At this time, he was already waiting for him at home. The lights in the room were still on. Gu Yun thought of a bad idea on the way. He got someone to bring a pot of strong wine and sprinkled it on the front of his sleeve to make himself smell like a human-shaped wine pot. Then, he dismissed the servants and pretended to stagger as he forcefully pushed open the door. Chongqing was looking at something under the light. He was startled by the wind outside and the smell of alcohol that assailed his nostrils. He frowned slightly. When he looked up, he saw Gu Yun tripping over the threshold and falling straight in. Chongqing hurriedly pushed away the things in his hands and quickly rushed forward to catch him. He was shocked by Gu Yun's cold hands. Although Gu Yun was usually lively, his hands and feet were always cold regardless of whether it was hot or hot. After all, medicinal pills were harmful to the body. However, he didn't say anything. Chongqing didn't dare to show too much and could only carefully watch over him. At the same time, Gu Yun didn't insist on his habit of floating around in his thin clothes in the cold winter. The two of them had developed a tacit understanding. Chongqing wanted to hold his hands in his arms, but the drunkard didn't cooperate. He was drunk and his martial arts skills were high, making him in a difficult position. Chongqing, Zishi. Heavens, how much did you drink? Have you lifted your band today? Guyun snorted. His whole body weight pressed on Chongging's body and his hands groped around his waist. Taking advantage of the fact that Chongging was busy dealing with him, he pushed him to the side of the table. At the same time, he secretly opened his eyes and glanced over Chongging's shoulder on the table. He actually saw the letter that he had thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't even have the time to open it. Guyun felt a burst of joy in his heart and secretly said that he was lucky. He made a prompt decision to pretend to be drunk. He tripped and bumped into the table sideways, knocking the table over. With a bang, the paper and pen on the table fell to the ground. Chongging was also almost knocked down by him. He hurriedly supported him in a sorry state. He dragged and carried this dishonest person onto the bed. He was so tormented that his forehead was covered in sweat. The drunkard still refused to lie down. He pulled him in a daze and called out, "Beauty, don't go." Chongging's veins were bulging as he asked, "Who are you calling?" "Guyun." "Sweetheart Chongging." His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of ambiguity. It made Chongging's scalp tingle. Guyun spread his arms, "Accompany Godfather." "Oh, lie down for a while, Godfather likes you to death." Chongging, he was used to being neat and tidy. In fact, he really wanted to go back and pick up the table that had fallen into a ball and tidy it up. However, he was pestered by Guyun and had no choice. He made a difficult choice for a while. Between misophobia and lust, His Majesty still succumbed to the latter. Thus, he turned off the light, and pulled down the bed curtain. When Chongging came back to his senses the next day and wanted to tidy up, he found that among the pile of important and unimportant things on the table, there was a letter that he had not made up his mind to open. Only then did he know that he had been blinded by lust and had been fooled by someone again. Guyun pretended to be stupid and looked around. His skills were unparalleled in the world. His mouth was even tighter than the golden box on the armor. He refused to admit that this letter had ever existed in the world. The only insider, Xianxia, knew that he had a guilty conscience. Every day, he would pretend to be dead and resolutely refuse to show up to testify. Chongging thought about it for more than half a year, but he still could not find out the whereabouts and contents of the letter. Gradually, he stopped brooding about it. Thinking about it, at that time, he did not have the courage to open it at the first moment. In the end, he even gave Guyun the opportunity to steal the letter. Perhaps he was destined to have no fate with that last stroke. Wasn't this an auspicious saying? The real person was still alive and kicking and was competing with him. Why did he have to know those sad words? Chongging felt that this time, he could believe Guyun's nonsense for once. There was no such letter in the world. Speaking of which, was Crown Prince Li Jing's life good or bad? In fact, it was very difficult to generalize. He was the son of the Empress of the Long An's previous emperor. He was the son of the first wife and not the eldest. He had an ambitious older brother. According to common sense, when he grew up, it was very likely that he would walk the path of fighting for favor with his older brother and fight to the death to protect the crown prince. The crown prince's natural disposition was gentle and quiet. His gentleness came from his grandfather, and his serenity came from his mother. Neither of them were good role models for a ruler. His empress mother was worried and sick. Her family did not have much power. She herself was not ambitious and did not have a backbone. She was very similar to the emperor of the Longan, Li Feng's temperament. She had been given the title of Empress Dowager. However, after being given the title, she was useless. Compared to Consort Lu and the first prince's line, no matter how one looked at it, she would be cannon fodder material in the future. But fate was always unpredictable. When the little crown Prince Li Jing was only 6 or 7 years old, peace was broken and the country was in chaos. As for those difficult years of war, Li Jing, who was deep in the palace, did not have a direct impression of it. He only remembered that year's rations were exceptionally small. In the early summer of that year, the capital was as hot as a boiler. Purple steam rose from the western sky. Inside and outside the palace walls, people were in a state of panic. The palace maids and eunuchs who went in and out of the palace did not have the slightest trace of a smile. They were all trembling with fear and came and went hurriedly. His imperial father had not seen him for several days. The little crown prince was detained by his sickly mother's side. When he dreamed in the middle of the night, he could always hear the palace maids lowering their voices to report what was happening outside. The crown prince was too young and did not understand what the adults were saying. However, he remembered that this topic was always accompanied by his empress mother's low sobs. Later, as the young crown prince grew up little by little and began to understand the world around him, the situation in Daliang also improved little by little. Later, the situation in the court changed. Consort Lu's clique, which had been eyeing covetously, scattered overnight. Lu was convicted of rebellion. Consort Lu was demoted and banished to the cold palace. The first prince was also unable to recover from this setback. During that period of time, the Eastern Palace seemed to have suddenly become a piece of delicious cake. For the first time, the crown prince unconsciously felt the rise and fall of power like a tide, but he didn't like it. The sage book of the Grand Tutor School didn't have time to talk about these dirty things, and he already felt uneasy beyond his age due to some kind of innate sensitivity. He always felt that the rise and fall of power meant turmoil. One time it was as busy as a marketplace, the next it was deserted. The emperor long and did not have many children. The first prince's power was weak. The third prince's mother's family was lowly, and he was young. Everyone thought that Crown Prince Li Jing was the noblest heir to the throne in Daliang. Before he had this illusion like everyone else, he saw his father die in the chaos with his own eyes. That day, the crown prince held fourth uncle's hand in the chaos. In his heart, he still thought of himself as a child and used the eyes of a child to see the truth of power. For Daliang, it was the new emperor ascending the throne. It was the beginning of a new era and new policies. For the crown prince, who was deep in the palace, the entire world seemed to have changed. The empress was weak by nature. She always urged him to please fourth uncle because the lives of the widow and the orphan were hanging on fourth uncle's conscience and promise. The officials could not say for sure how long he would be the crown prince and how long he would be able to live in the palace where he had grown up. Li Jing used to like to be close to fourth uncle, Li Min. However, at that time, he felt great pressure when facing fourth uncle. The originally friendly and knowledgeable little uncle had suddenly become the emperor. For a moment, even the way he addressed him had changed. Every day, the crown prince braced himself and listened to government affairs that he only knew a little about. He endured all kinds of thoughtful and meaningful gazes as he braced himself to pay his respects to third uncle. Then, he returned to the Eastern Palace and braced himself to listen to his mother's endless worries. His mother was never as good as Consort Lu. She did not have her own backbone and did not have a clear idea. She only knew how to shift the pressure onto her son. Every day, she would say empty words for him to work hard. However, she had no idea what kind of work she wanted him to do or what kind of person she hoped he would grow up to be. Everyone had their own confusion and predicament when they were young. For example, Gu Yan's predicament was the scattered Black Iron Battalion. Emperor Taisher Li Min's predicament was the terrifying Wu Gu and Gu Yun. The Crown Prince Li Jing's predicament was his uncertain future. However, behind Gu Yun were tens of thousands of wind blades and the ancestors of the Gu family hanging high in the hall. At Chongging's side, there was a little adoptive father who was always watching him and guiding him. However, Li Jing's surroundings were filled with endless fear. No one gave him a clear path. In the autumn of the fourth year of Taisher's reign, after a frost, Li Jing's imperial mother passed away amid endless fear and worry. The emperor ordered the Ministry of Rites to give her a grand funeral. The 15-year-old crown prince had already grown into a young man. He was silent day after day. When the coffin was placed, Chongging dismissed his attendants and slowly walked in. He gently pressed down on the shoulder of Li Jing, who was about to get up to pay his respects. Li Jing did not insist. Under his imperial mother's supervision, he racked his brains every day to guess the likes and dislikes of his fourth uncle. He knew that he did not like others to be overly courteous in private. Li Jing, Your Majesty. Chongging glanced at him. The youth immediately changed his greeting in embarrassment, Imperial uncle. Restrain your grief. Chongging instructed. He courteously paid his respects to his imperial sister-in-law, whom he had not seen twice. Just as he straightened his back, he heard the crown prince say in a voice that was somewhat strained from his puberty, I have no talent and no virtue. I am not of great use. Imperial uncle, please remove my position as crown prince. Chongqing furrowed his brows and raised his head. This cheap nephew's appearance was not as upright and dignified as his father's. Instead, it was somewhat too delicate and pretty. The youth's complexion was pale, and his figure was thin. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows carried an unchanging melancholy. He really did not look like a noble descendant of the emperor. After Li Jing finished speaking, he seemed to have scared himself. His face was full of anxiety. Somehow, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside the tightly closed morning hall. The trivial decorations under the steam palace lantern suddenly made a few sounds and hit the memorial tablet on the side. The memorial tablet fell to the ground. The young crown prince fiercely trembled. Chongqing calmly stood up and respectfully helped the memorial tablet up. He waved his hand at the eunuchs who had rushed in fear and trepidation. He turned to his nephew and asked, "I heard from the Grand Tutor that you were very good at studying. Why did you suddenly think this way?" Li Jing lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Chongqing paused and then said, "When you were young, you often chased after me and asked me questions. At that time, I even made grass worms for you. How come now that you are older, you have become estranged from fourth uncle?" Li Jing had nothing to say in response. He stammered, "There is a difference between ruler and official. I. Thinking carefully, Li Jing had never asked for anything from his little uncle in the past. He had simply liked him. Although he had still lived in the palace these years, he had always felt that he was living under someone else's roof. When he faced his uncle, he couldn't help but be very careful and try to curry favor with him. This had long changed his attitude. When Li Jing saw Chongqing's eyes, he knew that this fourth uncle, who was on the verge of collapsing, was as clear as a mirror in his heart and knew everything. He could only feel even more ashamed of his own inferiority. "Deposing the crown prince is a major matter," Chongqing replied calmly. "A country has its laws. It is not something that you and I can casually decide because we are capricious." Li Jing's face flushed red. It seemed that he had thought too highly of himself. Chongqing said, "If there are some things that you feel are inconvenient to say to me, why don't you go find the Marquis of Stability and have a chat? Next month, he will leave the capital to patrol the military affairs of the 4 territories. If you have the heart, you can ask him to take you to see him." Li Jing paused. He heard Chongqing say with a smile, "When fourth uncle was your age, he was also filled with confusion. That year, I had a big argument with the adoptive father who had been ordered to look after me, the Marquis of Stability. I insisted on leaving home. I followed Master Liao Ran and General Cheng throughout Daliang and went to many places. I saw all living things rushing to make a living, and also saw rebellious people and bandits running amok. The more I saw the joys and sorrows of life and death, the smaller the things I stuffed in my heart. No matter how immature the little crown prince was, he still knew the importance of the Marquis of Stability who held the Xiantai tiger tally in court and in the military. When he was young and immature, he had been very curious about this legendary hero and had pestered him to write his calligraphy. Later, he didn't dare. When his mother was alive, she kept him tightly confined in the palace and didn't allow him to go out and make friends with court officials. She was afraid that her son would go too far and become an eyesore to the new emperor. Thus, he never set foot in the manor of the Marquis. Don't be afraid of him. When you were young, he doted on you very much. Do you still remember?" When Chongqing mentioned Gu Yun, the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. Very naturally, there was a hint of a gentle smile on his face. The crown prince didn't react for a moment. "Gu? Marshal Gu?" Chongqing walked out of the morning hall. The crown prince was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed. The palace attendants on both sides seemed to know that the uncle and nephew had something to say and automatically retreated to the sides. The young new emperor walked in front with his hands behind his back. He spoke to Li Jing without any reservation. "For the time being, I don't have any other successor in mind. After a few years, I will pass the throne to you. However, that will be a different country. When you sit in this position, you may find that even the emperor's words don't carry weight. The entire imperial court, and even the world, has its own operating rules. There are laws above the head. The monarch and his subjects, the subjects and the people mutually restrict each other. You may even feel like you are a noble puppet. These words were unheard of in the world. Li Jing was stunned. Chongqing tilted his head and glanced at him. I don't know if you can accept it. Li Jing, you don't have to reply to me right now. Chongqing smiled and reached out to press the youth's head. You can go out and see the outside world first. Come back after you have thought it through. If it really doesn't work out, I can think of a way to adopt other heirs from the imperial clan. Don't think too much. After speaking, Chongqing walked away. He had hurriedly come to visit the tomb and do the morning roll call. He had to return to the palace to live outside. Imperial. Fourth uncle, Li Jing suddenly called out to him. Why don't you want your own heirs? I have been to the place where I belong for the rest of my life. I have no regrets in life or in death. There is no need to leave any bloodline. Chongqing paused. He glanced at Li Jing's confused face and shook his head with a smile. You won't understand even if I tell you. You will understand when you grow up. Li Jing, half a month later, Emperor Taisher skillfully stood his ground against the objections of the masses and approved the Crown Prince's request to follow the Marquis of Stability to patrol the 4 territories. Li Jing followed Gu Yun for 3 months. They traveled by air, water, and steam rails across the 3 mountains and 6 rivers of the entire territory. Then, as if he was addicted, he often found excuses to leave the capital and wasn't in the palace for half a year. Another 3 years later, Li Jing was 18 years old. He went to the former Yan Wangfu, now the emperor's private residence, and chatted with Chongqing for an entire night. He persuaded Chongqing to agree that he brought enough bodyguards and boarded the caravan led by young master due to go to a wider area overseas. Although it was called a caravan, it was actually accompanied by dozens of long and short flood dragons. Other than young Master Du and the others, there was also a portion of the Daliang Navy's elite troops and the Lingshu Temple's experts led by Chao Chunhua, Liao Ran, and the others. Other than trade goods, they also brought letters of credence and negotiated treaties. They roamed the 4 seas and returned after 5 years. When Li Jing returned, he mocked himself. With his dull and mediocre aptitude, he wasn't ranked among the Li family's several generations. However, he was definitely the one who went the furthest. In Taisher's 18th year, Gu Yun returned the Xiantai tiger seal and signed it. A few months later, Crown Prince Li Jing took over the throne from his imperial uncle. He abolished the era name and established a new calendar that could be used everywhere. He continued the new era that his predecessors had steadily raised after stumbling around for 18 years. At this point, the mountains and rivers remained the same and the 4 seas were peaceful. And thank you very much, everyone. See you in the next chapter. Good night =W =end of chapter 134. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.